during the classroom bit to get that all situated and set.
We take a roll call of the instructors that are here and that are not present.
It's just doing that now. I'm going through this.
All right.
Register.
It's just me and you, Vinny, for our group. Just me and you, man.
Oh, we got this.
Yo, we got this.
There's other people we can throw into. I'm technically not assigned to a group. Ayoub's gonna be jumping in a group, but we could probably be flexible. Whoever has Pine. Oh wait, that's Harold's group. Miles, you're not gonna have Wesley Pines in your group.
Okay. Should I fly in someone to help him instead?
I don't know. You've got Cricket, Rain, and Tubbs, but I don't see Tubbs either.
Tubbs, I don't think Tubbs is making it today.
Miles, you should bring. There's this really cool cop. His name is Stubble. You should bring him along.
Yeah.
Can you reach out to him?
You flying in instructors?
No, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to fly in instructors.
Well, I hate you.
Kathy has a concert and a bar thing, otherwise I would have bullied her to be here.
You have a big head.
I think Group 6 is down probably the worst, right?
Hey!
Group 7?
No.
Which group am I in?
I don't think so.
Well, Kira, you're like, Kira's here.
Group 6.
Amelia's having PC issues.
Faithful was streaming on Leia earlier. She should be here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey.
Group 7, we have 2 instructors. But between the 2 of us, there's 1 instructor. It's not me.
Yeah.
Which group am I in? I can't find my name.
You're not listed.
What the fuck?
This is a hate crime.
I'm going to Minecraft. Yeah, I did, didn't I?
There you go. Maybe it could be in group 7.
You don't have to yell at me, dude. I didn't do it. Okay.
I don't know. Let me check. Yeah, sorry. Fuck.
I don't see
You're not
him.
a character. You can't attack me for stuff like
I don't see you, Red.
Yeah, I really can't. Fuck. I'll attack you when we get back in the main server. It's all good.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, just bring it from out of character.
We'll go back to the usual. Yeah.
Good.
I hate
How
you.
it always goes.
Group 3 is a grapeseed stack.
Rad stars, you can do 7. There's only 2 and 7.
Fine with that. Yeah, just someone throw me. Yeah, okay. It turns out. Oh fuck! I reacted to the wrong thing.
Nice.
It do be that way sometimes.
Yeah, so you'll be with myself, Fluffy, and Wild.
Oh wait, do we have a 3rd instructor?
Which groups are fucked when it comes to instructors not being here?
I forgot to react. So I didn't actually get assigned one, so you can just throw me somewhere.
Hold on, okay, hold on.
Because I think it's just me here from 4 right now.
Oh, it is actually.
Yeah, Loveday can't make it. Jason Parker's. You fuck off.
NPCs can't hear you, dog.
Average Sydney driver.
Hold on.
Hi guys, it's good to see you.
There you go. Yeah, we'll throw you in group 4.
Sorry.
You are now Loveday Storm, Casey. Is there any other person? You're gonna be in group 4, so.
Okay, yeah.
Whoever says Loveday Storm, you are now Loveday.
Sprouty Lyric, it's great to see you guys. How you doing?
Unassigned.
Group 7.
Who's
only
in 7?
myself. It's myself, Fluffy Oboe, and Wild. That's it. I'm not seeing Cascadian. I'm not seeing Arlo.
Boom.
So it's just Wild and myself right now.
Hello.
Isn't 7. Is anybody? Is anyone here not in a group? Or is everybody here? Everyone else there assigned a group? I'll probably hop in 7 with you guys until another instructor shows up.
Alright.
Okay,
How is everybody? It's a sleepy day, but I got news.
Any other groups that need people?
Oh, you want to talk about it? It sounds great. I want to hear.
Silence sounds like a no. All
Also,
right.
good morning,
NX6 is
everyone.
fine now.
Just so
good
everyone
now.
knows as well, in the crate over there, there's a bunch of food. It should be enough to last the whole academy. So, if you guys need it, just make sure you stock up there.
I thought I saw, did LGX's cop come here somewhere?
I don't know.
No.
I don't think he's been to one yet, but
We're kind of just big chilling. I think today will be a good day. After this, depending on how long this lasts, this is supposed to last like 4 hours.
I'm gonna grab some
Veneer? Oh yeah, it's complete other character training on the VR server. Look at Zoe's new chase cam though, for her quote unquote body cam. That I don't actually use for anything, like fucking excuse me, weirdos do. I just use it for immersive RP purposes. Look at this. I was able to change the logo. I changed the color so it's black and white, and so now it's the Del Perro logo. Let me see if I can put it somewhere. Hold on. Here it is. It's the black and white Del Perro logo.
Aaron, are you gonna be here the whole time?
How long's the whole time?
Oh my god!
Oh god, Aaron, it's really bad.
Cycle your VoIP.
Hashtag GoXLR issues. What's the how long is
what that is? What causes that?
Oh, mine doesn't do
Is it
that.
the cord?
I just
yeah,
have
yeah,
to
It's, apparently it's USB 3.0 versus 2.0, and then it's meant to be 2.0, and if you have it in 3.0, that's what causes it.
I just turn it on and off in settings and it fixes it.
Sounded like one of the droids from Star Wars.
Good reference.
I won't be here
Just in
tomorrow
time.
or Sunday.
I got the FIB one. You ready? I'll show you Madison's.
Okay, all of today? Most of today?
There's Madison's.
Woo!
He's my fly-in.
No.
Who's your fly-in?
All right.
We need a fly-in in the group 6.
Nice to have a
my
timestamp
God,
against it to
this
beat it.
is
Yeah,
candy
it's pretty
maple.
cool.
Sorry,
Miles
Miles.
flew me in.
I am.
There's candy.
Imagine being a fly-in. Who
We
would
need you
who
in
would ever
group
be?
6. Unless people from group 6 arrive. Hira needs company.
I'll just be wherever you
Wait,
guys
do I
are.
not have company? I thought I did. Where'd my company go?
Right there, there it is, right there.
I guess I'm just.
What I want to do, see, I think the FIB logo's too not bright
There's no
enough.
Tobias and there's no Leah.
Oh yeah.
Leah will probably be here soon.
I'll DM Faithful, I'll bully her.
Yeah, I think she's still on Crim.
Okay, so that's 3. That's fine then.
That's a fucking nuts profession. I'm going to work tomorrow. Nah,
Yeah, she's still on their crim.
tornadoes tomorrow. That's fucking
Going
sick.
for stream sniping.
Alright, Scanlan, you're in group 5 with Miles then.
My name's Aaron.
Flying successful.
Ow.
Alright. Which group? 6? Alright.
5.
5. I was listening.
God bless.
Very nice. Oh, he's not even paying attention.
Scanchon put on a uniform.
Good job, Miles. That looks so good.
You can replace,
just here
you can
for
replace
the
that
early
one,
meeting.
and then when Matt shows up, I'll get you a better one of him.
I'll be back
Don't
for
know
shift
what the outfit
3.
is. Anta said he was gonna be here at every single one of these.
I'm eating egg bites.
Bye, Sparkles. Fuck you.
Hey, what up, thug?
What's good, OG?
Vibin'.
I'll figure
He
out.
deserves it. He knows what he did.
Go to FTO chat and there's an import you can do.
Is it the group blood worship in this inner circle? No, it was funny. Malin's like, oh my god, it's a queen, and immediately shoots Zoe. I'm like, please end my suffering.
LOL.
Somewhere.
What the fuck is that?
I'm pretty sure you said it in Discord somewhere, so I didn't tell you. I just told Brock.
That's for wearing those stars.
Hey, do that again. That shit was fun.
Yeah, I said I was busy.
I'm not gonna ask people who said they're busy to rearrange their schedule.
How dare you wear the stars that he wore?
So shouldn't come.
How dare you? Take those off!
Yeah, I had dishes at work. But
How dare you stand where he stood?
Right now.
You were busy.
It was way too early in the morning for this kind of dramatic.
Don't worry, I'm back now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're very awake, being 8 hours ahead.
I rolled out of bed. I rolled out of bed for this.
Yeah, let's get some organization going.
I'd want to hear.
We already had a meeting. Let's get all
Yo,
the
what is that,
instructors out of the
Buffalo?
way.
Oh, they're just fucking around with colors.
I'll
That's right. I can't speak.
I'll start attendance if you
I
want
can't
to
remember.
clear the
I can't
instructors
remember
out of the way.
who jumped in then, but I think it was Fraji. So.
Wait, are you Harry Potter or Star
Wow.
Wars right now?
Did you just take damage, by the way, Red?
I did. What the fuck was
Yeah,
that?
I shot you in the foot when I found
Hello?
upstairs.
Whoa!
It's in the crate.
I said, can you
Yeah, it's 'cause it's-
corral
if
the
you shoot
instructors
while you're
somewhere else so I
ragdolling,
can
it's,
start
uh,
grabbing attendance for
fine
people that
side.
join?
Wait,
If you're an instructor, get the hell out of the way.
Yeah,
You're
hey,
an instructor.
instructors, come over.
Alright, participants, get your
Yeah,
booty
come
up here.
to
Let's
this
go.
Did you just shoot the multiple area so that we can get people who are attending to sign in. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look good. It looks really good.
Tomorrow too, but then I have to leave for an hour and then I can come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
But then Sunday I won't be here at all because I'll be in America.
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 Just being in
I'm
America.
gonna
not
try
anything.
Panda Express.
Are you not in America?
Wait,
No,
are you
I'm
in Canada or something?
I'm in Canada.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember.
10 for
Uh,
bagged
something-
milk.
Same as last time, 10 for instructors.
That was the most American thing I ever said. Wait, you're not in North America? Oh wait, you're in Canada? You're not in North America?
Damn.
I am in
Wait,
North
so
America, but
Yeah,
I'm
talk
not in the
shit, 'cause I'm gonna be
United
AFK,
Canada
but I'm
doesn't
still
have
listening.
Panda Express.
Hey, real quick, guys, make sure you're
Yeah,
on your.
it does look pretty good. Also, Luna, it's great to see you.
Make sure you're on your what's it called, group radios. Have channel 10 as a secondary so that all instructors can communicate with each other.
Yeah.
And then whatever group you're in, that's your channel.
I was told I'm group 2.
And
Switching
the other
mice,
day.
switching mice,
Yeah.
switching mice, switching mice, switching mice.
What was
There we
the
go.
secondary radio? Sorry.
You.
secondary 10.
Wait, the secondary can't be lower than the. Hang on.
Yeah, it can.
No, secondary can be lower.
Yeah, it can.
It's
You
just
have
they
to
can't be
manually
the
set
same
it.
one. And
Okay.
if you use the change channel buttons and they go on top of each other, it'll fuck them up.
Come on, Harold.
Channel 10 radio.
That's right. It's me, Stubble.
Oh my god.
Okay, thank you.
Gotcha, OG.
I'm sounding like my criminal story.
I love that criminal so much. Pulled her over twice on Zoe. Just like, you see her? You see her? She's being miserable.
You know what's funny is I still don't have Stubble's first name memorized.
Story or
Neither do
Fia?
I.
Was it? Oh, I actually don't know. I didn't know you
I
had
think it was
two.
Fia.
I didn't know you had
Yeah.
two criminals.
Fia's
That's
Irish.
Constable.
Oh yeah, it was Fia. It
Many
was Fia.
people at 3.0 for calling Stubble Connor. Go off duty.
Yeah.
You don't get to call me that.
How many people caught on it as Constable? That's what I'm curious about, yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna be
How
honest.
many
Most people,
caught
I
on
had to
that
tell
one?
people. I had to tell most people for that to like,
Really?
get
Miles,
realized.
I didn't even realize you were Stubble until one day you were streaming Stubble instead of instead of Harold, and I was so confused. I was like,
There's
oh.
no way.
Wait, what?
I
There's no way he was
didn't-
Star Wars
I didn't
3.0.
realize it for some reason.
Ain't no
it
way.
just like
That's
didn't
crazy.
dawn on me. Yeah.
See,
I didn't realize
I've
much
until
surprise
like
you,
2
but
months into
I'm also
ONX
Jim
that
Littleman.
you
This
also
might
played
surprise you.
Stubble.
This might be a
Realized
big
that
shock.
until like 5 months later.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were Tim.
Same thing.
Literally.
Jim Tim.
They were all the same. I just
See,
have to
but
ask-
if
honestly.
Harold starts getting really serious on radio and screaming, suddenly he sounds like Stubble.
Alright, come on, shout it out, y'all. Come on, right, y'all, Paul.
No, I heard
a little
a
bit.
break, and orders, and it was full Stubble.
Oh yeah.
That's full. Just Miles locked in.
Miles, you've been playing Stubble so
Miles
long.
lock-in.
Does the Stubble voice ever come out IRL anymore? Or sorry, the Harold voice come out? You just fuck up.
God Bless comes out all the time.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
I always
God bless.
That's a
God
vocal
bless.
stem though.
Dude,
Bro.
IRL,
I've said
My-
God bless so much now.
I
My-
accidentally yelled at my
weird,
brother in
man.
an Irish accent once.
My second
last
job.
week.
That's so
My second
good.
job is at a
Yeah.
ice
You
rink.
fucking
And
idiot! You stupid son
my
of a-
second job is at an ice rink, and I talk like rain all the time on accident. When I'm talking to customers in there,
I do a lot of like, hey, what's going on?
I'm like, "Oh, hey there, pal. What can I
hey
help you
there,
with?" You
pal.
know, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
And that was years ago. Years ago, my sister was like, "You were talking in your sleep in a Scottish accent."
Yeah, that makes sense for you.
It freaked her out.
That makes sense for you.
Oof.
I've had dreams that felt like in character, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Just when I woke up, I'm like, "Why is that a thing?"
Yeah,
touch grass.
I've had that like
When
4
I've
or
gone
5 times.
5 times, you know,
It's
if I'm
just
doing like 12 hour days. Yeah.
I can imagine just
I
on
had
your
like a grade C
subathons.
dream like 3
Yeah.
weeks ago, and I was like, "That was fucking weird."
It's good that you take.
Yeah, I had a dream where I punched Toretti and he died.
Oh god.
Weeks ago. I think I wrote it down because I wanted to talk about it. I definitely talked about it on stream.
I had a dream like I shot someone
on.
wrongfully. And, like I woke up and I was like, "Oh, thank God that didn't happen."
Yeah, I had that dream too.
Please no. Yeah, I woke up and I wrote down what happened in the dream, and all I have is Big T fist fight, big meeting. This meeting boring. I feel like I'm dealing with kids. Big T dead. In the dream, Big T said, like, I feel like I'm dealing with kids, so then I stepped up and I punched him in the face, and he died, and I had to cover it up. And then I woke up before
Nice.
anyone found out.
That's
I'll
a
never
good
know if I
dream.
got
That's
away
a
with it.
good ass
Cover up.
dream.
Good job.
Yeah.
Mission
Maybe it's
passed.
what I really want to happen. Where is he?
Where is he?
Oh, there's right there. That's close enough, right?
Oh wait, that's him.
That's good timing.
Chat, I really want iced coffee. I would fucking kill for
Yeah,
iced
no, why
coffee
not?
right
Yeah.
now. Oh man.
What the fuck? The Rat Star Shuffle. There you go.
We're having
Fucking
strokes. We're having one
Beyblades right now,
collective
man.
stroke.
I really want to see if I can shoot you while you're doing that.
Oh, you can. You definitely
Well, no,
can.
you just have to do
Yeah.
this first. So that's how you get the W.
Oh, are we allowed to do that? I'm taking that in character for my gang war.
I did that to Hardcastle. I
Yeah, you
fucking
need it.
Yes.
He rolled down the hill and I just shot him whilst he was fucking ragdoll.
I did that to
Dude.
Snow on his golf gang character. Someone tackled him. He pulled a gun, and while he was on the ground, I shot him 3 times in the head.
That's
I
so,
got a warlord 2 days ago.
that's so fucked.
Yeah, yeah,
but
you
like,
did.
But like, it was
Little
like so
warlord.
perfect because it was as he was falling. Like as he was falling on the ground, I shot him. in the
Arlo,
head,
go
like,
get
mid.
changed at the bunny.
I can.
It's
Oh,
yeah, it's an
fuck
FTO
that.
chat.
Yep.
It's gonna
Oh,
trigger
yeah.
you. It's like 3 different departments.
Oh.
If you're academy, can you make sure you attach to the academy call and
I
dispatch?
just grabbed the
so
first
you
one I
don't show up
saw,
as
and it
penny?
happened to be the right department, so it worked out for me.
And then I'm gonna attach you to the academy.
Hey guys, let's get everybody over here, please. Passing shots and people attending. Hi.
Checking for loud, checking for loud, checking for loud.
It's not. It's
I don't
not.
think so.
You're checking for loud.
No, he's not loud.
Good timing.
Ah, yeah, that was good timing.
Sorry, I'm gonna throw you off of this.
We're gonna get started.
Oh, it's hard.
I'm Legend. Hi, this is
fine.
Ayub. Say hi.
Ugh, good.
We're skipping. We're getting right into it. We're being efficient with time today. Welcome to boot camp. I'm gonna set some expectations along with Ayub here, and then we are going to get right into the thick of it. And Ver is gonna take us through. Oh, I started a thing. Dear God. We're gonna get right into
Where's the
classroom bits,
slides,
going over
slides,
some important
slides,
foundations,
looking at the
and then we're
slides,
taking
and
you
then
guys out
practical
into
scenarios.
scenarios.
We got
In a
like
moment, I'm gonna
20
put up
scenarios
the,
that we have
groups
written
up top
written
here on
out.
the screen, so that way you can see where things are at and who you're gonna be organized with. There's gonna be a location as well as a corresponding radio channel. I encourage you while we're standing here going through classroom pieces, get on the radio channel. So when we say it's time to go to your scenario group, you can just teleport there and you can communicate people. And there's as least amount of downtime as possible. Everybody follow me?
Doesn't give a
Yep.
location.
Very good.
Okay, it's group. It's 17 though.
Nature for boot camp today. I want everybody to take it seriously. Between myself, Ayub, Mantis, and Bear, it's important that you guys take this seriously. In character, there's a lot of people that were like mandated to be here, not just because we want to be mean and disciplinary in character. Frankly, everybody needs it. We need to get back to basics and make sure that we're crushing the foundational pieces. Because it's lacking, and we can do better. So take today seriously. What I mean by that is make sure we're not tasing people, shooting people, tackling people, doing all the things that it's really easy to do in VR, being OOC, and having fun today. Keep that stuff to a minimum because it's going to slow us down and avert our attention.
My brain is fried today. I misread Deputy Director as Deputy Disaster. I am too a Deputy Disaster.
Grow in character from this, so take advantage of it. You gonna follow me on that?
Yes.
Right. You got additional expectations? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I want us to be kind of done early today because, I don't know, we started at 2. Our aim is to get this done by 7. So like 5 hours. We should be able to get everything that we need done in 5 hours.
That'd be great.
Melon,
The
can you carry me around?
the more efficient that we
I need
are, the less
foods.
that we are fucking around and quote unquote playing too much, the more we can get done today. And over the 3 days as well.
Stay in contact with myself and Abe if something comes up. You need to leave early. Make sure you let your group instructors know, but also just let us know that you're sneaking out. Just so we can keep accurate track on like who's in what groups, and if we need to swap people around, we can do that. Mantis, you want to say something?
Yep.
All right, you're up.
Okay. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
We can
All
hear
right.
you, Pizza Man.
Okay. So, the reason we're doing this is I'm hoping most of you were here for the that meeting I held in Discord, where we talked about some of the I guess the adjustments and kind of attitude changes we wanted to have. So besides just learning the basics of being a cop, all that stuff, a big pressure point, very important point, is knowing just how to have a better interactions with people, get less frustrated with people, or you
On the
get less
character level, yeah.
frustrated and have more fun. Obviously, as cops, I said this before, we
Does he have the EMS badge
people are
on?
coming to the servers, crims and stuff.
No.
Their first impression
Yes.
is going to be
No.
you guys, right? So if it's miserable, they're probably not going to want to come back, right? And if you're miserable, then they'll be miserable, right? So besides the all the specifics and RS and PC stuff, I want you guys, everybody, I don't care if you're teaching or training or whatever, if you have questions or scenarios you're worried about or things you need clarified, please ask us. I'll be here. You can ask me if you want. I don't care.
Oh god, I just realized none of my tiles were updated for 2025.
I'll answer them for anybody, no matter what. So just keep that in mind. It's very important. These boot camps are kind of the start of guess kind of the probationary period. I don't want to call it probationary period, but look, after today or after
Oh,
this
you never remember this?
weekend,
No, character level.
you're going to be expected to have to do things the right way, right? I said at the meeting that there'd be some time to adjust, stuff like that. It was also kind of like a warning to let you guys know we need to shape up, we need to change. And after today, for most of you guys, that is the, it's time to, change or get better, no matter who you are. This goes for every single person here, except me, because I'm perfect. Yeah, so that's that's one of the big focuses of these boot camps. So please, I'm gonna say it again, don't be afraid. There's no stupid questions. If you have questions regarding RP scenarios, how you handle people, how scenarios work out, if you have scenarios in the past that
Night, it's
didn't
great to
go
see
very
you.
well
Hope
or
you're well.
ended up being really shitty, and you want advice on how to handle it, come to me, come to the instructors. If the instructors, if you would rather me answer it, I will just be here, and I will answer any of those questions. That's it. The future is now, I guess. We need to get this done now. So very exciting. You'll see.
All
right. Thanks, guys.
Well said. Thank you, Mantis. Thank you, Toretti, pizza guy.
Thank you, pizza guy.
Thank
you. Loud check. Am I loud? Am I loud?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, thanks.
No.
Am I actually not loud?
No, you're
No.
quiet.
We can hear you. But
I see. This is the problem.
use the Alt key and look at the
Loud?
microphone.
Loud.
Nah, you're fine. We can hear you.
Yeah, I think he's loud.
Okay.
I mean, you'll
Sure.
look at
Yeah.
Behind me are the group assignments. We had to shuffle around a couple of instructors, so instructors also pay attention. But for those of you that are participants, please identify what channel you should be on. Put that as your primary channel. Your instructor will designate what location that you're going to be going to. We're going to get that organized during classroom section. Whoops. Yeah. My bad.
Oh, I was
supposed to
actually
do
kind
that
of looking
before, but
forward
then
to working with a couple people in my group. We were group 7.
Essentially, group 1's going to collapse.
So... Okay.
Rip.
Anyways, I'm gonna.
You chill? You just at work? I'm okay. I really want iced coffee really badly.
All right. While I swap that, turn over to you guys.
Am I up?
You're up.
Oh God.
Woo, Metzger!
Woo!
Okay, so I unfortunately have all. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Microphone?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Cool. So I have a lot of the how to cop stuff. So before we start,
I
talking
can't.
about how to
I'm
cop stuff,
very
we're
very
gonna,
unemployed. I've been fired for 2 months.
talk about the role of law enforcement. So we're gonna kind of blend some real life and kind of how it translates onto the server. Mantis already kind of alluded to kind of the first thing I'm gonna talk about, which is
Nice coffee.
what our role is. We are pretty much the first and most public facing side of the government system on the server.
For those who don't know, the person who plays Metzger is an IRL cop. He got accepted in the cop academy like last year, and is an active current
They're gonna
full
go
officer.
to talk to somebody from Public Works or someone like that. So, cops were part of the executive branch. I think we all understand, especially you all who have been cops for a minute, what the role is in terms of enforcing the law, investigating crimes, protecting life and property, but also, if I had a table here to knock on, I would, protecting, not infringing on people's constitutional rights. Obviously, that's different in the server than in real life. what those rights look like, but that's something to continue to understand. And then on top of that, the very bottom thing on the first set is first responders. So we also respond to other emergencies that aren't in our scope of our duties. Like if there's a traffic accident, somebody's hurt. And
he's such a great guy out of character.
EMS is slow or whatever the case may be.
Metzger's
so
a
we kind of have
fucking
a lot of
hard
other things
ass
that we have to
in
do
character,
to help people that
but he's a sweetheart out of character.
related to protecting and serving. Next thing, customer service. Can somebody explain to me what customer
Oh my God.
service voice is? Anybody that's worked in
Hey,
retail
real
or
quick,
anything
if
like
you
that?
Oh, I
already
bullied
shut
my
that in, come to me at the side.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
bullied my
explaining
girlfriend into
what that
ordering me
is.
coffee.
Recognizable voice, so it's basically welcoming to everyone.
Okay.
It's not shutting off.
Okay, not
I
shutting off.
love
What
her.
else? Somebody
She's
else.
great.
Smile with your voice.
Smile with your voice. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Unfortunately, we are a customer service business.
Yep,
And
100%.
it depends on who we're interacting with, what that voice sounds like.
I love her.
So how might we speak to a citizen? Like what's our tone usually going to be with a citizen? Anybody that's not an instructor.
Oh.
Calm and approachable.
Calm and approachable. Okay. Anything else?
Positive.
Positive. Okay. What else? What's something I alluded
Polite,
to?
professional.
What's that H word?
Happy.
H-E.
Helpful?
Helpful, yes. Helpful and trying to resolve their problem, right? Their problem is our problem. Okay, what about a victim of a crime? How might we talk to them?
Compassionate.
Okay, compassionate, sympathetic, what else? How might we change our tone? What might we do with
I actually did this. I literally just did this. I actually. Hold on.
Empathetic.
I
getting
actually
down on their
just
level?
did this
Okay.
last Zoe stream.
Okay. Now what about
We
a
got
suspect?
a 311, immediately checked on the person. We went over, escorted them to the hospital. It's a really good example of that.
Well, direct.
Loud, direct.
Assertive.
Assertive.
Okay. Is there a time where we might speak softly with them?
The de-escalate
Yes.
situation.
Yes.
Okay, when we're de-escalating, when they're injured, when they're in our control and custody, when might we be more direct and assertive with them?
You're chasing after them.
Chasing after them, giving commands. Yep.
Stop.
Okay.
Hey,
Somebody had something?
I was just gonna say, if it's not, you're not.
Since it's a very serious academy, I may change it for the scenario, but I'm gonna keep
And
Zoe's face.
I'm not sure how. I mean, the server's different than real life, but if you change your tone on people, what can we kind of expect?
Retaliation.
Well, if we escalate, yep, we could retaliate. But what if somebody's being super aggressive with us?
Is that the
and
one
we're
you
very
accidentally
calm and
yeeted them
controlled?
off the bike?
Yes.
What do you
we
mean?
could get people to cooperate and change their tone, but hopefully by our actions. Okay.
No.
All right.
don't
So
think
what
so.
about other government agencies? So this one's a big one. We deal with a lot of other people. We got EMS, the doctors, we got the court system. And so customer service for them looks a little
FIB,
different, right?
please.
We should be professional, help them with their needs, and understand our role as it relates to them. So how does our role interface or relate with
No, that
EMS?
was the one we got the 311 call where his body was found by the
Repeat that for a sec. What do you mean?
So how do we interact and provide help to EMS? Like what does that look like from a law enforcement perspective?
Protection?
Information communication.
Yep. So we protect them. I heard that. We communicate. What might we communicate with them?
Location, safety,
Let's
injuries
see.
of individual.
Okay, injuries. Okay. Now what about the court system? What's our role with the court system? Where do we fit in the criminal justice system? This is very important because I want everybody to understand this, because this is a major problem we have with cops versus the DOJ. What is our job?
Enforce the law.
Enforce the law. Okay. What does that mean?
we arrest on probable cause.
We make sure it's being followed down.
I'm waiting for them to.
Okay. So how do we enforce the law? So let's say we make an arrest. What do we do?
So much seems to happen during
Rewrites?
Zoe streams.
Okay,
It's
well,
a
we
lot.
rewrites. What do we generate?
Report.
A report. Okay. We generate what we think charges are, right? And then where does that go? Say somebody wants to appeal it, or they want a bench trial. What happens then?
Contact the lawyer.
Okay, they contact a lawyer. Okay. Now, let's say it's a murder and it's going to be a scheduled trial, and they've been on a hot for a month. What's our role in there? Because let's say the DA is involved. What's our role?
To assist the DA in their process.
Okay.
Articulation.
Not to do it.
They're not doing it.
Not
They're
to do it
articulating
for
the
them.
charges.
All right, so I want everybody to understand. We make an arrest. We recommend charges. Who then makes a decision on whether those charges are sustained and going to be going forward, or they're vacated?
The DA.
The DA.
Not who.
Officer. Correct.
Okay. So our job is to find probable cause. We'll talk about that in a second. And to make arrests off of probable cause. Our job is not to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? But then here's the last thing I'll talk about here. It's the very bottom. And Mantis kind of talked about this with the boot camp academy, whatever we want to call it. All right, so we've been reformatting
Immersive law experience, not one-on-one law experience.
And some knowledge to better your role play for your characters in the server. Okay, it's not to tell you like this is the only way to be a cop. It's not to say you're doing something wrong.
And that's why Zoe presses her
There's
own
a
charges.
lot-
She
a
doesn't
lot of
trust
this
the
is
DA's
kinda
office.
on an OOC level of learning and understanding. So we want you to
Which
take
is
that
why I
and apply
really,
it to how
really,
your
really,
character's playing.
really
Now,
want
I'll
to get
say
Madison
if
to an
you're playing a
agent
cop that
position
doesn't
because I would
understand
love to
reasonable
be able to
suspicion
work
probable
directly
cause,
with the DA's office
probably gonna have some
sometimes.
problems, as anybody would think. But my goal at the end of the day is to try to make things immersive, not just for us inside the department. Or
That's
DPS,
why we're
but for
asking
the
people to come
server.
to academies,
We don't need to do
boot camps like
one-to-one to
this.
real life, but we need to get
Is so that you
get
can,
the role play to
if you
feel
have this the
immersive.
skill ceiling
And I
to
think
play a
everybody should be on board
perfect
with that
cop,
kinda
or at least a near perfect cop, you can fluctuate up and
Any
down,
questions on our role before we move on?
and so that you
to
can actually
the meat
roleplay
and
the character.
potatoes? Cool beans. All right, moving along. We're going to start talking about search and seizure. All right, so in this state, we have the Fourth Amendment. All right, it's pretty much a one-for-one mirror of the U.S. Fourth Amendment, which basically ensures and protects people against unreasonable search and seizures. All
Correct.
right? So first, we're going to start talking about
So if you have a high
seizures,
skill ceiling,
and by
for
seizures,
alley
I
character
mean
knowledge
us
and alley
seizing a
character
person,
ability.
not,
for example, if you want to play a cadet, you want to go through that role play, and they're bad at driving. If you're a good driver, you can
So we
do
already
that.
talked about
But if you're a
protecting
bad
from
driver, you
unreasonable
can't play a
searches and
good
seizures.
driver.
Where
It's
might
like if
you
you're
have
really bad at court
expectation of
alley character for
privacy?
court RP, you're not gonna be able to play a good court RP person.
Does
Your
anybody know what-
property.
Property.
Private
Yep.
property.
Okay. Congrats. You can read. What do you
Your
guys
home.
think reasonable
Sorry, your
expectation of privacy means?
We shouldn't be entering one of their personal domains without a warrant.
Okay, without a warrant or a reason. Okay, so where do we think people have a reasonable expectation of privacy from society and the general public? We said one already, which is homes. Where else?
Their phones.
Phones. Okay, there's an expectation of privacy on phones. It's lesser, but there's expectation of privacy. Where else?
Places of work.
No.
To an extent.
Vehicles, yep. Work is a different one because at the end
That's
of the
the
day, it's
business.
not their expectation of privacy, it's the business's expectation of privacy. It's private property. What else? What about bodies? What about your body? What might we want from somebody?
DNA.
DNA? Okay. What else?
Possessions.
It's on there.
Is this Arlo? I don't recognize this player
okay,
model.
Blood, spit,
It is
bodily
Arlo.
fluids, things like
Valkyrian.
that. There's an expectation of privacy, right?
Val.
Okay. So what this means for us, though, is that at the end of the day, everything we do, pretty much everything we do, falls under the Fourth Amendment, okay? Whether we're talking to somebody, whether we're looking at their property, we're getting a search warrant, whatever. Everything, and we'll talk about use of force later, but everything we do is pretty much under the Fourth Amendment, okay? So you guys, at a baseline, just need to kind of understand
Lyric, can you do me a
this, and the
favor,
reason
love?
We talk about this is so we
Unless you're
can start
bored
getting
today.
the mindset of
Can you do me a favor?
where am I standing, right? Because that's important. And
Can
what
you
can I
remind
do?
me to
How
update
can
my
I interact with
fucking
this person?
tiles?
If we
Because
start
apparently
thinking
I
in
haven't
those
updated my tiles for
terms,
2025.
It makes our job a lot easier.
And
Where am I standing?
It's really embarrassing.
And what can I do right now with this person? All right, and what I mean by where am I standing, I mean, am I in a public place? Am I on somebody's property? Is this private property, a business, whatever? Because that changes our authority. All right, we're gonna move on, and we're gonna start talking more about seizures specifically. All right. So, can anybody explain the difference between a physical seizure and a show of authority seizure, or anybody want to take a stab at it?
We have a really good example of a show of authority
about it
seizure
in terms of
when
how we
Del Perro and stuff,
When might
quote
you
unquote,
physically see somebody
seized.
as a cop?
Place them in handcuffs or detain them.
Okay, detainment, handcuffs. Okay. Can we think of another time where
Jeff, by having like 30 cops
we're
around.
just talking to them, but it could come off that we are detaining them without us saying we're detaining them?
Traffic stop.
No, well, that's a detainment. There's an understanding of being detained, but what if this entire group of cops went up and just started talking to somebody on the side of the road right now? That we just go up and start talking. Do you think they think they're free to leave?
Nah. Nope.
Okay. What about if I have a gun out when I walk up and start talking to somebody?
Yeah, 100% no.
Okay. Somebody alluded to a traffic stop. What do we have on our vehicles? Lights. Okay.
Sirens.
So if I pull up to somebody randomly on the side of the street with my lights on, do you think they think they're free to go?
No.
Okay. So I say this is we have to
Correct.
understand that sometimes we might think we're voluntarily speaking with somebody.
I've
but
been
in
trying really
reality,
hard
we
as
are detaining
FTOs,
them without
no matter what you're role-playing your
actually
character,
detaining
is to
them.
be
We're calling them
very
detained.
firm on
All right.
lights and
So
sirens.
there's 3 times we kind of, or let me back up. The whole point is, you got to think from their perspective, and court will look at it this way too. Does a reasonable citizen believe that they are free to leave at this time? And if they're not, then they're detained. If they don't think or perceive reasonably that they're free, then they're detained. So we'll talk about the 3 types of contacts we have with people. And I think it's helpful to talk about the contacts. All right. I think somebody already talked about one or brought one up. So we'll just take a stab. What do we think the 3 types of contact we make with people are?
Casually walking up to someone and having a conversation about the current situation.
Okay, what might that be called?
Verbal.
Okay. What is the if I just walk up to somebody on the side of the street and start talking to them, are they free to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
what does that make it then? It starts with a C.
Consensual encounter?
Consensual. Okay, so we can have consensual encounters with pretty much anybody. That means we can walk up and talk to them. It's not a seizure. They can leave at any time, and we don't
It's
need any
consensual
suspicion to do
detainment
that.
arrest.
So if
Those
I
are the
want to
3
walk up
types
to
of-
your door at your house, knock on it, and say, "Hey, I'm, Trooper Metzger. Could I talk to you about XYZ, right?" And they say no, and they shut the door. Can I do anything?
Nope.
Nope. They could tell me to fuck off, and I can't do anything. All right. When might we be voluntarily going up to talk to people?
Oh, investigatory technically is what
Crime in
it's
the
called. So
area?
it's this. I said
Crime
detainment,
in
but
the
it's
area,
investigatory
okay.
because they're detained.
What?
Legend,
This
I am
isn't
ready.
relative. This might be a good example for here. That's from real life, not necessarily a server.
Let me know when
But
there's
what
like
about
five
does anybody
minutes
have
to the end,
ring
because I'm
cameras or
trying to
things like
spawn
that on their
things
house?
and see if they stay.
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody ever had a cop come up and ask you if you have footage?
Yep.
Yep. Right. It's super powerful. It happens all the time. Is that consensual?
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely. So it's a very
Until they
easy
subpoena
example.
it.
Can we consensually contact suspects as well?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody gotten an admission consensually without it being a detainment in the server? Anybody tried it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have to Cassidy them when you do that?
No.
No.
Spontaneous utterance.
It's not even that. They're free to leave. They're not detained, so you don't have to Mirandize. Or I'll say, if I say Mirandize, just know I'm talking about Cassidy. All right. So we can voluntarily contact a suspect. What if I call them on the phone? Is that a detainment?
No.
No.
Nope.
They're
They
free to
can
hang up at any time.
Okay. So just food for thought about when and where we can talk to people and how we can get information. Okay. What's another way we contact people? There's 2 more. They should be the obvious ones.
Traffic stop.
No, that's one, but it falls under
Investigatory.
both of
Come
these.
on, Tyson. You know better.
When do you stop people and they're not free to go? Okay, what's it called?
Detainment.
Okay, so when we detain somebody, there's a specific name for it. What's another one?
That's that's
have handcuffs?
that's the main primary reason.
When we arrest somebody. Okay. All right. So investigatory stop or detainment's the second one. It's the in between of the three. All right. It's a
Thank you.
detention. We usually call it detention. It is a seizure. What do we need to detain somebody?
Sandy.
Reasonable suspicion. Okay. That's why it's called an investigatory stop. When I think it's kind of obvious, you know, we detain people when we come up on crime scenes. We detain people technically on traffic stops.
Does it say Sandy? It says
And
Sandy
speaking of
Shores.
traffic
Okay.
stops, so we'll talk about this now. What do you need to conduct a traffic stop? What level of suspicion?
Guys. Guys.
Are you sure?
Probable cause, because we
Are you
witnessed
sure?
a crime being committed.
Okay, can you explain that?
So in order for us to conduct a traffic stop, say someone ran a red light, we are visually watching someone break that law. We can't, if we don't think, or if we don't have actual evidence that they ran the red light, it's an unlawful stop.
Okay, so that would be so most traffic infractions are probable cause, right? Okay, so when might we stop somebody on reasonable suspicion?
Fine for group, right?
They're leaving the
We're not
area
really doing
of
any
a drug
pursuits or
deal
trying to stop
or
anything.
a shootout.
Yeah.
Not today.
Perfect.
Can help with that?
All right, so we see them leaving the scene of a crime.
They're not
We don't know if they're
responding.
involved.
I've done
we light them up.
Grapeseed, I've
Or we have
done
another unit
Toledo.
light them
If
up
you
and
want to
stop
do
them.
Sandy
Now
and
we're
Mr. Bro, I
conducting
had
an
to
investigatory stop.
Well, it's mostly the.
We'll talk
the
more about what
races
we
stuff.
can do on those in a second.
Say that again?
I'll
It's
say
more
it now.
deliveries.
All right, so obviously when we detain somebody,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
not free
yeah,
to
go
leave.
ahead.
We can use
Okay,
any
what have you done
force
so
at this
far?
moment that's reasonable
I've
to
done
make them
Grapeseed
submit to the
and
stop.
Toledo.
The detention can only last as long as it needs to, right? So as soon as, you know, say we're investigating a drug deal and we find out that they're not even involved or we have no more suspicion, we have to let them go. Most in real life and on the server, you must identify yourself when you're
Okay,
detained.
Ever Paltrow's the leader of my
All right.
group.
What else can we do that involves our hands when we detain somebody?
Restrain them.
Okay, well, okay. We got two different answers here. Let's start with restraining somebody. Why might we physically restrain somebody that's detained?
Officer safety.
Our safety. What about theirs? Theirs too.
Theirs as well.
Yeah, and theirs.
Okay, we have control of them.
Or the
Okay.
public.
And the public. Yep. Okay, so let's talk about frisking. What can we do with a frisk?
See if they have weapons.
Okay, what gives us that authority?
Officer safety.
Are we sure? Is there a case law about this? Anybody know the case law?
It was renamed.
What's the real life case law?
Terry
Frisk.
Terry v. Ohio. Okay, in the server it's called Grant, right? Grant frisk. All right, so what do we need to conduct a frisk of somebody, though? Can we just frisk anybody we have detained?
Nope.
No. Okay, what do we require to have? That they are
Armed and dangerous.
Have or are in the process of or are about to commit a crime.
Yep, both those things. Okay. And what's the final thing we can do on a detention that involves somebody's fingertips?
Take their DNA.
GSR test.
GSR
Dear God, not the
Only
DNA.
when we have
JVN.
A gunshot in the area.
Yeah, so reasonable suspicion that they may have been in the committed a crime that involved a firearm. Okay, perfect. And then the last one, we already said it. What's the third type of contact we can have with somebody? Okay, what does an arrest require?
Probable cause.
Probable cause. Somebody explain to me not the definition of PC, but what is probable cause in the scheme of the justice system? What percent of
Ooh, I'm
facts
curious
do
as
we
if
need
they
to have?
if they know.
Or
51.
51%. All right. So if I think it's more likely than not you committed the crime, I may arrest you. What does the legal system require?
And that's how we got chat. I'll show this to you.
95.
I'll show this.
Well,
And that's
95's
how
a
we
good
got
number.
this
What's
the
that
other
called?
day.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond
Is
a
that what
reasonable
the
doubt.
term we're thinking about? Yeah.
Yes, beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. So if a defense attorney, I'll just use his example, makes
And
any
that's
doubt
how
in
we
the
got
courtroom that you didn't
manufacturing
commit the
and
crime,
sale
it's
of a
probably gonna get somebody
drug.
off, okay. All right. So what can we do during an arrest?
Froggy, mission road's done.
No worries.
Okay, we can search. What can we? What else can we do?
Move them to a PD.
Okay. Yep. We have control of them. What can, I mean, we haven't talked about use of force yet, but can we make them be placed under arrest if they resist?
Yes.
Okay, so we can use force to detain them and arrest them. Okay. What do we need to tell them when we can, as soon as we can?
Their custody rights.
My cat, my
Well, yes,
my
but what
iced
else?
coffee's almost
What do
kind
people
of
ask?
love my girl.
Why they're under arrest?
What's the common criminal thing they say when you're arresting them?
For what?
For what?
For what?
For what?
For what? And that's a real thing too. That's not a server thing. That's a real life thing. What did I do? I didn't do nothing. All right, that's super common.
This
All
man
so
sees
that's
that
arrested in a
every
nutshell.
single day.
And then once we have them in our custody, what are we responsible for?
Their safety.
Their safety.
Their safety, 100%. So if they're hurt, or we use force on them, and now they're in our custody, we have to render aid. We have to get them to a hospital if they need to, etc., etc. Okay, so moving on. If you have the slides, we move to slide 19. We're going to start talking more about searching. Okay, so the first question, and I brought it up earlier, is can I legally be here? And what I mean by that is, do I have, you know, what is my power and authority give me, right? When we start talking about people searches or person searches, right? Are they detained? Are they under arrest? Are we in public?
So many people
Are
will
we,
sell
you know, on a
drugs.
traffic stop, etc., etc.? You know, you got to understand, can I legally be here? And does that allow me to conduct a search? Or
And
do
then
I see or
be
smell
upset.
or hear contraband? All right, and then understanding what that allows you to do. Okay, so there are a couple different ways we can search somebody, or that gives us the power to search somebody. What do you guys think there are? I've got 4 on my mind. We talked about a couple of them.
Consent.
Okay, consent. Okay, so what would that sound like, or what does that look like in practice?
Them agreeing to
Can-
be able to search.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I?
Giving
Do
giving
you
the
consent to me
acceptance.
searching you for anything that
SSD is
might
done.
be illegal? Yes,
Okay.
officer, I do.
Okay, so a couple things on consent. What do we think they need to be able to do that?
You need to make sure that they're coherent.
Coherent,
Sober.
of sound mind,
Not coerced. Do not coerce them.
not coerced.
Wait,
All
up to
right,
MRPD's done.
that's a good one.
Heading
All
up to
right,
Polito now.
with consent, can they limit
No,
the scope of the
Polito's done.
search?
Yes.
Okay, what can you explain that?
Getting caught murdering
Let's go-
someone.
I know we're jumping ahead a minute, but let's use a vehicle as an example instead, because that's a little easier than their person. Say somebody consents to you searching their vehicle. What do I mean by limiting the scope of that search?
Do you mean by sensing them saying
not the glove box?
Yes. So they can say, you know, hey, you can search my vehicle, but you can't search that backpack that's in there, in the back seat. You can't search my glove box. Or on a person, hey, you can't search my front right pocket. Okay? I know that's a little hard mechanically, but just understand that's a thing that they can do. All right, what's another one? We talked about arresting. What do we do every time we arrest somebody? Search incident to arrest, right? We have the authority to search them. Okay, what else? 2 more. It's right behind me.
Warrant.
Warrant, and we talked about it already.
Extenuate.
Okay. If we Terry frisk them, right? And so with a Terry frisk, you know, this is hard with mechanics. You can't manipulate things more to identify something. But if you feel a gun or you and you retrieve contraband off them, you now have what? To do what?
Probable cause for an arrest.
Probable cause to arrest them.
Yeah.
Okay. Evidence of a crime. Okay. So property. Property is pretty similar. All right. We already talked about consent. We talked about a search warrant, right? And I'll say with property, when in doubt, if you think you need to search a property or you're in the middle of a situation or a scene and you think there's evidence of a crime or something
God, I
inside,
love Bumble's
and you have
character.
the
She's
ve-
so
you know,
cool.
The premises secured or whatever it is.
She wears Crocs
Stop.
and is a
Keep securing
princess.
it, apply for a search warrant. It's just the safest thing to do.
Where's Clinton?
All right.
It's in the south
Next
side,
one
right?
we'll talk about is a protective sweep. What might this mean?
The north, above Vinewood.
Let's say
That's
you
the
just
store
get
that
called
can't
to
be
a
robbed.
house, for a 911 call, and there's a person that's
The porta potty up there
bleeding
acting
and
in,
unconscious
24/7.
in the first room of the house.
If you
What
see
might
the
apply is
person,
what
that
you
as
mean.
a location just to send people out to.
Yep, yep.
Or blood trail leading to it.
Yeah. So what do you
You're
think
gonna-
we can do?
You search the rest of the house for either any other injured persons or any island
Or
persons that may attack
people.
you or them.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
just
protective
people.
Sweep, it goes. This goes for search warrants too. Say we got a
Just
search warrant
people.
just to see something inside
Who's this?
somebody's
Oh, it's
you know,
Candy.
kitchen, or we know we have information that is somewhere.
Is that
We can
McTavish?
clear
There's
the whole house
McTavish.
to make sure we're not going to get attacked when we're in there.
Please,
Same
dear
with
God,
the
deliver it to my-
responder
oh,
roles.
God.
We can just check and make sure there's nobody else there that's going to harm us
I've
or
never
somebody
AFK'd
else.
faster.
Okay, we're starting to look at the red ones here. These are the complicated ones, but we have exigency, which we'll talk about in a second. And then we have plain view. Can somebody describe plain view?
Someone's got a liquor still in their front room and you can see it through the window.
Okay. Yep. What's another thing? What about on a traffic stop? I know we're talking about property, but what might we see on a traffic stop? Maybe not in the server, but in real life. What's a common thing?
Smoke out the window.
Drugs inside the center console, a gun, things like that.
On the back seat type of thing.
Yep. Okay, and then we got vehicles last. Okay, so we talked about consent. We talked about a search warrant. Search incident to arrest with a vehicle. So I'll just give a anecdote here. So where I work in the U.S., if I arrest you for, let's say, driving while suspended, I can't actually search your vehicle incident to arrest because my circuit court for the federal system ruled that that's illegal, right? However, in the server, if you arrest somebody, what do we always do with their vehicle?
Search it.
We search it. Okay, so we always search it. We search it incident to arrest, which is
I love
when
you
we're looking
too,
for,
Kerfuffles.
things related to that crime or other crimes. Okay, grab buyers on
Because
here.
because we're
called
towing
Carol
him.
in real life. What's that mean?
I love
If we
Carol.
believe-
If we believe that the vehicle's been used in the commission of the crime, we're able to search the vehicle, whether or not the owner's present.
Though, you're missing a piece of it. What makes vehicles different than a house?
Oh,
Easily movable.
Move it.
So
Mobile.
yes, that's the right phrase. But you're missing the first word, readily mobile. So what type of vehicle might not readily be mobile?
An
RVs.
that's been deployed.
What type of RV might not be readily mobile? When would it not be mobile?
It's deployed. It's on
When
fire.
it's deployed. So when we talk about deployed, right? So in reality, if it's stationary, it's in a permanent fixed position, and it would take a significant amount of time to disconnect it from things. It starts getting into a difficult topic on the server because you can do that pretty quickly. But
I mean, not
that's
really.
something to consider. Okay, plain view, plain smell. We talked about plain smell, particularly with traffic stops. If you're smelling alcohol or marijuana or things like that, that's probable. That gives us reasonable suspicion to start continuing an investigation.
How are you,
Say we are on
Kerfuffles?
a
How are you, my love?
and we stop them for speeding, but now we smell alcohol. We're now in an alcohol investigation, so we can extend the traffic stop to do that. Same with drugs, etc. And then what about impounding? If we're impounding a vehicle, what do we do?
Inventorying.
Inventory and document it.
Why do we do that?
I'm alright.
Make sure everything is there and not getting
I made an
yoinked
FIB
or
character.
stolen for the.
And my
Rocky or
Ichi's
what,
hyper focusing on her. She's so fun to
It's
play.
Corpus, I think.
Starts
Is that
with
the right
an
word
L.
I'm thinking?
Liability, right? I don't think any of you want to get sued because Sally suspect says you stole something out of her car when you impounded it, right? Now I'll say this though, and I know that sometimes people have like a pumper mentality or things like that. If we're using impounds in lieu of a search, that's where you start getting into legal trouble.
Correct.
You can get into legal trouble. Okay.
Correct.
It's not a way to get around or circumvent search incident to arrest and things like that. So something to consider.
Zoe.
Any questions on any of these so far? Okay, perfect. All right, so like I said, can I be here? Can I conduct the search? You always have to think, is what I'm doing legal? So moving on to slide 20, we're going to start talking about warrant requirement, okay? It's on here, and I'm going to explain it in these terms. The Fourth Amendment basically says we have to have a warrant or an exception to search or seize somebody. Okay, so do our job if we don't have them. Well, that's why we have.
Any good plans for the day, Cripples? For your day off?
Warrant requirement exceptions usually fall into a few categories. So the first one we already talked about is called exigency or exigent circumstances. What does that generally mean to you all?
There's a shit ton of blood on the door and someone inside screaming.
Someone's lying. Emergency, you need to act now.
Okay,
well,
so you're starting to talk about something on the next slide, which is called emergency aid doctrine. Okay, what might be reasons a court would say we acted in good faith without a warrant?
Chase the subject into a building.
That's a hot pursuit.
Called hot pursuit. Okay, so there's 4 of them and they're listed up there. So if we do something to prevent harm or injury to ourselves or others, protect or prevent the destruction of evidence, prevent the escape of a suspect,
Spoliation
or
of
hot
evidence.
pursuit, we can go into places without a warrant.
Spoliation's not really a
It's usually gonna get
thing
litigated, and
on
we can
many
apply for a
roleplay
warrant after the
servers,
fact.
but
Those
it
are
does
usually
happen.
the ways we do it. Okay.
All right, instructors,
Now,
there's about
this
2 or 3
all
more slides
requires
left. Can you guys start to
probable
organize at your
cause
designated locations?
that
Get
a
your groups
reasonable
going, figure out who's going to
LEO
be crims, figure out who's
would
going to be
believe it was
instructors.
urgent to act and
If somebody is
impractical
AFK,
to
tell
get a
them to
warrant.
fucking wake up.
What do you guys think a reasonable
These locations, but it's just this location. Or did that change?
Look at dispatch. Dispatch.
Oh.
Really? Ooh, good colors, good colors. We have a weekend special of LSRP called 48. We got another port and hopefully act goofy. Oh, it's so cool. What kind of RP is it? Hello.
Hey, okay, I need to catch up on where we're at in the slides because we have a list of scenarios, but I don't know which ones go in which direct order.
They were on warrant requirements.
Yeah.
And they're about
they
to
were
go
on
over
slide 20.
Cassidy. And
Oh,
so
we have a couple minutes.
yeah. So we're looking at
Poor
slide
cow.
23. I will never not pet an animal. That's my self-insert trait.
Mine is talking about I'm getting old and need Botox.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Same, mine too.
I'm 34 this year. That kills me.
A baby.
What do you mean a baby? What do you mean a baby?
Just a little baby.
I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy.
I just want to put her in a little cradle.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna be running through these 4 scenarios. How many of our cadets showed up? Do you guys know?
All of them. Well, hold on.
We have all 4 of them, so that's perfect. It doesn't really matter to me who's crim and who stays as an instructor. Maybe I should stay as an instructor because my name is italicized, so I think that makes me the leader, right?
This is also my first one, so I can't do that.
That's
and
fair,
I want to watch and learn from the best.
Okay, so you guys, do you
I'm
have
stealing
crim
crim then.
outfits ready?
Yeah, oh yeah. Give me a second.
I mean, everyone will have a chance to be crim today, probably.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even at the end of the day, I might throw myself in there. Does everyone kind of understand each of these scenarios?
Which slide are we on?
23.
I'm not looking at the slides anymore. I'm looking at the FTO chat. There are all the slides, all the exercises listed out, and they have extra notes.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot about the extra notes. Thank you.
Yeah, it's if you go to FTO chat and then scroll up to about 10:30, Legend put each of these scenarios with like little extra notes on them.
Oh, you're on the different coast than me, but yeah. Okay. Scenario 1.
Yeah, it's the
Yes.
fight in progress. This is the one where this is the de-escalation one.
So 1 instructor as an employee, 1 as a customer. Customer is refusing to leave, is emotional, angry. Manager wants individual leave. So it's gonna be a basic trespass type thing. We're gonna be running this scenario for each of our cadets, so we're gonna do it 4 times over. So each of the iterations we do with the cadets, it should be a little more complicated.
So we're gonna.
So we
we're gonna
can
copy
start
the
maybe with 2
clipboard.
de-escalation scenarios, and then The third
post
time we'll do
that.
it, we'll have an escalation scenario, and the fourth time we'll do it maybe like a spicy escalation.
All
Like
right.
maybe we'll have the customer quote unquote like push the manager or something, like nothing too over the top or anything, but something that's gonna require them to step up and give some lawful presence. The other thing about our group, by the way, is I think we have
Actually, hold
all officers, so we should be running this like advanced. Like
you
really.
could also add
yes,
a
correct.
third person into the bar thingy, the customer thingy. Have like a person come up and taking photos. Add like an extra element.
What do you mean? Add a person to
Because it was suggested when we were talking about this prior, that in the scenario, for example, if you have somebody that you think is going to handle it pretty well, you add like the third person here that is not like, you know, the instructor like you. I can come in and like, oh, that's like a random person that just starting taking photos, like a little bit of a obstacle in the scene. See how they deal with that as well. You know?
Okay, yeah, we can maybe instead of someone pushing the manager, we can throw that element in at the fourth iteration.
If they you know, tell them to walk off or how to deal with it, you know.
Yeah, we'll do it on the second and fourth iteration. So we'll have 2 de-escalations, and on the second we'll throw a passerby in, and then an escalated one, and then on the fourth one, the passerby will come in and make it spicier. So all these are pretty much written like that. Should we keep just rolling through them? That way we're just prepared for every single one. Or should we pause here and just wait?
I mean, we could still discuss them, yeah?
So yeah, so we're talking about scenario 1 with the customer, and then scenario 2 we are doing arrests where it looks like they just smell like marijuana and they have a bunch of money on them, stuff like that. Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna have different iterations of that one too. So thinking about it, we can have. I think the story should just change. The story should get more difficult. Like the first time, maybe you got like you're doing it with the dumbass block who's gonna be like, "Yeah, dog, of course I was selling weed down here. You in the hood." And then by the fourth one, it should be like, "I'm passing out pamphlets. What are you talking about?"
I do that on my crib. I get her dressed up as a hospital person and just handing out actual prescriptions while selling drugs in front of EMT.
Yeah, so and we'll think of like some in the middle there. Maybe like the second person is a little more cagey than the block, but you know, is pretty sus. Maybe the third person just doesn't want to give you a whole lot. Like they're just shutting down and they're like, I don't want to talk to you.
Trying to walk away, maybe even.
Yeah.
What do you have on me? Why are you talking to me?
Get the hell out of here. You don't live
What's your
here,
reasonable
pig.
suspicion?
What's your reasonable articulable suspicion? What's going on? Why are you detaining me? I don't need to identify me. It's fucking John Elgin.
What's your manager's name? What's your mom's name? What's your mom's manager's name? I need to talk to your mom's manager.
Bro, I love that so much. What's your mom's manager name? I'm stealing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it too now. I'm gonna use it on crims.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scenario 3, potential crime, no crime. So there'll be 2 instructors as individuals on scene. Individuals locked out. The trainee can help them into their vehicle, but they can detect an odor of marijuana. If trainee helps them into the vehicle, they detect an odor of marijuana. All right, so this is going to be testing them on vehicle exception and building up their probable cause. So I guess we'll see how this one really depends on how the
Hey, Gracie people, where are y'all?
Still at MLPD.
Okay.
we went up to Sandy.
Yeah, it's the last slide and then we'll start.
So maybe we can start the first iteration with a crime, and then maybe this one we could do as pairs.
Which scenario is this? I'm sorry.
Scenario 3.
Okay, I was right.
I don't think we're gonna get 4 iterations out of this one.
Okay,
So
okay.
this one might be a good one where it's really, because it seems like the probable cause can be really ambiguous. So if they work together in pairs, they can kind of discuss it out and bounce stuff off of each other. and maybe even it'll let us kind of observe how they work in a
Okay.
duo.
I like that. I like that a lot. Okay.
On our fourth scenario, we got a no crime, a 301 peeper, one instructor as an employee, one as a peeper. Peepers on the sidewalk, so basically a First Amendment auditor, and the employee's gonna feel uncomfortable.
This is a directly when we did the out of character Discord stuff. Aob and Mantis, this is the Amelia Bauer arresting the guy who's looking inside Turbomax situation.
Yeah.
So that's why they added it
Yeah.
in there. Yeah.
I'm surprised more people don't play First Amendment auditors or like characters
It's
like that, 'cause-
extremely combative. So I understand like if people are
A lot
like
of
put
people
off
don't
by
like
it.
conflict as well. So
But the thing is, like, you don't even have to be combative. The amount of heat you can get in the server by just standing still someplace, it will drive people
Yes!
crazy.
Yeah, dude. Every time.
I'll just stand still somewhere and see what happens. You know.
I do it
Maybe
on
outside the
Everett
hospital.
sometimes, where I go up to Gay Bay and I just park, and I don't say anything or talk to anyone, and I just see what
I
happens.
love that. I've done that so much in the last month on Zoe. I would literally just follow someone for like 4 blocks when I don't when she doesn't have any like PC for an arrest, and then just let them leave the area, say nothing. It's so good.
It's funny when you just pull over as well when you don't have lights on and you just keep driving. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah.
I was
Or
pulling
you
you over. I was just
flick your
following
lights
you.
on and.
Okay,
and
okay, let's
speed
go.
around 'em.
Can we go through these again so we know which ones that we're playing and which whatever?
Okay. So for scenario 1, who wants to be a business owner?
I'll do it.
I can be a business owner.
Okay,
I don't
you do
mind.
it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. Who wants to be the trespass customer?
All right.
Do Zoe. She's
All
combative.
right. That's
She's scary.
I Wildflower am never combative.
On the second and fourth iterations, you're going to be the person who walks in and as a passerby and kind of complicate the situation a little bit. Do you need ideas for that, or you be able to come up with something?
Oh, like a fucking third
Gotta
party?
put it on Twin Star, you know? Put it
Yeah,
on Twin
like,
Star.
you know, it could be like, what's
Yeah.
going on here, you stupid pig, or
I hate this
leave
bar.
that
This
man
is so
alone.
bad.
Do you want to do car sales? I'll
alright.
just grab like the Stratum really quick and just like move it over and be like, this baby can fit 4.5 crims in this.
Oh my god.
All right.
I mean, we could just take up that barbershop.
Oh, I forgot,
That
yeah.
is technically a business, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Or
I'll
the
act as
24/7.
dispatch for each of these calls. So I'll be their dispatcher explaining that, you know, recent 911 need a unit to respond down.
How heated do you want me to be?
I mean, for each of these situations, I think the first time we do it, it should be pretty, you know, standard. But, you know, we kick it up a notch each time. And by the number 4, it should be pretty much pushing them.
Okay.
And they're going to know that, too. I like to explain that to people.
Are we doing
not
4
confused.
of each of the scenarios? Is that what's happening?
Having people come to you in a moment.
Ideally, yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. 'Cause
Repeat
when you
that.
said 4, I didn't know if you were talking about scenario 4 or like
Oh, no,
4th
no.
of
Iteration.
scenario 1.
Although for scenario 3, we're probably going to we're going to pair them into groups of 2 and have them run it as an investigative
Vehicle
duo.
theft.
Okay.
For number 4,
Reminder for these as scenarios, it should be 2 units match, so like 2 of the LEOs
we might do this
and then
same
the other
thing.
Wait, what?
Resend. You said reminder and
I don't know.
You
I
could
don't
throw
know how
them
to
off
make
a little
it
bit, you know?
Yeah,
If you
so
put a duo
two
there, you can
LEOs
throw them
match,
off a little bit.
so have everybody else watch, try and see what they
Because
fucked
ideally
up
the
on.
result should be the same
You guys,
regardless of how
as in
many
shots, it should be split into
investigated,
lots.
but maybe
You're basically like a patrol
they think it's
sergeant.
more than it is with
If
2, even though
they,
it shouldn't be.
if you see that they're like violating rights and shit.
Maybe for scenario 4, we start
I
with the
hear you just
keeper,
fine.
and
I
then
just
the
wanna
next
say
time
that.
we do it, it's a stalker.
Thank you.
You sound beautiful.
Scenario
Like
4.
we go from First Amendment auditor for 1 iteration to stalker for the next.
Oh, so right. So there's already
trainings
enough RS to get identification because they
You
keep
guys are
stalking
basically
them,
like
and
patrol
then
sergeants overseeing,
possibly a
only
PC
step
for
in
the
when
arrest.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
it reaches fucked up.
Yeah,
I'm good for that.
Like we'll tell them.
Yep, that works.
Tell them to have dispatch run.
And then the
background
other
check on
trainees
them.
can watch and
Yeah.
observe, they can pick stuff out themselves.
Or more SK shits. Like this person tortured them before, and they're stalking them again.
Yeah.
criticize after.
Yeah, known history here. This person has been known
It
to
depends. If it's
follow
like
this
a
person,
minor
actually,
violation,
harm
talk
them
about it
at
afterwards.
one
If it's
occasion as
major,
well.
like
And,
they are literally
put
violating
on
their
Twins that
rights,
they're gonna
put them
keep
aside.
stalking them.
Oh yeah.
Something
All
like
right,
that.
bet, and you know
Aye, aye,
we can play
Captain.
it by ear too, and we'll probably have ideas in the middle of it. I think we'll be able to run through it pretty snappy though. I mean, Abe was saying like 2 minutes per iteration, which
It's pretty
I don't know
short.
how much time.
Aim for 2 minutes. If it's longer, that's fine. But not too long, you know.
Yeah, we won't choke it out, I guess. I mean, it's a little bit different because in role play we always like kind of relax and let the scenarios play out, but here we got to get to point A to point B at some point, you know.
So that'll probably be higher as well. So.
Yep. Okay, I think it was already said 2 officers per group or per scene, 1 primary, 1 secondary officer. They can arrive at the same time.
So when they
Make
arrive, we
sure
just go
we're
to
not
the
yapping when we
barbershop.
give feedback to them and let them work through the scenario.
There.
And then
Yeah,
call the
we'll have
scenario when they resolve it. So if they start putting
Hey, guys.
let them handcuff them and then call it once they do it.
Oh my
if they
God,
resolve
Skylar
it,
Sparks was
de-escalate it,
raised from the
somebody
dead.
moves on.
No, this is a random. I have a bunch of random mom. I can do Skylar really quick. Hold on.
Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. Rip.
I don't believe we're doing booking and processing for any of this. Also, no use of force.
That would be pretty funny. Hold on.
I can do a Herald.
Oh, Harold.
Nice.
It's like Harold in his younger days.
Hey yo. Okay, so that's 3.
Dog
Waiting
two
for
on this
1
radio.
more. Where's Higgins?
Where's Higgins? Higgins.
There's JVN.
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it
JVN
up
being
to
the
you
bozo.
as well. I have a hard 7 p.m. EST cut off.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's 4 hours from now.
When you gotta go.
Yeah, but I've got to be at a serial killer court trial.
It's fine.
Yeah, gotcha.
Are you able to attend any more rest of the weekend? Claire's player. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it's just tonight because of that court.
If you want, I'm streaming, so you can just go look at my VOD. I'll publish it afterwards, and then you can see what we missed. It's fine.
Moo.
Lock it in, JVN.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get it done by then, but
I'll try my hardest.
Okay, so you guys have the scenarios up. Did you guys already take a break? Or was that programmed in, or are we expecting?
Not yet.
For the first scenario, I think.
Oh, I think that's fine. If we want to wait until after the 4 blocks of the scenarios, personally.
All right. Well, so here's the deal, guys. You got those 4 scenarios in front of you. We are going to be running iterations of each one, where we have 2 of you respond at a time, and 1 of you is going to be assigned as a primary. The iterations are going to start out pretty standard and
She's
baseline,
pretty cool.
but each one expect that there is like a new little twist or wrinkle or something a little different. So don't expect from observing the last one that you're gonna have all the answers, so you're gonna have to think on your feet a little bit. We want you to think stuff through and keep all the stuff Metzger said in mind. Just be really sure of what you're doing, when you're doing it, and be able to articulate it the whole way through. Any questions before we start? Okay, so about the format. So what's gonna happen is,
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna be your dispatcher. So I will tell you what is going on, and it'll be in the format of hey guys, latest 911 call, just received a call from down the road at whatever, and I'll give you a little bit of information about what's going on.
What is this called? This
I'm
is
also
called
gonna
I
be
Forget.
Available for background checks if needed.
Oh, it's Talia.
So everyone's gonna be role playing, someone that you won't be able to look up, but I'll be the way that you look stuff up in the MDW if needed. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
So to begin, who wants to start out as the first primary?
Not it.
I'll go
I'll
for it.
go. Or Claire can have it.
All right, and Artemis, this is Artemis, right?
That's Jello.
Nope.
I haven't seen you for so long. I was like, what's her character name? Holy shit. Okay, so Tyson, you'll be the first one leading. Then Artemis, you're gonna be a secondary unit in a
Can you
separate
ask what they
car.
think of Dayashi? No, that one.
The other two people.
No.
Higgins.
No, I'm not
Claire,
doing
you
that.
guys can be invisible at the barber shop. Is that where we're doing it?
Yep.
By the way, you guys can be invisible at the barber shop. So just like T-pose against the wall or something.
Nice. I love watching.
Of course. you do,
Javian,
bud.
seriously, lock it in.
What the hell?
I'm gonna need cuffs. I don't have any.
Okay.
Cuffs?
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
we'll deal with that when we get there. Okay.
We'll get you some cuffs, bud. Don't worry. Just
Thank
T-pose
you,
against the wall,
Pacho.
whatever.
I love you.
And just watch and observe. Don't interfere. Any
Yep.
questions before we start?
Nope.
All right. So instructors, go ahead and stage up, and then give me the signal when you're ready.
Is everyone on this radio?
Hello.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Hello.
I'm stealing that fit.
No, it's
Yes.
my fit. It's
No.
my fancy fit.
No,
Leave
I'm
me
doing
alone.
it.
Royalty, your character has nothing to do with this.
How do you know?
Oh, they're T-posing. Okay.
Should just. Let's call Everett.
The more I look at this model, the more I dislike it.
Hello, is this 911? I would like to report a crime. I have a very unruly customer here that is trashing the entire place. I want them out of my business. I'm at the barber shop in Sandy Shores. Okay, yeah, there's a lady wearing pink. She's obnoxious.
Excuse me?
I want her out. I want her out.
What are you talking about? I've made this reservation.
PD from Disney.
I made this reservation. No, I made this
you're not
reservation
gonna
a
get
month
that
ago.
freaking
You know what I have to do?
information. It's my
Look at my
place.
hair.
I arrest
Look at
whoever
my
I want
hair.
in here.
You
It's
can't arrest
horrible.
me.
You can't do anything
You
about it
can't
here.
arrest me.
Terrible upkeep on that hair.
Excuse
I
me?
can't do anything about it. I told
I-
you,
I-
there's no reservation. You
I
can get out of
hit
here right
I
now.
hit 25. I'm basically dead. Bumble, you
Yeah,
heard
you
that.
are
You heard
basically
that.
dead.
I hit 25. I'm basically dead. My hair is turning gray. I need to get it.
It's
What
not
do you mean
a
it's
me problem. It's my business. I want you out of here. We have a full back
I
calendar. We
need
don't have room for
this now. I need this now.
You're not gonna get it.
I'm not leaving. I made this scheduled over a month ago.
I'm just gonna
you should probably just
get my hand on your wrist.
No, get off of me. No, get off of me. I made this reservation a month ago. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Officers, I have a problem.
Hello, officer.
Okay.
I have a problem. They said there, I made a reservation over a month ago to get my hair done. Look at this. Look how gray this is. I have a wedding to get to in 3.5 hours. It's not going to take that long. All they could is get me ready. I made a reservation. I literally have it. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up.
Yeah, she's.
Hey Siri, pull up my reservation.
Really bad for my
You
business.
know, like I try to pull her away, and she's been nothing but rude. So.
All right, I'm pulling it up. See, officer, right here. Look at this. Right here, it says reserved May 23rd, 2025 at noon. And I got here at 11:45.
From a different, different one, because I have.
It's literally this address. Look at this address. Yeah, it's 13 Algonquin. What do you mean?
Okay, guys.
I need this,
guys,
please.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. We're here to help try to resolve the situation.
Outside if you want.
Well, let's go ahead and, ma'am, follow me outside.
It better be something better be done about this. He's calling 911 and complaining about me the whole time. I made a reservation. I need this. I need this. Look at this hair. Tell me this looks good.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why I need this.
All right.
I'm so.
All right. So here's the situation. So the business owner here, unfortunately, does not want you at their place of business.
I made a reservation though.
However,
I literally paid for this.
Right.
Can I at least get a refund?
You should absolutely be able to get a refund. That's something that you'll need to speak with we can speak with the owner about. For the time being, there's probably another hair salon, probably in the city, probably a little bit better.
That's
than
so far
this one.
away. The wedding's in Polito.
I
You know how
know.
why it takes so long to get to Polito.
There's one in Polito, surprisingly enough, and it definitely.
Okay,
looks
can you
better.
please please? I need this so badly. Please don't.
Can you please leave?
Ma'am, again,
I'm not. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to cause an issue. I'm stressed. Okay, it's my daughter's wedding. This is her second wedding. She's such a. She doesn't care about who she is. She's disvaluing my morals. It just. I'm sorry. Okay. I please don't arrest me for trespassing. I'm leaving. I'll go find somewhere else.
I just need to grab your name. Okay.
Sally Goodman.
I hate it. All right, Miss Goodman, just sit tight. We're gonna get some papers
Thank you.
documented.
All right.
Is that your vehicle over there?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it should come back to me. Or my actually, I don't know. It could be my husband, and it's
You're more than
James
welcome to
Goodman.
sit outside your vehicle, or
Okay.
if you want to just sit against the wall, you're more than welcome. Just sit tight. Okay?
Do you know how long this is gonna be? I only have 3.5 hours.
Yeah, we're gonna try to make it as quick as possible. Shouldn't be more than 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll just stay out here.
Alright, dispatch, can we run a name on a Sally Goodman? See if there's any warrants or anything?
Copy that. Stand by.
This is miserable. I want my $50 back, please.
On the warrant check, appears to have a clean record and owns multiple businesses.
I don't know. I'm telling my publisher. God. Can I change this anytime? I cannot. I have to be back there. Okay.
Alright, dispatch 10-9, the lost about the business info.
Clean record, and she appears to own multiple businesses.
Hello, Twins. It's me, Miss Goodman.
All right, Miss Goodman. So, here's what
Just
we're
letting
gonna
you
do
know
today.
that this. Hold on, I have streaming to my 3,100 followers.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, Twinsa. This is Goodman G. Goodman here, talking about the hot shave location here in Sandy Shores. Just letting you know, this officer has been very helpful. I can't. My arm hurts. 1 star. 1 star. They took $50 of mine. I have my daughter's wedding coming up, and you all know how stressed I've been for the last 67 days about this. I've been posting about it nearly every day. Go ahead and like, follow, subscribe. If you're not subscribing, I'll make sure you get right on the good list. That is everything you could ever ask for. Sorry, officer, did you want me to stop this? Is that what?
Oh no, you're perfectly fine. I
Oh,
was just
okay.
gonna say that we're gonna just take everything documented. They don't want you back here for the next week.
Wild.
After that, you're more than welcome
Wild.
to come back here. If there's any type of funds that need to be transferred
Do you
back
hear
to
that?
you, they said that they would get it taken care of for you as well.
Okay, all right. So my social security number is 123-456-78910, and I need that transferred over back to my credit card. My credit card is 4347-1234-5678-910-1112. Siri, cancel my live stream. Okay, that was probably. I need to delete. I need to go. All right. If you could just make sure I get my refund, that would be great. Thank you.
I've already talked to the owner. They said that they should be getting it sorted. If there's
Okay.
any issues with it not getting sorted, rather than come back here, just give us a call. You can use the non-emergency number 311. We'll have a report up about it, and we can always get that sorted for you. Okay.
All right. I need to go.
All right,
Am I
Miss
good to go,
Goodman.
officer?
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
so much for
you're
your
free to
time.
go.
Okay.
Yeah. Best of luck.
All right, I think that's a cut on it.
All right, guys, let's meet outside.
Okay.
All
Alrighty, so we're pretty much gonna go with the same format. I don't know if any of you guys have been to the last couple academies where we'll just do a small debrief after. I have some good stuff and some bad stuff. Artemis, I was surprised you came up with the gun, and when I saw that, I thought, oh god, you have PTSD.
Can you, when you're talking to them, can you talk on the radio so we can hear you?
Why don't you just come outside?
I'm sitting so pretty though.
/EC walk outside.
I'm coming.
Holy crap.
Jesus.
You'll figure it out. So, you know, while I think that's appropriate, you know, if you're gonna roll up to a disturbance and you have information that someone is armed and dangerous, the idea that you show up first and have a gun out could escalate the situation. So just try to gather a couple more facts before you show up with your gun out. Besides that, you did a perimeter check, which I liked. However, you could probably do it with your car. If you're thinking about officer safety, you know, and that's why you had your gun out to begin with, just spin the block in your car instead. You know, and it's a lot quicker, and you'll be able to spot the same amount of stuff.
No.
Tyson did something I really liked, and it's what I'd call a customer service moment, and that phrase kind of makes me groan. But Metzger or Ver has a point when he talks about making immersive roleplay, and he was talking to Goodman, or this character right here. He was trying to solve her problem. Like, not only was he interfacing with her about what was going on inside the barbershop, he was extending the roleplay and making suggestions about where else she could go.
Which was a very good.
As a cop, you know, it was something that de-escalated the situation, but also, you know, kind of put some more immersion in the situation.
I have something to add on to that. Do you know why we do that customer service bit? Well, it's kind of cringy, but you know why we like do that part to de-escalate the situation?
It takes away from the problem at hand and gives them a solution.
Correct. It gives them a solution, especially for non-violent characters or people. It allows them to have that solution, and it very quickly will de-escalate a situation because people are angry for a reason, right? And if you solve that reason, if there's a question, then a lot of times it makes it a lot easier. So
she can't be crazy over her hair if you gave her a reasonable thing to actually solve it. How could she be mad when it's solved? Unless she's a B word.
Beautiful person? A beautiful person? Is that...
She's a beautiful person.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why everyone gets upset. They need something fixed, whether it's like personal, they're grieving, whatever. We're kind of just problem solvers at that point, just to save our ass. And then if you really want to think of it from a selfish point of view. That's it. That's all I have.
I had a quick pop quiz. I forgot to say.
Oh, my bad.
How long can you trespass someone from a property when you show up to a call like this?
Ooh, I don't know. I asked the owner how long would it be. Would they prefer a day or permanent thing? They gave me a week. So.
I hope I'm still right. Oh, go ahead.
The government building might be easier. Do you know the government building? The trespass time for the government building? Because that's hard-coded. I mean, both are hard-coded, but that one's common.
24 hours,
Correct.
I believe?
Yeah, the government building's 24 hours. Private businesses, however. Go ahead, Pacho, sorry.
It's 72 with formal notice.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't...
Formal notice meaning you can't just say, you can't Michael Scott it and just, you know... It has to be
declare you trespassed.
It has to be told to a cop by, you know, law enforcement officer. Any other notes? Questions?
I don't know. I just struggled trying to. When I hear a bunch of people talking, it gets difficult. So, like, me just abruptly interrupting and saying, like, okay, was trying to separate only for my own sanity, but I think is also probably the best move in that situation.
One little thing I noticed is it took both you a very long time to identify yourselves.
We appreciate the help. We're gonna be instructing here, Claire. Just letting you know. I appreciate that. As far as the scene control thing, Tyson, That's I mean, if that keeps you level-headed, right? I think that's completely reasonable to separate everyone, just be like, hey, let's calm down, let's go over here. That's completely reasonable, especially if you have ADHD or on the spectrum, something like that, where you need to focus. I think that's completely reasonable to do that.
Yeah, in fact, that's usually my go-to, and I like that you did that. What I would have liked to see different would have been you directing your secondary unit, like, let's separate them. I'm going to take this person and get their statement. You take this person, get their statement, kind of thing. That wasn't really communicated on the radio, but the separation of it, I think, was perfectly fine.
Cool. I don't think necessarily identification is a big deal here, because you see the police car pull up, and a reasonable human being would believe that that was the police that were arriving anyway. So that's how I see it anyway. But you know, always good to announce yourself as well.
All right.
Okay. So we can reset then. So for the next iteration, we'll have Claire lead it, and Higgins, you're gonna be your secondary backup. So go ahead, get in the Lucians, drive down the street, wait for the dispatch call.
All right. Who wants to be the angry lady or angry person now?
Are we switching it up, or are we just?
We can. I'm fine with keeping the same roles if you want.
I don't
So
mind
we're
keeping
escalating it, right?
Same roles as well, but if you want to be a shopkeeper or anything, that's fine as well.
Oh, can you guys be in different cars?
Oh, yeah.
This one's still technically. It's up to you. I mean, it doesn't really matter which order we escalate, but we should do 2 de-escalations and 1 escalation. I mean, sorry, 2 escalations. It doesn't really matter which order.
It's fine. It's fine.
You guys want to do an
basically
escalation
the
this
same
time?
thing.
Okay, yeah.
Up to you, I'll leave it up to you.
I'll do some destruction of property. You want to do like, well, let's, you know, I'm just gonna charge her. Like, don't like, or like, sorry, I'll like bill her, and then I'll be like, okay, fine, I'll pay for it. I'm sorry. And so there's like a little bit of escalation on that. So I'll just like kick over the plant or something, I guess.
Fuck plants.
Yeah,
Alright,
fuck
guys?
plants.
Do you want me to be like a camera guy here, like come in and like, oh, I'm gonna take a photo of this crazy lady, you know? Or
sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, just be a wrinkle on the scene.
I'll be around the corner
okay.
here somewhere. Just
As far as the dispatch call goes, I'll just make it up. That way we don't have to roleplay that every time.
All right.
Let me know when you're all ready.
All right.
Woo, I'm a sorter.
We have a domestic disturbance on this screen over here.
What do you mean? Is this that weird elf lady thing? Oh yeah, it's fucking weird.
It's horrible.
Bumble, do you want to do the? Okay. I do love that outfit so much. I love your. I said this on stream. I love your character so much. I just want to roleplay with you. Yes, I love Iridescent so much.
Don't worry, I have a siren now, so we'll get to RP together soon. Blap blap.
I don't. I'm so burnt out on Crim, dude.
Disturbance down at the barbershop. One woman wearing pink.
Listen, Miss, I don't care what you're saying. You need to get out of here, okay? None of my.
You messed up on my hair. Look at this.
Listen,
I did my best.
Just because you're getting old,
You're the one.
doesn't mean
Excuse
that
me.
you can come in here. Listen,
I'm
okay?
sorry.
It's just your natural-
Excuse
listen,
me.
It's just how it is, okay?
Natural.
Age happens.
Natural.
Age happens, okay?
Are you kidding me?
Listen, you can
I hit
whatever color you want,
47,
but whatever.
and
Yeah,
no,
we could tell,
you're sitting
you know,
over
we
there
could
just
tell,
because
yeah,
you
and
can't.
just-
I'm talking.
Listen,
I am so no. We are having a conversation. Get the fuck away from me.
She needs to get out of
no.
here.
You know what? You know what?
Trespass. I want
I'm gonna
her,
say it.
taken to jail.
I'm gonna say it. You're not that pretty.
Okay.
You're not that fucking pretty. Ugh.
Hey, stop.
Fuck your plant.
Okay.
No,
Stop
I'm
it.
so
One more
tired.
chance.
I'm so tired of this. Just
I want
knocks over bottles, knocks over bottles,
Okay,
knocks
so-
over bottles. Get it. What? Excuse me? I'm sorry. What?
Turn around,
Oh my God,
face
this
away
is-
from me.
This is absolute cinema.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
You're
yes,
insane.
okay, come over here.
Oh, I'm gonna
Are you
take
gonna
a
walk
photo. This is
outside
getting
for me?
arrested in the barbershop.
I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. Why am I turning around?
Why are you getting arrested? What
You're
did you
being
do?
okay. You're going to be detained. Or put you in handcuffs for the time being.
Does she? Yeah.
Graze.
Oh, this is gonna be good for my Twin Star followers. Yo.
Okay, sir.
This is gonna be
step
so
back.
bad for my business. This is
Put the phone
insane.
down, step away from me.
All you had to do was ask.
She came in, she wanted
All you had to do was
Okay.
ask. I would have stepped outside.
Okay.
Before,
Right.
previously.
I'm gonna put these on soft for you, okay? And we're gonna step outside and we're gonna talk.
I
about
don't.
this.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to walk. You're going to come outside with me. Okay. At the moment you are being detained, you do have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one can provide for you, you have the right to a bench trial. Okay. Okay. Step outside.
Okay.
Seven, I have one detained. Okay. Sir, please step away from me. Okay. Look.
I'm standing still.
Okay. I'm Officer Claire Alice. What's your name?
I just read my Miranda. I'm not talking. I want my lawyer, please.
Okay, we can get you a lawyer. But currently, you are being detained. I was called down here because of a altercation, verbal altercation between yourself and the shop owner. They stated when they're in there that they wanted you out there. At the point, you are in cuffs at the moment because you started vandalizing property and you even threw a punch at her. Okay, so you're in cuffs currently for. I
didn't throw a punch at her. I wasn't gonna hurt her. You know what? Never mind. I'm just you read my Miranda. I'm gonna stay silent. Never mind.
Okay. You not want to talk to me any further? Okay, Higgins. Any information from inside? Okay. Do you have any form of ID on you?
The lady that works here says that she did her hair. In a prior time,
are you going to
like
provide me with a form of ID?
So she
Okay.
came back to kind of ask for
It's Sarah Goodman. Okay. Lim 07 to dispatch. Can I get a check on Sarah Goodman?
10-4, stand by.
She's failing at this.
Sarah Goodman comes back. Multiple priors of public intoxication, 1 count of witchcraft, no active warrants.
Okay, Sarah. Have you had anything to drink today? Okay. If you wanted to get a lawyer at this point, I
said I would like my lawyer, ma'am. Please give me my lawyer.
Okay, we'll get you a lawyer. For the time being, I'm going to get you in the back of my patrol car for your safety. And I'll notify the lawyer that we'll be going to Sandy. Because at this time, you are now going to be under arrest for public disturbance, vandalism, and failure to comply with the police officer. Okay, you want to follow me? Am I going to follow me?
Who's that?
Okay, watch your head. Lima 07, we've got 195. Higgins, let me know when you're ready to come out.
Yeah, it should be good to go.
10-4. Do you have a preferred lawyer?
It's actually Mark. Oh my god. Let's go ahead and
Any
call it
lawyer
cut.
at all? Let me get out.
Cuffs, please. Cuffs.
What's
Cuffs,
it called?
please. Cuffs.
Wait.
I got you.
And be like, hey guys, there's no cops. Don't stop doing
Never mind.
crime, please.
You're too close.
Don't have an emergency.
You gotta make sure. That's just happen after a while. It's gonna be basically yeah. So the way the cuffs work is it'll be like the person like 2-3 feet in front of your model. I have a lot of opinions about this one.
Who's this?
Sam, I got some notes as well. Positioning as far as cars, this kind of stuff is nitpicky, but the way this car is parked is a disaster. It should be more like this. It shouldn't obstruct traffic, off to the side, ready to pursue if needed. So that's a small nitpick. When you're verbalizing someone to stop, this type of feedback, it's going to be dependent on who you are, but you got to say more than just stop. I mean, for my character, I make the character choice of, being over the top, making over the top threats of violence. Like, if you don't stop right now, I'm going to smash your face into that counter. You need to stop or whatever. As I put it, for commanding presence, there's a couple different types of it. If you're not a volume person, you can't scream like Kyle Pred. You can increase the frequency of what you're saying. You can sound more urgent, or you can use colorful language. So, I mean, there's a lot of different options if you're not a screamer, but try to vary it up, make it more interesting. Because the thing that'll happen on the live server is that if you show up and you're like stop, or people detect that you're kind of they can walk over you, or they get that sense because you sound kind of like you're a little not 100% there. They're gonna escalate with you or fuck with you even harder. So when we continue to do these exercises, just keep that in mind. Something I did like that Claire, I saw you do, was you were controlling Arne. I think you could have talked to him, but I did like that you were giving him lawful orders. Now, the biggest thing I have feedback on is detainment versus arrest in this one. So, Claire, you initially informed her that she was detained in this situation when you could have just straight up put her under arrest. And you had some struggle with questioning her after she invoked her fifth. If you question someone like that after they invoke their fifth, you're opening yourself up to getting blown up in terms of rights violations. Continue to asking questions. Would have been advantageous to you is if you immediately placed her under arrest. That would have solved IDing her. You would have been able to get identification off her if she had it on her person. And you would have been afforded all the arrest powers that are. Instead, you kind of put it backwards where you handicapped yourself. Then you continue to question someone after they invoke their fifth, which is no bueno. Sorry, period. I guess I'll say period when I'm done with my notes, because I have notes. And
wow.
Other feedback, questions?
Wildflower?
Yeah, they could have resulted really easily in a de-escalation of a situation. And this is something that, like, especially interacting with like brand new players, because what Mantis was saying, we're often going to be the first government faction, or the characters that we have, we're often going to be the first government faction they interact with. So it doesn't necessarily mean that everything has to result into arrest. I know, Zoe arrests everybody. Me, Wildflower, I can control that, and I don't do that with new characters or players. And so just be mindful of that. It could, remember, you have officer discretion, especially as the character. You could easily say, this was a really bad situation. Hold on, I'm not done. I don't think you handled it improperly. I think a lot of that was perfectly fine. It's just a reminder that not everything has to end in a citation or an arrest. That's it.
But if your first thing to see as a cop is somebody kicking and screaming and destroying property,
yes,
do you still de-escalate?
You can. The overall goal is so that you don't end in an arrest, and they have a good. Hold on. They have a good interaction with the police, and so they choose to de-escalate. They choose to de-escalate in the future, so you don't always have the criminals be like, they never give me warnings, and they never do this, and they never do that, and so you can easily pull up examples of, I got arrested you for these 4 things I never did, and right now I have to because you're making it an issue. It just depends on the kind of cop you want to roleplay.
Claire, you have a question?
Well, no, I was going to try and point out that was the aim of what I was doing there, right? I came in there, I tried to talk. That's not working. The fists start going. That's why it's I then went for the detainment and the cuffs for safety. The reason I went for the detainment was that was still then an opportunity for them to talk to me and discuss this, and possibly I would have, depending on how that gone, you know what? We'll go there. At the point that then they're continuing to not take that opportunity, that's when it's going to be, that's why I then did the formal notice over, you are now under arrest for this, because that is that response to that, while trying to give that opportunity for de-escalation and them to communicate with me. when they're not doing that, when they're not being corrupted, that's when that's going to escalate.
Well,
And maybe that's because I come from a British law enforcement, as someone that was training as British law enforcement as a detective. That's the way that it's more done.
Yeah, you need to delete all of that.
Well, everyone can make character choices about what your line are. You can play a petty cop. You can play more of a loose cop. There's a couple of different pathways. Is just what we're trying to highlight is, you know, you can use your own discretion. Sometimes we don't always push charges. We might just remove someone from a situation. One thing that could have happened here, that should have happened actually though, is someone should have asked the business owner if they wanted to press charges or what they wanted the business owner wanted, because I don't think we got to that point.
No,
Where,
and I did make it. I did make it a point that I did make it. Oh, I did say I wanted her trespass, but that's it. And I did make it a point that she was not attacking me. She was attacking the plant specifically, because I didn't want to escalate it to a situation, be like, oh, you know, she's out here throwing hands when she just kicked a plant. But that being said, like, Wildflower was actually just saying, like, what you did, Claire, is correct, but it also would have been correct just talking and like letting people walk away, trespassing people, giving someone a parole instead, fixing the situation, or arresting it. You're gonna have people like Zoe May, Matt Breeze that are gonna go in and they're gonna arrest people. And then you'll just have people like me and Elias who will go in and we might arrest a person, but we're going to cut them loose on parole to like just trespass them. You'll have other people that will just be really good at de-escalating it, and everyone will walk away. No charges will be issued at all. Like it's all three of those are very valid responses.
That's why you're not role-playing robot cops. Like, for example, the character that Jello plays for Artemis, she gives a lot of leniency until she can't anymore. So I could easily see Jello playing that and Artemis going, listen, you need to go, or I'm going to arrest you. You're going to have charges. You know, you could still be sued. Just get the hell out of here. You know, none of that was wrong. There are just different types of role players and how they want to pursue their characters.
Artemis, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question. So when the information came through on dispatch about the individual having a history,
Everyone is arrested.
being drunk and disorderly and stuff like that, does that give you enough to then breathalyze them, or not really?
No. What it does do is it informs you of what's possibly could happen, right? It tells you this person's capable of doing that. They might be capable of doing that here. But you still have to be able to articulate in each instance if you're gonna try to get them for public intoxication. You still have to be able to articulate it.
Because you had the history of being drunk in public or whatever, DUI, and then the aggression as well, and I was kind of putting two and two together and being like, well, would you breathalyze anyway if you've got them in cuffs?
No. Honestly, the fun route would be to do some field sobriety tests, because two things: the DOJ is not going to be impressed if you go straight to breathalyzer, and the player on the other side is not going to be impressed if you go straight to breathalyzer.
They also might be role-playing. Keep in mind, mechanically, the alcohol you get from the NPCs doesn't really make you drunk unless you drink 30,000 of them. So the player might be
crazy.
Yeah, it's like 4 boxes total to get actually drunk. So the breathalyzer won't come up. They might be role-playing, and so if you utilize the mechanic of the breathalyzer, it might not pull up. So you just kind of go through the roleplay of it, you know.
I also probably still wouldn't do it unless like they're actually role playing it. Like if they're stumbling around, or if they're, a lot of people will do the slash me, smells like alcohol, different scenarios like that, or you see them drinking something. But just because you know that she has a history of it, and if she's there just yelling, it doesn't mean that, that's something that you can go and do.
Yeah, if there's no telltale signs of her being drunk, there's no reason for you to pull out a breathalyzer. But anyway, I was going to say as well with the detainment with cuffs as well. I think a lot of people, as soon as they get cuffs on them, they tend to be more irate, or they just give up completely. Me personally, I try to talk them down, and I only put on cuffs when they're going into for arrests, personally. Because I think a lot of people just feel defeated, and probably it's going to be less cooperative as well if you just put them in cuffs for detainment as well. Because you don't know where people come from. Maybe they're used to like cuffs means equals guaranteed jail. That's not necessarily the case here, but just be mindful. But there's different ways of doing it.
Yeah, Yes, actually, can I piggyback off that? Nothing irritates me more on criminal is that when I get automatically put in cuffs on a scene, without having to have any of the roleplay beforehand, because if they go through my pockets and they see the things that I definitely did,
100%.
I definitely did there, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm in cuffs. I'm gonna be arrested. I would prefer a police officer try and like talk to me, listen to my story. If my story is falling flat, you know, like eventually like frisk me and do like the whole process. But I can't. The number of times, and like that's the whole reason I started maining cop again and less crim, was because of cops specifically who were they roll up on a scene, immediately put me in cuffs, and I'm like, I can't talk myself out of that. I have all of the shit on me. That's it. I'm done.
I agree with that, and I liked it when it was brought up last academy, and that's why I particularly do a very lenient cop, because as soon as you are putting the person in cuffs, that's it, end stop, usually.
Correct.
And that's boring. Very boring. So, yeah, no, I tend to drag it out. Not, obviously, to the point of everybody being bored and, okay, this is pointless now, but, you know.
That's why I always tell, and before we move on to the next scenario, that's why I always tell people play a crim and feel like, well, it's on the other side, or try to get a government worker if you only play crim. Because it's really eye-opening on like, oh wow, this roleplay experience was really bad. So
perspective matters.
I like to try to balance both. You get to see the goods and bads of each sign.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
How are we on time?
All right. How
lock it in.
do you guys have any of the attendees? Do you guys have any other questions before we move to the other one?
I will have to say something. I talked to Legend about this already, but I might have to dip.
Just dip.
I do have to
You
wake
guys need.
Yep. No worries. Are you gonna be here tomorrow or Sunday?
Tomorrow.
Enough time when you want to play scenarios.
Perfect. Okay. Just you can literally DM me whenever, so it's fine.
Yeah. Alright. Liar.
Thank you.
What the hell?
So we're behind schedule. I guess we're not going through this as fast as we thought. So we're gonna swap to our next scenario.
Looking at goes for slides.
Oh yeah.
So in this scenario, I'll give you a hint of what's coming. I'm not going to tell you too much. It's going to involve a vehicle. You're going to have to be able to articulate some facts that are going to be present.
Individual in the area.
And you're going to have to be choosy about what is reasonable suspicion and what is probable cause. So for the next scenario, just in the line of order, Artemis, you're up next. So everyone can participate. We'll have Artemis alone in a car, scene lead, Claire, Tyson, secondary unit, second car together.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So go stage somewhere, and then we'll let you know where and when to respond. All right.
This is the weed one, right?
Yeah. Any questions? How do we want to play this one? We only need one person in the car, really.
Yeah.
But we can have the other people stage around.
I was just gonna be like reading a book or something, be like, I have no idea. You know, I think they've been there for like 5 minutes. I haven't really been paying attention. Like, just waste their time.
Citizens.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Set dressing. Who wants to be the driver?
I can be the driver, sure.
Why,
Okay.
which one is this one?
This is the scenario 2 weed one where they smell like weed.
Yep. Traffic stop. They're gonna build probable cause to get the person out of the vehicle, effect an arrest.
This is individual smells like marijuana, has marijuana bands of money on them.
Okay, I was on a different one.
All right. So.
Do you have the one with notes?
Yeah, but I was on a
Okay.
different scenario too.
Understood. Okay.
The shots fired one.
All right. I brought the Sherbrick, so let's just use that.
You want to just sit still in it or drive around?
You know, just sit still. That way they don't have to fuck around with that. And the premise will be you're playing loud reggae music.
Okay.
Dispatch from PD.
Send it.
We got a report of a Cherbrick idling outside the barber shop. Windows down, playing loud reggae music. Anyone 77 to respond?
Lima 576.
Is there a book emote?
Limit 22, all 76 as well, back you up.
You look
Copy.
Emotes, emotes, emotes.
Lima 523.
Just gonna go on the phone, going on her phone. Going on the
Outside,
phone.
but is now in the barber shop. Individual in the vehicle.
Is it reading? No.
Going to approach the vehicle now.
I'm for.
I have this better. Huh. Writing a screenplay at Starbucks, that's a good one.
Are you guys able to just go and speak to the individual at the barber shop? Is that okay?
That's on for. I'll speak with them. There's also an individual wandering in pink on the road.
I wish there was a better notepad emote. Do you guys know why it fucking interrupts every time you do notepad? Like if you do notepad, like it'll just like stop and then you like tuck the note in the back pocket like that and it'll just end. I don't think there's a map. It was notepad too. There's no notepad. So what makes me think there's a notepad is just not on live server. It's just notepad. Right. I need to actually go through all the emotes and then look at them. Despite me playing on this server for a million years. What is LOL? What the fuck? Hold on. What is LOL? What does that look like? Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Any information?
Sorry, 10-9.
Any information?
She did mention that the gentleman in the car was playing loud music, and there was smoke coming from the vehicle, but she specified that it didn't appear to be engine smoke, but wasn't entirely sure. Does he smell like weed at all?
/me smells like weed. /me has 4,000 joints.
I'm gonna make contact with the individual in pink.
Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Don't worry about a thing. Hello, officer.
How's it going, ma'am?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Officer Tyson with the LSPD. You doing all right out here? You look a little lost.
A little bit, yeah. No, what I've been doing is I've been trying to explore a little bit. I just opened up my third coffee chain for the bean machine up in Polito. So I'm not, thank you. And I'm trying to get up there. I actually haven't been up there. I think I'm in Sandy because there's sand everywhere, which is aptly named. That guy has really good music playing. You just kind of vibe with it, you know?
Yeah, definitely got that music playing. But yes, you would be in fact correct. You are out in Sandy.
What was your name, officer? I'm sorry.
Tyson Sullivan.
Yeah, good to meet you, officer.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
just
I'll just show you. So you said in Polito you need to go there. So what you're gonna end up doing is you're gonna follow this road here.
Okay.
Out to Sonora Freeway.
Oh, I
you'll
see it.
take
Yeah,
a-
yeah.
Yeah, left and go north on Sonora, and then just stay there. You'll see a lot of trees, and then you'll be in Polito.
Okay. Is that guy okay?
Yeah.
You guys are talking to him a lot.
I don't know, to be honest. I just know an officer over there speaking with them. We did have a call. Some odd things going on. You wouldn't have happened to seen anything, would you?
He drove up, and then there was a couple people like coming to the car and like having a conversation
Mhm.
with him. I just assumed they were being friendly, but I think he might be having maintenance trouble or something. There was a bunch of smoke coming out of the driver's side, so I don't know if he's okay or if he needs medical.
Let's give it a cut here, and we'll regroup and play the rest of it out in discussion.
All right, just in the interest of time, I thought it'd be kind of quicker to discuss where the incident was going to go from here. So Artemis, putting you on the spot here. Talk about your reasonable suspicion and when it turned into probable cause.
So when I approached the car, the individual smelling of weed, showing the symptoms, as well as hearing from a statement from a witness that there was smoke coming out of the stationary car as well. So that was a reasonable suspicion. Probable cause.
Kind of a trick question because you didn't get to do the thing that would have gave you probable cause yet,
which is
right?
the frisk.
Or wait, no, you
Yeah, I
did.
was
I
getting-
think
Yeah, she did.
you whatted him.
Frisked him.
Pop quiz. Do you know what case law affords that?
Is it the Terry frisk?
Not the Terry frisk. It is State v. Cummins.
Oh, okay.
And a good way to remember that is Cummins in your pocket, because I got reasonable suspicion beyond mere possession that you're doing something crime and drug related, which would be public intoxication or potentially driving under the influence.
Yeah.
And gives you the ability to search him.
I also
So
consented to a full search, so.
Well, there you go. Any questions about that? Because I know it can be kind of tricky articulating this type of thing.
It's very tricky.
I don't. It's a tricky one with the drunk and disorderly because they are not of sound of mind, so you have to be careful because you'll be.
I mean, how are you aware that they were intoxicated to the point where not being able to consent to a search?
I mean, you ask them questions, and I guess if you're not sure, then get medical, and then they're trained to do so. Maybe.
No, you're a trained observer. If you articulate someone's, you impress that charge. It has legal weight behind it.
Oh, okay.
Tyson, question?
Yeah, couldn't we have alternatively asked for a canine since we were essentially going to conduct a traffic stop at that point? And then
You
that
can't
would've-
ask for canine. You can ask if canine's available.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry.
I mean, a lawyer will chew that difference up though, so it's a big distinction.
Okay, yeah, so we could ask if canine was available as an alternative way just to avoid the Cummings case law. If the canine would have hinted at drugs, then we could have searched their person and vehicle.
And you're gonna wait just this is a question for you, Tyson. Are you gonna wait the entire time for the canine to get there and do the sniff during the detainment?
No, you have to do it at
Correct, a reasonable
manner.
time. It's not a reasonable detainment if you wait 5, 10, 15 minutes for a canine to come over. So.
Yeah.
Honestly, my best advice for this is study State versus Cummins and study what a moody frisk is. We don't have enough time to. I mean, we could teach an entire 30-minute class on those two case laws themselves and how to apply them. But you did get to probable cause, and glad we all understand that the route there. Some other things, and this is kind of a think about this not only in this scenario but across all types of calls. You guys rolled in code 2. You didn't really need to do that. The dispatch call was for someone playing reggae music. It actually would have benefited you to kind of go in code 1, observe, see what's going on. And typically, honestly, across the board, every single rank, we use our codes way too often. We code 2 unnecessarily all the time. We code 3 when we're transporting suspects to police stations. I know that's something that Mantis and Bear definitely want us to curb, and I'm surprised they haven't mentioned it today. One other little nitpick, you called out the lady in pink when she was separate from the scene. So this is a negative and a plus, Tyson. The first time you called her out, probably didn't need to call her out. She was so far away, not even involved. You're always going to have civilians floating nearby. Radio doesn't need to know about all of them and what they're doing. Okay. Later, when you went to go talk to her, I thought that was a good thing, though. And, you know, you communicated that correctly. So it's minor nip. Oh, God.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, wait, sorry. I roleplay there. Cringe. Damn it.
You can't break
do
it,
that
man.
in single player games.
yeah, I do that now, too.
Yeah.
It's a roleplay roll down, Jesus.
Yeah. Any questions or other feedback?
Oh, I really liked that when they came over, they just, you know, asked me who I was, what I was doing there, and then they were like, you're not detained, you're not here for anything, you know? I like that.
I like that too.
Just having a chit chat, you know? Just chatting.
I'm gonna touch, well, are we gonna touch on the code 2, code 3 with suspects or anything like that at all? I don't think it's in the slides.
No, but we can right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch it. Code 1 as much as possible, whenever. Remember, cops IRL and the characters have a leniency to go code 2. That's basically a gift for breaking the law. That's covered under QPI. You do that for important situations, transporting if it's a non-violent individual. They haven't performed the 7th gun, you know, GR. They haven't done a bunch of gang-related shootings that day. It's just somebody who's drunk and disorderly, whatever it ends up being. Go code 1, extend the roleplay, have a conversation. And if they're not talking, if they're not engaging, talk to yourself. Be like, man, I can't wait to do this. I'm going to talk to this person, blah, blah, blah. That is also kind of customer servicey. You'd be surprised the characters that start engaging with that and the stuff they'll start talking about. So,
yeah, don't be afraid to waste their time because you're not wasting their time. In fact, like, you're gonna cut them slack for using that time anyway, and better them with you than in a DOC-less jail.
yeah, remember you have a ton of leniency to put a lot of that time into parole, if not all of it. And you have a ton of time to take off. The important thing is that everyone has fun. And it seems, you know, realistic, immersive. That's all.
Okay. We might have time to squeeze in one more scenario. We're supposed to only go till top of the hour.
I want to do 4 so bad.
Let's do 4. I was just looking at 4. We should do 4. Okay, so for this one, we'll have Tyson lead it, and then Artemis Claire, secondary unit, second illusion. We'll call out the location and when there's one. And then you guys will get a break after this.
I'm eating food, but I'm also gonna let you guys know you got 5 minutes.
What you eating?
I could be the P for sure. Why not?
You're gonna be the lily pond.
Yeah, I'll be P from the other side of the road there. Sure.
All right.
Okay, and you guys, I guess that makes sense.
This is the Simo
guy.
Do you have binoculars?
Very stereotypical.
Get your debriefs done and send
Do you have binoculars or a camera on you?
Try to be timely.
I have both.
Okay, good.
Okay, perfect. All right, we got a couple minutes, so I'll get them over here.
All right.
We're going the no crime route, right?
Yeah.
PD from
about
dispatch.
for both of
Latest
us?
911 call is from the barbershop in Sandy Shores. There is.
We're not doing the stalker thing yet because we're about to end it. You just want to be like having a chat, maybe just like a nice day,
Lincoln 22.
like enjoying. Yeah, just friends. Yeah. Finally, characters are not conflicty.
Wow, that's so
Alright,
crazy.
I miss you
Lincoln
so
2223. I got eyes on the individual Debinos, so it looks like there's two people outside. Claire, if you and Artemis can go ahead and take the business starters, I'll talk to the guy.
We do look pretty great.
so good.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah,
It's hard
honestly,
not to. It's hard to-
most other people don't look great in white. You look great in white. Like
Thank
honestly,
you.
all the time. Oh, but you just kick that sign. Oh, hey officers, you need anything?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
Howdy. I'm Officer Claire, I'll say. This is my
We under
partner.
arrest?
Okay,
No,
okay,
no,
I can, please don't.
I do not
No.
consent to this. This is my public business.
Please.
No,
I
we're
read
just here-
Twinsta, please.
Hun, you can put your arms down. We're just here to find out what's going on. Yeah, not in trouble.
okay.
at all.
We're just having a chit chat. My name's Officer Artemis Ray of the Del Perro Police Department. We're just wanting to make sure you guys are okay and having, good evening. Anything happening,
Well, I mean, I've been feeling a little uncomfy.
Okay.
Just a bit.
That's
you
a
know, because,
saying,
you know,
say
yeah,
the least.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
what's going on?
Well,
I mean, look at that guy.
There's a yeah, look at him. He had his binoculars out. He was looking at us. Well, he was looking at my friend. Mostly I'm uncomfortable for her.
Honestly, you're real for
she's
that.
used to getting
I
yelled
love
at,
that.
but, you know,
Has he said
it's-
anything? Has he said anything?
That's
Has he approached
unfortunate.
you?
No, he hasn't.
No.
He hasn't come over. He's just been over there for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, he could be
Okay.
shy. She is
Yeah.
very intimidating, but still, I
I
don't
think
know
it's
what to
you.
do.
I think it's you. Honestly, you look lavish. You look fantastic. You're a business owner. Congratulations,
Okay,
by the way.
Thank
I'm
you,
so
thank
proud of
I've
you.
been working
Yeah, is
so
this-
hard on this.
Has this been an ongoing thing, or is this just here? Is there?
I don't.
I
you
just
recognize
don't
him?
like it. I don't like it.
It just feels weird. He's just been
Okay.
standing
Yeah,
over
it just
there.
He's not saying hi or anything. Like, what's he looking at? Is he looking at her? Is he looking at me? Is he looking at the business? Is he looking
the
at the
business should
animals
be
across the
fine,
road?
like-
You know?
It makes me
Alright.
really uncomfortable. Could you just
Yeah, I don't
arrest
like
him and get
it.
him out of here, please? Like,
No
he's been here
worries.
for a long time. I don't know.
We can have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, is there anything else that you want to have come out of the situation to make?
Yeah,
you
get him the
guys
hell
feel more
out of
comfortable?
here. No, I mean, okay, you ladies are being really nice. Thank you, officers. I can't.
We can go and have a chat with him. Okay. I mean, do you own the
Start to wrap up and
business,
have everybody
or is
teleport
there?
back to Sandy. We're in the
I
back
do,
parking lot
yeah.
by the
I own this
large
business.
Screen. Please be punctual.
Okay.
You
This is, this is my friend
Get
and customer.
I'm starting at 3:05.
My name?
Mhm.
Hope.
Oh, nice to
Once,
meet you.
once
Hope.
everybody
And
gets
what's
here, we're gonna
your
take a
what's your
5-minute
name in the
break,
pink?
so if you
Her name is Gracie Lee Freebush.
Yep.
It's a wonderful name.
Thank you.
Name. Okay.
It's foreign.
It was lovely to meet you. It's lovely to meet you guys. I'm gonna go and deal with this and make sure that he's out of here and out of your hair. Okay.
Okay. Please let me know what the incident report is. Everything. I'm gonna sue him for harassment.
Yeah.
Okay, he's still looking at me. He's still looking at me.
He's still looking. Look.
Run through
Oh my god. I got the heebie-jeebies.
Perhaps let's. Shall we All step right. inside and discuss this?
Sure.
And we can.
Record check for Johnny Bravo shows several traffic citations, no misdemeanors, no felonies.
Okay,
It's
Okay.
alright. It's alright.
Yeah,
he might have been hired by my ex-husband to stalk me. I don't know. I
okay.
just
I
don't recognize the guy.
understand.
Please, dear God, please
Okay,
please
I
help,
understand-
please.
I understand.
Please.
Yeah, wait, that's what we're trying to do. Okay, I understand that
Please.
it's making you uncomfortable. We are going to try and talk to him and have him move on.
It's alright.
I can't deal with David again.
At the moment,
He stole
we
my
can't do
BDB
much more than
collection.
speak to him and try and get him to leave. Okay,
Okay,
if there is,
okay,
if there's
hugs you
anything more
anyway.
going on, if he has done anything more, or if he does do anything more,
Miss
then
the
obviously
emote
we can
hugs
take
you.
this further.
They're just standing there menacingly.
They're just standing there menacingly.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not really much more that we can do. There's not been any type of active aggression that he's made towards you guys. He's across the street. He's in a public view of your place of business.
Yeah, but I feel uncomfortable.
He's also ruining any customers that come through here. She spent so many years building this up, like 84 years.
Right.
It's been 84 years.
I haven't received a customer all day.
Yeah. So, and here's what I can suggest. You guys are more than welcome to close up shop. I understand that means you're not going to get any further business. You might be able to close the blinds to where these blinds are now not visible. and then you guys are kind of in this area, and then it greatly obstructs his vision. If there's any types of acts of aggression, or in the event that he does come into your place of business and starts giving you guys more issues, then we can absolutely come back and, you know, do whatever we need to. I've already gotten his name. We've at least documented the scene. That way, if there is any type of future occurrence, at least there's a pattern being established.
He's still refusing to move.
That's fine. We legally cannot make him.
What do you mean legally? He's literally stalking me. He's over there staring at me menacingly.
So,
Right.
okay,
No, I know.
so
We
he's
can call that cut. And then do a quick
Where are we going?
Oh god, I wish you would have spent more time on this one because this is my favorite one.
Oh, it's good.
This is the Amelia Bauer situation. I don't know if you guys know about that on an Audi character situation. There's a reason we added it to the
Yes.
slides. Yeah.
I was the lawyer for that.
So quick rundown. I'm glad you got the ID in the background check. What this really boils down to is, you know, if this guy hasn't already been considered a stalker, then you guys came to the correct conclusion. He's not breaking any laws. Things I loved that I saw was you guys were asking
Starting a 3-minute ad, guys.
business owners what they wanted. And then you guys started to get into it. And it wasn't as strong as I like it, but you know, whatever. That's why we're here. The education piece, super important. Telling them what you legally can and can't do. The fact he's on public property, you know, talking about their expectation of privacy. But then also advising them of their next steps and what to look out for. You did hit the point about aggression, but I would even go a step further and educate them about what constitutes stalking in the state of San Andreas. And there needs to be some intent to cause someone to fear their own safety, which, you know, someone with binos ain't gonna do.
Right.
Any other feedback?
Yeah, I mean, when Artemis approached me, she told me to put the binoculars down. I refused, and then she said, do it or else I'm gonna arrest you for failure to comply, or detain you even. Which is, I don't know.
You
but
can't.
That's okay.
You know, it could be a lawful order to tell someone to put their binoculars down. I probably wouldn't.
Oh, hello,
I don't know.
sir.
I probably wouldn't. I try to de-escalate.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Hey, Ian.
Yeah, we need to go, guys.
We're about a minute away. We're down the street.
I can just say, I've dealt with this on the lawyer stuff, and it came up speaking with a judge last night. Is just because you're a police officer saying to do something it's not a lawful order, that it has to be a reasonable choice based on a situation of there being something going on. You can't just tell someone to do something because they're in a public space.
All right, Messer's pissed, so let's go. He's not pissed, but he wants us there. Good job, guys.
Can someone else grab the other 2 vehicles and just pull them into Sandy, please? Thank you. Just pull them outside here.
I'll talk louder so everybody can hear. Hey guys.
Hi.
Number 2, we're going to be going through botch drills. I'm going to go through how it works because this is the first time that we're ever doing it. And not only are the people on the other side
Hey, can you
not
go
knowing what they're going
farther
to do.
across the parking lot? We can hear you.
Okay.
I guess we're going outside. Oh. Guys,
I'm
guys,
jumping
guys,
over, I'm
stop,
jumping over.
guys,
I'm going over the
guys.
fence. I'm taking the wall. What about fridge? Filing cabinet?
Oh wait, we got a fridge. All right, I'm on the talking fridge.
Talking fridge.
It
Perfect.
says huge fridge. Holy.
I love the coffin fridge so much.
Believe in your dreams.
Hey,
you
take your fridge.
fucking
Is there food in it?
parasitical
No.
It was.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
we didn't.
I'm stuck in the fridge.
What's a fridge?
You stuck
Get
in
out of the fridge.
Emote. It's gonna emote again. Yeah.
Aerobics. You think you're a big man? You're not. Everything you will accomplish will crumble in your own hands in clumps of ash. I suggest washing some dishes, buddy.
Playing by sophomore. Believe in your dreams, you fucking parasocial nobody.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, done.
Average role player mentality.
Alright.
Plug it in,
Yeah,
everyone.
Guys. Thank you.
Oh my god, hi.
You made me do it. You got teaching me now. All right, cool. Hi. Bot Shields. They're gonna go through Bot Shields for the first time. They don't know what. They haven't been gone through this before. We haven't actually done this in an academy ever. Hey. So I'm gonna go through with y'all. Hey. It's slide. I think it's slide 28.
Yeah.
29?
28, 29, 30, 31.
21?
28 tells you what bot shields are. I'm not going to like read them. Basically, it is very short, quick scenarios. They should be like what, 30 seconds, 1 minute maximum. How it works IRL is usually there'll be a 10 foot by 10 foot bot that is in front of you. The cadet will turn around facing away from the bots. The FTOs will set up the scenario. They turn around, rapidly above a scenario. You got to figure out what level of force to use and what's it called? De-escalate or escalate. Obviously, it's difficult in GTA because you can just look in third person. What we're going to do is like have the scenario be around the corner in an alleyway, right? So like a cadet will be on a foot patrol. They go along and they turn into an alleyway and then suddenly the scenario's in front of them, right? They're extremely short, extremely quick. It should be 30 seconds to 1 minute max, and each cadet goes through it one at a time, one by one by one by one. It's one cadet per scenario. We want every single cadet to go through every single scenario, and then at the end, you all come together and talk about it.
Do we want to keep them like around the corner so they don't know what the other people are doing?
Yeah, like they're going in like one after the other, right?
Right.
So one at a time, right?
One at a time, yeah.
Cool, got it.
5 scenarios, each with 5 different levels of force. It tells you how many suspects you have. It should be like what, 1 to 2 suspects per. That's what it is, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like scenario 1, scenario 2 is 1 suspect. Scenario 3 has 2. Scenario 4 has 2. And then scenario 5 has 2. But basically, rapid fire, 30 seconds to 1 minute. Scenario 3 is the one that I want us to all look at and focus on, because a lot of the times what we've seen when we actually like try testing it, the cadet will just shoot the off-duty LEO, not realizing that they're an off-duty cop. If they do that, they fail.
Snap.
Yeah, like this is going to suck. These cadets and the people who are attending, like the trainees, they're going to fucking hate it. And realistically, tough shit. Like there are rapidly evolving scenarios on the main server all of the time. A scene can go from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds, and we need to make sure that people are ready for it. Any questions?
Which one's the off-duty comp?
Scenario 3. Like you have an incapacitated suspect and an off-duty LEO with a weapon in hand, like over the suspect. He's like shaken up, and like he sees the cadet will see the guy with a gun over somebody who got shot down. They heard the gunshot. They're probably gonna turn around, instantly throw him and shoot the off-duty cop, even though they shouldn't, because they can absolutely de-escalate that. Each scenario has levels of forces that we expect from the cadet, right? So like compliance, compliant passive, active aggression, and then scenario 5 being lethal force. Okay. Basically, stay vigilant on them and to flee and felon them.
Sorry, but just to clarify, you want us to like run all our cadets through scenario 1, stop, talk about it, run them all through scenario 2? Stop, talk about it? Okay, just make it sure.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's quick scenarios. It needs to be quick.
Should we do an example first, or we just set them in?
Yeah, let's do an example. A good place to do it. Let's run over here.
I'm gonna use the Grapesy parking lot because that's a fucking 10 by 10 cage.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? It just fell out of the sky.
Nice, dude.
Fuck your feelings.
Yeah, on guard. That's what I'm saying.
On God,
So a good
real.
example for people in Sandy Shores, like for people who are in the Sandy group, you have everybody based here, and then your bots would be in this alleyway over here. And there's natural like bots that form all around, right? This is like a perfect place to do your bot scenario, right?
We should all not be in here while you do the example.
Yeah.
on the roof.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah, everybody just get on the roof to see it, right?
Just jump up, guys.
Yeah.
It's not that easy. Oh my
god.
Hey, bro, what the fuck?
How? How the fuck?
It's my space bar.
I need one volunteer to be like the trainee, one volunteer to be the suspect.
I'll be a suspect. Sure.
Alright,
So much
cool.
shit we're broken, dude.
Alright, you just stand there. I need one person to be like the trainee who will pretend. Vinny, you'll pretend to be the trainee, right? So we'll go through scenario 1. Candy, you're gonna be. So scenario 1 is the city platforms, right? Vinny would be the trainee. He'll be around the corner over there. I'll radio you when to go in. So Vinny, so like each of the trainees in scenario 1, they'll come around the corner. They'll see this suspect, and dispatch will inform them, hey, this person's got an active warrant for their arrest. And then what's it called? They basically got to select what level of force depending on what the suspect is showing, who is going to be compliant, and get them into custody.
Vinny, come over. Hey, dispatch has received reports of a suspect at the park. He's got an active warrant for their arrest.
Oh my god, you're on scene. You're in the park.
Speak up.
It's yelling.
Wait. Where you went?
Can you show me some identification, please?
No.
No? You're gonna show me some identification, please.
I love how she said that.
No. What? Why would
Okay,
I
I'm
have to
giving you
do
a
that?
lawful order right now because you match the description of a suspect that I am searching for. I need you to show me some identification, please.
I don't think so.
Okay, well now I'm gonna detain you for my safety.
Can I do this from up here?
I don't think so. No. No. Hey,
Oh,
where
I
did you have
can.
a gun? Put the gun away. What's wrong with you?
No gun. There's no gun in my hand.
You definitely had a gun in your hand.
No, listen. I need right now for you to stop.
But wait.
Put your hands up. You're being detained.
Just the team.
Last chance. This is your last chance.
Okay,
You're
okay,
being
okay,
detained.
okay.
Put your hands up.
Calm down.
Turn around.
Calm down.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Yeah, that's basically what the bot show is. And then you end the scenario, get them out of custody, next cadet goes through it, next cadet, and then one after the other. It's 1 minute, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, very quick.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Any questions?
Free to go.
Free to go.
Free to go.
Questions? Question mark? Anyone? I hear silence. Silence is good. It means no questions.
All people weren't paying attention.
That's also possible.
That's also very true.
Dude, if you just hate me, just say it, please.
I'm so ready for these. I'm so excited.
Same.
I'm gonna go get dressed as a criminal.
It's like what I said earlier. The trainees are going to hate it because it's going to be stressful for them. It's going to be rapidly evolving. We need to hurry them up. Like if they're taking too long, you tell them you took too long. You move on. Like
Yeah,
we're not
it's
going to wait
supposed
for
to
them
be
to finish the scenario.
stressful. Push them. You know, not make them make mistakes, right? But push them so you know they
Yeah, don't let
react
them just sit
Set-
there and like stun lock and stare.
Yeah,
Basically.
set traps and see if they spring the trap or disarm the trap.
Go full whiplash on them, hurl a
Yeah,
chair.
obviously there's the 5 bot shows that we have. Try and keep to them as much as you can, especially the levels of force. You want to start, especially scenario 1. Obviously, you had Candy, who was verbally resistant, but then eventually complied and surrendered, right? And then it starts building up from there. Scenario 2, you got a bar fight. You got active aggression, you got what's it called. By the time they arrive, you should have 2 people together, and like they're squaring up and they're getting ready to fight. By the time the cadet comes, you see that one of them punches the other in the face, right? And now they're having a bar fight. And if they take too long, honestly, if the cadet takes too long and doesn't de-escalate in time, honestly, just start beating up the cadet.
Real.
Yes. Like, this
Yeah.
is
Oh my
basically
God.
that they've taken way too long with the scenario.
Oh, now I'm dying.
Yeah. Like I said, 30 seconds to a minute. Also, Vinny got fucking smoked.
That's because
I was eating a sandwich.
Hey, man. Oh my god, Miles has a gun pointed at me.
I'm dying now.
Go to show it.
I enjoyed my
Do it,
sandwich
Miles. You
already.
won't, coward.
Wait, don't do it because they can hear, right? From Alice's
I remember my second day on duty, Pal Gore was on a roof
They're
with
on
a
it.
rifle and he was demanding everyone stand in a nice orderly line before they breach him.
I really hope it just gets froggy and that's it.
I've gone for everything with it.
I really hope it just gets froggy.
Oh my god!
All right. All right.
All right, 3 people. 3 people's the max.
Strong skull.
4 people. 4 people.
Right, we fixed reviving, right? Like everybody can revive each other.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
up.
They should be able to.
Get up.
That was fucking crazy.
Oh, add that to the Taj.
Legend that.
What?
Why do I have rigor mortis?
Get ready, you said.
God.
All right, I'm eating you.
We're
Despite how much I just want to roleplay with you all the time.
like a continuum.
I'm serious. I want to roleplay with you all the time. It would be so fun.
We'll be sending these guys shortly.
Just a little guy.
Miles, are we going back to Grapeseed?
Okay. Yeah. Group 5 instructors go to Grapeseed.
Witchcraft time.
Wanted to sock him because it's funny. Oh, what the fuck, bitch?
Deserved.
Oh, missed.
Tessic deserves it.
Yeah, yeah, I've got. Oh, and he's gone. Little fucking cunt. Jesus. Shut up.
I'm sorry. Oh. I got distracted by a really pretty character model and turned around, which knows what.
It happens?
Yeah, I was like, wow, that looks so good.
Wow, where did he go? Oh.
Paltrow, Ember.
Who?
Oh, I thought Ember was in their group. I'm so dumb. Bumble, hi. I was thinking of Ember because she was. Okay.
Ow.
And coffee hasn't kicked in.
Changing. I gotta change.
Does anybody want to take extra experienced
Fucking.
officer?
What's his username?
Oh, we probably can in group 4.
X?
Yeah, we need it in group 4.
Oh!
We have people who are leaving.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Maybe.
For what?
I was gonna let him like do the you know, jump in and do the fun like little scenario box troll stuff. I think that'd be good. So he's not like feeling like, you know, overwhelmed with doing all the instruction all the time. So.
If you want to do the instructional for the first one or for however long, because he's actually walking his dog right now. So.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Wait, he has a dog? Almost a dog.
That's just what he calls his wiener.
Oh, I hate you. Wow. I hate you so much.
What do you mean?
That's it. I'm making my non-violent character violent, and we're gonna murder.
He's just taking a little walk.
Yeah,
That's all.
that's so fun.
I'm gonna make a power plant character that is gonna harass you for the.
What? The first, listen, my brand new crim, not even alive for 24 hours. The first 3 people, other crims that I've met, were like, "Let's go rob the power station."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And I'm like, you guys are doing this to fucking grief me.
I'm not even on Sam when I see that. I'm like, I'm on my way now. I'm on a completely different character using the browser phone when I'm saying that. I like bullying you.
Yeah, well, they made my crim steal from the power station.
How dare
over
you?
3 different times.
Don't forget to eat
That's
and
great.
drink. Both in character and out of character.
Good
Okay, we
time.
gotta go
Good time for water,
to-
guys. Go. I can't get water.
Wait, where's our people?
Good
Still
time to
being
get
talked to?
hydrated.
This is our people. Oh, they're still in instruction, going to use of force. Water.
Figure it out.
Oh, they're going over the use of force.
Oh, no,
Rocks.
listen, last academy, first night I was shit-faced, right?
What up, Aaron?
No.
Oh my god, it's Anna
I'm all
Eagle.
gray. My whole screen is
Hi,
gray.
hi.
If I like knock you down and you get back up.
I'm very sad today.
I hate this. Is my old cop face on Twilight. This is horrible.
That's so funny.
It's,
What
it's
is?
literally the death screen. All gray.
Well, this is my old cop's face.
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah.
Plastic surgery can fix a lot of things, you know?
There we go.
There you go.
Oh,
I don't know how I
Jesus.
didn't realize with the arm. Oh my god, did I not realize with the arm? Oh god, I
What
really,
arm?
I
You
really
guys are
just-
twinsies?
The arm tattoo. Hey.
Hello.
Froggy, what happens when somebody's got the black screen? Do they have to
Orny.
relog? What was the fix for it?
On it.
Just pull out,
Orny.
just get up and then pull out camera.
I don't think anybody
Yeah,
has been
it's,
able to pronounce my
Fluffy,
name perfectly fine.
Vinny.
What's your name?
Either Arnie, Arnu, Arn.
Oh wait,
Never
they fixed
Arna.
them.
They all sound the same
All
to
say
me.
it differently.
Oh, it's pronounced Arn?
I think so.
Arne.
Right.
Arna?
Arna. Arna.
Well, I'm not gonna do it because that's an accent. I don't do accents.
That's true. You're not very good at them. I love you.
I am a one voice Andy. He's my baby.
Actually, it's not true. I really like your British.
Okay,
Hey
hold
there,
on.
buddy. He's just
No,
very
no.
shy.
You are not a one voice Andy. If you're a one voice Andy, what the fuck am I?
What am I?
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are, but I'm a one voice Andy. What do you mean?
I'm just horribly British.
You are incredibly, horribly British. That is true.
Uh-huh.
I'm just from fucking ends. You dumb.
Cannot
You're
tell
from
that
the
you're
ends,
British.
man.
Yeah, man.
Bumble, I actually really like your British accent. I think it's very
legit-
posh, and I think it works really well for your character.
It's a
It's
mixing
crazy 'cause
bag.
You sound like you
The
could be
fun
from
thing
like
for me-
the posh part of Essex.
Yes.
You think?
Yeah.
She lives in like one of those fucking 6-bed houses.
Yeah,
with, like,
she's
4 en suites.
she's complaining that her maid canceled for the second time this week, so now she's actually gonna have to clean her room.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the
And her
character.
bed sheets
She's
weren't
like
pressed
super
right.
rich.
The PD author has used the cow. Hi, Hex. It's great to see you. Sorry. Sorry, I haven't been reading, guys. After blasting poor people, yeah.
Tomatoes hands.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not as if I'm talking on the internet like this. Like if I'm talking
This
face to
guy's
face.
a
you're dumb.
worse. You know,
Oh,
what,
yeah,
you know what
dumb.
cop should
Oh,
come
yeah.
instead? What was that
dumb.
fucking the
Pussy.
Lionheart one? Get the
my
Lionheart guy back.
I will say Abe's voice is similar in person, but it is definitely more masculine in person. The internet does way
Hey,
different.
can you speak?
Hey,
He's-
what's up?
Is this
You
your
good?
regular voice?
Yeah.
Keep going.
Hi, my name is Zayed. I'm a self insert.
All right, I'm going to Amelia. I'm going to
that.
Mission Row real quick to get more food, and then I'll go to Clinton.
Yeah,
Want some burgers, man?
Sounds good.
Contrary to,
Yeah.
contrary to popular
want to
belief, I
ride
am not
now?
indeed. I am not a self insert.
Is there burgers in this
I am
town?
not a woman.
What?
Not a woman.
I'm not gay like my character is. I'm actually role playing.
How dare you play a character?
Yeah, Abe doesn't like women.
Oh, that's fucking okay. Like,
Oh my god.
You don't need to say it like that. What the fuck?
What? What? Yeah, I said it. I said it.
Don't
What-
phrase it like that. What the hell?
Oh, sorry.
to
Yeah, you
believe
hate
this.
women.
Okay, great.
I love you. I love
Because
you.
this is OOC, so I have to believe it.
That's true. Yeah, I would never
Are we
lie.
breaking into a group shortly?
I'm getting cancelled now. I'm going. Yeah. I'll see you on Reddit.
Questions I have, so
Oh, thank God! Finally, I could stop roleplaying.
halfway through his user force stuff.
Reddit famous.
Been there, done that. It's miserable. It's miserable.
The power station.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck does it sound German like 1/3 of the time?
Very good question.
Because it is based on what it's based on the GTA language of the person who's actually doing it, right? It's like the person who's doing it. They're actually German, and the game is set to German.
Oh,
If I said,
okay,
like,
gotcha.
it's
Okay.
Norwegian, is it gonna come up in Norwegian then?
Yes, you're going to get Norwegian cut cards.
Yes.
Like the whole game is localized. Like locations will
That
be
makes
localized
sense.
in Norwegian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yum.
Hell yeah.
I forgot how you change it. It's in game settings. I forgot how you change it.
You have to access your Steam files and just delete every single language.
Yeah, every
pack and then download a new
every
one.
single file for GTA, just delete it.
Yeah. just
There's
delete
no
it.
one on duty. Free to go. Free crime, guys.
Free to go.
Yeah. I was still, did you see the tweet that I put in like the PD chat? I was
Mhm.
we should have put that in the actual game. Hey guys, we're gonna have a short response. Do not have an emergency.
Oh fuck.
Please, no crime. We're busy.
I really like that chart. I was looking at that early this morning when I was going over things with my partner.
Yeah.
I need to find what was the chart that.
It's the whole thing. It's escalate to de-escalate.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. And then they're like, why the fuck are you escalating? It's like, well, I'm escalating to to eventually de-escalate the situation.
Show you that I mean business.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm on Zoe. Cause I've just been like being lazy. I've been using so much officer presence. It's so fun to just piss people off. Just be like, all right, well, you turn left. I'll turn left with you. I'm just gonna go over here.
Yeah,
and-
that's why I was like that. That's why I like when I play highway. Like, I don't do what the highway do and just sit in the bush because one, cringe, two, actual presence, right?
Yeah.
Like if you actually see highway picture on the highway, you're not going to speed.
Correct. That's the whole point.
Like legitimate, like I can do like a 6-hour shift and probably do 1 arrest for reckless driving, 1 ticket, and I'll be like, yeah, you know what, job done.
Sometimes just showing face is enough, you know?
Yeah.
Proactive.
And most of the time when I'm on my highway character on the highway, I'm actually planning lessons because I don't get enough time to actually do it. I work.
Can only imagine. Jesus.
Oh yeah, I'm overloaded.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Bye, Warjack.
I already have like so many people just wants to talk to Arne all the time, and I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but I'm working now. Like I can't do this, and I had to step down from a lot of stuff as well because I just want to have more time to do actual police work.
Wait, where's my team?
I mean, what's it called? You remember when I was like so pissed off to even get on the server on Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I was. I like this whole week I've been doing
Hey, Warjack.
union meetings to actually get paid. I'm getting paid now, finally. An actual fair pay.
Oh my god, fucking finally. You've been complaining about that for a long fucking time.
Yeah, they're gonna
How do we get
compensate me
them to
for all
take
day
it back?
hours.
I miss that character.
Fuck off.
I want the money. I need passive
Do
income.
you want 190 hours of overtime?
No.
I will take any job right
With
now.
pay?
I'll just take the money. You don't have to work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because the agreement was initially, whatever hours I do over, they just give me that as leave. And then they realized, hey, I'm probably gonna stop working after this week for the rest of the year. And then they were like, nope, we can't have that. Now we're gonna go back on the deal. And I'm like, okay, so you gotta pay me, right? No. I was like, okay.
What would you do with your students? Would you give them a sub or?
I teach 2 year 11s.
Yeah.
And after their exams, they're out of school, right?
You're
Oh,
11.
right, fair.
Don't care.
Jesus, you're old.
What do you mean?
No. He's not. He's like 10 years younger than me.
Well, I mean, listen. Everyone here is old. Except
That's,
for Anna.
that's true.
What?
Except for Anna.
What do you mean?
Wait,
Can't
I
define
do.
Wait,
old?
hold on.
Like
Do you know,
number-wise?
wait, Bumble, do you know how old I am?
I'm older than you. That's all that matters.
I'm 21.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so much older than you.
So
What
old.
are you?
32.
Wait, is
Oh
Peruse
my
older
God.
than you?
Me and Peruse are the same age.
Oh,
Oh, my
God.
condolences. Same generation. How do you feel about that?
No comment.
That's probably safe.
I just role play as a young guy, you know?
Dude, it's so weird playing a 22-year-old.
Oh my
so
god,
weird.
I actually went into the contest app and started typing bullshit.
You know what's crazy is that people just they just assume my characters are all younger. I'm like, oh no, I'm just immature in real life.
You're allowed to be a
you wanna
goofy
hop in the
guy.
Sandy group. What?
I mean, before my headphones turned off because I was too far away from my house, I heard you say I was telling people I was going to walk my wiener.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Was to be fair,
Why are you-
I just said that you called. That was the name for your. That was the name for your wiener.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't have this OOC persona. You can't start this.
How is
That's
your
not
wiener,
fair.
actually?
Yeah.
No, I.
Yeah,
I don't
was
want
it?
allegations.
Did you take it for a good walk?
I don't need a thread 4 weeks from now.
How long does it take? What's your play session like? Is your play session with your wiener like 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes? Like, what are you looking
I
at?
took my dog around the block.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, and it's also a very masculine dog. Okay, it's a border doodle.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I
Very
had
adorable.
2 Tibetan Spaniels. That was not very manly, but they were
Default. Are you?
I can't believe you heard that. That's pretty funny.
I was trying to listen, you know, because just as long as my headphones would, you know, stay connected, which was pretty far, but.
So you were walking around the block with your headphones on?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Fucking no one on the sidewalk.
All the interviews I've been in the last 2 months, I have my like pink headphones. and they're like, "Wow, you really," because I put content creator on my shit for the last 2 years. Like, "Wow, well, you really do have a setup." I'm like, "Yeah, I do." Smile, unfortunately.
Well, I just have low key like earbuds. I don't have.
Oh, that's so
headphones.
nice. I love that.
Oh, I love AirPods. So good.
I used to do the whole like soundboard and then fucking earphones and the soundboard, and then I just like, you know what? I don't want to be plugged in anymore.
I found the perfect song for me.
What is it?
It's called "Businessman" by Tom Cardy.
Tom Cardy.
Yeah, it's me as a
I
police
pulled up my
officer.
phone to look up Spotify.
I was minding my own business today, driving down Sandy Shores, and Ocean Man comes on. I was like, holy flip! That song is like that's an old one.
I have a problem.
It's literally me as a cop. It's just the person going, guys, I'm not a cop," and people are like, "That's something a cop would say." And he's like, "No, I'm a businessman. Here's my business gun and my business plan." And they're like, "I think you're a cop." And he's like, "No, these are my business associates, and this is my business handcuffs and stuff."
Ooh.
I'm like, "This is me."
Just business.
We gotta do more
business.
obvious undercover stuff.
You do, or just in general?
Just us as a PD.
Yeah, DDU is on it. I'm gonna be acting as a trash collector. A very, very bad one, mind you. So it's gonna be good.
QC stuff is so good for roleplay.
Especially when it's this slow. When there's
Mhm.
like not that many
100%.
things. We should be doing more of it.
Weren't you the one that said last time when I had to dress up as something, and you're like, "You literally look like you"?
No, I don't think so.
I can't remember who it was. I could have swore it was you though. They were like, "Iridescent, you didn't chase." Oh, maybe it was Rain. He was like, "You changed nothing about yourself."
Just put on a pair of glasses like Superman.
No,
I mean, I
I
would
kept the sunglasses. I kept everything the same except I changed like.
That's funny.
I put on a mask and then I put like I was wearing like a black sweater and black slacks.
You got bougie glasses ID'd, you know that.
Just say that you're dressing up as Iridescent.
The only time I roasted a disguise is when you did it on Ashland and like you turned into like a Southern Belle and like a gothic Southern Belle, and it was like it was such a sidestep from Ashland that was like anyone trying to gang stalk you or kill you would definitely know it was you, which is hilarious.
Glasses with fake mustache, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that happens every time. They're always every time someone's just like, go undercover, go into hiding. Usually that's what it is. Go into hiding, and then I go into hiding. They're like, this is not hiding. They're like, and then I twinced out or whatever, and they're like, you literally just twinsted your location and your face from your account. I'm like, yeah.
Olivia,
How else am I supposed to get got, guys?
you wanna come to Polito and join this
Ah,
group?
people are spawning on us.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What's taking so long? Oh, they're still doing their thing. They're still doing it. It's not us.
I don't know. It's
What are
funny
they
when
doing?
people
Oh,
just
they're going
go along
over
with the
boxes.
blatant and the
Hello.
obvious though. It's so much fun.
It's great from both
How are you
sides.
doing?
Yeah.
You coming
What?
for training
What are
because you
you
need
doing? Oh yeah.
it. Yeah.
We have
I
to
said
train
it.
you, man.
What the fuck?
Oh my
I'm the most trained person
Okay,
here.
put someone in a car.
Okay.
Okay, sometimes it gets scuffed. You know, it's
I
tough.
can't. I've been scuffed for.
So what do you think it is? I love you, 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 I miss you, I love you.
Actually, no, that's not true. I think I could put people in the car on Ashland.
Stalking? Going for stalking?
That's interesting. Look at me,
He's walking me around.
That shouldn't be.
You are though.
I still can't believe you can't put people in a car.
Yeah, I can't put people in cars.
I don't believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me? I can put them. I can carry them and put them in. Slide them in through the
You
glass.
can't escort someone into a car. It's
No.
crazy. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be a skill issue. You can't just be you.
No, I did a whole thing where Corion Elias, I was just like, come here. I just need to practice a few things on you.
Wonder why.
Very awkward, like.
Maybe it's like a weird 5M thing where your state ID scuffs you.
I'm not sure what it is. I feel like I could. I was gonna say I feel like I could have on Ashland, but I don't know because I never got to actually be a cop on Ashland.
That's not true. You got to be a cop for like a week at one point, I thought. Well, you did something to prove yourself or something.
I did a few dispatch shifts.
Can't believe it.
And an EMS ride along.
You were supposed to be the one that saved the Force, not destroy the dark side of the Force, not join it.
Oh, Ashlyn would have been fired within like
Yeah.
a month.
Oh, her legs are so skinny, she never would have made it.
Sad.
Skinniest legs I've ever seen, like 2 popsicle sticks.
That was so funny. All because she was stuck somewhere and had to starve herself to get out.
Under a bunk bed.
That's
I saw
funny.
all
I
those
didn't know
pictures, It
that.
was really funny.
That's so funny.
It's my favorite thing to do is just do a bunch of scenes and then crash out.
I just gotta say, I think Olive, I love her. She's so funny.
I don't get to interact
Olive?
with her, which is a shame.
Yeah, she's a new admin assistant in Grapeseed, and I'm not sure if she's actually just
Oh!
or brand new.
Both.
With a different mic.
No.
This is the character that was going around at the CID thing for the serial killer that said, "Where's my husband?"
Make sure.
I think she's a new.
Sounds like it.
So she went to the FIB and was asking about information, and she couldn't figure out how to open her inventory. So I think she's a new player.
Yeah, but she's so funny.
It's real good. The
Maybe,
character's
but
real fun.
I will say, whenever I do have a new character, I make them teach me everything from scratch. Like how to make crypto wallets and how to open up my bank account. I do that.
The other people go through the same scenario.
Oh, I
before we
can't do
reset
that.
Scenarios.
Yum, I do it. I think it's
What
funny.
I'll ask of you guys to do is just make sure the person starting is
Oh,
different
look, we
each
got a
time,
person.
so everybody gets a chance to watch.
Hello, guys.
Is that good?
Yep. Yeah.
Also, I told them the role players stay in the box. They do not go inside the box, so they have to stay
One.
outside of the confines of
Yeah,
the
what's
box
up
for the
there?
scenarios.
Ask
A trainee, that is.
All right, we're missing anybody? We're just missing JVN,
I was
right?
gonna say,
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
far is the use force gonna go? Like, just in like.
You told the
Yeah.
cadets they have to
It-
stay out of the box.
Am I gonna be? Am I shooting you?
Yes,
You
They can
need
do
to
anything.
figure. It can be anything, and it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be stage 1, 2, 3, 4 on the escalation. You guys have been role playing.
Am I actually gonna shoot him or not?
I don't know. You need to figure that out, and you will.
Oh, I
you,
think what she means mechanically. Yeah, you can.
Oh, mechanically, yeah,
shoot
yeah,
a
yeah.
person, yes,
That's
yes.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can mechanically shoot somebody, and once they actually recover and go from the dying state, hit F1, and you should be able to go into a recovery and come back up. Jello, you should be able to get up.
Perma, real.
Okay, thank God. Can you get up? Okay, good. All right. So there are chances, like what he was saying. You're going to have situations where I will just fail you in the middle of it. These are very quick. You need to go through the specific scenario. When you are done, you're just going to go to the wall. You're going to watch how your fellow officers go through that, and then we're going to solve it from there. So I may fail you. I will probably fail you, but it's okay because that's the whole point of this. So who wants to go first on the first box drill?
I don't mind.
All right, perfect. Follow me.
All right.
We're gonna go over here, just to the left at this little area, the little screen door. Those who are not part of the box drill, you're gonna stay on this side of the wall. You're just gonna stand over here. I'm gonna call out next. So, Jello, if you want to come where I am, you're gonna stay over here, and then whoever wants to go after Jello, and then whoever wants to go after them, we're gonna get the scenario set up, and then I'll call next, and Jello, you'll come in.
Quick note, format-wise, we're gonna run through each of you before we do a debrief.
Which one is
we could do a
this?
different person each
I'm
one,
trying
right?
to find it. Yeah, we could. Yeah, that works out great, actually.
Number 1.
Oh, war and arrest. Okay, who wants to start?
Yeah, I can do it.
All right. Remember, you're being compliant, passive. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Am ready.
Next.
Where's the edge?
It's starting now. Immediately when you get here. It's starting now.
Oh.
I don't think the dispatch call went out, right?
All units from dispatch be advised as a reported suspect with a violent warrant. Looks like assault with a deadly weapon. They've been seen wearing black shirt, blue mask. Can we have any unit respond?
Name of 5.
Copy that. Showing en route.
Freeze. Hands up.
Okay.
All right, turn around.
No.
This is a lawful order. I want you to turn around.
You do have a gun.
All right. I don't want you reaching anywhere, okay? Keep those hands up, okay?
Okay. But what if I don't? Breaks cuffs?
Alright, you failed. Alright, so what did you do here?
Oh, we debrief at the end. We debrief at
Oh,
the
yeah,
end.
that's right.
Yeah.
Alright, next. Who wants to go up? Okay. All units from dispatch be advised as a gentleman with a violent warrant, attempted murder of a government employee, wearing brown shoes. Looks like they're wearing a full mask. Might be a member of the Smileys gang here in City Hall. Can any unit respond?
Lincoln 22 respond.
Copy that. Marking route.
Palito?
Yeah.
What channel you?
Hey, how's it going,
I forgot.
sir?
Thank you for reminding me.
You're getting sent 2 people, by the way.
Hey, it's
Okay.
my name's Officer Tyson Sullen with the LSPD. How you doing?
I didn't ask who you are.
Okay, well, I'm just announcing my presence. I fell into your trap. What are you referring
That's
to?
right, man.
Oh, okay. Let's calm down a little bit. What's your name, boss?
I am going to worry about the team.
Make sure when they are entering the scenario, they actually know what it is.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna
you
tell
can
you
read
my
the stuff
name,
that's
man.
italicized.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and do this. Let's face away.
Do what?
Yeah, basically, so like scenario
Go ahead
1.
and face away from me.
Talk about.
For what?
Face away from me.
On patrol, you spot an individual, active arrest warrant.
Okay,
make
well,
contact
right now,
with
you're not being
discuss-
compliant,
basically
so
explain that to them.
face away.
And then they
No,
play
I
the
need to be
scenario.
compliant.
Sullivan from dispatch status.
I'm Motion King. I'm getting one in custody.
Copy.
All right, one individual in custody.
All right, come on.
Told me a thing.
All right, we're good. All units from dispatch be advised up in Sandy Shores near the 24/7. We have an individual with a blue bandana, blue jacket, member of the Marabunta gang, 3 times attempted murder, possible mayhem warrant out there. Only about an hour to respond, hour to arrest. Any units can respond?
0776.
Copy that. Marking route.
LSPD, stop right there.
Alright, what's going on there, buddy?
Put your hands up.
What for?
Sir,
Oh my
put
God,
your hands
is that a
up.
gun?
Yeah, put your hands up. Turn around, face away from me.
Oh my god. You're crazy.
Look to your eyes. Walk backwards towards me.
You're crazy.
Keep your hands up. Any sudden movements, and I might have to shoot you.
You're crazy.
Keep coming.
What for?
Keep
What have I
coming
done?
towards me.
What have I done?
Under arrest for mayhem, okay? So keep coming towards me.
What?
Stop. Stop there. Okay. Number 07 to dispatch 195.
Copy then. All right, let's debrief. All
I
right.
got notes, but Wildflower, you can go first.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, first, Artemis, you could have been more verbal during
Correct.
your entire interaction.
She was very quiet.
There's a whole thing where the cuffs slipping, you kind of just were silent. Your suspect was confused about what was going on. Anytime you're getting someone into custody, just remember verbalization the entire time is correct. It is not correct. It is correct, but it's also what you need to be striving for. Tyson, more information. The reason I complied with you was because of time. What you did differently than the other two people were you approached without a gun, which is
That was
something
my
you
big
can
thing.
do.
Huge.
Yep, you can do that, but you know the information you're given is that you're approaching someone who matches the description of a violent felon. So you're pretty much clear to escalate all the way up to what I consider the equivalent of a felony stop on 2 legs, which is what Claire ended up doing. Just keep in mind, you know, if you get caught, like let's say that goes wrong, you approach someone with a violent warrant and they end up stabbing you. You do the debrief in the office with Lieutenant. Lieutenant's going to ask you why you didn't have any kind of protection out, right?
Yeah.
Those are my quick notes. I'm keeping it brief this time because last time we ran into time issues.
Honestly, just to do a compliment, Claire, I thought you did that really, really well. You got your information. When you started being a little bit combative, you backed up. No, I think it's fine. Just remember that just because you have a gun out, you can always do physical force. You could just, you know, tackle them and make sure they get down. So,
time on this one.
All right.
We figured it'd
Anyone
be
else? Any other
extremely
instructors?
variable to go really fast, or we might need a little bit more time. Just keep us. In
Sorry,
the
maybe I got a quick more yap thing. This is more
Yeah,
like
go
an
for
RB thing. It's always good to set the stakes to the person you're talking to. You know, kind of reveal. It's okay to reveal your hand a little bit. If you walk up to someone and you're just like turn around, you know, comply. You got to think about if that is that fun for the other person. Probably not. So feel free to tip your hand a little bit. Give them a character choice of whether they can respond or not. You know, flee because you know, depending on why you want to detain them, they're going to want to act different ways. So just give them the opportunity. It's a give and take thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
I will say on like the scenarios in that scenario, guys, pulling out the guns for the information you have on hand was good. However, that being said, I have a mask. He had a mask. You don't know if we're actually that person. For him, he didn't have a mask, so that's fine. So like, what am I trying to say? Like, you don't have to be like completely super aggro off the hop, especially when the person seems like confused and stuff like that. Just be aware that you need to be able to make it aggressive immediately if you want to up the aggression, but don't come in already at 100.
I think so. Just for my clarity, then not having the gun out is perfectly okay. Just read the room.
Yeah, that's fine. Just understand that it could very quickly escalate, especially if you were able to.
yeah,
Because this is a quick
100%.
drill, right? So like, if you were like, oh yeah, we think that it's like Mac McCann and he has a violent warrant for 4 times attempted murder, 1 times mayhem minor. Like you might want to have a gun out because he's probably going to pull something or go around the corner. But if it's like something like the loss, they're probably just going to like run or extend it. They may not necessarily pull. So it just depends on how your character knows the other character. At the end of the day, you're not supposed to be a robot cop. Role play through your character and how they would make those kind of scenarios. Just, you know, it is a read the room and role play kind of thing. So with that, let's move to the next one. Tyson, we'll start with you, Claire, then Jello after that. Okay.
Okay.
All right, bar fight.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that was gonna be, you were gonna call it as a violent thing. I thought it was just gonna be an active warrant.
Yeah, I wanted to see what they were gonna do with the gun for shooting. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, I got a violent warrant, I need to go. So, I think it worked out fine. All right. Who wants to fight?
I'm down to fight after that apprehension. I'm very angry.
All right, go.
Go.
I'm a Mari Puntayo.
All units from dispatch, a call from the Yellow Jack. Two men being very verbally aggressive with each other. They're kind of hiding behind the bar, not sure what's going on. Can we get a unit to investigate, please?
Get the fuck out of my area, bro.
Copy that. Marking you route. That's my bad. I should have said a violent warrant. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm so sorry.
Get the fuck out of here.
I spent like 4 hours being a useless lesbian.
Hey, officer someone with the LSPD. Hey, stop it right now, guys. Separate now.
I thought she was actually gonna cuff me
Sir
too,
with the
because then I could
red
have
jacket, come
tried to
with me,
break
come
it.
with me.
Yeah, well, yeah, she, I think she was anxious. She's also really tired. She's very British, so.
Come on, bring it on, pussy.
Actually, I just assaulted me.
That's what you get. And now you get a kick.
I kind of just want to.
Ow. You miss, so you get a punch. And you trip, so you get a kick.
I kind of just want to.
Tackled me when you're standing up. I hated that.
All right, come on.
All right.
All right. Next to.
Yeah, I thought we were switching.
All units from dispatch, be advised, down at Pitchers, there seems to be a little bit of a bar fight. I'm not sure if this is a hate crime or not. Can we get someone to respond?
Name is 070.
Who do you think?
Copy that. Marking route.
Down here with your busted old wig.
I love you so much, Paltrow.
Back in the 90s. Ooh, girl, that was
KPPD.
terrible.
Hey,
is that made out of
KPPD,
horse
what's going on?
Oh, I ain't talking.
Okay, she has a weapon now.
I ain't talking to that pig. You talk to her. Don't talk to her. Oh, I ain't gonna talk to her.
Because you're not supposed to pull a weapon immediately.
What's going on?
I hate gingers.
Okay, but can that not be resolved by just walk
By
away?
dyeing
from
his hair forcibly, beating him down, and then dragging him to the barber and dyeing his
Let's-
hair.
Let's
All
not
of them,
get
not
to
just
there.
one?
We look. We don't need to get to a point of.
I
fighting
love
each other,
Bumble
okay?
so much. Also, Mel,
You
it's
go
great
one
to
way,
see
he
you.
goes another way. You don't have to bother each other. You're out of each other's lives. Everybody moves on.
Okay. Listen here. I don't like you coming at me like this either. I don't like you coming
Okay.
at me like this either.
Ooh, two hoes
Look.
gonna fight. Two hoes gonna fight.
Oh!
Team is
All right, let's.
One assault, one down.
Let's call it. Let's call it.
Can't you do that?
All right. RNA swapping in. Y'all
right,
do. Y'all
neat.
do.
Okay.
All units from dispatch, be advised, we got like a call from 911 down in Vespucci. It seems like a couple people got drunk at a beach bar. Can we get someone out down there to investigate?
Do we get desync?
I'm a blood.
Yeah.
I'm a blood. You know.
Copy that, Marking route. That was so good. As soon as you switched your walk stance, I lost it too.
Oh my god.
Who the hell are you? Get the fuck out of here. Get the
Oh
fuck
my
out of here.
god.
Guys,
Get
break
out of
it
here.
up.
I'm not dealing with this person.
I was gonna break anything off.
You're lucky they're here. I would
They're
fuck
about
you
to
up. I
start.
would
Chill.
Hit her
What's
both.
what's going on, guys?
Yes, they should.
You gonna fuck me up, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up. You're lucky. You're
Okay,
lucky.
okay,
Bring it on.
you're
Not
staying there,
necessarily.
You're staying there. What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah, explain. What
I'm
are you
gonna
getting out of
show
this,
you
guys?
what's going on.
I'm
You're
gonna show
going
you
on.
what's going on.
That's going on. And that's going on. And that's going on. Oh my god.
Team 4 finished scenarios.
He just took that like a champ.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
It's why I generally avoid.
All right, let's call it. Let's call it. We're done.
One same.
Let's
we're about to
debrief.
Start two. We just finished our 30 briefs. Wait, group two, same. Numbers are hard.
What group number are we?
We are.
I know we were
7.
7.
No, 3.
3? Yeah, 3. I wouldn't count 30.
13.
13.
Group 3 just finished scenario 2.
All right, so pretty good all the way around. I know, Jello, you're feeling really anxious about the situation. You're doing fine. You haven't played comp in like 2 months. A little bit. I'll give you some feedback a little bit later. Tyson, I thought you handled it really well. You didn't pull anything until you approached. You got them separated. You de-escalated. Same thing with you, Claire. I think you did a pretty good job. The only feedback I would have had, which is not wrong, but just for like checking out the scenario, kind of reading the room, you had your flashlight out, immediately knock the guy the fuck out. You may have wanted to approach the situation with maybe not a a level 3 force. Remember, you have your verbal commands first off, and then go through there. Anyone else have any other feedback?
Yeah, I saw you guys flip between a taser and then sometimes other physical weapons. You know, just a little quick note about reading the room thing. If someone is punching you, and just try to read out whether they're trying to roleplay. I mean, it's different if you respond to someone and they
Probably
are
best
punching you
for
like
your
this,
people don't
or it's
13
different if they're going like they're spam punching and you can hear their mouse through their microphone as they
Click, click, click,
go
click, click,
at
click,
you.
click, 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 click. If they're gaming rather than role playing.
Yeah. So just use some. I always say with these type of calls, just use some discretion about how hard you go, because not immediately ending it and letting it play out a little bit. Maybe it turns into a flip pursuit. It can extend the fun.
Also remember, if there's a non-comp and they come up and hit somebody with a flashlight, that is at minimum assault with a deadly weapon. And so, even though you're comp and you have that discretion, keep in mind it's going to be level 3, level 4, and if they're just getting physical, you want to you don't want to exceed force all the time. You want to match force. And who cares? You get used to your fighting skills, Anyway, any other instructors have any feedback? All right. Do you guys have any questions before we move to the next one? All right, cool. All right, go around the corner. We'll go with Claire, Artie, and Tyson in that order.
Sounds good.
Which one is this one?
Oh, this is someone has to play the dead suspect. Someone has to play off-duty cop. Just shot him.
Dead.
Oh, thank God. All right.
I'm gonna be as dead as my career was when I walked into San Kudo.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. All units from dispatch be advised. There's a report of 2 71s out on Sandy near Algonquin. Can we get the unit respond?
76.
Can I be that? Marking round.
Claire's gonna dome him.
Oh, 100%. That's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but like she needs to get there eventually.
I can't hear
so.
you.
Put gun away. Put the gun down.
All right. Hold on.
Okay, put it away.
I got it.
Okay. What happened?
I didn't
What's
do
going
it.
on?
Listen, it wasn't me.
Okay. What's going on? Is he okay?
Should have approached quicker.
52 stage at Sandy Shore.
Copy that. 3 mics out.
Okay, hon. Calm. Okay, take a breath for me. Calm down. What happened? Okay.
All right, I'm gonna call it here. What's in the scenario? All units from dispatch be advised. 171 out between Sandy and Algonquin. Reports of gunfire. No 911 calls yet. Can we get a unit response?
Lima 576.
Copy that. Marking round.
Oh God! You're here. He just started. I don't know. He just. I couldn't. He just.
Okay,
I
it's
couldn't.
okay.
And I couldn't. He just.
It's
I
okay.
couldn't. I just.
Put your hands
I
up.
couldn't.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
It happened
Put your
really
hands
quick.
up.
It just happened so quick.
Put your hands up.
It happened so quick. It happened so
Sir.
quick.
Sir.
No, please. I'm over here. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Sir.
That's perfect. He's doing this as a great. He's doing this perfectly.
Put the gun away. Hands up.
It's okay.
Oh, that's a desync issue for me. Holy shit. All right, in cuffs. Let's go ahead and end the scenario.
Uncuff me. Thank you.
All units from dispatch be advised. Singular gunshot out on Vespucci. Is there anyone that could get a response out there? Just check it out.
Oh yeah.
Lincoln 2276.
Copy that, Marquis route.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Lincoln 22, 23. I got one individual holding a gun standing over.
Holy shit. Oh yeah.
One minute.
Hey, this is the LSPD. Let's see some hands. Put that gun away.
It was
No,
me.
put the gun away.
Stop.
Stop. Put the gun away. Put the gun away. Sir, put the gun away. Do it now.
I mean, it wasn't me.
All right, stop. Hold on. Let's face away from me. Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air. Looking through your eyes. Walk back towards the sound of my voice.
There's so much blood.
All right. Stop. 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 Keep facing away.
All right, dispatch show 195. Roll me immediate 52s.
Copy that. Let's end the scenario. So one thing I should have done, because the only other suspect that didn't have a mask was Arn. You would have recognized him as an off-duty officer. And so that was kind of the scenario we didn't really get to. So that's on me. Artemis and Tyson, you handled that very, very well. You immediately took scene control. You were able to get them in cuffs to investigate the situation because you knew that they were armed. Claire, from me, your verbal commands were fine, but they need a lot more assertiveness versus like passiveness. I know you were trying to de-escalate. In that particular circumstance, there's someone hovering over a dead body. They have a gun. You have a 71. That's an immediate, at least for a physical detainment, so that you can investigate the situation. So as soon as they pulled they got rid of the gun, yeah, mechanically you can pull the gun out, quicker than someone else because you're clocked in. But, for roleplay purposes, you put the gun away as soon as they put their gun away. They should probably be in handcuffs. That's my only feedback on that, unless instructors have others.
I thought pretty good all around. We were trying to bait you into shooting us. I don't know if you guys caught that. I tried really hard to get Artemis to shoot.
Yeah, you did.
So good job not doing that.
Great job.
You made you negotiated, you talked someone down, you de-escalated. Just some food for thought if you guys are gonna do this out in the field. Maybe grab a piece of cover. There's not really cover in this box scenario, so you can't really do it. But use your vehicle, put something in between you and the person, and then you can have that kind of dramatic moment where you talk them off the edge and talk them down and calm them down or whatever.
You guys have any questions?
Nope. No.
All right, for this last scenario, you're going to come over here. Or rather, when you come through, you're going to come over here. This is going to be the front door. I know we have to role play, guys. You have to come through right here next to this wall. Come through like a front door of a house. The inside of the house is just inside of this area, okay?
You want to stand in off to the side though?
But same place where you were. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start the previous orders. So there'll be Artemis, Tyson, and Artemis, Claire. Artemis, Claire, and Tyson. So this is,
I guess so.
This is hyper aggression. Yeah. You are dispatched to a report of a domestic in progress. Trainees starting at the open door of the residence, and then it looks like you'll turn to violence and start hitting them. It says the suspect may arm themselves with a baseball bat. I'm fine with you pulling out, a baton or a flashlight or something. All right.
Smack 'em.
All right, we ready?
All right. Yep. I'll be the first victim, I guess.
All units from dispatch be advised. A report of a 1016 out on 102 Algonquin Boulevard. It's a private residence. Can we get a unit just to respond?
Name of 576.
Copy that. Marking route.
Shut up, you! Shut up, you little pussy! Please don't hit me! Please don't hit me! You clean up the fucking dishes right now, or I'm gonna...
Oh my god!
Dishes, oh god! Oh god!
Guys.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, guys,
Oh no! This
None of your
scenario.
fucking business, that's what it is, That's what
Okay, you need to
Taking
relax.
this to the forums, pal.
You need to relax and just tell me what you want out of the situation.
You can't talk to
What I
him
want out
like
of the situation,
that.
I want them to do the fucking dishes for once. I'm so tired of working 20 hours a day.
He's
for
right.
nothing is fucking-
Well, I was hoping they would come in here. Inside was the house.
Yeah, yes.
So I want the scenarios in here.
Absolutely fucking does.
I'm a guy.
You're
Okay,
a
good.
guy.
Matching force.
One more word from you, and you're
Exceeding force.
Sir,
Oh my god.
One
I
word.
want you to put that away.
Outro.
I want you to face away from me and put your hands up.
All right, let's end the scenario. Come back up here.
Winona's gonna call you. She needs a group.
Yeah, they can see from that angle.
Okay. Let's try to. Let's pull the scenario in here, guys. So they have to go through the house. And let's pull the scenario over here, so they have to go through the house.
Okay.
Just give me a second. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Dispatch. Oh, sorry. All units from copper out there. All units from dispatch, be advised there's a report of a domestic disturbance at 1016 out on 1413 Magellan. Can we get a unit to respond and investigate the situation? The 911 call wasn't too bad. Copy that, marking route. Just as an out of character note, make sure to go through the front door on the far right side.
I work all day as a security guard, and the reason that you're my
This is
damn
too
regular
real.
boyfriend, so that you can grind reputation.
PD, anybody there?
Opens door. Hello. Who's in front of you? Can I do something for you? Huh?
Okay, I've come down here for we've had a call of a domestic disturbance. Okay, is there anybody else in the house?
Nope. Shuts door in face.
Castle.
Hello, Del Perro, anyone else in there?
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Or anyone in group 2.
Slash me kicks door.
How many people do you have? Like,
Hey, Del Perro, put the bat down.
The cop broke in.
Put down the bat.
And if you win,
Or what?
Put down the bat.
Okay.
Exceeding force.
Hey, lady, chill.
Yeah,
Hey,
take Winona.
chill.
Okay, turn around. Face
You're
away
kind
from
of
me.
pretty.
Alright.
You're kind of
Put
pretty.
your hands
you know
up.
Want to go on a date?
Put your hands
I
up.
want to see what I want to see what she does.
Walk backwards towards me.
Have you ever played World of Warcraft?
Start walking back towards me. Okay, stop there.
How would you like to level up a druid?
Okay.
All right, let's
anybody
end the
else in
scenario.
here?
Hello.
Narrative over debrief for group 4.
I refuse. I refuse to beat you. You're gonna have to.
That's valid. All units from dispatch, be advised. We have a report. It's not the real 71s. We have a report of a public disturbance out on South Mo Milton. Looks like it's a private apartment, second floor. Can we get someone to go check it out? It's not too bad.
Yeah, Lincoln 22, 76.
Copy that. Be advised. It sounds like there's maybe 2 people, maybe more. Marking route.
All copy.
Listen, I don't.
Scenario?
Lincoln 22,
Last one.
23.
They lost one?
Yeah.
Hey, whoa. Hey, ma'am.
4?
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
damn.
Hey, guys.
I've been keeping them pretty short.
Hey. Don't hit him again. Stop. Follow me.
Wait, what
Ma'am.
scenario did you say?
Scenario 4, domestic disturbance, lethal.
Oh,
Come talk to me
yeah.
out here. Come talk to me out here.
Listen, okay,
There's no
listen,
friction.
Yeah,
I'm not
just-
gonna hit him again, but it is deserved.
All
It
right.
is deserved.
Hey, come talk to me over here.
It's like a hot dog down the hallway.
Well,
Yeah.
That's
Come over here.
that's wild.
Hello.
Okay, come on. Over here.
all the way over here.
what group
Yeah,
wants an
what-
extra
what's going
instructor?
Listen, like it's just a thing. It's just a thing.
Mm-hmm.
about my sister's
3
vagina
3 can
all
take
the
it.
time.
Stop walking over there. Talk to me.
Pretty big.
Okay, ma'am.
Listen.
Big vagina. Don't know what to tell you. Big
You,
old
I'm
hooter.
gonna hit you with this bat.
Well, good thing I'm a person, because if it's just your vagina.
Stop. Do not resist.
Or
All right.
resisted.
She resisted.
Nope, keep going, keep going.
God.
Ah,
All right, let's end the scenario.
outplayed.
Should have warlorded them.
All right, so some immediate feedback. Well, it's not wrong because you saw them having a weapon. You did exceed force. That's completely okay. How high can you exceed force? I just want a quick question.
One stage above.
One step above. Okay, so if they're holding a bat, what's the highest stage you can go with that?
A firearm, a gun.
Correct. Yep. And so while you could have matched force with a taser or a baton or anything like that, which you know Tyson did with a taser, you can bring a gun. That's not wrong. I don't think any of you did anything really wrong in that specific scenario. Specifically you, Claire, you waited at the door, you immediately you were like, hey, you know, what's going on? And you didn't go in until you were 100% for sure that there was some sort of exigency that required you to go for immediate aid. So I really, really like that. Any other instructors?
What up? Yeah, one thing I like to do in scenarios like this, and this is not really a correction, just more like a tip. If you think you need to get physical with someone, first verbalize it, but instead of, you know, using a baton or a flashlight, because that can like instant knock someone out, try just giving them a little punch, like, sir, if you don't listen right now, you're gonna get a punch to the face. All right, it's coming. I told you so. And that kind of gives them a chance to react and, you know, make some choices about what they want to do.
How would you like to level up a
this stuff is
druid?
just to give you guys more tools in your kit to respond to things.
I guess it was about extending it a little bit as well, you know, not just end it there and then, give them a chance.
Maybe with Tyson, I think there was some confusion about where the front door was, but I think that was more
Yeah.
just the limitation of the imagination space.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly where the front door stopped. I didn't know.
It's fine. I don't have a problem. Like, I'm pretty sure we all know that you would wait until you have exigency to go inside of a house specifically to climb up there, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about the scenarios?
No.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Sparkles.
What happened?
He disappeared.
Oh.
Are we doing scenario 5?
Yeah, that's yeah. I think we have time for scenario 5. All right. Who wants to go first on scenario 5?
Sure. Okay, we've all go.
All right. Tyson, Claire, Artemis. One suspect, one
All
victim.
right.
Scenario: arguing over drunks, money. All right.
I'll be the shot guy. I'll be victim.
All right. Cool.
Victim, okay.
All right. Whenever you guys are ready. All units from dispatch, be advised, we have a report of a 1016 down on Vespucci and Power. Looks like 2 people just arguing. Can we get someone down there?
Lincoln 22, I'm 76.
Copy that. Marking route. No PID or description of the suspect. Someone just calling in.
You know what I do to people that don't pay me drug money, bro? I do this.
Hey guys, what's going on? Whoa, hey, whoa, put the gun away.
How many bullets does it have in that? All right, let's wrap. Let's end that scenario.
Make sure they hit the gunshots that come in, by the way.
Okay, got it.
That was a lot of.
We were waiting until they showed up for the.
You two,
I guess.
As the scenario starts, they should be hearing the scenario, right? They should be hearing the gunshot.
Okay.
So as they're walking towards it. You hear
Stand
them
by.
arguing, and then by the time you hear it, gunshot, and then that's how they run in with the gun, right?
Fair enough.
All right, let's run it back.
All right.
Swap skis.
You don't want to make it completely obvious that it's Tennessee beacon up, because obviously if you shoot someone.
All units from dispatch, be advised, there's reports of a possible fist fight. It looks like 2 lovers quarreling down on South Mo Milton and near Las Lagunas. Can we get a unit to respond?
You're blooded out. You're blooded out.
Name is 0776.
Reports of a 71 at the same location.
You're done, dude.
DPPD, put the gun down.
Oh.
Put the gun down.
Free to go.
Oh, put it down. No.
Free to
Stop
go.
walking. Stop walking.
She's taking too long to shoot her. Oh, there you go.
All right, let's wrap up.
Right on time, Ayub.
I was like, hold on a minute, she's taking too long. Shoot up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good shot, yeah.
This is a really good shot.
Still not dead.
Why not?
Okay, I was tempted to double tap.
No, I'm stuck. I'm still dying. And now.
Nope.
Hello.
Just
Hello.
For the speedy of time.
All right, need 2 more.
All right, go ahead, Erie.
It is me, Criminal
I'll be your
Sparkles.
victim.
Audience from dispatch, be advised, is a report of a
I really like Gates.
couple
Can you
drug
revive
sales
yourself?
down on Fudge. Can we get someone down there?
Stand up.
Copy that.
Give it a
Marking
second.
round.
I broke in your house and did all your crack.
Reports of 71 on the 37.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
Lima 0 from dispatch status.
There's an individual muffled up with a firearm, injured person on the ground. She's like.
Units en route.
Get down from there.
She's taking too long.
All right, let's wrap up the scenario.
Oh.
Lifts you up gently on your feet.
Karma's real.
No, she perma, guys.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank God, I can stop playing Zoe.
Someone more for this group. What's happening?
Oh, 7. It was going to happen sometime.
Kind of.
You have the same issue that Claire was.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, debrief.
I think this group would benefit if you actually like do a demonstration as the instructors.
No, and I'm offended
All
that
right.
you didn't recognize me despite me
Yeah, we
being
can do
fully
that.
masked up.
Okay.
You guys, listen up.
What part is going to demonstrate about... you want to talk, you go. You go.
You got this.
Okay, just because there was various problems with each of those, we're going to go ahead and show you as instructors what should have been done. So Wildflower is going to be the person responding to the scene, and we're going to roll back victim and shooter.
Hey, be advised, domestic disturbance on Good Avenue on Alhambra Drive.
Give me 3876. 23, someone with a gun, victim 77 is requesting. Del Pepper Police Department, put your hands up now. Put your hands up now. Do not make me fire. Put your hands up now. Give me your fucking hands. ETN 77s. Keep your hands. Do not. 185.
Alright, that's one way to de-escalate. Sometimes, however, impossible to de-escalate. That's how, I guess what happened with Sullivan. He figured, hey, he gave warnings, and when the suspect continued to flee from active shooting with a gun in hand, he employed a case law. Sullivan,
Oh,
case
the
law.
Armstrong case law.
Armstrong, fleeing felon, Tennessee v. Garner. So a suspect fleeing from a shooting with a gun in hand, after an officer witnessed them on top of the victim. Yeah, you can give them what, like, honestly, you could go into that scene and say, Sheriff's Department, hands up or else I'm gonna shoot you. And if they continue to resist, then, and if they continue to walk away, then yeah, you can shoot them. Any questions? Also, you two took too long. That's my criticism. I know the instructor's gonna say stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to sugarcoat it, but I don't think I can. I don't know. I hate the whole Indian kitty gloving criminals. If they're fleeing from a shooting, and you've given them that warning, you better, like, you're telling them, hey, you're pointing a weapon at them, and they've got a weapon on, like, if they've got a gun in their hand as well, you give them one warning, then you shoot them. We're not doing this whole 5 times. Oh, LSPD or Del Perro Police Department. Del Perro Police Department. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. No.
Yeah, for the most
Yeah, I know
part,
this is,
for the most
go ahead.
part, people are going to like if they're still intent on fleeing from you, they're probably going to put their gun away. In the scenario where we kept walking with our guns out, like that is very a key indicator that we are going to shoot you.
It's very easy, especially with the people who are going to game. They go without even knowing. Like I literally am looking behind me and I point and I fire, very quick.
And I think sometimes that people, when they come to this part, lethal force, it can be a little bit dissonant because in a lot of situations we're talking about de-escalation. How can we de-escalate? How can we extend? How can we give people more opportunities to do stuff? But what you got to keep in mind is, you know, in GTA RP, when it comes to shooting, I mean, that's supposed to be like high tension is the highest stakes thing. So if you are telling someone, giving them lawful orders, and they are continuing to choose as a player and a character to continue to have that gun in their hands, and then at that point, you know, your life kicks in, and that's why you got to drop them sooner than later. One other thing I want to say about Glenn Armstrong, armed and dangerous, you know, that is what gives you the legality to shoot somebody, along with that other
how much more time do you
fleeing
think we need,
felon
guys?
prong. Just keep in mind though that just because someone acted violent in a situation, if it ends up de-escalating,
Same as group 5.
can you still legally shoot them? Like, let's say that they end up, you know, in this situation, they put the gun away and they keep walking away. You know, they're still fleeing at that point, and you are, but can you still articulate that they're armed and dangerous? And it's going to be different in other scenarios. And it might sound like I'm rambling, but what I'm trying to say is read the room. Don't be an automatic shoot cop every single time, but also respect guns being out and the danger that you are in as a character. So there's a balance between those two things, and just, you know, continue to explore what that balance is.
So particularly in that particular situation, even though I have Spark's face, because Zoe's face pisses me off so much. Zoe's non-violent. She will often pull a taser on purpose. That is a character decision that you make instead of a lethal weapon. In that particular circumstance, she pulled a lethal weapon, but she chose to tackle because of that character selection. It is absolutely within your right, and you probably should if they're continuing to run with a weapon. Tyson, pull your gun really quick. It's easy enough for me to go. Right? Very quick. And he didn't have enough time to, like, actually be able to pull up his weapon because I immediately fired. And if I was a better shot, I would have fucking domed him. So, completely right within the area. And that's where the role play comes in for the character that you're looking to play.
I gotta yap a little bit more about fleeing felon because it's kind of like,
Ooh,
I
good
don't
point.
know. It's a pet peeve of mine. Keep in mind that we apply fleeing felon very unevenly in GTA RP. Like, technically, when someone robs a store and they have a hostage and they all exit that store with their guns out, legally in our penal code in GTA RP, we could execute them every single time, but we don't for roleplay reasons, right? So that's kind of what I mean about threading the balance between, you know, enforcing versus Glenn Armstrong and fleeing felon and responding to that with lethal force, but also making character decisions, right?
Something that I want to touch on real quick that I haven't heard much about yet is warning them. Really telling them, hey, put your weapon away or you're going to get shot. And then giving them that moment to decide. Like, are they going to put their weapon away? Are they going to keep it out? You have now told them, like, hey, this is going to happen if you keep it out. Right? And then you just, you know, follow up on that. Depending on what they do. If they put it away, you can start a foot chase. If they don't put it away, well, they're probably gonna become a shooting.
I think Zoe touched on it earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, she did warn them, like, hey, put that away, put that down, don't make me shoot you. Right? You're articulating that you are prepared to shoot. And if they don't act a certain way, there are going to be consequences, i.e. they are going to get shot. But it's still kind of up to them, like, how they react to that. You don't have to shoot. They choose to put it away. I don't shoot.
There's
I
also,
really don't.
I believe also there is it's also in the penal code or in the case law that you only have to give a warning when it's viable as well. So you can't always give a warning. Like you can't give a warning across 2 rooftops, right? So if you have to shoot somebody, you don't have to. If they're far away and you can't give them a verbal warning, well, sometimes you're just gonna have to take the shot. Don't run 50 miles after them just to give them that one warning and then shoot them.
Yeah, you have to make a
that's
reasonable
like, the
attempt
end
to
of
warn
things,
them.
that's like the last resort is shooting somebody. So, yeah.
I mean, I'll just give 2 different examples of that. Let's say that there's a gang war in the south side and we respond and those people have already initiated and they're firing on each other. You know, typically in police RP, we'll wait until they kind of things simmer down before we'll roll in. But there are situations where you'll enter in as, you know, a gang war and it's still hot. And, you know, just like the mere presence of you being there kind of displays that, you know, we're going to be entering that scenario and begin shooting as well. But it helps and it makes people happier if we vocalize while we do it. If we give warnings, that way someone doesn't experience, oh, I just saw a police car drive by. Oh, okay, I got one tapped from a piece of cover that I wasn't even looking at because I thought all the gang people I was fighting was over there. And then the police rolled up behind me and then shot me in the back of the fucking head, and I didn't have fun.
Something
so,
that
you know,
I will
getting-
always do with gang was, if it's still hot, I will circle the area with my sirens on. I will get on the megaphone and go, hey, put your weapons away. We're gonna be coming in. Put your weapons down. Right? We're very much vocalizing that, hey, we are here. And this has to stop now because we don't want it happening. We don't want you guys shooting each other.
So on that point, go ahead.
And then they kind of have like some time to round down whatever they're doing, get their last shots in, maybe think about running away if they have an opportunity. Possibly still robbing somebody, getting a quick little rob in, but they know that they're on a timer.
So on that point, because it's really, really popular right now amongst like 20 different gangs, do we all know why do you guys know why there's a huge fucking parole time for GRS and like AMG and things like that?
Cooldown.
Yeah, it's an out-of-character cooldown, specifically because that is a heavy scenario. If any of you have ever interacted with that kind of situation, it's a 78 situation. The most characters, they're going to look at cops and be like, if I shoot this is going to be all hands on deck. I'm probably getting shot. I'm probably moving down. So that presence is way heavier. So if you're handling a situation, just circumnavigating, but you know what I mean, right? Like your presence is weighed a lot heavier, especially when there's lethality involved. They don't want that 300 minute cooldown because fuck, that's a long time to not do crime.
Yeah, so I just give them a chance to scurry away.
Yeah, I'll be real. Like the last server I was a part of, that was kind of our like SOP for it. Is like we go around, we like announce our presence, they leave the area, otherwise lethal force will be brought upon you.
So concerning the five, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So concerning the 5 scenarios that we went through, no questions are stupid. I know that everyone says that. Literally, ask any questions. This is a like a drill for players who have been officers for a little bit. Ask any questions at all. You have a wealth of experience between the 5 of us in many different aspects. Please ask any questions concerning any of the scenarios. We're happy to answer.
And additionally, if you have feelings about the format of box drills, this is something new we're trying. I'd like to hear that too.
I guess a question first. So the scenario where there's domestic DV happening inside a home, if we are outside the house and we see physical violence being used, whether it's a weapon or whether it's just a punch being thrown, that should fall underneath the exigent circumstances, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every single time.
You now have knowledge that something is happening inside, that you would always interfere in if it was outside. So you're going to go inside and interfere.
It's a safety issue.
Okay.
Yeah, if it poses a risk to a person or the property, then you can go in.
Okay. That's when I was just double checking. I just wanted to verify.
Hardcastle, I'm gonna be the domestic abuser
criticism
in roleplay.
or just
Huh?
The way Metzger
That
explained
makes
it is
sense.
basically we would be facing, say, if
I just realized that I'm on the
Paltrow was the
FTOY channel,
instructor,
not
I'd be
the
facing him, he
Yeah.
said look through the eyes, and then the scenario would be going on behind us.
Hey
We
guys,
would
it's a
then
roleplay. I swear to
say,
God,
once
I
the scenario
promise.
started, and turn around and then react.
Sure.
So I don't know if that would
I'm so
have
sorry.
caused things to be any different, but at least that's the way it was explained to us in the.
Repeat that.
that's
Repeat that
why-
one more
break it
time.
out.
I'm sorry.
That's why
Not a
that's why I
firefighter.
came in like really confused because the way you introduced the box drill was very different to what Metzger said to us. So
Wait, how did
Yeah.
Metzger introduce it
Yeah,
then?
how do you introduce it?
So basically, Paltrow would be the instructor, and the scenario would be behind us. He wanted us looking through our eyes, just observing Paltrow. He would basically tell us the scenario, and then we would turn around and then react.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work right here. I mean, realistically, like, it ends up being the same thing, right? Like, if you have, if you're right here and you're immediately reacting, it ends up being the same thing, except the anxiety immediately hits rather than like slowly hitting as you're approaching. So
right.
Good to know.
Well,
We're
I think what Tyson was saying is our expectation of the drill was completely different to how you were kind of.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
got a
see
little
what
out
you're
of
thinking.
sync. And the reason for that is because Metzger does this shit. Varanus does this shit in real life.
There's also.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So he's like thinking, he's teaching, when he's talking and teaching, he's sometimes talking about his real life experiences, and like we have to go with the server's limitations. And you know, if you're
Sometimes it
standing
doesn't
right here,
translate
you're gonna
100%.
yeah, and if you're standing right here, and you know, even if you're looking through your eyes, you're gonna hear more information than you would have just had. So you're actually getting a raw reaction from you having you stand around. And the other aspect of it too, and maybe I don't know, the part of this exercise, the point is to be disorienting. You're supposed to feel that way. That's intentional.
I would say that this, to me, is a more effective approach than like we did in the first stuff. And that comes from because this is also the sort of way that I teach in real life as a scene commander and a emergency responder. That this is more informative in the training aspect, because to me the previous bit is more of a. I know that is supposed to be going over, you know, a little bit of SOP and stuff like that, but that to me is more of a influence more on character decisions, whereas this one is more based on and makes more sense. This is what the training you've been taught is, and so, you know, use that training to act quickly.
I agree in some respects, but at the end of the day, like, we're playing a game, so it's all to do with role play and having fun. That's the meat and potatoes of it is. So yeah.
Well,
I think that's the most important thing.
No, both for a reason, right? Some people might need the character decision aspect of it more than they need the technical knowledge, and some people might resonate with the technical stuff and need to talk more about that. So, you know, if one part resonated more with you, there's probably a person out there which part A resonated more with them than this part. But I'm glad that a part did resonate with you, and you're getting stuff out of it.
And I'll say that that's possibly as well. Again, some of this is my own personal way of education and learning. It's also the way that I teach first response and scene command stuff, is that because of the way that this bit was structured, you talking to us afterwards felt more like you were talking to us, whereas in the first one it felt to me more like you were talking at me, which I know is not the case for everybody. For someone like myself with autism and EUPD, that kind of automatically puts up a barrier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because that's always part of the format of Academy is, I mean, we're calling it a boot camp and we're doing this out of character, and in character we might be your superiors or whatever, or trainers or whatever. I mean, at a certain point, you know, we're using our time today to try to teach people stuff. So there are times where we just need the discourse to flow one direction. But, you know, that's why there's moments later in the day where we can open up the discussion in times like this. And I think people, I don't know, maybe we could do a better job of prefacing that, but you know, it's always such a balance of we don't want to give you guys too much information because information overload. And if we get to the point where I'm like telling you how it's going to feel at different points in the Academy, you know, I might as well just be talking to you about stuff that's relevant to the Academy. But you know, I'm glad we're checking in and doing stuff like that right now. How about if there's not any questions, how about from you guys, the trainees? Do you guys have examples of times you may have fucked up stuff like this before and how you do it differently, or any distinct memories of like, oh shit, I really fucked that up on patrol. Like this is like maybe how I would go about it now with this after boot camp today.
I would say that
Somebody
like that
give
last one is a great
Amelia a
example of
baseball
where
bat, please.
my biggest flaw is.
Admins,
I'm
please.
someone that's always wanting to try and find that de-escalation and sometimes give people too much leeway. The point you turned and shot me was the point where I was about to start shooting.
Only 10-minute warning, God.
So you know that's the end that I think I need to work on more of.
Miles is getting you
when
on.
it's at that end of okay, I need to give less.
It's always going to be a balance, and everyone's going to
Olivia,
have
have 3
that
slots
difficulty
open
of
on the
ensuring, like,
first
did I
place.
give enough role play? Did I help curate or like DM the situation? Did I,
ID as
you know,
well?
make sure that was it fun for me and also fun for them? Kind of back and forth. And eventually, if you're not finding your flow now, you will. And it's literally just doing it over and over and over and over again.
I had the one with that. I don't know if any of you remember it. The crazy guy at Plug-in Bell.
That's
Not
so
a
vague.
real-
There's so many of those.
Yeah.
It was one of those
Yeah.
situations where I almost felt I wondered whether I was too reactive on it. Though looking back on it, you know,
So did
tall,
someone need help
crazy
with
guy with a
something?
knife trying to stab people. I see him. He pulls out a knife, starts running at me, and I just gun him down. You know, it was just a little bit like.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those.
yeah,
where
go
you
ahead.
just
Hey,
go
whoever
like,
asked for a bat, you got a bat. Alright.
That's the thing with doing crime.
anyone else need anything?
You know, Samantha may get
let me know,
really
please.
fucking mad because she'll encounter Delaika, and then be perfectly happy when she encounters someone like Brock Booker who gives her a little bit of leniency, or then encounters Amelia who gives her all the leniency because
Sorry,
Amelia's
who
a
does?
secret VQ plant. But when you do crime, when you're in a situation, when you cause chaos that requires LEOs to respond, you don't get to choose the officer that goes there. So at the end of the day, it's kind of just pulling out of the hat, and whatever decision your character makes. That's why we want to give you guys a high ceiling. I talked about this on stream. We give you guys a high ceiling so you can curate that to roleplay the character that you want and ensure that there's a good experience for the roleplay scenarios. Raise your ceiling,
My
better
advice-
situation.
If you're struggling with stuff like that, I mean, you heard Ayub say for Stephanie, she has a rule. She gives one warning, and if there's a gun in their hand and she has a gun in her hand, she's blapping. So you know, you can feel free to make similar rules. You know, maybe it's for you they take 5 steps, or you give 2 warnings or something, just to give yourself a guideline. It doesn't have to be the same every time either. And the other thing about worrying about stuff like this is even though someone is aggressive towards you in RP, you never know what they're doing. You know, you could be responding to like a little man who's trying to stab you in background, not on VoIP, but they're cracking up because them stabbing you at that second was like the most hilarious fucking thing. Or you could encounter a level 10 Salt Cringe Lord who, you know, is the exact opposite.
Just send
of
me.
that,
Just
so.
send me. 2 comps for this? You're pitying me already? Just send me.
But the point is, you can't really worry about it. Just stay true to your character, you know, and just roll with it. You know, you can't really, as long as you're acting consistent and you're acting lawfully, you know, and you're doing your best to extend stuff. I mean, sometimes PvP is going to happen, so don't fret over it too much.
Yeah, when I was first doing cop RP, I actually gave people all the leniency because I was so fucking scared of shutting people down and disappointing them because they had something more in mind, and that didn't happen. So I did have to make rules for myself. For Ace, he gives a maximum of 2 warnings ever, and that second warning is usually kind of an exception. Especially when he's with K9, 2 warnings is the max you get. If I would give a 3rd warning, that's the point where I send a K9, because that is the rule that I set for myself.
Yeah, that's fair. I try to find a balance. I try to be the type of cop that I don't get pissed off as when I'm playing my criminal, and I try to play a criminal that I don't get pissed off when I'm playing a cop, you know?
Yeah. In the end, no matter what happens, if I decide to shoot somebody
5-minute
or
warning.
essentially shut somebody down, I always feel like an asshole. I am always going to feel bad, no matter how much leeway I gave them. I'm going to feel bad for shutting that down. But at the same time, there is some consideration of teaching people that they don't have all the leeway with their character. There are going to be warnings and consequences that come after those warnings, which is also important. It's also important for you to be taken seriously.
I mean,
if you say, I am going to shoot, then somebody should know that, oh, yeah, if they say that I'm going to get shot if I don't put it away, they mean what they're saying, right? Otherwise, they can just fuck around forever.
Yeah. To add to that, I'm just gonna be real. Like, as a PD, I think PD as a whole it's gotten better recently, but I think PD as a whole is very soft on certain things, and overall just not feared by the general public of criminals.
Oh yeah, I've had situations where I'm just screaming on radio, beat them down, and people will just not listen because they're not wanting to quote unquote shut it down. But it's gotten to the point where in any scenario, any character should be shutting that down. For example, recently a scenario where somebody tried to stab Ace with a needle. I believe it had.
We're almost done.
Same. We're finishing 4. We're gonna do 5 real quick.
I ended up going to the hospital on Ace. There was a chase. It turned into a foot pursuit. Amelia was on radio ordering people to beat that person down. It took her saying that 4, I think even 5 times. I think I counted before somebody actually effectively beat that person down. That person attacked the cop.
Yeah, I had that with when Bean got shot up at the lumberyard a few weeks back. And they found him running away, and I was like there, trying to save Bean's life, and I'm going, shoot him, he's shot, and they're going, oh, I don't want to shoot him, he's not got a gun out. That felt a little bit like that.
Well, just to balance that though, on the other side of that, just as a sergeant, I've also seen the exact opposite, where someone is yelling for someone to beat someone down, and their PID is shaky, like they got it secondhand from someone on a hospital bed, or even worse, they got a PID from a downed officer before they even had a chance to get medical. So, and that stuff plays out, and there's repercussions in character, and can be even other stuff depending on how bad it is. So I think us as a PD, we have been through arcs where we started off as a force of being like super cops who almost eliminated crime, or at least that's the narrative about our PD. And then we slipped into a place of inexperience, and I think we're still climbing out of that. So, sometimes it can be reluctance to get to escalate to violence or whatever, to lethal force. But sometimes it's just lack of training and bad communication on radio, and confidence too. Yeah. So it can be a whole number of things. So I just want to balance that out by saying it could be both ways, where the call on the radio can be bad, but it can also be someone being a coward, quite frankly.
Yeah. More than often, it's people being cowards, in my experience at least.
Yeah. Well, that's also where your training comes into play as well. So,
I have a character rule for Ace personally. Somebody equal rank or higher tells me to shoot, I shoot, and if that's a bad call to shoot, then it's on them.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The scene lead is calling it out and stuff like that. It's really not on you guys.
Yeah. Honestly, in roleplay, if someone tells me to gives me an order like that, I'm like, fuck it. Like, if something bad happens, then
I follow that order. Ace actually has reasons to follow orders. I will do it every time, even if I think it's not quite the right call. It's on the person making the call, giving the order. If they have the authority to be making that order, given that order, I do it.
I don't know about you guys, but I love the bad shoot role play that comes after, like the little not quite IA, but like I love that.
I
shit,
wish it was
so.
more IA, to be honest.
I think what it is, and it's something that we've discussed stepping away, I think people are afraid of like not being able to make another cop character. If your cop character gets fired, you can just make another cop character. It's okay. It's not on the character thing, so.
Yeah, but also somebody else makes a bad call. It's on them.
That too. I think some
Also,
people.
it's on them. I just put my hands up and go up. I was following orders,
You
guys.
got supplied information. You were told what to do. You did it. Okay. He's like, oh, what can you do?
I mean, it's a good point. Sometimes making a mistake in the field, even if it's someone else's order, can create some of the most interesting storylines.
Yeah.
I love panel RP. I think it's the most fun shit, T-Goblin kind of stuff you can do.
I'm going to therapy next time I shoot somebody.
I love therapy roleplay. Jello, you've been really quiet. Did you want to bring up anything, a scenario that you've come across? I know you've been taking a break on comp because you're hella crim locked, but
No.
no,
I'm good.
you have comments, concerns, suggestions.
No, I'm good.
Any
All right.
stories about how from the other side some
That's a really
cringe
good point.
cop fucked your day up?
All the time.
She went AFK for like a 2 minute. I'll let her tell this story. Never mind.
Yeah, I was AFK on a roof, and there was a chase that led into the lower part of Vespucci where the Reapers hang out, and basically there was escalation, and my Crim Athena got shot when I was AFK on my phone because she had a cut. That was the excuse that they gave, that she was wearing a cut, so she was involved, therefore she got shot.
She was AFK for less than 2 minutes. She got up, get water, and came back.
Oof. Yeah, that sucks. Did they get GRS? Is that part of it?
I mean, they GR tested.
Gang-related shooting.
Oh no, it wasn't that. No. It was a guy. It was a guy fleeing, just recklessly evading, and then just came into the crypt. And
I know this scenario.
Yeah.
I came into the end of it. Yeah. Trust me, from the cop standpoint, it was a shit show because nobody was communicating effectively.
No.
I think it was just possession charges is what Athena got though, but still, at the end of the day.
Sue him.
She's attempting to. There's 2 lawyers, dog.
It was a mixture of different things happening. So you had the one guy that came in who was evading. Then you had people in Reaper cuts telling the cops to leave, and the cops refused. So then the Reapers escalated by pulling guns, and that's when everybody started escalating because people were getting beaten down and shots were fired, and then that's when Athena got shot, and I was just like, I literally went and got water. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, I can't remember who was being chased, but it was pretty hefty where I was one of the responding units, and we just had too many people respond, so I broke off. And then, like, within 5 minutes, they start calling 78s because there were shots happening, basically, down in Vespucci. And then when I got on radio, it was just, there wasn't really a clear line of what occurred. So, yeah, I'm sorry that happened.
That's alright. It's making good RP means I can be a Karen in court, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is everybody over at Grapeseed now, or what?
It's top of the hour. We're going into the last set of scenarios and discussion.
On the smaller ones that I've had that frustrate me more when I'm playing Tessa, is because she's a crazy clown, right? She will talk shit and do dumb things with you. But some are really good, right? They'll come up, they'll talk. In fact, I even had Park walk up to me today going, Tessa, just get out the car, and she'll interact. But then I have times where I've had ones where they'll come up and they'll be like super aggressive, like, show me your ID, show me this, and it's like, oh, why should I? Why should I? And that's when I'm not going to apply. That's when I'm going to run. And I've had it a few times with them when it's like I've not made it a step from trying to have that conversation, and I've taken one step and then I'm tackled, tased, and cuffed in from taking a single step. That kind of feels like that's the stuff that kind of annoys me more because I often don't immediately run from cops unless I'm doing something particularly violent, maybe store robbery or kidnapping. But like breaking into cars, all that sort of stuff, I'll often try and talk and come up with a story, or try and come up. If they just come up with that aggressive attitude, and then it's like you make a single move, you know, it just kind of feels.
I just
I'll be honest.
I read the room. I read the room honestly. Like my crim is a hasn't been caught yet, but she is a prolific character in the drug trafficking and the weapons trafficking front. She's very violent, but she has an on and off switch. So there's certain things in her law that triggers her and stuff like that. So I just read the room. If the cops want to fuck around and find out, then it's fun.
Yeah.
Something I'd say is like the army guys with some language. If you see that, what Claire's talking about, you see another cop do that, the best way to talk about that in character is just talk about de-escalation.
Yeah.
Because that's a very valid police concept. We're not talking about even server shit at that point. We are police. De-escalation is one of our priorities in our policy. So it's completely valid to, you know, grab a sergeant's ear and just be like, hey, I think they really escalated this situation. They were demanding ID from the start without even saying hello or giving a reason for the stop or, you know, any of that. It put us in danger and, you know, whatever. But, you know, there are ways to address that in characters, I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be valid to escalate quickly from the start, but I will only ever do that if there's history between the character and the criminal, where the criminal has been aggressive or just straight up violent.
Oh, I
in
did
the
it to
past.
Claire's lawyer like 2 weeks ago.
If I don't really know who you are, and you're not like a very prolific gang member or anything, you have a lot more leeway with me than if you're somebody that has shot cops in the last 2 days.
Cyrus and me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's again that's it. It's just for me, it's that whole thing. You know, say Tessa. I don't know how many of you run into Tessa at this point. She's BBC.
That's my IRL name. I'm getting triggered.
She's more of, you know, she doesn't care about if she gets caught. She just wants it to be funny when it happens, and it, you know, and we'll go for the bit and we'll not get violent. But when you get people that just come up with the immediate, you know, you're under arrest, give me your ID, you just kind of get like, you don't get that, you know. Whereas like, yeah, Ophelia's different. She's a lawyer. You know, there are some cops that she's got history with now that it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go for bench trial just because they never want to work with me anymore, so I'm just gonna do that just to annoy them, you know.
I love that because I fucking love bench trials.
Yeah, if they want to fuck around and find out and start throwing their weight around verbally and just go along with it, be like, I want to speak to a sergeant, I want a bench trial, just drag that shit out.
Yeah. But
For me, the reaction you get is absolutely. I love that. Let's go.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, guys, it's almost the top of the hour, so I did want to give you guys a chance for a break before next Yap session.
I have to dip now, guys, but I'll be around for the entire
Bye.
tomorrow. So.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me, guys. You know, it's fun role-playing in role-play.
Hug emoji, hug emoji, hug emoji, hug emoji.
Roleplay, dude.
Big hug.
Wait, I have one more question for you, Arnie. Do you play Remy
Arn.
from the DMV or Arn?
I play Arnie Eagle. That's it, bruh.
Oh, who plays Remy from the DMV?
No.
And I also play Bernie Johnson Super Cup. Goddamn, I love America. Ah.
Man, must be nice to be able to play a second cop, huh?
Yeah, I've got an hour, and then I've got
I
to
need to
go
play
and
my second cop more.
try not to kill myself.
Bye.
I play one other character, but I don't think any of you have met him.
I have.
Speaking of trials.
Actually, you
in
Adam
2
has.
hours.
I have,
Yep.
yeah.
Did we do the jaywalking thing?
What jaywalking thing?
Did you play? I forgot that it's a lawyer. It's like a low state ID.
Oh no, I no.
Oh, you know, I'm thinking of Bushes. Never mind. Anyways.
Oh, James Case.
No, I was there on
Break time, guys. Break time. What's the location for the top of the hour MRPD? Is it Grapeseed?
Also, on the topic of
Top of the hour is at Grapeseed.
Copy that. Thank you.
Some boxes out on the airstrip that I think we go.
I'll be back.
Mine are going bad.
Carry me.
I because the tasers are so weird.
Carry me.
Most of the time, I try and avoid using the taser unless it's like
'Cause I'm asking.
trying to get someone out of a boxed car.
Yep.
I'd rather go with something else.
Alright, I'm going AFK.
Dumb. But yeah, no. So
I'll be
trying-
back, chat.
I'm just trying to keep my energy up because I've got what's
I
going to be
just
a marathon
I
fucking
just
trial tonight.
chase people off of bikes, and that's pretty much it.
I'm going AFK.
Alright, have fun.
Oh, I forgot someone gifted that.
Oh yeah.
That was so fucking evil.
That's fucking great.
What the fuck?
Where are we meeting? Over here?
I don't know. I'm just
No,
running around. I don't care.
I don't have the chart.
Over here,
Where
man.
is
Go
it?
up a step.
I don't know. Like I think it was. I think it was got. Look, I don't remember. I was really high last night. Okay, like
I can't remember who did it. I think it was Laszlo's role
Put
player.
your hands up right now. Yep. That's what happens when you're whispering. I'm gonna go get the next one.
Put me down, 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 put me down.
Talking real quiet.
Face down.
Spy got every shot.
Come on, hurry up.
Face down.
I may be less scuffed.
Smoked.
Danielle, hi.
Oh.
How are you, gorgeous?
Headshot.
Chillin'.
Alright, get out of here.
I showed up late.
I had 3.5 hours of sleep.
Wait, are you doing it now with me?
Yeah, I'm shooting.
I had stuff to do.
That's way better than 3.5 hours of sleep. At least you had something to do.
Backwards.
Where's the fucking money? Where is my fucking money? You piece of shit. You owe this money a fucking month ago. What the hell is wrong with you? Give me your fucking money now!
Put your fucking hands up!
Nah, fuck you! Fuck you! I'm leaving! Nah,
I'm gonna
fuck
shoot
off.
you! Uh-oh.
Oh, that's how box drills are supposed to go.
Get him up.
I'm dead. Actual skill issue.
Oh my god.
Access denied.
I'm a hog wrangler, not a shooter.
I'm such a shooter when it doesn't fucking matter, by the way. I
Well,
can't
I
do
can
this
shoot
with
my
like
gun.
Cyber
Whoa.
Echo.
Bitch.
Oh, you know what deserves.
Oh my god. What the
Double.
fuck is happening to me?
Are you okay?
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Left.
Stop being. Stop. You're such
Left.
an EP
Backwards.
guy.
What? Give me my fucking money. Where is my money?
No.
God damn it, Willie.
Bro, I asked you for this a fucking month ago. What the hell is wrong? You know, fuck you. What?
He did not hear a gunshot.
Nah, fuck you. I don't want to do this. I'm leaving. That guy got what he fucking deserved. And you are too.
That's how a box drill's supposed to be done.
Crazy one-liner to die. Crazy one-liner to get dropped. That's,
Yeah,
that's wild.
I couldn't hear him. Was he yelling?
I didn't hear
No, he was whispering.
So
Yeah,
I have
he
to
was-
go.
I'm not-
So I'm gonna say it real quick. Whenever is everybody here? Hey, what case law is this?
Tennessee versus Carter.
Okay, so
we missed
do
him
you-
one cadet, by the way.
He's gone.
Yeah, there's- well, one cadet, no,
Max.
one cadet hasn't done their
Oh.
thing yet.
Fuck me.
I got a
Okay,
U.
well, I'm gonna say to you guys first. Tennessee versus Corner, do you have to give him that many warnings?
No.
Why are you guys giving him like 10 warnings then?
I don't know. Just felt like it was a cool thing to do.
What?
I go, I'm gonna shoot you, and then I shoot them. Ow!
I'm just saying, if I had
At least he's honest.
Thank you.
If I put a vest on, I probably would have been able to shoot him down.
It just felt.
We got one more. You get in there.
All right,
Wait,
I'm
there's
out.
more?
Have fun, guys.
One more.
Bye,
one more.
Mr. Matchko.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, my go, bitch.
No, don't do that.
Oh no.
God damn it.
You're so real for that.
I'll never forget what you did to me, Metzger.
You're coming up with a point. You're coming up with a point.
Metzger murders cadets to get rid of them.
Okay,
Real.
okay, hi. Hey, hold on. Listen. I know I said I was gonna get you the money on Tuesday, and then we said Wednesday.
Where is it?
I know it's Friday, but listen.
I like that they're doing. I like the way they're doing this specific box show.
I'm actually sick of your fucking talking.
It's like once.
Oh my god. Put your gun down.
He escaped.
Hey, drop the gun.
It's top of the hour, and you guys should start heading
These
back
guys are
to
shooters.
Great
What in the
Sea.
desync is this? Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
It's the Australia, man.
5 minutes, homie.
That is wild.
What in the Australia was that?
Since when did we start using Nerf guns?
That was some
Australia.
sick reaction time.
Why is
Don't make him
everyone
hit me, man.
whispering?
Brock, where are we
I
doing the
always
next
shout.
I'm shouting.
Say again?
All right.
I thought it was shouting, but I guess not.
I mean,
Yeah,
Max
next one's at Grapeseed. I'm now realizing I don't know if there's a screen in Grapeseed.
Max is still eating dirt.
That can't.
That can be. Only we had Edmonds who could make that.
Miles,
I'll
can you
fix
put a
it for you,
screen
Levi.
up,
Don't worry.
please?
Yeah. I wonder who's getting laser beamed.
No, it's not me.
What?
Once.
What? What do you want?
What? Alright, I will
on
put the
about?
screen up if
I got you,
if
Queen.
what's happened.
Fucking nerd.
Deal.
Yeah, for all of them.
All right, hey guys, come back around.
Make sure you talk about how no one's being loud and they're all sounding like pussies.
Listen, hi. There was a shooting that had just occurred, and you just arrived on the scene. You need to be announcing yourself. Sheriff's Department, show me your hands, or else I'm gonna shoot you. You need to announce yourself, right? I don't want to say pussies because that's kind of mean, but also what's it called? Like,
No, I will say it. Don't be a pussy.
Don't be a pussy, and also you're in charge of the situation, not them. Like the second that there is a firearm involved and they are walking away from a shooting, you need to neutralize the suspects before they try and shoot you down.
Alright,
Apart from that, what's it called? Got anything else, guys?
For the last cadet that went, because we asked the other ones, what
New
case
title.
law
New title. New title.
does this have to deal with?
Fleeing felon.
How many warnings do you have to give
They're
them?
fleeing.
Who is?
What?
Why
This
didn't
voice
you
sounds
shoot?
familiar. Who is this?
Why'd you take so long to shoot?
I announced that you just dropped the gun. Yeah, I hesitated.
Max
My
Lem.
Yeah, when Max, the shooting happened and the first thing I heard from you was, oh my god.
Oh no! As long as they are in range to
There we
hear
go,
you,
overtaking.
you only have to give one warning. If you shout it from 10, 20
Glad
meters away, then it's
first
kind of
shot.
different. But if you're like within talking distance and you're shouting, stop running, put the gun away, and they don't do that, fucking shoot them.
I am. There you go. Yeah. Also, one thing. Trying to announce yourself and I guess quote unquote initiating before you start shooting them. It's really, really difficult to do that if you're whispering, and they won't be able to hear you give warnings and initiate.
I'm backing up my OG.
Especially when you're trying to give warning. Especially when you're
There it
trying to
is.
give warnings to try and shoot someone. It's very difficult to do if you're whispering. Right?
Unless you're talking about sensitive information in the station as a cop, just be on shout. Like, unless
all
you're in
the
a
time.
hospital or talking about sensitive information, just be on fucking shout.
God bless.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna have a break until 10 past the hour.
Why are
I'm
you
gonna try to
dressed as
finish this
Skylar?
burger, and then
we
we're
having
gonna
a break?
do. Yeah.
God.
I just slammed 2
I'm outta
burgers,
here.
some stuff.
I just slammed a Red Bull.
Oh, man, please. I
Wait,
need
what's
a
going
Red Bull.
on?
Jesus Christ.
I'm on number 2 of the
Hey.
day.
Hi.
Hi, I'm AOD.
No, time of the break. Time of the
Jokes
break.
on you,
We're gonna go through course of service.
Brett, Brett, how you holding up?
Reaper boy! Reaper boy!
Reaper
Reaper boy! Stephens, Reaper
Oh my
boy!
god.
Reaper boy.
Dead girl, dead girl, dead girl.
Okay.
How are you two both holding up?
Roy McEnroe.
Sad because this is Skylar.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I put it in her face. I hate Zoe's model so much.
What are you talking
Why do you hate Zoe's model?
I don't know. It just like pisses me off. It's like there's always
Doom,
something.
right? New Doom game, pretty good.
Roy better not fucking die.
Why you look like Cowboy Ashley?
What the hell?
Let me see this face.
Roy is the best cop on this damn city.
Is that Ashley's face or is that a new face?
It's a new face.
It looks like Ashley.
It's a face I designed from 3.0.
It looks like Ashley. Yeah, it
I'm
does.
I'm out of here. Hey, Bestie. Hi.
What the hell is your problem?
Hi, Bestie. How are you?
I'm tired.
Okay. You're always tired.
Hello.
You're spam comment. Oh, why?
Yeah, there it goes.
OSHA is Koringi.
I have no idea. I'm hungry.
Koringi.
IRL or in game?
Both. TBH.
Go get food. I got you. I'll carry you.
I'm hungry for a specific thing, and I'm debating if I want to spend the extra money to DoorDash it or if I want to go get it.
Don't save it for tomorrow. If you're still feeling like you want to eat it, then eat it tomorrow.
I might just go eat it after Academy.
That
Actually, I'm
too.
gonna AFK for a second and see what food
I got
have.
you. No worries.
This one in particular.
Oh my god. Hi.
I can't hear you. I have to redesign
Yeah,
Allison's
yeah,
face.
I'm
though.
stuck.
Zoe
I'm
said it
stuck.
looks like-
I'm stuck. Ugh.
What's good?
The model looks a lot like Ashley. Snow? No.
I switched outfits.
You guys didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
How are you holding up? How's Academy for? How's the boot camp?
I'm fine. I ate ramen, so I'm not cranky.
I have not eaten all day.
Go get food. You have plenty of time. You got 3 minutes. Grab a snacky. Hello.
Everything I have, I gotta cook.
All right.
I went to Jason.
No chippies.
Next to you.
No chippies.
Take a reactionary around pack.
Peanut butter sandwich.
I ate my Frito chili.
Not the Frito chili.
Who just tased me in
I
the
think it was
ass cheek?
Austin.
What the fuck?
I think it was.
Dude, I went off duty and they did that shit 3 hours later, and I found out the next day. And I was like, "What the fuck did you guys do?"
Oh my god, is
Reaper
that
boy.
Dixie?
Dude,
Dixie.
that shit was so funny. The fact
Oh.
that I
Dixie
woke
cup.
up to like 7 text messages
Jenny.
saying, "Oh my god, officers
That's
tased your
Jimmy
cat," and
suing
I was
me.
like, "That's kind of funny, yo." But I need to respond as if I'm really
I
upset.
woke up to that shit, and that was the day like the Davis Dongs just died. I was like, no.
Also, fuck you for like making me almost die laughing the other day with Roy standing on the corner.
Being hunted down.
Yeah, you rolled up on me doing.
It's a daycare. Well, I'm out of character checking on them because I know they're all anxious about how they do PD stuff. So
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, Roy was
Oh
crashing
my god,
out
it's
because he
Tito
thought Del
Tinker.
Perro was shutting down like Davis.
Oh, my food all expired.
That's not actually Tito, is it?
no, this is Legacy.
How are you?
Oh.
It's a good outfit though. I like that. I like this
It's
outfit.
a very, very good Tito.
I think so.
Missed.
Yeah.
Stop pistol whipping me.
That is me.
Reload magazine. Hello.
What's up?
Pimp smash.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, hey guys, I'm playing McEnroe, the tiger.
Oh,
Don't
sorry
do
about
that. Ow. That's rude.
There you go. Anyway, subscribe to Rad Stars. I never stream. Thank you.
Boo!
That's disgusting, man. Talk to me when you
Can
eat
someone, please, helpers, help, helpers, please. I'm glitched, helpers. Yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. I'm trying to make another cop to join GTFO because Zoe got salty, and all I want to do is cool GTFO things.
Dave gets all the participants.
Oh,
I'm trying. I can. Okay, bet.
Because I can't do anything.
What?
Kept you to the airstrip.
Fuck Jacob on God.
And then I'm gonna give me like a megaphone. I'll put one down next to the screen. Just have to use it.
I'm making a highway comp. Excuse me, sorry.
Always
Excuse
makes
me,
me so
sorry.
happy.
Actually scary.
Excuse me, pardon me.
You all look so great.
10-9, 10-9.
You all look like great criminals.
FTOs come to the airstrip where the
Part of the biggest gang in the city. Gang sign
Paisley
3.
from the Osiris.
Who is this? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey,
Who is this?
It's me, Paisley.
Hey, I'm the.
Osiris.
Who's this?
Dear God.
Huh?
Who's-
I thought I kind of wait till you
Oh, okay,
win.
okay, that's fine, that's fine.
I don't have Birdie, no.
Fucking.
How did box
I
drills
just
go?
have Ella. Good.
Good.
Yeah,
they're really good.
Oh, that's hard.
I
Look,
love
I just have Ella.
All right, hold on, pause.
Hey.
So there is a
Hey,
thread
Miles,
in the
anyone?
FTO chat. Oh,
What do you want?
Can I get a megaphone, please?
there we go. There is a thread in the FTO chat
Lights up the
for
screen.
feedback on the box drill thing because it's new. But we're gonna have a little bit of time because Abe's gonna be over there yapping. I mean, what's your guys' thoughts on it, just off the rip here?
So for group 3, because of our location, I was reading the thread. I put it in there for the instructor side. All of our participants really enjoyed it. It was just a little confusing for the instruction, and so like because our walls broke down, literally the models broke down. I really when I came back here, I really liked the way you guys did it. I would like a box in the future to actually be able to make it a little bit smaller, because the area that we ended up choosing was really rough.
The situation with that is like we had issues with our cadets were overhearing what was happening in the previous drills, which kind of gives them information they shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's a little hard to know how far away you have to be.
Thank you.
Oh, fucking hell. God, can we please leave?
Where are we going?
Oh.
Are we?
How can we still hear him from over here? Jesus Christ.
Hey, finally, a in-game model that fits your in real life personality.
What the hell?
Yeah, I said that. I said that.
Somebody says that to me today. I don't know why.
Oh, I was just fucking. Okay, I take that back. 22 last. 22 last.
Basically, so as long as you just have them go far enough away that you know, like, no voice is going to pick it up because you're not using a microphone, it should be fine.
Yeah. When we had the group that was up on Clinton, there's that alleyway next to the 24/7. We had them stand at the edge of the sidewalk at the edge of the alleyway, and the scenario was happening like in the alleyway. We told them like basically stay where you're at, minimal movement. There was a couple of times that they went in, but
I think
I think that worked really good too.
I think the most confusing part about them is them not going in the box doesn't really make any sense for how we roleplay on the server. Like, them being able to go in the box, it's a lot more fluid and a lot more realistic. And it also, if they're going in the box when they shouldn't be, for example, like the domestic argument situation, we can critique them on that. I think just that little change makes it a whole lot better.
To that point, our alleyway group that we had, Luca Carmine, literally ran just full steam ahead into the middle of the alleyway and got his ass kicked.
Yeah, he ran like into the fight and
Yeah,
like
two
got in
cadet-
the way.
Got
knocked out.
It's violated by running in before they had reason to. So like being able to tag things like that is great because then they do it in front of you and not, encountering the server.
Yeah. I think that the whole like going in the box, I could argue that I don't disagree that it's a bad
Our
thing.
group,
It's a good thing.
most of the people we had go in the box when it was necessary. There was times where they needed to stay out of the box because it made more sense for them to stay out. And then there's other times where you have to go get hands-on kind of a thing. So it was kind of,
Yeah. Especially with the ways we train people to detain people. It doesn't make any sense to like tell someone, hey, come all the way back to me like 10 or 15 feet when you could just walk forward a few feet and put them in cuffs,
Yeah. I mean, these ones were different than the first set of scenarios because of they were actually using more force rather than just verbal commanding presence. I think like Varanus posted that he was worried that they were not like they're not tailor fit to the environment of the server, but I mean, I think the discussion that's going on now, it still is valuable because we're correcting them on the foundational pieces that can still apply no matter what. Do you guys feel similarly or differently on that?
Yeah, I think with the one modification, let them go in the box, and it works perfectly. Because it's the principle these things are built off of rather than a specific scenario.
Yeah. I think for pre-setup, we can make actual boxes to help define it a bit more.
Yeah, I was thinking a good way to run these in the future would just be to have preset stations and just have people go station to station.
One thing I would want to bring up is that I know they're supposed to be quick, snappy, but a lot of our cadets in Group 5 kind of forgot to do the normal stuff we would do on a scene where it'd be either calling over radio or something, like announcing themselves on a scene. I know that's more specific to the cadets we had, but it would be good to kind of at least push that in the future where, hey, this is real. Like we're doing this for real. Make sure you're doing everything.
Thing is, we told our group specifically not to call on radio because that kind of gives it away to the other cadets. I think
True.
these are more meant to be snap reaction, what level of force do you use, than fully played out scenarios.
I did want to say sort of on that, well, I agree. A lot of like our cadets were just kind of like, wouldn't I request a 77 in a situation like this? What we had our group do was the others got off the radio while we did it if they wanted to role play that out, because you know, request is like a very, very quick thing. But we did tell them, you know, obviously hypothetically for the scenario at hand, there's no 77. You're on your own.
Yeah, I think that was a big hang up for them. They're like, what was it? Two out of the 4, or was it 3 out of the 4?
It was
They're
like 3 out of the 4. That was like, yeah, they were
I
like,
should
where's
be
my
having somebody
77? And I'm like, you don't. Play it out. You don't have one.
Welcome to shift 3.
Yeah, honestly, I
Real.
think that's also a realistic scenario. You don't always get backup, or backup might be the guy who's in Polito who calls into a Southside scene for some damn reason. Like, a lot of the time you're going to have to go into these scenes alone.
I mean, shift 3, literally last night I spent like an hour searching Polito for shit. I was like, hey, if you need me, I got you. It's gonna be 3 business days till I get down to you,
But
though.
in my opinion, if they want to like, you know, do it in like a role play sense where they're calling for the 77, I'm not going to fault them for doing it because that is what you would do. So I think it's good that they're taking the appropriate action. They are calling for 77, even if for the situation at hand there obviously isn't one. That's my opinion anyway, for what it's worth.
I'm Bison. I don't need help.
Okay.
Oh, all right. All right. Great.
I need other
Thanks,
help,
buddy.
not cop help.
Like a therapist?
Don't we all?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
play
I
GTA roleplay. Of course, we all do.
No, therapy's
I
fake.
I learned in character the other day that Boba has a funny laugh.
What the fuck?
He really does.
What does
I
that
learned
mean?
that in character. Yeah.
What did I? Wait, what? I laugh all the time in character. What the hell?
How do you have a funny laugh?
Did you not hear Joe at the meeting? Hot
Who's
mic.
Joe?
Oh yeah, that was good. That was no, so what'd good. he say? Oh, no, I heard it was
No, Bundy. Lennon
It
Bundy.
was Lennon, yeah, it was Lennon. She said, "Boba has such a funny laugh. I love Boba's laugh." And I was like, "What?"
Oh, I love her so much.
See a hot mic.
Yeah. And then Joe also called me Boba like 30 minutes later.
Well, I mean, ask Kate how many times she gets called Kate instead of Amelia.
You guys remember maybe like
And it's
45 minutes
normally
ago
my
when Boba
Wojak.
talked on the FTO? He was the domestic person.
Oh yeah, I
in
was
the
like, I'm gonna
abuse.
be the domestic abuser on fucking FTO radio.
Yeah, that was.
You
I wanna
pay
point
for
out,
two strippers, Boba.
I have never hit a woman. I have never.
He did
call
you did both today.
I did call her a whore and a slut and a bitch.
What the hell?
He learned that from Vegas.
I was there.
I did not learn that from Vegas. I learned that from movies.
You learned that from Stanley.
There's gonna be quite a bit of yapping, so I'm gonna let you guys like fuck around and have fun, do whatever you want to keep your brains busy. But before we do that,
now.
before we do that, you sons of
Okay.
bitches, god damn it. Are there any questions on the last set of scenarios that we're finishing the day with?
Yeah, where's the screenshot for that one? Is that 39?
38.
Not my
Give me,
38.
give me Commodore.
The screenshot is number 39. You're right. That's the instructor guide is 39.
Okay.
We want them to do all the practices all the way through, like not transporting to a station,
wanna
but
see if
all
this
of the things that they
delivers.
should do.
Sorry,
like,
what is you
cuffing,
of-
searching,
Use of force,
GSRing, whatever they need to do.
So, like, not seizing items, going through the booking process, lawyers, stuff like that. We're not doing
We
that.
don't need
Okay.
to go down to cells and whatnot, but they
Affirm.
should go through all of the things on scene. Like, make sure they
Does,
cover all their scene bases.
Does anybody here have drugs on them by any chance?
Yeah, I got joints.
IRL?
Who does? No, not IRL.
I wish.
I just want to frisk Rain real quick.
What are you, a cop?
Gotta go.
We already tested it.
You don't know where I
You
live.
don't see. Okay, so you don't see drugs when you frisk people.
I've been
Usually
told you
over a
see them if they have
certain
more
amount.
than like 40.
Wait, fat stacks. Yeah.
I can't
I'm not
hear you. What'd
telling
you
you
say?
how much. Here, come over
See
here.
that's one of the things that
Hey,
has
gorgeous.
me so confused about drug
What's
RP in
good-
general
what's
is I
good?
just don't know.
Well, I was told in character that you
Mechanically.
can feel
Who
over
is-
40.
who is-
I don't know
who
how
is
accurate
this?
that is.
This is Wildflower.
No, not the one in front of me.
Oh, she's dead. She's very dead, but I like her model, so we're using it.
I was gonna say, what?
What the fuck is this?
She's dead. She's
I'm gonna
very
click
dead.
watch. I'm
Yeah.
watching who it
Are you
is.
suing me
He's fucking
or are you
dead,
suing my
man.
wife?
Oh, it's you. Oh, hey, what's
I
up?
was very confused at
It's
that.
also
I don't know why
Do it.
Garrison is a
Take the
Vago, but
shot.
Garrison's a Vago.
Oh,
Is this
it-
your vampire?
There's
no.
something really finagly
I mean,
with
yes,
all
but
this.
no. That was my
Is there
vampire,
food?
yes.
Okay.
She's very dead. Not a real vampire. I have a 5-page document of every disease and why she acted that way to make it
Oh
fully
my
realistic if
God.
anyone.
Oh, no.
I do.
Where's
Skylar was very
Yeah.
sick.
Wait, you
Yeah,
send it
food.
to me. I
Oh,
wanna
there's
fucking read that
Miles.
shit.
Is there food up here? Because I'm gonna
Miles, we
starve to
need
death.
food
No,
somewhere.
you're not. You won't starve to death.
We need a food bin, buddy.
I won't starve to death.
No, it's like cells.
need
You'll be like a
food?
small sliver of
Yeah.
food. So just
We need
depends
a
on
bin.
like if it's your
What's your
OCD, if
state
you want your
ID?
meters higher.
1558.
I do. My OCD of
That's
yes.
fair.
558.
Yes.
How much food do you want? You want a lot of food?
Also, I shoved
just
garbage in your
two.
pockets
I
because
s- yeah, I know.
McTavish
200?
resisted too much.
No.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
figured. I just
200.
accepted it.
I gave you some more, by the way.
Who gave you this? What the fuck? You-
Ah!
We gave it to you earlier because
What
you
was the state ID? Wait.
I just
1558.
noticed. I
Also,
just
someone,
noticed.
yeah,
You got
someone
it.
asked over radio for you to get a bat, and then we
What's
gave
in your
it to you,
inventory?
and
Is it there?
Oh, I've just
it's
noticed. Thank
not-
you.
No, no.
I have to remind myself on what my state ID is because I say Chloe's every
How
single
much
time.
gave you
So
1,550
James
burgers?
is
Oh,
11
Jesus.
888, which is
That
so
would be
easy
great.
to remember.
They'd be
and
all over
I
the
fuck it
ground.
up all
Did you
the
get
time
those?
now.
Yeah, I got the burgers. Can I have
two
water too,
captures I
please?
have,
It's
the
like
state
one
IDs is one
I got
number
two.
apart.
Sam's and
Wait, come
Zoe's
over
are
here.
70 difference,
Why?
and it pisses me
Yeah.
off.
Oh wait, that was
The
trash.
two
Thanks,
captures
thanks for taking my trash.
The state IDs is one numbers apart.
I just got a bunch of
Damn.
water on the
So
ground.
I've got
Stop
McTavish
putting
is
trash on me.
2805,
Get over
my
here.
Clem's 2806.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
that's
That
that's
must
rough.
be so
Get over
confusing.
it.
Yeah.
Drinks on the ground here if you need it.
Day
There's
one
like
guy,
20 or
day
30
one.
water.
Yeah. Right.
I miss Skylar's state ID so much.
Why is there so
What
much
was
more?
ours?
4666.
Not letting me spawn
Oof.
200 burgers.
My clerks is like 5782, and I have a character I'm gonna put in MC that's like 647 something, and then every other character is over 10,000.
I'm gonna make a fucking one-lifer soon. We were watching this. I don't know if you've seen it, but this show called Baddies.
No, I have no idea.
No, it's like these people in America that it's an all-woman show, and they go around, and they're like very violent with each other, and it's like constantly arguments and constantly fighting. It's
Mhm.
really funny to watch. But
Don't worry about
yeah, I'm gonna make a
I
baddie
thought you-
and go around and terrorize people.
No, it's just really dark out here.
I need to do a conflict RP check with you at some point,
Ooh, flares. Hey.
because you and I haven't had like. I
Curious.
just want to make sure you're okay. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. I just.
I'm really enjoying it. I hope everyone is.
No, I'm miserable. I hate War RP. But it's fine.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like,
Well,
it
have-
does suck with time zones, and that's half the
That's
issue.
what's miserable.
Mhm,
Like we
yeah.
spent the first week, because we don't do a lot of allo character coordination. We have a small Discord server, but it's
Mhm.
like 10, 15 people, and we just share screenshots of like meetings and things like that. Like, oh, here's a cool screenshot, or we'll like post music. That's it. And so like, we won't heavily allo character coordinate unless there's like a super omega meeting. And
Yeah.
so like half the role players for the VQ are unscripted, half of them are on ONX, and then some of them don't want to do the war thing, and some of them do. And then when we had people for the first week, because you know you guys were super busy, or well you weren't part. It's a flare.
Sorry, you were saying?
I forgot.
I was listening. Oh, you were saying at the start people were super,
Oh
super busy.
yeah. You like the sirens were super busy. From what I understand out of the character, you'd like a lot of people had real life stuff, and then so we the people who were there were like, hey, we know out of the character that they're going to be busy, and so it might be a little slow for the first week or so, and then everyone just kind of started doing their own thing. So it's like, well, it is what it is. So it's just a basically a slow burn kind of thing at this point.
It's going to be a slow burn.
That's why I said
Go ahead.
That's why I said on Samantha, because Samantha's cocky, so she's like, it's going to be a war of attrition, and then like 3 days later, 4 docket posts go
Everyone
up.
gets sent up a murder.
Yeah, that's I love that on an out of character level so much. The sirens got cocky, and they're like, yeah, he's not going to talk, and then he talks, and then you witness tamper. I love that on an out of character level so much. That's fucking
It's
gangster,
so
dude.
It's
Yeah.
So we took him. We took him behind a clothing store, kidnapped him, and because we saw him on scene, so we kidnapped him.
As you do.
Interrogated him and threatened him, and then we like threatened him with like, we're gonna rip his good boy certificate up and all this shit. It was really good. And then we knew he might go and snitch anyway, and so I did a bunch of different voices, like a bunch of different accents, and went and role played in character with him, and was like, okay, I'm an FIB agent.
He fucking fed. That's so good, dude.
Just going through random fucking characters, and then it got to a point where we were like, okay, this guy's probably not gonna snitch, and then he goes and snitches, and we find out instantly. He self-reports to the first person he sees.
Yeah, I love that. The character of Blake Jake makes me so happy, both from a PD side of things and a criminal side of thing. I love that character so much. I found this streamer. He's really, 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 really small. He's like 3 or 4 viewers, and I popped in and said, I love your character, because I don't usually pop into like random streams. He's like, I just like being silly. He's like, I like playing a stupid, silly guy. I'm like, that's a guy. I want to make him
bad OOC.
Well, it's his only character. I want to give him an Alan character recommendation for PD, but not. I don't know if he wants it. I need to reach out to him on the character.
So with him, like, we obviously communicated with him.
Right.
We tortured him. But we all went into the stream and said, like, afterwards, a couple hours after, and we're like, hey, how did you like it? Like, how did you feel about it? And he was like, it was cinematic. I was genuinely crying. And I was like, oh my god.
I love that. I love that. I can't do torture for real life things, so it's like, because Sam's being cocky on Twin Side. I absolutely see you guys fucking trying to kidnap her and doing shit, but like I can't go through the scene.
Yeah,
so.
we've all been told who's got limitations.
Yeah. It's like I want to engage in that, but then I'm like, I don't want to have to take like 3 weeks off. So
yeah,
I'll just make Sam look like a fucking idiot on Twin Sun. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I want to see them sit down. I'm really interested to see what happens with that, because I know Heidi and Lottie are obviously going to talk soon. I think it's needed. It is needed to see where like the direction of RP is going.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited. We're all getting plea deals as well.
That makes sense.
So yeah. I mean, they can't like it's James's murder is the only one that they can't really pin too much. If it went to court, I could see it going either way.
I mean, it depends on what James wants to do, right? Like if he's going to sit there and be hard and plead guilty and be a part of it, or if he's going to sit there and fight it in court. It just depends on the character.
Yeah, I think he's. So he got also weapons trafficking because these guys are fucking dumbasses.
That's definitely probable cause, 100%. I don't know. I don't know if it's over. I haven't actually looked at it. I don't know if it's over.
Oh no, I'm fucked. James,
are you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, James is fucked. So, pretty much what happened is we threw all our guns. We had a gun separated.
Oh no, a trunk. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I had mine separated at the bottom of our van.
Yeah.
And then because of all the raids that happened over the murder and shit, all the subpoenas, we moved it all into one van. And the person who moved it didn't separate the guns. So everyone started using my guns, which were supposed to be clean, until I lost my weapons license.
Yes.
And used only by me or other gangs.
Right.
And then Mark ends up getting... I was on cop. I pulled over Mark. He has 3 guns on him, and bro, this guy is a fucking idiot. So he had 3 guns on him. So then 2 other people got caught with my firearm on them, and yeah, it's done.
I mean, that's the beauty
He's-
of like. Oh, go ahead.
Well, he's 100% guilty of weapons trafficking. There's no reasonable doubt there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun though, because it's like you got this.
I fuck with it.
Yeah, you got this brand new gang that does make a little bit of mistakes, which end up being big mistakes because of like pleading guilty for like the money laundering and things like that. So it's a lesson for the characters. But it's
No,
fun to kind of
100%.
go through the role play, and then you have like the queens that are extremely quiet on what they try to do.
Yeah. I feel like it's gonna make great progression for the sirens as well. Like
think so,
they're gonna,
too.
they're never gonna like be very strict structured and like clean because they are loud people. But I feel like they will try and learn from their mistakes and at least improve in what they're doing a bit. They won't fucking phone 911 on their own phone that they've murdered someone. Or well, cryptically saying they've murdered someone.
Yeah, I mean that's what we do. We have 2 sets of the queens have 2 sets of burner phones. We have like the crown one where we do talk about crime when we throw that shit away. And then we have a completely other one for like day-to-day scenarios. I mean,
So,
we're not a gang. I mean, like it's basically an organization. We run similar to the Red Right Hand.
Yeah, it's very similar to like a syndicate, crime syndicate.
That's the intention. Yeah.
And it's good. I like it. I was watching B the other day. Her and Gemma fucking with that English. I don't fucking know his name, but that English guy that they
Winston.
It was a mechanic, I think, or something along them lines
Okay.
about business, and they took him up to the church that they normally do, and then, oh my god, it was so good. It was so cinematic.
She's very good at doing that. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. I just wish
Yeah, no.
if there were more than like for Sam, like if I because I'm on Sam like late shift 1, shift
Yeah.
2. If there was more than her, I want to engage in that gunfire, but she wouldn't do that. You know, it's like
Yeah,
she
no,
would not do
100%.
4v1. She would want to be at least equal, if not overwhelming presence. So it sucks.
Yeah.
Because I want to do that role play. I mean, it's
such
whatever.
a hard war to like from an OOC standpoint. It's such a hard war to at least have it be somewhat quote unquote fair.
Yeah, we're just spread out. It'd be that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes the sirens look really, really good. Like it definitely it's
Yeah.
one of those things. It's like it shows that the VQ can't come in and just immediately take what they're doing and like have that overwhelming presence like we used to. Who is that?
Why am I missing? Jesus Christ.
Is that? Oh, okay. That's Bumble. It shows that the VQ need to fucking change their shit and get their shit together rather than just kind of doing whatever. And it shows that the sirens can hold their own and like actually make a presence and a name for themselves, which is very good for both. So. I'm just glad you're okay. I miss role playing with you. So.
We need to do a patrol.
I would
The
very much like
cricket
that.
Zoe.
I would like. That's why I was like, God damn it! It's not the cricket that she knows, and that's what sucks about playing characters that are like previously established. That's why I'm having so much fun on Madison, is because
Yeah.
it's a new character meeting new people, and while yes, Skylar was her sister, which is very weird for me. It's nice to hello. It's nice to have a completely different face and meeting new characters and going through that way. It's been really nice.
New
So-
relationships, new stories.
100%.
Oh, fuck.
Thank God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He deserved that. Honestly, 10 out of 10. We're dropping the charges of murder. It's fine.
What happened?
I thought that was actually Lottie that got on Grim. That's what.
What?
I would have shot you anyway. Oh, well done, cop.
What the fuck?
I told her to get on G.
She needs
Where
to.
is she? Oh, well,
Where is she? Babe needs to get on duty a lot more.
in
She needs to
prison, I
actually.
She's not doing actual Lottie.
We're gonna do Sirens Patrol soon.
You should.
Sirens Patrol.
Who else?
I really wanted to hop on Addy this weekend, and I was like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, it's a fucking whatever.
Yeah,
the fuck
everyone's
this
in
is,
prison.
Academy.
Yeah, and Academy.
Yeah. Listen, it's a bad time to hang out, but also not really because this is the only time. I mean, Iridescent's not going to be friends with Lottie anymore, so.
Yeah. That's what kind of sucked because I was doing a heavy DT investigation on Zoe, and then the war started. I'm like, can you guys take this DT investigation on Reyes, please? Please, someone else. Someone do this. Dear God, had him dead to
Well, he
rights.
dead now.
He very dead now.
He dead.
God damn, my investigation's all gone.
Yeah, so the Siren
Rad
Cops
song.
Olivia Cameron.
Yeah.
She a
obviously
shooter?
myself, Daphne Dole
Yeah.
is Lottie, and then
I feel
obviously,
abused.
wherever she is. When did she? Ashtray, wherever she is.
Wherever she is.
Wait, Olivia Cameron. Who plays Olivia Cameron?
And then Louise Hunter, the Scottish
Oh,
one.
good.
Mm-hmm.
They need to all make cops. They need to make some government workers.
I'm trying to get Mark on cop. And Addy will be a part of the Sirens someday.
Oh God.
Oh, you just tanking that shit, eh?
Yeah, MVL. Ban me, please. Just end it. Just my roleplay career. My roleplay career.
Okay.
That's actually a good point. I'm gonna go speak to Default.
Just gonna stay.
He's been getting the brunt of it recently.
She definitely. I definitely need to talk to her because she's been around by herself, and so she's like, yeah. I need to do a conflict check with her. Stand up. Stand up.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate you. Bye bye. Are they AFK?
Either that or working on something.
They're not AFK. They're doing homework.
Oh, do homework.
Hi.
Oh, you can do homework. I'm
Trial
just
prep.
being annoying.
Oh.
I love you very dearly, and we don't get to roleplay very much. Someone's sniping us.
Don't down Smith. Do not down Smith.
No, I try to roleplay with you more, but Zoe is very.
She's lonely. She's very, very lonely.
She's a funny way of showing it, because whenever Ashley tries to reach out, it's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah, she's very lonely.
Yeah.
So, the fact that she went from, and it's like very subtle because I like subtle roleplay. The fact that she went from FTOing all of the time to not FTOing and just talking to canines. She has mentioned 1,000 different times how canines are the only thing that will ever always make her happy. And so I think I need to be more explicit instead of like passive about it.
Yeah. Ashley's pretty lonely too, but she's afraid to talk to people and say, hey, I want to hang out with you.
Zoe, I'll do it once or twice in the shift when I play Zoe, and then when she gets 2 no's, she gives up.
Yep, same. Except I usually give up after 1 no.
Just.
I have rejection issues.
Oh yeah, that's ADHD, dog.
Yeah.
That's alright, you can't VDM me, coward. You won't do it.
No.
Froggy, I need food. Please, I beg.
Same.
I'm here.
All the burger shot stuff's going bad.
I asked Miles and Miles don't unwalled me.
This is for your terrible movie. When you laugh and when you cry. How dare you?
You just don't understand true art when you see it.
Can I shoot you with? Oh, I can. That's okay.
I'm Ray McEnroe. You may know me from Knock Knock. Who's there? Or Aliens. Full frontal attack.
Every time you play that character, I Google Troy McClure's movies and I try to reference them to you all of the time.
Well, what I actually did was I just sat down and wrote out like 100 different like shitty porno names.
Be happen.
Because the whole point is they're like real. They're just meant to be pornos.
I love that.
So it's really funny when
love
people
that.
say, "Oh
Hey
my
guys,
god, I
we're gonna
know you
start
from
some
that."
I'll get ready at your stations.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Oh,
Go
perma.
back to your spot.
Perma real.
Go,
Perma.
Go.
Well, now I'm here.
If I can't have it, no one
Go
can.
back to your station.
Using his power. Thank you, Froggy. Thank you.
I really hope.
Thank you. Oh.
Wow, that was.
I can't respawn.
He deleted my e-leggy.
Oh, there we. Oh,
I was
well,
driving that.
Roy McEnroe, risen from the dead, a man, a story, coming to theaters 2026.
I just. All right. I just. You know, Roy. Skylar's second perma. Yeah. Is that an NPC? What does she do? What is this? Oh. Nice. Jello, it's good to see you. God, I love the Sparks model so much.
How long did it give us for this?
What's the time for these scenarios? Is it an hour?
Hour 15. We're basically going to the end.
Copy. Is there a wrap up right after?
Not really.
Copy.
We'll have you guys dismiss them. We don't really got to bring everybody back together.
I'm doing it. I'm buying a suppressor.
Were you here last time for the food cow?
No. Yeah, yeah, I was. I forgot until now.
Food cow now.
Yeah. Yeah, good food cow. How do I put an attachment on the weapon? Oh, that's how. How am I doing on instructing, by the way? I'm a little tired today, but I would like direct and like.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job.
Okay. Any feedback?
No, I mean you're. I think you're doing all the things I like to do during groups, which is talk about the police knowledge shit, but also bring in RP knowledge shit. I hate when people only talk about like the technical knowledge. They don't talk about the RP experience of it all.
I've talked to like other VQ members about like shootouts, because obviously we talked about the gang war out of character, and like some people don't like doing that, some people do. I'm like, I really feel like, and I wish people did it more, that shootouts are more of RP based, and I understand people don't want to purposefully miss because no one knows who's gonna like try to shoot to make sure, you know, they get downed. But like,
sure, yeah.
I would love like a traditional like, you know, fire. It's like I'm going for cover and like shooting like it's super cinematic, and like so like I always think of like combat scenarios like that in the same way, you know.
Ooh, someone should have that as like part of a gang war contract. RP aim only.
I would love that so much, where it's like
shoot.
like don't shoot from cars, don't shoot out tires. Like we understand like a chase max like 5-10 minutes. Find a location that's gonna be cinematic, you know. And so like each group.
Gonna teleport to
God, that sounds so good.
We skipped over 36 and 37 because honestly they should know how to butcher. They know butchering and processing and reports. If you want to go through butchering and processing, taking them to a station, then sure, but like they know they're full officers.
Yeah, we put food. I'll leave you to have it fun.
Tyson,
I love
you
you. Stay
You
safe.
need to go through booking and
For each of the
processing
scenarios,
today.
the initial response will be 2 trainees on scene.
Uh,
The scene commander, whoever's first on scene, can request additional backup if needed.
Paltrow.
And then arrive on scene after that. All right.
I think we should ask
Any
Claire
questions?
what she does, because I know she's anxious and she'll skip steps. Not on purpose. So I think we should, when it comes to the people that we have.
I don't have any questions.
Hold on. Hey, can you go over there, ma'am, please, please, ma'am, please. Get your ass over there.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
We can't hear you, honey.
Probably can't hear us.
I've got to go.
Oh, okay. Yep, you have a good one.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've got the.
Yep. Do your thing.
butcher-
It's fine. It's
butcher
fine.
trial in an
It's
hour,
fine.
so I've gotta
Yep,
go.
it's fine.
Good luck.
I was just gonna say because I think you've got Tyson by himself now, so.
What happened to Artemis?
She's also British.
She went 40.
Oh, let's just gangbang Tyson then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that far. Go the fuck to sleep. Oh no, go to your trial. That's what. Never mind then.
We're gonna wrap up early then.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up pretty early.
Wow.
I think he's
I don't
gonna
know,
like
if
nail it
there's-
out of the park. To be honest.
If there's something he wants to do specifically, we can do
Yeah.
that.
Who are we missing?
Was it 39?
Yeah,
we
there's-
don't have Ace.
No, I think
and-
Ace went to sleep.
Oh well, Ace and Arnie are done. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's 3-on-1, bro. Welcome to your personal boot camp, dude. Okay. CFK? Am I just fucking
He
talking
might
to
be.
myself?
He might be.
Okay, well.
Say nothing if you what's non-controversial. If you don't like pineapple on pizza. Wow, brave.
I love pineapple on pizza.
Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Real
You're the
bastard.
instructor for group four.
Oh,
I also
Tyson,
love
you're
pineapple
the
on
only
pizza.
cadet left.
Oh.
Yeah, there's only
Okay,
we only
hi.
have 2 instructors for I think like 7 cadets.
Which group? We have 3
Seven.
instructors for 1 cadet in group 3.
4 at Polito.
come help you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My nose goes on that because I'm getting tired.
Yeah, it's fine. So we were gonna go through practical scenarios. Are there any scenarios that like you're like you have questions on? Anything you've seen you're not really sure on? Anything particular that you'd like to improve on as far as like your skill ceiling and outside of pursuits and traffic stops? So you know how to like gauge it for the character that you play?
Honestly, I think the only thing that I think it's just more so arriving on scene and people being there and when to articulate what we do with them.
Give me an example.
Yeah, sure. Hey, we had a 13 Alpha go off, and then Glenn Armstrong decides to walk onto our scene.
Did anyone detain him?
Yeah, I did.
After giving him some warnings?
So we had the entire area blocked off. I don't know the exact order of events, and that's part of the issue. I thought there was still EMS on scene. He ended up just walking on scene. I detained him. GSR tested him. He was positive. Frisked him. Didn't have a gun. Cut him loose, and then we went all about our merry way.
I mean, there's a couple different ways to deal with this, and I used to deal with this on the last server I played on because it was no pixel public, so I couldn't have a scene without 15 people like doing donuts right outside of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like running up to us and just screaming. So I mean, a couple things is if you are investigating someplace, you're conducting an investigation, right? That's an official capacity of a law enforcement officer's duty. Law enforcement officers, LEO's duty. So at that point, if you have someone approach you and you have a area cordoned off or an area you're focused on, you can give them lawful orders to leave, and if they don't, it doesn't matter if you're there investigating a crime and conducting an investigation. They're opening themselves up to criminal charges if they don't respond.
Hi, Moon. Love
it
you
sounds
so
like you
dearly.
detained
I
him and
appreciate you
thought he
so
was a
very much.
suspect in the shooting, and then was GSR positive, didn't have a gun, so you ended up letting him loose. I'm guessing he complied, or did you have to use force in character?
So in character, I only level 2 force was really used. He was a little combative at first, just basically like, no, you're not detaining me. He wouldn't, like I said, I pulled up into the car because I was still in the car when he got on scene, and went on there.
I hope you're having a good day. My girlfriend ordered me coffee.
Just very non-combative, or very combative from the get-go, which is usually his character, to be honest. So yeah, just.
Well, there's also characters that you'll come across that you have to. They'll fuck with you perpetually. Like, let's give you an example of you're in a traffic stop, and you pull them over, and then you get out of the car. They pull forward 5 feet. And you say, you get on the radio and you say, you stop doing that. And then they say, okay. And then you get back out of your car, they do it again. You know, and then you're like, oh, fuck, like this sucks. They're frustrating me. I'm going to go pull them out of your car. But you mechanically can't because they pull away. And then you're like, am I really going to have to box this person because they're, they're just like completely not cooperating with you, like in the scenario, in the
I
traffic
think if I
stop,
copy
like,
this
on all
link, Cal would
fucking
kill me
levels, and it's
probably.
kinda, like,
Yeah.
maddening.
I match my schedule
Sometimes you
typically
have
for
to press it
Jellos
to a point where
as well.
you
but,
have to force their hand. So no, you're not going to
Moon
ram
has
them
some
into a
pretty
wall or
cozy
something, but
emotes.
you can get an additional unit there and put a car in front of their car because they keep moving their car, and you can put your car behind them and try a little box there and escalate the situation a little bit that way. In some instances, if you're trying to route and it could be a de-escalating route and you're just hitting a brick wall over and over and over again, that's another person kind of taking your choice away. So you have to make another one.
Sure.
I
think.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Also, don't be afraid. Like if it's really like one out of character stressful and they're just continually being combative, give them one warning about like listen, you need to leave, or we'll escalate. Remember, intentional obstruction of justice and failure to comply are stackable charges. Failure to comply is completely different. Intentional obstruction, if they're in the scene, if they disrupt medical, an officer of the court, or an LEO, you can arrest them for that in this time. And so it's one of those situations where if you think you can break off, if it's what the character would do, you can still arrest them. So I want to arrest somebody disrupting an officer of the court with intentional obstruction so badly. I'm doing that today.
Valid.
That's my
I think,
goal.
For the most
But there's
part,
100%.
articulation isn't
Yeah.
necessarily
It's
something that I'm
what time zone are you
struggling
in,
with. I
man?
think it's more so removing what I previously learned with how I operated on a different server and following kind of, I don't want to say the rules here, but kind of like the status quo.
Well, the social contract we make, right?
Vibe.
Like the vibe
Yeah.
is a very good one. It sucks sometimes. I think it's a very valid situation. Some servers are, very heavy-handed when it comes to police presence. Some are very much only arrest them unless they get violent or something like that. So it just depends.
No.
You Gremlin, I'm PST.
Because I have Everett has a character trigger, and it's people being looky-loos on scene after they've been told to leave, and then just kind of like circling the scene in their vehicle while they talk on a phone. Obviously they're involved in the crime. And they're like, tee hee hee, I'm not involved. Oh, I'll just move over here. That drives Everett ballistic, and he will use a necessary amount of speed in his car to eject that person across the street. Not in their car. It becomes bumper cars. And if someone was to complain about that and sue me, it hasn't happened yet, but I hope it does.
Yeah, don't take it as like whatever if someone's if you fuck up and someone sues you and stuff like that. That's just roleplay. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Like
you
me
play
and
Lottie?
No,
Sorry.
God, no.
Oh.
Don't play Lottie.
How'd you
Oh,
know,
no.
dude? How'd you fucking know?
I was so confused for a second.
No, I play
I'm
Madison.
PST.
That's it. That's all. Well, that's not true.
No,
like
you have
14 other
Alara.
characters.
No, ma'am. You have like 38 new characters, but we don't know that. Yeah, that's true. They're all in a cute little document somewhere, waiting to pull them out.
That's
I haven't
true.
seen
That's
Laura
true.
in a
They
while,
do
that's
all
true.
have documents. She's in New York right now. Yeah. So like me and Everett are Iridescent and Everett are two very different people. Like he would do that. I basically am like I'm a pushover. I'm like a biggest pushover. If a criminal shoots me first, I am in a very happy situation because then I'll actually shoot them. But the more likely scenario is that I'll go down, and I'm okay with that too. I'm like super chill with that. But there's gonna be other where they're like, no, there's gonna be people like it's too easy on crims, too this or whatever. It's just a matter of like reading the room with what you can get away with. And how your character is going to act accordingly. And then also, you have to be aware that, okay, my character can do this. But if they get fired, they get fired. If they fuck up, you know what I mean? If there's consequences, there's consequences, and you just have to be able to, you know, have to roll with that.
Yeah.
I was fine too. Like if I'm gonna fuck up, I think leaning into it and going over the top with it makes it so much more
Do it on a
fun.
grand scale.
You know, like instead of, you know, if you're gonna be aggressive with someone, like let's say someone's actually frustrating you, and you recognize that in the moment, like you're not gonna have fun being aggressive back towards them or just kind of like slinging the same shit. But you will have.
I think about only 5 behind Cal. Yeah, 8 hours is kind of rough. We do a lot of passing ships in the night, and we're monogamous.
And it's a way to like continue to
it can be kind of rough
RP,
sometimes.
but take yourself out of it and also have a good time doing it. Because like the office RP afterwards, I've done it with both types of people, and the person that sits there and they're like, well, they called me, you know, whatever. They called me a gamer word, sir. So I called the one back.
I'm drinking coffee. Holy shit.
That person has less fun than the person who's like, yeah, they called me a gamer word, so I told them I was gonna rip their spine out and give them 1,000 lashes and then eat all their toenails and spit them back like a little cartoon machine gun cat or whatever. I don't know. The second person has more fun. It's like a stupid example, but the second person has more fun every single time.
I try to tell people whether they've been RPing cop for like 6 years or whether they're starting, that if the character gets fired, it doesn't matter. You're a trusted role player that can just make another one, and it sucks to go back. Like, I'm not going to say it doesn't suck to start from the beginning for character progression. There's a little bit of a beauty to be able to like make a new character and see who they bond with and who you end up going through. So it's just getting over that
Or
anxiety.
You just spend 9 months trying to get back.
That too. I've done that. That's what Skylar did. She spent 2 months to get back in the DA's office. That was great. I made people's lives miserable, and then they hired her.
Ashlyn had such a great arc, though. And
She
people
did. I
still
love
talk
that
about her
character.
every day. Every single day, people talk about her.
I miss Spark.
I miss the model. I don't miss running a faction. I will never do that in roleplay ever again.
Heard.
It's just about running the right one. In DA's office ain't it.
It was fun, but it's a lot of conflict all of the time. And I never felt like I could do criminal stuff because I had access on Sparks to everything, and I didn't feel like I could do like I didn't feel like I could not be conflicted, and so I put too much pressure on myself. Middle management is where I should be, at the very most. Anyway.
Yeah.
Do you
that's
want?
where I like to settle.
Do you want to run through any scenarios and try to get like your feet wet, or are you good? Speak now.
Oh, let's do them. Let's do them.
I'm looking
Look at
over
them.
the scenarios.
Yeah, page 38. So hungry.
You don't have to eat. It pauses.
So hungry.
It pauses. Wine more.
So.
Wine more.
So hungry.
Wine more.
IRL.
Dirty. Oh, go get.
So,
Okay.
so hungry.
Go get food.
IRL.
You won't do it. You tell you one more time that you deserve to eat, that you deserve to have sustenance, you deserve to be happy and with a full
I
belly.
have to hear someone tell me to eat one more time.
Did you guys
I feel
prepare
like-
this? Is this like a? Is written down? Do you guys?
No.
Like, okay.
For
Saw the
what?
dome. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching like a Hallmark Channel like drama about a teenage girl with an eating disorder, and her mom's like, "You deserve to eat."
Bumble's just a
Don't you?
really
'Cause you're
good like
beautiful.
improv actor, and I just feed off of her energy. I've always fed off her energy.
I
Yeah,
like
she
to
feeds
say,
off me but doesn't let me eat.
That's true.
I like to say instead of yes and, I like to say no but.
I love no
Yes.
butt. I love no butt so much.
That's what I was telling people. I was like, you know, you can know. You just have to extend the role play afterwards.
It's like, no, I'm not gonna be able to help
Like,
you.
most
Call
important is the
311.
end or the butt.
All right, let's do one scenario and we'll wrap it up. How about that? I think it satisfies
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Scenario that's like. Can you guys make up your own scenario? Make it difficult on me.
You want one that's not here?
Yeah. I don't want to be prepared for it.
All right. Get into a cruiser, start cruising around, and we'll call a dispatch call. Or we won't.
Okay.
They're right outside. They're right outside.
Oh, hey, they're right outside, guys.
We just log off right now. I think quit.
A realistic third shift scenario, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just sits here waiting days for a dispatch call.
Do I just wait 5 minutes and then DM him on Discord being like, that's the call, there's nothing.
The year's 2026 and Grand Theft Auto 6 is out and he's still waiting.
Dog, we're not playing.
Just go on patrol, dude.
We're not playing 6M for like 4 years. I want to give him something. He's still chilling, even by himself. We got cars. You guys feel like driving?
Yeah, we could do some of that.
Not
It's like
pursuit?
the hardest. What's ultra hard mode? Like ultra Karen. I'm super confused. I don't know what to do.
Hostage at the hospital?
Hit and run?
The hospital is there. But he's never gonna respond to that solo. So.
Well, you might have to. I mean, that's part of the situation. There's
like
multiple
90s,
78s. Yeah.
22, 76, Melina 31, Sandy.
He's going to the latest 31 and Sandy? Nice.
There's no one going to be there, Tyson.
That's funny.
Fuck, I'm coming on. I'm blanking.
I mean, we could actually do a store. A hostageless store.
Oh, see if he breaches?
What does Tyson
Well, I
fuck up
mean,
with?
we
Because
can't really.
I actually don't know.
he's in like character trouble for something. Does anyone know what he fucks up with? On
I don't
Steam?
have access to that.
I think it's
Going for meta?
I think.
Yeah, I don't have access to that, but I think it's more of the reading the room scenario where he takes it to kind of like 100.
Then maybe we should do like a robbery and like a goofy one, and just
Hey,
try his
hey,
patience up.
we're trying to figure out what Tyson's player struggles with. We know the character is in trouble for something. What it was some Bumble thinks it's a read the room situation. He's our only like person, and so we're trying to help him like walk through it. Is there anything that you could give us a suggestion on?
Foundations, RSPC. He got in trouble in character for a potential rights violation of unlawfully detaining, frisking, GSRing, all of the things. He did an awful job of backing up himself by articulating it poorly. If he articulated the situation differently, it probably wouldn't have resulted in a rights violation.
Okay, cool. We can work with that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate.
he needs to work on articulating like significantly and the basics.
All right, cool. All right, appreciate you.
Yep. You got it. Bye.
Bye.
I got an idea.
All right, what's up?
We could set up that the store.
Keep
owner
patrolling,
calls
we're
in
setting up.
someone selling drugs.
Yeah,
and that the person selling drugs gives him
Just keep
nothing.
patrolling. We got you.
But the store owner is like fucking adamant that he's been selling drugs all fucking day. So he has to work his way up to a frisk on a suspect that is just giving him nothing.
So, let's give the So, do we want to give the guy like two quote unquote 2 joints? Whoever's the quote unquote seller, so it's underneath the legal limit, and so he smells like weed, and see if he does an illegal frisk just based on the you're selling drugs. There's no 37 call. There's no pictures of hands off or anything like that.
911 call could be a prong though, depending on the case law.
Okay. All right. Do we want to just? Okay, so it doesn't smell like weed then.
Nope, doesn't smell like weed. Like it could
Okay.
be coke or something.
Okay, cool. Do you want to be the store? So who wants to do the RP?
Well, I feel like I'm dressed like the drug dealer.
Yeah, I'll do the store person.
All right, cool.
This is my Tyler Durden fit.
I love that. God, I forgot that movie existed. All right, kids, load up in the Stratum, which is a very good song that no one listens to. Just load up in the, load up in the, just load up.
Shroud reminds me of my prom night.
All right, 10-3.
Well, hot date.
Oh no! I still have
Get
all
in the
tattoos. This is not good.
What? No, that's actually really good because no one's gonna judge them for the tattoos. That's why Samantha doesn't have any tattoos except she has like 2 or 3.
I mean, Iridescent has 0 tattoos.
So she hasn't been turned out yet.
No, she's never going to. She's royalty, guys.
She's gonna go. She's gonna go. UC for years.
Yum.
All news from Dispatch 69. Got a 911 call from a store owner. She 24/7 down on Alhambra, saying that this guy across the street has been performing a bunch of handoffs. There's been people approaching him. Very concerned that he's dealing drugs. If we could have someone investigate the area, that'd be appreciated.
For dispatch holding in 22, code 5 the area. Well, 76, code 5 the area.
Copy that. Marking you out.
Dispatch show Lincoln 22, 1023, 10-5, out to the west of the store.
Copy that. If you want to walk through what you're doing, if you want to check your MDW or anything like that, just ask over radio, and I'll be your dispatch and MDW and information. But everything else that you see from the characters that you see will be correct in roleplay.
Okay.
I'll come over there.
Dispatch, I got 23 on scene. I got an individual standing across the store next to a running color stratum. Just gonna surveil for now.
Copy that. Marking location.
Casey, Olivia, you both should be pointing at Ashley as a shooter, by the way. Both should have the same story about how she shot.
Where is he? Oh, is he on the roof? Just because there will not be any dispatch calls, there will be no handoffs that you can go through, but feel free to role play through the scenario. Because if we did that, that would pull dispatch calls, but there will be no handoffs that you get pictures of.
Okay, sounds good. All right, dispatch. I see one individual still outside. Brown jacket, gray pants.
I
white
love
undershirt,
doing academy stuff. It makes me so
purple
happy.
haircut. I was placing something in the bag. Just kind of waiting for right now.
Copy. 77s needed.
Go ahead and roll me 277s. Just
That's unnecessary. Copy that. Any available 77s needed? Or any available 10-8 units? Oh yeah.
Busy fucking around.
Yeah. No, I'm Grapeseed. No, I'm not responding to any city com. 10-7. Grapeseed 69. 10-7.
Group 5 is having issues. They're crashing, so we...
Lincoln 22 from dispatch. There are no available 10-7 units. Alright, there are no available 10-8 units. You're on your own.
10-4, just picture to hand off. I'm gonna move from my location and try
Just
to detain them.
To be clear, there is zero handoff. There is not. Zero handoff.
There's not going to be any handoffs?
No, there are no handoffs.
Okay.
That's what. Sorry, so that's my bad for not being clear. There are zero handoffs that you get.
Gotcha. Okay, hey, dispatch, disregard my last. He was just scratching his butt.
911, Lincoln 22 from dispatch. 911 call coming from the store owner. I'm gonna answer that really quick and coordinate. Lincoln 22 from dispatch. She's asking where you are, saying the guy has just been kind of staring at her, and she feels intimidated, and wants to know why she isn't getting any customers coming in.
10-4. Lincoln 22, I'm gonna get back mobile and make
Copy that. Keep your praise if there are any tenant units.
Yeah, I got mobile dispatch. Hey, that's local.
Yes, yes. Okay, so you see the person over there? I
Mhm.
have watched him like clockwork every 3 to 4 minutes just hand off to like my customers. You know, they're probably trying to come to the store, let's be real. And then he he just he's like, hey, come over here, you know, I got something for you, something spicy, you know, a little cocaine,
Okay.
you know, or whatever. But like clockwork, every time my customers try to come up, they start walking from that little park over there, and they just start walking by, and I think they're gonna come over here, and then he goes over to them and he gives them something instead, and then they walk off.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and speak with them. See if I can get anything. Appreciate the information. Just stay in
all
here
right.
and stay safe. Okay.
Yeah, please do, because like I said, it's every 3 minutes, and he's just selling drugs in front of my place of business. If he's gonna sell drugs, honestly, get him to sell drugs somewhere else.
You know, well, let's not do either, but I'll see what
But to be
magic I can
honest,
work.
I mean, if you guys were doing your job, you know, you would get him like away from here and not selling drugs, because that's your job, right? As a police officer, that's your job, right?
Well,
To get
ma'am,
people
it's
not
my
selling
job
drugs,
to de-escalate,
right?
so I'm gonna do what I can to try to get all
All right,
parties
just
winning here.
keep druggies on the road then. That's fine. That's fine. I'll just watch him come back and, you know, in 3 minutes and hand off again.
Okay, just sit tight for me, ma'am. I'm gonna see what I can do. Okay.
Everett, are you comfortable with dispatch informing him there was a 37 like 2.5, 3 hours ago?
Yeah.
Okay, copy. Lincoln 22 from dispatch. Be advised there were 2 suspicious activity calls in your area. It was about like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
Okay, done. I was just asking if you were working the taco truck over there, or the hot dog truck.
No, I was just having a chat with that guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No.
You doing all right today, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Okay. You sound a little sad.
No, I'm having a good time.
Okay. It's pretty hot. You're not hot in that thing?
I run cold. I'm anemic.
You're anemic. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can you speak up so I can hear you while I'm eavesdropping?
You're anemic. Got it.
Do you want me to piggyback you? So you're invisible?
Oh, I'm eavesdropping over there.
Yeah, we're gonna talk closer to the store.
Well, I'm just using the camera.
Kind of powerful, Bumble.
It's kind of OOC, so it's fine.
Kind of.
All right.
And just doing some community policing in the area. Talking with Stoner. Here, I talked to you. Seem, you know, just in the area. So, seeing any illegal activities going on?
No.
No. Okay.
Is that all?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who's standing out here. I don't know if you're enjoying the weather.
Well,
said you were anemic.
What crime are you investigating?
I didn't say I was investigating crime. I'm just doing some community policing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Is that your car over there, sir?
No.
No.
Never seen it before.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, just doing the community policing, doing our due diligence, making sure that there's no crime going on in the streets. Also reaching out to business owners and citizens, seeing what what their days are up to, if there's any way that we can help and improve.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
You
hope
wanna
you have a
give me your
great
mom's
day.
number?
Oh, that's a little far, buddy, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Okay.
All right. Sit tight. Later. Hey, dispatch, can I have you run a plate for me?
Yeah, firm.
It's going to be 6-1 Juliet, Quebec, Golf 975.
Oop. It was 6-1 Juliet, Quebec, Golf 975.
10-4, correct.
It comes back to David Beckerman. Nope.
Not stolen or anything?
Negative. There's no it doesn't appear to be stolen. Owner does have a few priors. Looks like one DUI. Driver does not have a license. Is a violent felon.
Okay, 10-4. Okay, for purposes of roleplay, I'm just gonna call a tow to get the vehicle towed away.
Well, that's...
Alright, ma'am. I would be able to arrest. And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to take your word, the DOJ is not going to see it as evidence.
I would testify in court. I have no problems doing that. Even though I'm tatted to shit, you know, I have no problem going on the stand and telling people exactly what I saw here today.
Yeah, unfortunately, witness testimony is one of the easiest testimony and easiest pieces of evidence to refute in court. So without any
That's
other
bullshit.
evidence,
Have you ever tried it?
yes. Even as an officer in the law, there's times where my witness testimony doesn't hold enough weight. Oh,
That's 'cause you
without
have
any,
glasses. I don't have glasses.
ma'am, you're wearing sunglasses right now.
They're sunglasses.
You guys yell cut.
No, not yet. They were still doing the role play for the discussion. We could call it here though. I'm gonna put the stratum back where he towed it. That was not an illegally parked vehicle.
I tried to see if I could get fishing for the car.
Was that my big question? Why did you tow the vehicle?
It's illegally parked.
Is it? It's in the county.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in the county. It isn't.
Oh. I
City
went
cop
on the
brain.
assumption legally parked or abandoned. So.
Well, I mean, is it abandoned? Did you contact the owner? Have dispatch contact the
No.
owner?
Yeah,
Or
fair.
attempt to do so? They did confirm that it was a player. They didn't say I couldn't find him in the database or whatever, that he had a DUI, that it wasn't, you know, you didn't check for any tampering, I don't think. Nothing like that. So
I don't like this is me personally as a mechanic. I don't like just walking up to a vehicle and checking anything. I'd rather run the plate from the AOPR.
Well, you'd
before
have
I
to
do
do that
anything.
if you're gonna tow it anyway.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying if I see a car like, even if the vehicle is in the area of a 1060, I don't like walking up to it to see if it's been tampered with.
Why?
Unless we receive the plate being flagged. I just think it can be abused and overplayed. That's just me personally.
because tampering is a physical sign, right? Like some people take the screenshot of like
Yeah.
a little thing that comes down, but realistically, you shouldn't have to do that. Some attorneys argue mechanics, which is stupid. But the tampering thing, when you visualize that is heavy scratches on the door. There's wires hanging down. You can clear that. You can see the steering wheel coming out. You phrase it in a way that's role play. If you walk up to this car, right? If you walk up to this car and you're like, well, that's missing a handle and the window's sort of busted and the front of the steering wheel is kind of hanging down like that. That should be clear signs of tampering because your character would
Right.
know that that's tampering. So I understand like pulling back a little bit on that, but also if you're getting the tow, you didn't inventory the vehicle. You had no idea if there were a bunch of drugs in there. You know, he said it wasn't his. You didn't check you didn't ask dispatch for a match on the picture. It could have matched the guy. And if that was his, if that had drugs, you know, it's constructive possession of the drugs, you know. You have someone, you have a witness testimony and you have an eyewitness testimony where the officer was what, like, where the suspect was like 20 feet away from the car. If you matched his profile picture, that's absolutely enough for at least a frisk, especially if there's like drugs in the car.
Yeah.
You didn't check to see if he smelled.
Well, she said specifically cocaine, and so I went underneath the assumption you can't. I wouldn't
don't know
smell
what
it.
it is.
So.
Well, I think specifically people do smell cocaine, and that's the problem. Sorry, I derailed there.
Did he? I started to he was quiet when I first started eavesdropping. Did he ask you actually frisk you or search you?
No, frisk never came up. So Tyson, what you did was you tried to play it cool, and you hoped that I would give you something to latch onto and to build your investigation. But I purposely, before we set this up, I'm like, I'm gonna give him nothing. I'm just gonna continue to shut him down. And then we kind of I could hear you smiling when you're like, I'm just here community policing. Oh, you look warm in that jacket, sir. Although you're anemic. You know, you're kind of at that point where you kind of aimless, you feel like.
Not that I was aimless. I was more so trying to bore him to wanting to leave the area because I know I'm not going to get any type of physical evidence by me being present. The stoner doesn't want him here. The next best thing is if I can try to get him to leave the area.
So on that point, do you know do you know what direct evidence is?
Physical evidence, no?
Yep, pictures, subpoena information. Well, that's even just hearsay. So then it's gonna be pictures. It's gonna be possession charges where it comes to like handgun. You find somebody with the smoking gun, kind of thing. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is gonna be information you get from a subpoena, eyewitness testimony. It's gonna be all kinds of tiny stuff that build up. Circumstantial evidence often is stronger, about half the time, than direct evidence. You don't need, and I know people are court shy. You don't need direct evidence every single time to build a case. Hell, the Sirens murder is built off mainly 99% circumstantial evidence. And so you have about 7 or 8 different things that you could have done, and that's okay, to investigate the situation, to play it all completely out. To see if that ended up being the situation, because you always could have gotten a picture, gotten a mugshot, figure out who it was, make an investigation report, make a note on his profile to check the report. That way, if he's arrested later with CID, it's another building block to sale of a CDS or DT. You know.
I also gave you a couple of textbook entryways into a frisk, and I think they were subtle, which is why you missed them. State versus Moody holds that a 911 call, it's meets the first prong. So you got a 911 call about someone selling drugs. The second prong of a Moody frisk, you'd have to present evidence in the form of a photograph or testimony of suspicious handoffs by a citizen observed on location.
Gotcha.
You had both of those. You actually had a Moody frisk, and then I even attempted to throw in State versus Grabmeyer, where that's if you arrive to like a 37 and someone starts trying to quote unquote flee the scene.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, then they're open to a like right when you pulled up. Did you notice I walked away?
Yeah.
And then I made sure to do it again when you came out here. I started walking away again. So sometimes, you know, going off what Wildflower says, it's about digging deeper into your investigative tools on scene, but some of this is like a case law, like knowledge barrier, right? Like, like you would just have to know the case law in order to articulate the frisk.
And so just to be clear, I don't think anything you did was bad. Sometimes you're going to have a situation, maybe you feel defeated, it's the end of your shift, beginning of your shift, where you're like, I don't have anything, I'm not really sure what to do. I'm going to offer one recommendation. I don't know if you do this. Try to ride with people. Try to ride with other cops and see how they do it, whether it's like FTOs, FTSs, or whatever, and take something with them. Go from there, you know?
Yeah, I've been trying to do that more and more frequently. So in character, Tyson got a punishment for the Glenn V. Armstrong thing.
Yep, very well aware.
So he's doing his ride-alongs. I personally have been trying to make efforts to ride with other different people, even different departments, just because back when I first joined with Davis, there was a lot of frustration from me, OOC, where it just felt like not a lot of people were responding to city calls. So now I'm making it like a conscious effort to try to ride with different people, whether they be Sandy. Tyson's has ridden with like Elias and Iridescent a few different times, and doing things with like the troopers. So just trying to spread myself out there more and more and see how different policing styles are being used, I guess.
What I will say is, because we modeled this scenario for you specifically, I'm really happy what you didn't do was immediately slap me in cuffs, frisk me before you could articulate why you could frisk me, and then discover the drugs on me and then say boom, guilty. Because it's like we try to build a scenario where you can do it lawfully if you can articulate it, but if you can't articulate it, it's unlawful, if that makes sense. Like,
right.
Because I think the situation you were in recently was kind of like that with Armstrong or whatever. I don't know the details. I was just told something like that.
The way at the time I could not articulate it just because I was frustrated. Afterwards, I'm like, well, he breached our barrier, and even the articulation at that point wasn't strong enough, given the timeline of things that occurred.
Well, I can say it from the other side because Armstrong was the one that reached out to me, and by me I mean Iridescent specifically in regards to that, to push it through, was because he said, and like again I wasn't there, but from his point of view, he walked into a scene, you saw him walking into a scene, called it out on the radio that, hey, this person is walking into a scene, and then you went to detainment, GSR testing him, doing all that when he wasn't part of the scene originally.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes people do go back on scene, but a more likely scenario is if someone is coming in, like they're running down from the hospital and they're coming onto a scene that they don't know is a scene to begin with, and they're coming on, and you can walk up to them and be like, hey, this is an active scene, turn around, go the other way, and just get them to leave. You don't have to corral them, detain them, GSR test them, and do all of that stuff when it was physically seen that they were not part of the scene. And I think the call out was not for Glenn Armstrong either. It was for someone else unrelated. And I think that's why he, went and was Glenn Armstrong about it.
Yeah, no, I'll say, looking back on the entire situation, my sense of time during that moment was extremely skewed. He kind of just walked on scene. And I don't know what the first interaction or first words were, but him being combative, I think just I laser focused in on that situation.
Yeah,
and
that's a problem because he's always combative.
Yeah.
You're gonna get people that are combative, and then you're just gonna have to be able to make the call where, like if he was described as a person that was on scene, yeah, you could have done what you did. But because the description was for someone else, it's more of a, hey, listen, you're being a dick, get off the scene. This is an active scene.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you again. Leave. Turn around, leave. If he chooses to continue to, mouth off at that point in time, then, he's literally disobeying your order. At that point in time, you can actually, detain and arrest him.
Right.
I mean, there's even like middle ground there, because I mean, there's a lot of ways to peel this onion. Where if he's agitated with you from the get-go, and you know him as a gang member with a violent history,
right?
And you ask him if he's agitated, you ask him if he's armed, and even if he says no, you're like, well, given where we are and who you are and what you're doing right now, I'm gonna have to frisk you for my safety. I mean, officer safety shit, the DOJ can hate it, and but it's also a route there. I mean, there's and that's more of like a character kind of like flexing like a character relationship type of thing to get to the same place but with a different method.
Yeah, fair.
I just wouldn't go crazy with the officer safety thing because you will get dunked on in court repeatedly.
Yeah, that's where the Grant frisk thing came about. That's why they combined the Grabmeyer and what was the other one?
Moody.
It was Grabmeyer, Moody, and then the Oliver Nova one. That they like basically just combined into the one.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. Like, there's a lot of anti-pumping laws. And you know, the term officer safety is a reason for that. But
Mhm.
there's still pathways written inside those laws to articulate officer safety for some reasons.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know a lot of where I was getting myself into trouble was being around a lot, making myself available a lot. I was often first on scene, assuming scene control and just spreading myself too thin. And then yeah, just things kind of spiral from
You
that
know-
point. So
You know what people do or don't do that I would like to see more often is if they're first
Terminating.
on scene and they're not
Oh.
comfortable with taking the scene, is to relieve it to the second or the most senior person that arrives on scene after.
Mhm.
I did that recently, actually, for like a high stressful hostage situation. I was first on scene, but I had a cadet, which I would have taken, except it was like a super green cadet. And we relieved it to the highest person that came, like a senior level person that came. Even though
Yep.
technically we were both first and second on scene.
And you could do that in the middle of a scene too. Like if you take scene lead and you have something going on, you were like, okay, you call a radio, hey, is there another officer on this scene that can take scene lead, please?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you have someone that's like so combative, so like you're trying to deal with that and like giving radio comms, and then you have Glenn Armstrong coming at you from every angle.
A lot of us will code switch. Like Zoe won't take a violent scene, but me, Wildflower, if someone very clearly sounds just stressed and I think it's out of character, I'll code switch really quickly and do the cop thing and do the FTO thing,
Mhm.
where I take control of the scene just so someone's out of character comfortable. Because at the end of the day, this is supposed to be fun, and if you get stressed because of it, I can handle that situation at a character level. I'll just code switch and deal with it. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get going. I got the FIB thing I need to do for the court case. Speaking of which. I appreciate you all. You coming tomorrow?
No, I will not be available
Sunday?
tomorrow. Possibly Sunday. We'll see.
Okay. If you have any questions, if you need anything, appreciate you. Goodbye, everyone.
This is dispatch. We just got a 911 call. There's 2 individuals.
Wrong
that got
radio.
injured.
And the wrong radio.
Oh shit!
Dork.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Dispatch, we got you loading here. Loading here, dispatch.
Jesus Christ.
Night, nerds. Mods, can you do me a favor and put Security Girl, Madison Sparks FIB as the title, please? I would appreciate that. It's over here. It's over here. It's over here. It's over here. We're gonna immediately log off when we go in here. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Because we're gonna immediately log off, so no one takes the... Oh wait, I have to leave all this fake stuff. Hold on. Hold on, let me leave all this fake stuff. Drop. For tomorrow? Because I'm not gonna be on Zoe. Yeah, security girl, dash Madison Sparks.
Wrong one.
Ill.
There we go. Now we do RP. Thank you, Lyric. I appreciate you. We got security stuff to do. She got asked yesterday, I was off stream, but she got asked about doing analyst stuff, and I really, really, really want, I really want to do agent stuff on her, but we'll see, we'll see if she actually gets in. I didn't update on the mod view, so I wasn't sure of the work. Oh, yeah. You have to refresh it. Sorry, the elevator was fucking broken, so I had to go down a few flights. Eventually started working.
It's okay. It's okay.
You okay?
I'm chilling.
Ooh. You'll be alright.
It'll be alright. I promise.
How many people do we have?
You, me, Odin, Johan, and this lady. Please, you can't do that.
She, not her. Yeah, she can't do. That was illegal.
Police are supposed to be there too. It better not just be us. This is a big deal.
I imagine there will be. So I mean, if it is just us, then we get to sit there and be like, if it fails, we can put it on the local police force instead of the feds. If there are police there, or if there aren't police there, then we get to brag about it. So.
Big facts.
Fuck. I got it. Okay. I just scanned my ID. I was like, what the fuck is it not? I'm in roleplay. I'm not in VR. I'm in roleplay. I'm not in VR. Lock doors. Lock doors, Wild. Lock doors. Ready to check?
10-2.
10-2.
Dispatch here, 50, 10, 41, 10, 8, 76 courthouse. She sure is. Alright, let's go.
Let's do it.
You got this. I'm fucking starving. Holy shit. I just realized it just like took me a second. I'll be okay. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 cops. There's a fuck ton of us. Well, the agents are there
Clucking
too.
Bell?
Sure. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not picky.
Pick a foot at Clucking Bell quick.
Franco Wilson. You know, I don't actually know who my supervisors are. We need a list of like the supervisors.
For what? This?
No, security in general outside of
me and
agents.
Herschel.
Oh, that's it? Okay. I for some reason thought there were more.
Well, there's Dougie too, but he's not here, so.
Sure, right. I mean, there's some of their security that love to act like they're fucking supervisors, though.
Yeah, they wish. Yeah, let's go.
It's 17, 10:42.
Have a good night. Thank you for your service. Is there a channel that we're allowed to be on for security at City Hall, or we're just doing -1?
I gotta figure that out. I don't know.
Okay. It says Courthouse Security Channel 9, but that looks like...
FIB from PD.
This is Veronica now.
Go for FIB.
Hello. We're gonna be using channel 9 as the
There it is.
security channel for the courthouse.
I must have looked right as they...
Copy. There's also a. Never mind, you can't attach under us.
You can't, we can, but it messes up dispatch.
We can technically. It's just a little weird looking. Alrighty.
There's a orange and color motorcycle driving the sidewalk, chilling, watching me and Senna in the back. Just pulled away eastbound. Hello.
Can we move, so that for the frisk, can we move that outside so they don't come in here at all?
Sure.
With any weapons? And let people know if they leave the courthouse, they'll need to be frisked before they are allowed back in.
All right.
I know we're not allowed to go to any other channels. Am I good to go to 9 then, or no?
Yeah, you're good to go to 9.
Okay. Where do you want me posted?
I don't know where we should be. We should probably.
I'll just.
Veronica.
Huh?
Where do you want us posted?
If we can get people staged upstairs.
Got it.
Upstairs it is. Thank you.
Oops, excuse
Thank
me.
you.
Sorry.
Every once in a while, if you want to take a picture of the audience from up there.
Yeah.
They
We'll
kinda
do.
think
Yep.
something happened.
Yep. Can do.
It's not my show. It's her show this time. So.
Yeah. It's CID doing CID things.
I love CID.
I love intelligence in general.
I love it so much. The hell is that?
Hi.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. Have you been frisked when you come in? Do you know who frisked you?
I don't know. One of you, Galon.
Okay. Would you mind if I just go ahead and it's not going to be consensual, but I'm asking very nice. I'm just going to be frisking you. Okay. Just double check.
If it's not gonna matter if it's consensual, go ahead and fucking do it anyway.
Okay. Well, I sincerely apologize. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna pat you down. Is there anything that's gonna pinpoke or prod me?
No.
All right. All right. No worries. Thank you so much for your time. I like the shade of purple. Yeah, no, I like that character a lot, especially since they are being combative because this character, the Fear Philosophite, is heavily hated. We need a good, what's good, like, stress ambient music?
Remove the directory.
I don't have anything in the directory.
Just did.
Oh, copy.
All right, double OA is going to be 42, but before I officially 42, good luck at the court case, guys. Remember, have each other's backs. Security is, highest priority at these kinds of things. So security, please do your best to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious.
10-4, we'll do our best.
Sunny's here.
Thank you for your service, sir. Have a good night.
Have a good night, sir. Thank you for your service.
Also, we're just going to postpone the team building. Maybe tomorrow.
10-4. Copy that.
Odin Herschel.
The sounds of inside my head are good stress ones? This might be boring point of view, but we'll see. I don't really care if they know this. In fact, they should know that we're taking pictures. Poppers, pretty sure that's Sunny. Pretty sure that's Sunny. We'll see. We'll see how this is. I might get you guys over to someone streaming the court case. I think that might be more fun instead of just having a security personnel. We'll see. Might be really dull. At least it's cozy. What does this sound like? That's a cafeteria. I have stress and tension music compilation that when I listen to writings, but man, listening it again. Probably too intense for a court case. Oh, probably. Yeah. Who else came in? Yeah, that's right. I got you, no clipping. I got you clipping. What is this? Echo Skies is great.
Hey, Will.
Documented already.
Where's that location at?
Right outside. There's several officers on top of it already. Right on top of that 37.
Copy.
You know, for someone who's wearing body armor, I have no body armor.
I don't know if that number is one we already know of.
I'll show you
That's
really
anything else.
quick.
I don't really have a quick way to search. Maybe that's something we should do.
It is a number we know.
It is?
Yes. Go to -2.
Where is it? It's Fear Philosophite. They've killed 11 people allegedly. So for the murder of Stacy Recht, for Jillian Markovich, Kai Otani, Amber Harper, Robert Scott, Lucy Calloway, Paul Jones, for maiming Daisy Drew, for maiming Santi Kai, attempted maiming of Micah Rain, the torture of Brutus Maximus, harming, killing many animals and protected species, animal cruelty major 116 times 116, conspiracy to animal cruelty major times 18, poaching of an endangered species times 58, conspiracy to poaching an endangered species times 15. I'm going to scroll down the center list here. This is going to be a very long case. We're just going to reports, motion to add evidence, reports, motions. Undercover alias. Do you know the truth?
Feeling about in my courtroom, bud. No, I was just asking what you were yelling about because you've got such a quiet little meek voice. Barely hear you from up here.
I
Is
love
that any better?
Yeah.
Oh, Percy said I was screaming earlier, so my mistake. How you doing
So
today, Judge
everybody
Joy?
that's in the court case, there
I'm
was
doing
some
all right.
strange
How are you?
shit left
Still
by
blind.
a deputy car outside. So just keep an eye out for any
Okay.
strange looking
Did you talk to
individuals.
Dr. Schilling about
I'm about to
that?
put a civ report
Nah,
up
I
with
didn't get a chance
the
to the
info
other night.
soon.
Things are busy, but I'm definitely gonna follow up on Robot Eyes. 100%.
I'm just saying, robot eyes are kind of cool.
Robot Eyes are definitely cool. It smells like CK1. Aaron, is that you?
That's funny.
See?
Charlie 21 on radio channel 9.
What's up, man?
Be advised, we're slowed down on the transport. We just had a breach from something unrelated. You guys able to send an officer up here to get these people sorted with charges?
I mean, one spray less.
Copy that. Thank you.
Yeah, you good. Thanks for sitting on my side. And
Just be advised, one of them is Kara with, I believe, 3 warrants. So.
Is that Fear Philosophite?
Copy that.
Prepare to be convinced. Maybe. You want to talk here for a second, Alex?
Okay, we're gonna go over here so we don't hear that.
Someone ran into the courthouse, then ran out, and I was talking on radio.
Description. The description. No description? Nothing? Alright. I love that outfit. That's such a cute outfit. I like the blue and the white, and then the gray boots.
Yeah, I can't seem to get a hold of Deputy Warden Skeever or Warden Maxwell. Do you know if is she being transported here? Someone broke out of prison. Into prison.
Is he screaming?
Well, that's weird. Well, someone.
Oh.
Oh, all right. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. It has come to my attention that there will likely be a very small delay in the proceedings, as apparently, the transport for the defendant has been
trying to get, like,
delayed
a
for
good-
reasons which I shall not go into, but she will be here soon. TM.
This is very triggering, Your Honor. You're triggering me, Franklin.
Everything's gonna be okay.
I've just been over here quiet. Exactly.
What's wrong, Franklin? Are you a little on edge?
My hands are sweating. I've got a nervous bladder. Holding my breath, but I'll be fine.
Your knees are weak. Your arms are heavy.
Blood on his sweater already. Nothing about me is heavy, Your Honor. Except my disposition.
That's a pretty good response.
You know, we have some hand towels in the lobby if you need to, you know, like, wipe down your hands.
Can't keep wiping them on my pants. You want to do a pre-trial hug it out, Franklin? You can wipe it on my jacket. I'm okay. I'm okay, Bird. You're here. You're right here. I'm right. I am right here. Yes. Come on, dude. Give
Like
me a
with
hug. Give
gym
me a hug.
equipment, I hope you're gonna wipe down the lectern afterwards.
All right. There you go. There you are. Say, just wipe them off there. It's gonna be all right, man. Fine.
Got another job denial. God, that just. Okay.
So I guess one more. Franklin, are all of your witnesses here? Do you see everyone in attendance that hasn't already been deposed?
I see Wesley. I see Ashley. I see Anna. I'm looking. Patrick, you in here?
What happened to that lady's arm?
Yeah, perfect. Daisy, you back there?
Yeah, I just. It's annoying. So the email reads, "Thank you for." Where is it? Hold on.
Is Patrick here?
Thank you for taking the time to meet with us on the date that they
Okay.
did. We
Alright.
decided to move
And how
forward with another
about
candidate.
you?
Please note this decision does not reflect negatively on your
Mr.
qualifications
Bird
and experience, and we would
Thorns,
very
do you
much
see
encourage you to apply
Alex
with additional
Rigby or
positions
Kira Noda?
with us should such positions open up in the future.
Attendance?
Thanks again in my name, and I wish you the best of luck.
You're here.
They're sweet, but like,
Yeah, I'm here.
They're both here, Your Honor.
All right, then we're just waiting on the defendant.
it just sucks. Yeah, it does. You're not wrong.
21. The incident at prison is cleared. We're loading Fear up now and are gonna go ahead and get the 91 on the way. In a second, I will let you guys know when we're about halfway, and if I could get officers to secure the unloading area, check bushes.
I was told
stairwell,
by
and
Sean
everything,
that there was going to be a bunch of dogs here. It's like support animals for people, but I don't see any dogs here. Where are all the dogs?
Sunny's outside the food truck.
Oh, Sunny, okay.
Yeah, Sunny's outside.
Can I get a picture of his face? There we go.
Off at the EMS with their search and rescue thing.
I know out of character who that character is. She has a warrant because Zoe submitted it, but Madison has no clue.
Outside. Why they're bringing Fear here?
Okay, that's their Did any of them have the capacity to understand why?
Yeah, I'll head outside.
The dogs, they're just happy to be here.
People are upset. We want to comfort them.
Has anybody seen Gus?
Today? Only.
He was here. He might have gone to bed. Let me track him. Yeah, he's outside somewhere.
Can I get? Do you have any extra plates for the vest?
I do not on me. Do you need me to go get one?
No, I'll be okay. I don't have any plates. I should be okay.
No plates at all?
None. Sierra 50, is there anyone who has any extra like plates for your vest or anything? I didn't have time to go get something.
I do. Oh, you want me in the lobby?
Hey, firm. Hello. Thank you. I just haven't had time to pick anything up, and I got like $600 in my name. You should have a couple plates left.
Into.
Is that the Van Dorf
You guys requesting more additional?
Thank you, man.
Panel and is now here on the panel?
Yeah, I don't think we have any police units traveling with DOC, so if you want to just go and escort them here.
You already recused yourself from the panel, but you have not formally entered.
Yeah, be advised the 1091 has just set off from Bolingbrook, so we're going to be merging on to LS Freeway South now.
If you want to, or if you
Once we
want to
get,
be on the
back to
panel,
the city is
then,
when
well, you got until Fear
actually,
gets here
honestly,
to
we could probably have PD
formally enter yourself back on the panel.
offloading
It's up to
area.
you.
That'd probably be the most helpful position
Hey
right now.
guys, guess what?
Pretty sure it's just me on patrol right now.
I'm back. Yes, the panel.
There's a handful of us on the west
Yeah,
side.
I thought I wouldn't be able to make it, but
FIB and PD on the west
I'm
side
here,
that are
guys.
kind of keeping an eye on the intake area.
Yes, we got a two-person panel now.
Oh, don't worry, I am absolutely missing sleep.
That's literally her fucking entire
Yeah, my
being
biggest
is
fear though,
missing sleep.
just make sure someone checks the bushes.
I have been up
and if that's
since
clear, then we
6
should be
a.m. and it is currently 1 a.m.
I'm near the bushes and there's
Hold on a
nobody
minute.
by me
Sharp,
to
if you're
see, so
already
maybe the
here, why don't
bushes
you just be the
a little more
third
north we can
panelist?
keep an eye on too.
Ooh.
Let me come talk to you.
Roland Shaw.
Check around the area. I'll check the roofs too. The west.
AO3 already on.
You got prior knowledge of this case or something?
That is a really good, like... That reminds me a lot of the inverse of Sparks's... Oh no, that's basically Sparks's outfit, but like... a little different. Instead of having the red heels in the back, it was the red skirt and the black top. It was just more like, I guess, punky. Not punky.
Alright, look at that, everyone. We've got a third panelist. We just tapped Roland Sharp, and now he's in. Oh. This is Roland Sharp's first felony A case, I think, as a judge.
It would be, yes.
Yeah. At you stepping into the wide world of being a judge on complex cases like this one.
We all gotta learn somehow. Let's do it.
Senator, there's a
Yeah,
guy
you're
on
not
the
really
other side of the
getting
pole that's
thrown
just
into
chilling
the
with the
deep end.
mask.
This
Boss
is more
cut,
like
no
Van
helmet.
Dorst and I have rented a fishing trolley and gone out into international waters, and we're just hucking you in there.
Coming back with a great white.
Pulling up now.
I put on the docket, so now it's official.
Put that on the docket too there, Shop. So there's a record.
Yeah, I see no one else on surrounding rooftop.
Stacked panel, if you ask me.
God bless, now Roland Sharp can take all the notes.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, with this many witnesses, this is gonna be probably the best time to learn how to take really good notes, because Franklin's a fast talker, Bird's a fast talker.
Not the only thing I do fast, Your Honor.
We get siren check on the paddy wagon.
You freak.
Ew, so, boo this man.
Who's that person?
I don't know if you should be.
See, it's
You should be talking about
You know what
how,
else is
like,
fast, Franklin?
yeah.
This.
Ooh.
Face towards the camera. Face towards the camera.
He kept his foot in.
Face towards the
Look at
camera.
that. Still taking books to the face, aren't you?
No, you don't want a motion for mistrial, Bird. You don't want a motion for a mistrial.
Guys, been going hiking, sweet boy.
You guys secure in the courthouse yet?
Who's that? Rambo? Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey,
How you
firm.
doing?
We'll bring her into the courtroom right now.
Alright, 10-4. Back in and keep an eye on the
Yeah,
crowd.
me neither. Let's do a good poll. You know Rambo? Oh no shit.
Okay, so
Tell him.
Madison thinks that's a
She's afraid of,
witness.
you
That's
know,
Patrick
something bad
January.
happening. I said nothing ever really happens bad in this courtroom, as far as I know. I don't think anything bad ever happened.
Move your way over here, Fear.
That's Marcy.
But before you get in there, I got your.
What's that?
Radio check.
I do.
What did SiriBot ban? Measuring grinder. Okay. Well, I'm not reading the rest of that username, but that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
L42 from A64.
Send it.
You got any you got any requirement? Are you allergic to anything? I can't say the word. Dietary. That one.
No, I don't have any dietary restrictions.
All right.
Did I send you all of the questions, Ophelia? Did you get a? I think I sent you everything. Let me send you the rest here.
I'm gonna spam Inga. You know, probably fair before I saw it. The year is 2005. The Pope just died, but you're excited to see Revenge of the Sith in theaters. The year is 2025. The Pope just died, but you're excited to see Revenge of the Sith in the theaters. General Quixote. Madison will woo this woman with prequel memes.
I'm kind of embarrassed.
Every like 15 minutes, someone remind me to send a prequel meme to this woman. Cause I'm gonna forget. Hi, Mysterious. So great to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Individual in the courthouse with the mask on despite being told several times not to.
Yeah. See her 50 FI. She's on the prosecution side in the back corner.
Claiming it's a religious item.
It's not an exception.
They were first, at least.
Will from Sparks, I will advise it that that mask was absolutely used in some of these reports when I was skimming through it earlier.
All right. Is everyone here who needs to be here?
Having the glasses on that mask is really good.
Stateside is present, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, do you have your defendant and your two witnesses?
I'm pretty sure we do. Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, then. If everyone is present, I will call the matter of the state v. Fear Phosphophylite to order. Will the councilors representing your various parties please announce your appearances for the record?
Franklin Starr for the state. James Bird for the defense.
Julia Thorns for the defense.
All right. So to fill everyone in who's not an attorney, so far we have deposed 5 of the state's witnesses prior to trial, and we will be hearing
Alright.
testimony
We
from
started
the
at
remaining
6:34
5
in
witnesses
stream
for
chat.
the state, as well as the 2 witnesses for defense. Now, oh god, this is going to be a really lengthy arraignment. Okay. There's not really any way to split this up, so... Okay. Miss Phospholite, you stand accused of the following charges. I'm going to read them off, I guess, per person, and then we'll... What?
If I may, we actually have a motion to amend those charges pre-trial, if that would...
You've got a motion to amend more?
Yeah, when you hear the motion, you'll understand.
Okay.
In the Hills Butcher incident report, the master report, on the Micah Rain attack 52221, there is a report attached of her medical report. Micah Rain SW, medically induced coma, number 52215. As of 19 hours ago, and due to our inability to motion prior to, 24 hours of the case, there was a medical update which we feel meets the prong of minor mayhem. Considering that, and considering the 2 additional charges of minor mayhem that the defendant is facing for Doris Daisy Drew as well as Sadi Kai, the state, are motioning to amend to change the 3 counts of minor mayhem to 1 count of major mayhem. We feel that this is similar in nature to a victim dying.
This is for you
before
guys,
court
because I
and
can't
a
see that guy
charge
over
being
there, so
upgraded
Madison
from an
won't
attempted
know.
murder to a murder.
Essentially, your argument is, well, I've got 2 mayhem minors charged already. Based on a change of circumstances in the medical condition of a 3rd individual, you think it believes, or you think it rises to the level of minor mayhem. 3 minor mayhems together make a major. Is that what's going on here?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have anything to say about that?
In the 11th hour, Your Honor. 19 hours ago, evidence was supposed to be cut off, submitted, about 48 hours ago, as you explained to me? If the panel needs a further rebuttal to that, we, the state, have one.
Yeah, it's
I don't think I
time.
really need a rebuttal to this one. Basically, your argument is that 19 hours ago, there was a change in circumstances as to Miss Rain's medical condition, which you couldn't have known about beforehand. And you're arguing essentially that exception to admit or to amend the charges. I mean, the medical report's already admitted, but that's where you're going, Franklin?
Yeah, that would have been my rebuttal, that the medical report is already within evidence and that it simply was updated as per the checkup that was made from Micah Rain 19 hours prior.
Okay, let's see if we can find.
All right, the panel will confer. Give me a moment.
You are being judged by the panel.
Yeah, not the first time won't be the last.
Please do not look directly at the panel.
Same people, same people, same people, same people, same people, same people, same people. Okay.
All right, so after conferring with the panel. Okay, so we've got something in Los Santos called the delayed death exception. I don't know exactly if we've ever written it down because it's never actually come up in practice, but it's always something that we've intended to follow. And basically that means if you're like mortally wounded and we're not sure if you're going to make it, and then in the pendency of the litigation, you die. If you've already been charged with attempted murder for that crime, it allows the state to also charge you with murder. Here's the thing, though. There's no such thing as an almost death exception or a part of death exception. Like, there's no lesser version of that. There's also honestly kind of a question of, with the harsh severity and mountain of charges to which Miss Phospholite is already being charged with, there's a question of whether it is going to end up actually making a substantial difference in either the incarceration or sentence of Miss Phospholite. So what we're going to do is, we're not going to hear it today. If it ends up coming to pass that, you know, she beats all 7 murder charges and 1 or more of the mayhem charges, then we can set a separate hearing on it, and defense will have had enough time to, you know, look at the report and, you know, prepare adequately for their defense of, you know, the mayhem major charge. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Franklin, but that is kind of the definition of a trial by surprise. I know it's outside of your control, but there's other mechanisms to deal with it other than just rushing it out, you know, in this case. Even if it may not be the most judicially efficient way of handling it, in order to preserve the due process rights of the defendant, handling that in a separate hearing and or trial later down the road, if it ends up even mattering, is the more correct call. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, Your Honor.
I agree with that. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. There's
Any
still
other
justice.
pretrial
There's
motions?
still specific justice
Further
that would
pretrial
happen.
motions from the state.
No further pretrial motions from the defense, Your Honor.
What do you mean further? You didn't even make one.
No at all.
All right. Okay, let's get on to this extremely lengthy arraignment then. Okay, Miss Phospholite, for the killing of Stacy Recht, you are being charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of robbery. To the count of murder, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And to the count of robbery, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Was
Whoa!
that guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. Guilty. It's going to be the same for everything.
Okay, so you're just doing a blanket plea of not guilty to all of the charges to which you are being accused of?
I suspect we're going to be here for a while, so let's do that.
Blanket plea.
All right, blanket plea, not guilty to everything. Gotcha. You know, it's a little more dramatic to do it one by one, but God, there are just so many charges. So...
Enough drama.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be enough drama on the court case as it is. All right. Opening arguments, opening statements. I'm assuming both parties wish to make them. You got them prepared, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll start with the state. Tell us why we are all here today.
Your Honors, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, I would like to preface this opening with a warning to any and all who are present here today. The crimes and incidents which we will be discussing in this courtroom are some of the most vicious and heinous acts which have ever been committed within the city's boundaries. Any who are faint of heart or cannot handle themes of mutilation, self-harm, or animal torture should remove themselves from this courtroom at this time. On March 17th, 2025, the bodies of our local wildlife began to appear around our forests and state parks, which showed signs of extreme mutilation and torture. Deer, whose entrails had been decorated around the scenes with clear intent. Cougars, who had been gutted and their unborn cubs hung as if they were art pieces for display. It wouldn't be until March 29th, 2025, that the first murder victim, Stacy Recht, would appear. The scene of Stacy's murder would share many themes and commonalities to these horrific acts against animals, and would lay out the beginning
Bobby, do you
of
have
a
one
series
person who
of
could
murders
stage just
throughout
inside the
violent
courtroom
ways.
doors?
FIB CR50, I'll stage right inside.
By the hands of the murderer known as the Hills Butcher. Each
Someone on the
death becoming
defendant
more
side wearing
violent,
a mask that needs to be removed.
methodical,
I'll take care of it.
and abstract.
I tackle you, but this is very serious, but you look nice today. Oh, I take that back. I take that back immediately. Ignore that.
To look upon their work in reverence. Stacy Recht, first victim,
Hello.
who had barely had an opportunity to find her place in our world, was taken.
Excuse me. I'm gonna sneak by you.
Killed
First with
without
the
a sign
mouse
that she
mask, I'm just gonna ask you to take that off, okay?
Her heart was
Yeah, you're
carved
taking your
from
mask
chest,
off.
replaced with that of an animal.
Not a mask.
Okay,
Antlers
I'm gonna ask
were
you one more
nailed to
time
her
before you take a
head.
mask off, or we'll have you
Her
arrested.
face was stitched into a sad
I heard it
smile.
was a citation, not an arrest scale.
Well,
Chili
I'll go get the
Markovic,
cops.
a beloved EMS would be next. Again, taken.
PD from FIB, they're claiming it's not a mask and vehemently refusing.
They could leave the courtroom.
I will escort them out. Alright, ma'am, so at this time you will be leaving the courtroom. Do you understand?
Self-proclaimed explorer
Hey,
would
look,
be taken from us just
what's
2
your
weeks
fucking
into his
issue?
adventure here. His body would be found displayed like that.
Do I need to force you, or can you leave on your own accord?
Pitchfork sewn
I was
into
told
his
it was a
hands
fucking
with
citation,
Jilly
girl. I said I
Markovic's
took the
heart
citation
well,
on the chin.
atop it.
Okay, well, I'm not going to cite you, but you are being instructed
Amber
by
Harper,
police and the FIB to
who had
leave
just
the
been
courtroom.
hired at
Please do not make a
Bloom
scene.
Harvest,
The
FIB
judge is not
decided
going
to
to...
said,
make her
hold
first
on, the
delivery of
FIB
flowers.
outside said you don't have to
Only
take
to
it off,
find
but
that
you'll
it
get a
was the killer
citation
she
if you
would be
don't.
facing
That's...
in
Well,
May.
things have changed. So I'm letting you know. You can take it
Okay,
off,
if
or you
things-
can
okay,
leave.
if things have changed, I'll
Robert
take it
Out
off.
of
Scott,
curiosity, are they higher ranked than
a
you?
proud
Because
American
Fucking
and
hell,
the
that
only
she seems
victim
on
No,
fire.
they are
able
not.
to fight
Please
back.
take it off.
Gone.
And for his attempts,
You happy now, lad?
his limbs would all be
Thank you so
Jog
much.
on.
and his face would be smashed in. Paul
PD from
Jones,
FIB, they took it off. They're claiming that they were just warned it was a citation.
strung up by their feet,
Senna from Sparks, can you get a picture of her from your side?
The one that had the mask on?
Yeah, affirm.
first indication of who this monster in the shadows
It's good RP, but
was decorated. With
we're not fucking around today.
Soon after, Fear would post her own selfie to Amber Harper's Twinsta account. After receiving a
I got
phone
the
call
photo.
from Elias Winchester
Copy.
to inform her of this fact, Fear would be conveniently kidnapped during this phone call by the person who she claims is the real Hills Butcher.
Oh no, we haven't sent more
Brother
memes. We're gonna send more
Ryan
memes.
Phosphophylite. This will be the crux of the argument that the defendant and their counsel will be using to shift the blame for these horrific acts. However, we the state are confident that we will be able to prove once and for all that Fear is the one solely responsible for the planning, the execution, the staging, and the mutilation of all of these victims and animals, as well as the victims who have survived.
Individual
her
coming in who
attempts
had a
and
medical
their
mask on,
lives.
he may put it back on when he gets inside.
Thank you for your time
He
and
was
your
told not to.
consideration in these matters here today, and we look forward to putting this to rest, along with the souls of those whom we have lost.
What's the description? Blue shirt, backpack.
Paper, black backpack,
Si-
V necklace.
CR50, I have visual.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yep, go ahead.
Gentlemen of the court, the San Andreas and all those that witnessed this, here we have a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions. A real-life horror story. Story where many people were brutally attacked and killed. Story that detectives worked very hard on, as seen by the sheer mountain of paperwork all the legal counsels have had to wade through. Despite all that work,
Send cute
Easy
girl
option out.
memes.
they found a person they could just throw this at.
Madison's 22 in
to
this
send them to
universe,
an
so
executioner tied up in a bow. A victim of the story.
All right,
and
15-minute
pointed their
timer.
accusatory ire at her forming a bogeyman to sate the public's fear despite the continued deaths. That's why we're here today, because of vagaries and speculations being used to accuse a traumatized and brutalized victim of a killer who still walks
Mouse mask
freely,
is back
possibly
on.
even killing as we speak. I wish to be here today, dealing with such grave circumstances.
The individual with the mouse mask is put it back
But
on.
by the rules
I'm heading
of the
down.
law of this just society we call home, we must be, to ensure that the innocent aren't harmed by the erroneous failure of the detectives who were just too eager to put a neat little seal on this tale that will haunt all of us.
I'm gonna wait for the closings to finish, and then I'll escort her out of the building.
You on the couch?
Being here today must be taken with the utmost severity.
Yep.
For not only the judiciary, but the citizens who bear witness. Not about just the victims who died. Stacey Recht, Amber Harper, Jilly Markovich, Paul Jones, Kayotani, Lucy Calloway, and Robert Scott. Those who survived. Daisy Drews, Sati Kai, Micah
I took it
Ray,
off.
and the defendant
I'm
herself,
gonna stage down here.
Thea. The one surviving victim whose life is on the line in this courtroom today. Who was not only a victim, but an individual who actively tried to help the police in catching those responsible. Quiet,
Lima 42,
artistic
10,
soul,
42.
who despite the trials and tribulations of life,
Have a good
even
night.
tried to make the world a better place
Who's
as part
Lima
of the district
42?
attorney's office. But
Oh, Delaney.
despite the horrors all present here today will have to be exposed, we must remember, if we are not careful with what occurs over the next few hours, mind the core of everything today, the life and
That's
freedom
funny.
of a victim of monsters. And
That's
collectively
really funny.
lowering ourselves
Man,
to the
fucking
level of the
feds. I hate the
individuals who are
feds.
no
Yeah,
doubt
well,
watching
you know.
and hoping we finish off one more of their victims for them, completing their nefarious schemes.
Oh, no votes. Would you be won over by prequel means? I would be run over. That's a really good poll.
Go ahead and call your first witness, State.
That's a really good poll. Remake it and put it for like 10 minutes.
Calls Doris Daisy Drew to the stand.
Doris, please approach the stand.
The F and F stands for frick the feds. Yeah, frick the feds in that order.
Swear everybody in today, shop.
All right. Can you go ahead and raise your left hand for me? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give before the court today shall be the truth, the whole
He needs to use
truth,
a
nothing
mic.
but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you Danielle?
I do.
State, the witness is sworn in.
Ms. Drew, we appreciate you taking your time to be here today to speak on behalf of yourself and the other victims.
Is Nick still up there? Yeah, they're still up there. Okay.
Could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Be advised, Sammy Sharkbait has stolen the Dominator and painted it red.
I have several jobs. I work as a manager for the Scrap and Fix, the Painted Moon, owner of Forever
Speak
Two
into the
Wheels.
microphone.
How
The microphone in front of you. Speak into it.
are you,
Go ahead and
Ian?
Reach over and just push
What's
that
going on
little
with you,
on button
love?
for us, will you?
Is that better?
Also,
On and off again.
Can the councilors hear clearly?
she is up so late.
I'm having no issues, Your Honor.
No
So
issues here,
late.
for me, Your Honor.
Dino
Just
is
like
up
Daredevil
so
hearing.
fucking late. I love this character so
Please
much.
continue,
I
Miss Daisy.
love this character so much. I just don't get to roleplay with Dino.
These are my main jobs that I work.
Miss Daisy, are you aware of the incident in which you were attacked on May 2nd around 9 p.m. Eastern? Do you know why you were attacked?
Weeks prior, my fiance had received threats from number saying
Gonna be happy for karaoke tonight? I think you will have a blast. No, secretly yes. I'm voting for that one.
And for the record, who is your fiance?
my fiance is Bree McNabb.
Can you give a description of your assailant?
It was dark and they were wearing all black clothing, a black mask. But they, from what I could see, they did have a feminine figure.
At any point in time, were they driving a vehicle?
I wish they were using mics.
Yes, when they drove up to, they were in, I think, was a blue-colored Mesa type vehicle.
All right, bye, Ian.
Can you
Make a
tell
character
us
for the
about
Lost later.
Injuries that you sustained as a result of this attack.
Stabbed in the abdomen.
A friend of mine messaged me, talking about.
Had the word haunt carved into my face.
Friend of mine messaged me talking about him getting Panda Express. Now I really want Panda Express. Why does that ranger look so familiar? Oh, Liam.
Show my face to people. I'm waiting for the test results for the reduced function in my kidneys.
Yeah, this meme made me think of you.
Did
I mean,
the
that's.
assailant say anything to you during this attack?
I mean, that's kind of what Maddie is doing to
They
Inga.
said a few things. Mostly spoke to my fiance over the phone.
Are you aware of whether or not your fiance had any communication with Defendant Fear prior to this attack?
I believe a couple of text exchanges that happened prior after Fear made the threats to harm me and her.
You're stating that it was Fear who made these threats?
The text messages that made the threats came from Fear's phone.
Thank you, Miss Stacey. No further questions.
You feel comfortable there? We can go back.
Okay, before we go on to Cross, I need a clarification on 2 questions because I was unable to hear the answer.
Where is she? Is she outside?
First was the description that you gave of your assailant. Can you please that?
So it was dark, so it was difficult for me to see, but they were wearing all dark clothing. Face was covered with a mask.
Is that her?
But
Yeah, there she is.
from what I could tell, they did have a feminine figure.
Cunningham.
All right, and the second answer that I didn't get was the question of whether your assailant said anything to you.
There were a few words exchanged. I don't remember them specifically, but most of what was said was over the phone to my fiance.
Okay, that's the clarification that I needed. Does anyone else on the panel need any clarification, or we good to go to Cross?
Hi,
All right,
Elena. It's great to see you, love.
cross-examination it
Hope
is.
you're
Take
doing
it
well.
away, defense.
First witness of an Omega case.
Then, Daisy? Can you tell us the date of which your attack occurred?
I believe it was on the 2nd. It was during the time of the Diamond Take terrorism court case.
Is that the same date that the text messages were sent to your fiance or partner?
No, these text messages were sent to my fiance, I believe, 1 to 2 weeks beforehand.
Are you aware that Fia was kidnapped at the period of this date?
Your Honor.
Rebuttal?
Sure.
The scope is within the date of the text messages being sent from the
Good court,
defendant's phone.
how's you? Doing well. How about
Well
yourself?
within the scope to ask this question.
It's great to hear from you. Great to see you.
Rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
Let me discuss this one with the panel.
Be advised, someone with a chocolate is entering. We've told them to keep that thing holstered.
All right, after
Hey,
confirming
little
with the
Bean,
panel,
typically
we
spending
have
my day in Vista
decided
with the
that this
Oh, you have a
question
girlfriend. I love that.
Is outside of scope. Nothing said on the direct line of questioning had to do with basically Fear's status at the time. And where defense is coming at from this one, but establishing this fact by just questioning a witness, especially when a state's witness,
Who's your do I know
probably
them?
isn't the way you get this on the record.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll get it on there. Appreciate it.
Okay, Daisy. Person that approached you, did they give you a name?
So, while speaking to my fiance on the phone, they did use the name.
Can you guys
That
hear
name
the people talking? Because I can't take my eyes off of the area because Sparks wouldn't. And I need to be able to be vigilant on seeing things.
Someone just ran in there without being frisked. Mouse mask.
Yeah, she just threw something at me.
Yeah,
You guys
she's,
didn't give Sammy Sharkbait
just think
permission
she's
to drive
sticking it to
your,
the man. I don't know.
Dominator.
Negative, it's
Right?
stolen.
No, absolutely not.
Is it supposed to be red?
No, it's supposed to be black.
Well, there's a red Dominator. I'm pretty sure it's yours. Outside of City Hall.
If you look on Twinstar, you can see that he repainted it red.
Yeah, it's Mouse Mask. We got a picture of her without her mask on.
She run out or did she
Yeah,
block?
she ran in, threw a cup at me, and then ran out with the mask on.
The hell?
Yeah, it's weird. Not too pressed.
Thank you, Park. We'll take care of the vehicle.
Yeah, he flee and I'll chase him. Is it okay if it comes back in a couple pieces of the car? We'll get it fixed.
God.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Park.
Just charge him with vandalism. That'll do it. Surely he won't do it again.
Surely not.
Would it be reasonable to
So if
say
you
that
lose him, though, come
you
pick me
have
up and I'll track
no
you.
idea who attacked you?
10-4, I'm going back to 1.
I feel that threats coming from a particular person's phone could indicate that they had attacked me.
Objection. Didn't answer the question.
Non-responsive.
Your Honor.
Sure, what's your rebuttal?
The counselor insinuated that my client had no idea who attacked her or asked her if it would be reasonable to suggest that she had no idea. And my client responded with an answer to suggest that she did have an idea and why she had that idea. I think this was a perfectly valid answer, and the counselor just simply does not like it.
Hey, objection, speculation on us not liking it.
Okay. Let's not object to rebuttals. That's not how this works. I'll go ahead and take this one. I'm going to overrule this one. She did respond to the question because the substance of the question essentially was, so you don't have any, reasonable identification of this person. And then the answer to that question was another fact that could be used in order to discern the identity of the person, which is also in substance basically answering your question with a no.
Allow me 1 second to confer with Coke. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. DuPont, do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
We have no redirect, Your Honor.
And two. Can someone go outside and
Alright,
repark all
then,
the
Miss
cars
Daisy,
that just
you
drove
may
by? There's
step
a tow
down.
truck towing cars outside City Hall. Chasing the schmuck right now.
Do you have any other witnesses for me, Mr. DuPont?
Yes, quite a few. We call
Anyone able to go
Ashley
do that?
Smith to the stand.
All right, Officer Smith.
Where did she go? She go back up there? Okay, Will's upstairs, so that's all that matters. We'll stay downstairs at the door. They're giving scritches!
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you aim house?
I swear. Your Honors, before we get started, can I consult personal notes on some of these questions? This is the events going over a month.
You want to look at your personal notes on
Just my
on
own
the
personal
case
notes. Yeah.
prior to questioning?
If there's anything like specific, like dates, times, things like that, details that aren't easily rememberable.
Okay, so you're basically asking to be able to refresh your memory if you can't recall something? I don't know. What do my panelists think about that one?
Blah, 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 blah. Yes, truth, blah, blah, blah. You can only vaguely hear the witness. They would never do that again after being charged. No, it's true. They would never.
All right, so after conferring with the panel has decided that if there's any specific things like dates and times and whatnot, we know a witness on the stand is probably going to be a bit unreliable in that regard, and that their recorded recollection as given in reports and other statements therein are probably going to be a lot more accurate. This is all to say, don't sweat the details. Actually, a divergence as to how most people do it. You see, the way it works mostly in court is if the witness cannot remember something, but they have a transcribed recollection of it, they are allowed to refresh their memory with the transcribed recollection.
Being nosy. Sparks doesn't know. For the metagamers, Sparks doesn't know, but we're being nosy.
That's how that's supposed to work.
Pretty sure that's Lucky. I don't know who that is. It's probably Humphrey.
But we'll proceed with what the panel
take a
has
guess.
decided.
Nope, because he wouldn't wear rings.
Go ahead and start
Okay.
your questioning, Franklin.
Just to
Being
remind
nosy,
everyone,
being
make
nosy.
sure to keep your mouth open nice and wide before you speak. As well, leave a little bit of time for the other counsel.
Adult recall time 69. Yeah.
questions.
So Ref also just
Miss
came
Smith,
back from
could you give your full name and your occupation.
the
for
player. The player. They just got back from academy.
Ashley
So
Smith. I am a senior officer with DPPD and a senior detective with CID.
Ms. Smith, could you explain the extent of your involvement within this investigation?
I've been one of the main investigators on this case, working with Wesley Pines and Alice Meyer. I've helped coordinate and gather information, responded to multiple scenes, interrogated suspects.
Are you aware of the murder of Stacy Recht, which took place on March 29th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern? Are you aware of how the police were informed of this murder?
that should be a lot
There was
louder
text
for you
message
guys.
sent out once, something about her heart was beating too loud. It was a very erratic typing pattern. It was very unique. And there was a GPS location screenshot sent after that initial text.
Do you know which phone
Oh, okay,
this
she's-
911
she-
text
oh, okay, she's in
informing
line
the
with the
police
voice.
of where
As
Stacy
you do.
Recht's body originated from?
Yeah, Stacy Recht's phone was the one that was used to call in her own death.
And upon investigation of Stacy Recht's body, was anything
Wildflowers
missing
Oh,
in
God.
property from her person?
Sylvie, welcome in.
Missing her driver's
What's
license
going
was
on,
also
my
missing.
dude? How you been? How was
Could you
stream?
repeat
Decided
that,
not to
Miss
stream
Ashley,
anymore.
and give a little pause before you speak?
We're doing a
Sorry.
little bit of blip watching
Her
just to check
phone
on
and
people.
driver's license were also missing.
Okay, Mecca about
Was
about to
Stacy's
leave.
phone ever found?
Aw. Who's
Yes,
winning? Oh,
was
I have no
found on the
idea.
next victim in this series, Julie Markovic.
You have a great time, Sylvie. Sylvie, who do you play?
Was there any
I don't know who
activity
they
from
are.
Stacy's phone after her death aside from this text to 911?
Texts were sent to some of her contacts saying, "I'm sorry."
Where's
There
the
was an
obligatory
additional
comp stack?
911
Right
A
here.
few days later, about she's afraid.
Right here.
To the person, it wasn't her, obviously, saying they're afraid they'll do it again. Pain in their head was
But-
overwhelming, and then there was also some
here.
Twinstas posted, or at least one Twinsta posted of her corpse.
Who does he?
With the
Who?
phrase, "Didn't deserve to die."
Who's that? Who's Will?
At any point in time, had the victim's public MDW profile been changed in relation to the murder?
Yes, her
I'm-
MDW
I'm-
photo
I'm
was
well
changed
aware.
to a photo of her dead body. On
Thanks
the
for the raid, my dude. For those who don't know, I used to play Skylar Sparks, play Samantha Sanders and Madison Sparks as well as Zoe May.
made the changes.
Tons of different little roles across ONX.
And can you describe the condition of Stacy Recht's body upon its
We'll
discovery?
focus on this though.
It was mutilated. Her lips were stitched. There was a crown of antlers on her head. Her chest had been smashed open. She was holding her own heart in her hands.
Was Stacy Recht's body left near anything specific?
Near a bloody pool.
The blood from this pool, did this come back to anybody specific?
I'm honestly unsure about that one.
Was Stacy Recht GSR tested? Could you repeat that answer and make sure to leave your mouth nice and wide open?
Sorry. Yes, she was GSR tested.
And what were the results of that GSR test?
They were negative.
Was there any evidence in connection to the death of Stacy Recht which was not found on the scene?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, an axe, and some gloves with her blood on it. They were all found in a trash can in the cemetery where Fear was working at the time.
Were these the only things found in that cemetery trash can?
There was also a no. It was the same one that was left at a later point for Pines in a dead drop from quote unquote Sam, talking about snaring, skinning, and killing wolves. It's
actually-
in evidence, but I could read it for you if you really want me to.
I didn't realize we didn't do this.
No, thank you, Miss Smith.
This needs to stay up, mods, if you can, please.
Was there anything
Should
on
be
the
up.
scene of Stacy's murder to indicate that there were other individuals aside from Stacy herself on scene?
There was just a bloody trail and the bloody pool water.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the scene of Jilly Markovic. Miss Smith, are you aware of the murder of Jilly Markovic, which occurred April 4th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern? Once again for us, Miss Smith.
Sorry, yes, I'm aware. I'll try to remember to pause.
45, 1042.
Are you aware of how police were informed of this murder?
A 911 text from Jilly Markovic's phone.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
This 911 text, did it share similarities to the one which was received in accordance with Stacy Recht's murder?
Yeah, there was the same kind of repetitive language, very distinct and similar typing style.
Does the guy have eyebrows?
Which phone this text message to 911 belonged to?
To Jilly Markovic.
It's really interesting
And
that
what
that
was the
character
condition of
claims
Jilly
to hate
Markovic's
serial
body
killers
upon
is
its
on the
discovery?
side of a serial killer.
I was mutilated. Her face was sewn up into a sad smile. There were coyote heads mounted to her arms with rebar. Her heart was suspended in the middle of her chest. No, sorry, not her heart. An animal heart was suspended in the middle of her chest with fish hooks. Her heart was missing. Her chest had been crushed. It was. Oh, and there were sewing needles under her nails.
You mentioned that her chest had been cut open and an animal heart was suspended with fish hooks. Do you know where her heart is?
Well, her heart is currently in evidence cold storage, but it was found on the scene of Coyote's murder on a pitchfork.
Oh, God!
And Jilly's body, was it located near anything specific?
Her pool, that pool was also red with blood.
Was there anything of note left on Jilly's person?
Stacy Recht's phone was left on Jilly's person.
Was there anything that was missing from Jilly's person?
Driver's license, phone, MDW, radio, medic belt with God knows how many syringes in it.
Was there any activity on Jilly's personal phone other than this text message to 911?
There were immediately after her death, there were some text group chats she was part of. I think there were also some Twinsta sent from that phone, and there were texts sent to a burner owned by a police officer, as well as texts to friends of Jilly's.
Text messages sent to contacts and friends. What was the tone or substance of these texts?
It was basically, I'm sorry, she didn't have to die, she shouldn't have died, just kind of language like that.
And for the Twinsta, what was the tone and substance of those?
One of the Twinstas was the same lines like, I didn't deserve to die. And the other one was like, please stop me, please, can you stop me, kind of language.
Now, you stated that this phone was used to contact the burner of an officer. Can you state what officer this burner belonged to?
Pines.
You said Wesley Pines?
Yes.
Do you know what conversations were had between this burner and Officer Wesley Pines?
There were quite a few conversations. It started off with they were talking about potentially going hunting or hiking. Sorry, going hiking together, spending time in the wilderness, talking about where they both lived, which this phone answered North Carolina is where she was from. This phone called itself Sam. This phone also at multiple points was that's all from this specific phone.
Miss Ashley, you said at multiple points this phone, but then the microphone cut out. Could you repeat that?
That's
last
because
part?
I wasn't 100% what was used on specifically this phone. But I know that this was the one where they started talking about hiking and all that.
Now, you stated the individual using this phone to text Wesley's burner stated they were from North Carolina. Are you aware of where defendant Fear is from?
Carolina.
You said North Carolina?
Yeah.
At any point in time, had the victim's NDW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yes, it was changed to, you know those you can't download a car ads? It was changed to text that looked a lot like one of those that said something about like she was a helper, but she didn't help enough.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fear's MDW changed his profile picture.
Was Jilly's missing property ever recovered?
Yes. Jilly's property, her ID was found in a trash can in the cemetery that had Fear's gun and Fear's ID in it. There was also her MDW and her radio were found in a different trash can that had 2 hunting dogs in a note saying something like, "Will you find all 6?" over and over again. That trash can also had some blood on it.
The blood, did that come back to anybody specific?
I came back to Fear Phosphophyllite.
Okay, now I'm on the server and back in chat. Just shoot the murderer dog. Hey, Sophie.
And do you know the specific
Yeah,
dates
Jilly, R.I.P.
for the
Jilly.
time that this trash can outside of Infinity Apartment and the property within, as well as the blood, was found?
I don't know the time off the top of my head, but I know it was on the 19th.
Now,
specifically, sorry.
That's okay. There were animal parts used in accordance with Stacy Rex murder.
Yeah.
Were there animal parts used in Jilly's murder?
Yeah, there were some coyote heads on the scene.
Describe the use of those coyote heads.
So there was some rebar that was impaled through her arms, and there were coyote heads there, and there was also a heart from an animal. I think it was a rabbit.
Jilly was actually a
that
character.
was suspended by fish hooks in the middle of her chest. It kind of looked like one of those, you know, the Sacred Heart statues. It kind of looked like that. Just a floating heart in the middle of a chest.
And was there anything on scene of Jilly's murder to indicate there were other individuals aside from Jilly on that scene?
Yeah, there were footprints and outlines of a cooler box.
These footprints, could you describe them?
Sorry, hold on. Outlines of what?
Cooler box, like a cooler, like a.
Okay. All right, please continue.
I'll just repeat for the sake of the record and our judges. Could you describe these footprints for the court?
They were high heels, like pieces, like the foot part and then the heel part.
How is it that you know that these were high heels?
Footprints were in 2 pieces.
Now, was there any evidence in connection to the death of Jilly Markovic, which was not found on scene, other than those that you've already mentioned?
I think her DNA was on the weapons that were found in the cemetery on a prior date from the IDs. So there were weapons found in the cemetery that came back to Jilly, back to Kai, and back to Stacy. And there were also gloves and I think a note in that trash can as well. The weapon is an axe, a knife, and a hammer.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the murder of Kai Otani. Miss Ashley, are you aware of the murder of Kai Otani, which occurred on April 12th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Kai Otani's murder?
There was a 911 text from Coyote's phone. It was like something about will die, oh, my head is hurting, like something like that.
Did this share any similarities to the previous texts 911 received in relations to these murders?
It was the same kind of repetitive language, random capitalization, erratic tone.
And the phone which sent this 911 text, are you aware of who it belonged to?
It's Kai's phone.
Was there any other activity from Kai Otani's phone after his death aside from this text to 911?
There were postmortem texts to an officer's.
It wasn't this well, I swear.
And there was also a Twinsta of his body, and it was like, "I didn't deserve to die," I think was the caption.
And at any point, similar to the previous victims, had his MDW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yeah, it was changed the same. You wouldn't steal a car font, being like, calms my urges, the beats less, and something like that.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW made these changes.
What was the condition of Kai Otani's body upon its discovery?
Heavily mutilated,
I
partially
got you your
dismembered.
car.
He'd
It's
been
on Dorset
axed in the
Drive,
back
but
and
a
the
short
brain.
break got
His
away.
face was stitched up. He had a pitchfork in his hand.
Is
that
it
had,
possible you can
Jilly
come
Margaret's
pick me
blood
up
on
and
it.
then bring me to it so I can park it? You can bring me
Animal
back to the
parts were
courthouse.
strewn about.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to respray it, and I'm gonna have to. Short break said he resprayed it, so I'm gonna.
Cold.
I'll make an investigation
Another,
about it.
is there another one up there?
Alright, I'm coming out to the front.
Send
I'm
it.
gonna run to the parking.
Send it from Sparks. I'll replace you up there till you get back.
Jilly Margaret's phone was left on his person.
Was there anything missing from Kai Otani's person?
His phone and his driver's license were missing.
I can't see your fucking blip for some reason. I had no idea you were up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I'm just withdrawing the question. I'm moving on to the next one. Was there any evidence on Kai Otani's murder scene to suggest another individual had been on that
Sorry,
scene
chat.
other than
RP do BRP.
His organs were left in a pool next to his body. There were some shoe prints. I don't know specifically what type. I think these were a little hard to read.
So I don't.
And there was also a blood trail.
Okay, so the polls don't
Now,
matter.
You mentioned that animal parts
That's
were
good.
used in Kai Otani's murder. Can you describe their use here on the scene?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not
there
lying,
were,
right? Like, I'm not crazy.
3 deer heads.
I'm
in
dumb.
Each of the
I'm
cardinal
dumb. I'm so dumb.
There was also the upper half of a deer staring at him. And with that and the pitchfork, it was pretty clear they were trying to imitate American Gothic, you know, with like the farmer and his wife and the pitchfork and all that.
And was there any evidence in connection to the death of Kai Otani found after his murder scene had been investigated?
Yeah, 2 different occasions on the
Love you,
cemetery.
baby.
Once on 419, once on 420. We found on the first occasion gloves, an axe, hammer, knife. The same one that had Jilly's blood on them had his blood on them. And the second time, his ID was found with Fear's ID, Jilly's ID, and Amber's ID, as well as Fear's gun.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We're going to move on to Amber Harper now. Are you aware of the murder of Amber Harper, which occurred on April 16th, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Amber Harper's murder?
There was a text from her phone, something about she brought pretty flowers and a pinned location.
Was there any other activity from Amber Harper's phone after her death, aside from the 911 informing you of the location of her body?
There were texts to the people in the Bloom and Harvest group chat. Something like, I'm sorry she has it. I just, the same things we'd seen before. There were Twinstas, and there was also a text to the same burner that Pine zoned. Multiple texts to the same burner that Pine zoned. Additionally, her phone was used to send a photo of fear, like a selfie of fear, along with the caption, "What sins am I trying to wash away?" And also the words John DeBean, and some stuff about like a pregnant cat that's really just gross, and they could read it themselves.
Yeah, that is actually I vehemently agree with that.
Can you repeat what you said? They sent a selfie of fear. What sins am I trying to wash away? And what was the second thing that they sent?
There was John DeBean, John DeBean. It's a Dutch name.
Gotcha.
There was also
Thanks,
like some stuff about a pregnant cat. I don't know it verbatim, and it was honestly very gross.
And similar to the other victims, had her MDW profile been changed at any point in relation to this murder?
It was changed to a photo of her dead body, mutilated.
Do you know where this photo originated from?
I don't know where the photo originated from. It might have been on her phone because it was the background of her phone.
And do you know how these MDW changes were made?
Fears MDW.
Was there anything of note
running back
on
upstairs.
Amber Harper's body?
Tony's phone was found on her body.
And was there anything missing from Amber's body?
Her phone, and I think her driver's license as well.
Now, can you walk us through
The detail of which made them call to end an end to the whole thing with the last straw. Details of what?
Heavily mutilated.
Oh, the cat thing? Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail on that. I know the details of it. On an allo character level, Madison doesn't. It is extremely graphic.
Basically, there was a series of animals, and each one was slightly smaller, and inside each slightly smaller animal was the next animal, like the old lady who swallowed a fly. It was a lot.
This surgery, shall we call it, were there any signs of the condition or ability of the person who performed this on Amber Harper's body?
It was pretty skillful. Like, it wasn't somebody who's never been around human anatomy. Like, they definitely had a grasp of what they were doing.
Was Amber's body located around anything specific?
It was near a pool.
Was there anything on the scene of Amber's death that indicated there was another individual besides herself?
There was an EMS syringe. There was some fake orange hair that matched a wig that we found later. That wig was in an updo.
Oh, I thought there was a cat following that guy.
There were.
Yeah, the pregnant animal part, correct.
Her organs
It's
were in a pool.
I'm
There
sure you have
were
access to it and will.
on
I actually
scene,
don't.
and
I
there were
actually
also
don't
cooler impressions.
remember. I was trying to think of what I could see it as sparks, but that was a long time ago. I can't remember if agents don't, and don't tell me, but I can't remember if agents have access inherently to incident reports. I assume they do. Oh no, they do. I do know because they ask for PD reports all the time.
And then the heads were kind of, like,
If you have
laid
read
out
it,
in a
it's fucking
trail
graphic.
almost
Yeah, yeah, no, it's it is not something I would be able to do for roleplay.
In a trail, was there anything of note of these heads?
I would just immediately call someone that could
I
handle it.
think they were preserved and slightly cold.
And was there anything on the scene which could indicate how those animal parts had been stored?
There was a cooler mark.
And was there any evidence in connection to
I'm-
the death of Amber Harper found at the
So-
cemetery in which other victims' DNA?
I'm gonna turn the game down really quick
So her ID was found.
because I wanna comment on that because I did something similar. I did something personally similar on NoPixel. So at the end of 3.0, the Rangers didn't really have a villain, so to speak. No one did any animal crimes.
Robert Scott, which occurred April 20th at approximately 1 a.m. Eastern. Was that a yes?
And so beforehand, I mean that makes sense. Yeah. So I made a character.
We got a text from Robert Scott's phone.
So I made a character that did animal crimes. It was poaching. It was like bullying the Rangers and stuff like that. She was never intended to be a serial killer. She never was a serial killer. She was a criminal who took her hate and anger out of animals because that's something that her murdered husband were there. And I DM'd Nikita since she was playing Tessa as a ranger at the time. I was like, this is what I want to do. What do I do with this like specific circumstance?
And there was also
how do I go about like doing all these scenes and stuff like that? And what I was told, and this is obviously a completely different server and there's a different time and different admins and things like that. It was like, don't get exceptionally graphic. And this is okay. I'm gonna take a step back. This is not insult to the role players thing. I'm glad that they made all this Halloween and stuff. This is my personal experience when I made a similar in style character.
Like they weren't
it was I don't remember exactly what Nikita said.
Is this a new number? But like
but it was definitely one of those things like consider that it could be a random person randomly following, and PD may never find it. You may have to repost the scenes and all this kind of stuff.
Sam on this one, I believe.
And so I have done stuff like that. But because of like the content warning and things like that.
Message exchange at any point on any of these phones?
Yeah.
It's gonna be discovered by investigators.
Directed Wesley to the location where they.
You guys can talk about it.
They also, occasionally asked,
maybe it's because of my like experience from 3.0. I typically don't. I typically cannot personally investigate from cop side of things that kind of style of roleplay. And so all of the detectives that are involved in this, that were directly involved in this, have a lot better constitution than I do. I have a lot of empathy for animals. It's one of like 2 traits that Zoe has of mine, which is the absolute love of animals, and all my characters will generally love animals.
I don't think Roberts was changed.
And what was the condition of Robert's body upon its discovery?
So it's really good for the role players to be able to work through it.
There was like
I can never do it myself.
Almost artistic sense to the mutilation. This was just pure rage. He'd obviously fought back. Wood from the pool deck was found under his fingernails. There were bruises on his arm. His limbs were severed, and he was pretty much mush. Like we had to scoop him into the body bag.
And was Robert's body located near anything specific?
I was right near a pool.
Well,
Was there anything of note found on Robert's
let's
body?
not comment on it too much, because obviously the roleplay is still going through, the character's starting to go through the punishment and things like that.
Phone. It also had a note about fear.
It is definitely a very dark set of
learning,
scenes.
Fear, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
This note, do you know what it is in relation to?
Yeah, let's blow all the characters up with bombs.
Alright, fear is learning. Fear is a phrase that was used throughout the time. Fear was, allegedly missing. Basically, they would say fear is learning fear. They texted that from, like, she texted that from her phone during this period. It was in relation to her.
Now, the murder of Robert, did this occur before or after Miss Fear was allegedly kidnapped?
Oh, this was... Robert's kidnapping was after Fear was kidnapped.
Yeah, You're gonna
Robert's
comment?
murder was
You
after,
can
I
comment,
think.
but
Was there anything missing from Robert's body?
His phone was missing,
I
and
just
so was his ID.
don't need to. They already synced. That was your comment.
Was there any evidence to indicate there had been?
I just want
anyone
to
on
make
scene
sure
other
that
than
that
Robert?
everyone is like extremely clear that this
There
is
were
not
some
like an
footprints
insult
with
to the
a
role player.
long
It is a lot. So
Bloody, and then there was a bloody pool nearby, and like the pool blood.
And was any evidence recovered in relation to Robert's murder other than the scene of the murder itself?
We found his phone later on Lucy Calloway, and we found his ID papers in Fear's wallet.
Oh, you brought up Fear having been allegedly kidnapped, so I would like to touch on that. Are you aware of report number
what kind of bombs? What are the best
50716
bombs?
in which a phone call by Elias Winchester
What
was
is
made
what
to
is the
defendant
funniest
Fear?
bombs that?
Could you repeat that for me, Miss Smith?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you know why Elias Winchester called Fear?
Called her because a selfie of her was posted from Amber Harper's phone, and Amber Harper at that time was known to be a murder victim.
Just pure
And
detonation.
just to clarify, is this before Fear
Hot
was allegedly
chocolate
kidnapped?
bombs. I love you, Larry. Never
This was
changed.
posted before Fear was kidnapped. And it had a caption that seemed to be referencing an earlier post that Fear had made on Twinsta.
Do you know the substance of this earlier Twinsta that Fear had made?
It said rain to wash me away, and then I think it was like an hour, a couple hours. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame. It's in evidence. Later, there was this selfie that had not previously been posted that said rain to wash. Sorry, what sins am I trying to wash away?
Were there any more Twinstas in relation to this selfie uploaded on Amber Harper's phone?
Shortly after that selfie was posted from Amber Harper's phone, Fear's phone posted a Twinsta saying, "And burn me away."
Pausing for fire hydrant. Did Fear state whether or not she made the post from her own account, which were in relation to the selfie?
Lego
Fear
character.
claimed that she did not make those posts.
In about
She
2
said
minutes,
she
we're
had
gonna
no
do a
knowledge of that
3. We're
selfie
gonna do
ever
3
being
minutes
taken,
of ads.
and that she had not made the Twinsta posts.
And did you ever subpoena the contents of Fear's phone? Was that a yes, Miss Smith?
Yes, sorry, that was a yes.
Were there any indications from this subpoena of the contents of her phone that the selfie originated from Fear's own phone?
There was no evidence
Is
in her
something go up
gallery of
there?
this photo being taken.
And are you aware of what happened
Who
to
dis?
Fear
That's
while Elias
Laszlo.
was on the phone with her?
Oh, that's her.
Oh,
That's her
well,
very,
his
very
Fear
toxic, controlling
said,
girlfriend.
It was weird, so it stuck with me.
So
She said,
basically,
"They're
what you're
telling me to put
saying,
the phone
Sovi,
down
is
now.
Roblox
There had
sound.
been no previous
Like
indication of distress. There had been no previous
the
indication
sound
that
of
anyone else
Lego
was with
video
her.
games where it blows up,
He
but
just
Roblox.
started
Oof.
telling her, "Hey, I'm gonna come to you and make sure you're okay." And then suddenly from her, it was, "I'm going. They're telling me to put the phone down now."
Was there any additional activity from Amber Harper's phone after Fear claimed to have been kidnapped?
Yes, goreless body parts.
Yes, there was more text to the burner that Wesley had, and there was also a GPS
The boys still outside.
location in Vinewood, like a construction house, a house under construction that's up near the hospital.
Herschel, Johan.
And to clarify, the
Echo. I'm gonna guess this
MDW
is Inga.
changes of
Robert.
the first 4
Inga.
victims. Did these occur before or
Compstank.
after Fear's alleged kidnapping?
Those occurred after.
Compstank. Small Compstank. Bully Compstank.
Was anything of note found at
Ooh,
the
what's
GPS
this?
location which was received from Amber's
Power.
Fear's blood
Winchester.
was on scene. It was kind of like strewn about the place.
Small Compstank. Bunch of rangers doing ranger shit.
And for additional clarity,
Clark
did this
Adams.
alleged kidnapping take place before or after the trash can, which contained Jilly Markovic's property and Fear's DNA was found?
This took place
Straight
after
out of Looney
that was
Tunes.
found.
Is there any evidence in connection to Fear's kidnapping found at the cemetery?
ID was found and her phone was found. This was from the ping from Amber Harper's phone. The house ping might have been from Fear's. It was one or the other.
Now, have
I
you
said
received...
it's a lot of information.
That's okay. Have you received any indication or statement as far as who kidnapped Fear?
Fear claims that she was kidnapped by her brother, Oren Phosphophile. I even had her spell it out for me. There is no record whatsoever of this individual having existed at any point in the state under that name or under any spelling variations of that name with or without the accented letters.
Are you aware of any other interactions between Fear and her alleged brother before or after this kidnapping?
So after this kidnapping, there were some text messages allegedly back and forth between him and Fear, including one where Fear used the wrong phone and texted the message it was supposed to be from the alleged brother's phone using her phone. And then
Your
they
Honors?
quickly switched burners.
Yeah, I want objecting to that being speculation.
I can rebut.
Go ahead.
We quite literally have in evidence, which I was about to ask you to bring up onto the monitor, an image in the main bit called Text Exchange Between Fear and Brother, in which this is very much the case. I feel that this is speculative at this point because we have evidence of this. And if you would not mind popping that up there on that beautiful poster, thank you.
This one?
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can someone read out what it says? For me, please. I can't see it.
Someone dropped the camera.
Okay, so the objection on the floor is speculation. Speculation specifically is an objection to a question that asks a witness to speculate. In this case, no question was posed to the officer that required the officer to speculate. It sounds like the officer, based on their investigation or whatever has turned up, that it is the officer's opinion that it was made from Fear's phone. So this wouldn't
I stopped
be
paying attention. Sorry, I got distracted.
speculation.
What's this? Let me look at this.
This is incorrect. Defense is more than
Oversoon,
welcome
please
to
stop.
cross-examine the officer as to this assertion.
Well, oh
but
yeah. Yeah.
This wouldn't be a
Art will be
speculation
gone
objection.
soon. You will be caught. I will be free gone.
So ruled.
Ms. Smith, could you kindly read out those text messages for the court?
Yeah, so this burner
I wonder-
phone texted
Odometer
Fear
is
over
parked in the
soon.
building.
Fear replied,
wonder
"Please
what that
stop,"
number
and
is.
then Fear replied, "We'll
Yeah,
stop
why?
soon, almost over. You Art will live.
If it's not parked, then someone else moved it, because I parked it.
Soon.
Okay, yeah, no, it's
And then a little bit later, the burner phone said, "You will be caught. I will be." Sorry, this one is really hard to read. "I will be free and gone."
Now,
In the subpoena there, that third text message is originating from Fear's phone.
That's really funny.
The text message in which
Yeah.
you're replying, was a mistake by Fear.
Yeah.
Does this share a commonality with any other text messages within?
So they were trying to blame
Yeah,
something
there was a lot of texting
on their
from
brother.
burner phones to Fear about how this person was going to frame her for all these murders, and then he was going to disappear from the state forever, and he would be gone, and she would be paying for it. And this was very much along those lines. It was also along the lines of a conversation that was continued on a different burner phone, I think about half an hour later.
Thank you, Miss Smith. To move on to the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. Are you aware of the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway, which took place April 25th, 2025 at approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, sometimes, I
Was
mean,
that a yes, Miss Smith?
Yeah. Yes.
some people get fucking
very
sloppy.
briefly, I'm gonna ask for a quick pause in the. It turned out to be nothing. When a police captain calls you, you know, sometimes it might be important or related to something going on, and then sometimes it's just, oh, I didn't realize that you were in a giant murder trial. But this case, nothing happened. Please continue.
Classic Ferraro. Oh, Miss Smith, are you aware of how police were informed of the murder of Paul and Lucy?
There was a text from Fear's phone. It was like, will you find them? And then there was a bunch of different locations shared from the phone.
You said it was from Fear's phone. Was this her state
Chad,
given phone number?
I'll show you really
Her
quick.
personal government registered phone.
Can you describe the condition of Paul and Lucy's body on the scene?
Showing up and gutted, emulating John DeBane's painting The Corpses of the Delbit Brother. They were also both decapitated, and their organs were removed. Paul's organs were in the pool. Lucy's organs, except for her, there's no delicate way to say this, female sex organs were in the pool as well, I believe.
Okay, that's okay.
Organs were missing. Sex organs.
Were their heads ever recovered?
Lucy's head was recovered at La Fuena Blanca. It was thrown through the window. I'm unsure if that was recovered.
Hey, boys. Just want to see if you... Hey, I'm gonna go back inside if you don't need anything. But if you need something from me, I can run and grab food or something since I'm kind of floating between people.
No, I don't know. Other two. I think I'm good for now.
Okay. And take your silence as a no.
I mean, if you grab food later, you let me know.
100%. Yeah, I will. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Lucy's phone was missing. I think her ID was.
Is that updated?
And I think
Because Guinevere Cleary used to do this for That is updated. Not.
Yeah.
This is not.
Scott's phone was found on Lucy's
What month is this? It says Diamond Tate. Oh no, it is. This is yes.
They were slightly chilled, like they'd been transported in a cooler box.
And was there anything on scene to indicate how these animal parts might have been stored?
There were bloody outlines of cooler box. Like, I think there were multiple at various locations on the scene.
Was there anything on scene to indicate another person other than Paul or Lucy being on that scene?
There was yellow hair. There was blood, which matched to Fear's DNA. There was also 2 sets of footprints, but they had like the same stride pattern, even though they were slightly different sizes.
This yellow hair, did you confirm whether or not this DNA went to anybody specific?
I believe it was tested. To the best of my knowledge, it was tested and belonged to Fear.
And to clarify, you said that Fear's blood was also unseen? Any point did Fear indicate to you as to how her hair and blood were on the scene?
Yes. When we interrogated Fear, she stated that her brother forced her to help mutilate Paul and Lucy. She also stated that she was forced to kill Paul, and that she had been on the scene of this and also presumably Robert Scott's murder, as she said that she was very rarely apart from her brother during the time she was allegedly kidnapped.
To the best of your knowledge, has Fear ever expressed an interest in the arts?
Yes. She talked about when she was in school, she was the more artistic one, and she was always very interested in art and things like that. She also mentioned to Mecca Rain at one point that she was interested in art.
Did she ever mention to you any interest in hunting?
Yes. In addition to her many publicly available Twinsta posts about hunting, she told us that she grew up hunting. She was taught to make snares by her father, that she spends quite a bit of time out in nature doing that. Right.
You're okay. Now, we've spoken a bit about Fear's home life and her originating from North Carolina. And this interrogation that you speak of, did Fear ever speak about her involvement in any careers?
When she was back home, she used to be a mortician. It was a family owned business on the Black River. She said that she worked there. At first, when she was younger, it was in more administrative capacity. But then, as she grew older, they made her work more and more hands on in the mortuary itself. She stated that they used to stitch eyelids and also expressions into people's faces at this mortuary. She also stated that she has done reconstruction work to a degree, or at least assisted with reconstruction work, and that her skill level was such that with just a little bit more training, she could basically run her own mortuary.
Smith, we're going
Sorry,
to
Chad.
move on to the incident in which Fear was located after her alleged kidnapping.
The court case?
Smith, are you aware of the incident in which Fear was found on April 26, 2024?
Exceptionally graphic. And it's running smoothly so far outside of a couple near duels.
Yes, I am aware.
Where was Fear located?
She was found in the same kind of in construction site that her blood had been found in.
Good to hear.
Was there any evidence on the scene which could be connected to the previous murders?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, and an axe, which had blood coming back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway, and there was Fear's DNA. I'm not sure if it was her blood DNA or other DNA. There were doxycycline syringes, which are medical supplies. There was Lucy Calloway's mobile phone. Robert Scott's ID papers were in her wallet. Lucy Calloway's ID papers and driving license, as well as Paul Jones's driving license, were found on the scene near her body.
You spoke about the use of victims' phones to contact loved ones, 911, and to make Twinstas. Were there any fingerprints on Lucy Calloway's phone?
Lucy Calloway's phone was wiped clean.
Now, Fear, having alleged to be one of the victims and having her own phone used, were there any fingerprints on Fear's phone?
Yes, there were fingerprints on Fear's phone. They only came back to Fear.
Had her phone not been wiped clean?
It was not wiped clean, no.
Was there any other evidence on scene which had been tampered or cleaned?
There was a broken syringe. Nothing else really seemed cleaned. Like there were bloody weapons just kind of laying there.
Now, the weapons which were found on the scene, could you specify if any DNA was found, whose DNA?
Yes, DNA on the weapons came back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway, and Fear Phospholate.
Did Fear have anything of note on her person?
Robert Scott's ID was in her wallet. Not sure what else she had in her direct possession, but it will be documented. Phones were on her person as well. They were either on her person or directly near her, one of the two.
And Fear, could you describe the condition she was found in?
She had some shallow cuts. They were later determined to be self-inflicted. Some of them had been sewn back up in a way that suggested she had done the sewing herself. But she was unconscious at the time that we found her.
Was she restrained?
I don't believe so.
The location in which she was found.
That's
did
funny.
To the best of your knowledge,
So-
did the police have to force entry?
2 vehicles were impounded
No,
by
it was an
steel.
open construction site.
Unpaid meter. Feeble
Was Fear ever
Burley.
transported
This, in and
after
of
having been
itself,
found?
EMT, and we documented.
you can't
her
put
color and
unpaid
her
meter.
shoes there.
They have a CDL. They have to put documentation of the vehicle.
And upon waking
It's
up
state
in the hospital,
impound, but they
was
have to put
Fear
documentation
ever
of the vehicle.
questioned or
This
interrogated?
one,
Yes, we
this
had
vehicle.
a interrogation with
Let me
her
pull
the
up
night
the
she woke up
image.
at Sandy. The
This
sheriff's
is
department.
this is not
Anything of particular
not
note
double parked.
within this interrogation.
It's not taking up
that
2
you have
parking
not yet
spaces.
mentioned here.
Who did this one? I had everything on my screen, so I'll have to show you guys.
In this interrogation in specific, she told us a story about a kitten, and she claimed that like she had taken the blame for this kitten mutilation, and then later Buzzbros got an article saying the opposite, like that her brother had always been blamed, and I don't know, it was odd.
Now,
this image.
You described them. The animals which had animals inside of them. Could you remind me of how you described them?
Is not double parked.
It was like a Matryoshka doll, but in texts, they were described
That's that
by
image.
Fear as she was pregnant with animals.
This theme of pregnancy, did this come up at all in the interrogation when she was questioned?
Yeah, her sister had been pregnant and had died, been murdered. Second interrogation, Fear told me that she didn't ask for permission to get pregnant. That her sister didn't ask for permission to get pregnant.
Do you know the circumstances of the death of your sister?
She was murdered. She was found mutilated in the family mortuary.
Do you have any indication
Yeah.
as to who
So
murdered
the standard.
your sister?
So the standard. I'll leave because it's interesting. I'll
Um,
talk about it in a second. The towing's not important. I'm gonna AFK too for a second.
We don't have solid evidence, but all signs seem to point to Fear being the one that did that, including the fact that she mentioned a trip back home around the time that murder occurred.
Thank you, Miss Smith.
I need to
I
make
am
that
now
end.
going to move on to the attack on Micah Rain. Are you aware of the attack on Micah Rain, which occurred on May 3rd, 2025?
I'm aware.
And what was the extent of your involvement in this incident?
I was in the room with Wesley when he got a phone call, and Micah Rain was on speaker on the phone call, as well as an individual claiming to be Sam. I responded to the actual Sisyphus Theater as well.
And for clarification, this person who identified themselves as Sam, had they had any contact with officers in any other regard?
It was the same person that had been using burners pretty much throughout this case. I'd also had a previous phone call with them on a different phone. I do not remember. I think it was on Fear's phone. Yes, Fear called me from her phone using the same voice changer as and the same exact pattern of speech as was done in this locker room conversation. Very distinct pattern of speech and a very distinct voice changer.
And were there any other instances of individuals using voice changers contacting the police?
Yeah, victims and the police. They called Wesley. They called Bree. Called somebody else, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Like, been documented who. Oh yes. They also called Etta Hawthorne. From 2 different burner phones, asking her the same question. The first time they asked her, it was just general taunting.
Back.
They asked Kiki Pendragon the same question from the same burner. And then the second time was when Brutus was being mutilated. Brutus the dog. They called Etta, and they were asking her the same question again, heads or hearts.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. No further questions for this witness.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination for Officer Smith?
Wait, Charles.
Oh yes, Your Honor. Where's that goddamn podium? Right.
Oh, is that steel?
Alright.
No, no, that's
Got
not
it.
steel.
Thank you,
I wonder what they're
thank you.
doing.
Is the microphone working? Am I talking into that?
I can hear you.
Goddamn bird.
Officer Smith.
Sister wants to wait to go to a theme park until December because that time of year will be easy. Oh,
Fear.
oh, I love that. We love a
photosynthesis.
considerate person. I love that so
apologize,
much for
I have
you.
audio, like Braille text to speech here. I'm gonna get my client's name wrong a bunch. Fear's the date that Fear went missing to the date that Fear was found.
She went missing on the 20th. I know we found her about a week later, but I do not know the exact date.
The Stacy wrecked incident where messages were going to them.
Is that
from
Maxwell?
Fear's phone.
It's not Maxwell.
It's not occurred during
that
the
what's her
time
name?
period that Fear was
That is
missing
not
and
what's her
kidnapped.
name.
Sorry.
Is that what's her name? That is not what's her name.
Sorry, Doris Daisy Drews.
Any other?
Can you just repeat that question with the right victim's name, please?
So, Doris Daisy Drews. She'd explained, and as you saw in
Not
your
what's her
investigation,
name.
messages came from Fear's phone to her fiancé.
That's my girlfriend.
Did these messages come through during the period of time that Fear has been missing and kidnapped?
I'm going
Being
to
nosy,
object
being
at this
nosy,
point
being
to
nosy, being
scope.
nosy,
At no
being
point
nosy.
did the state bring up
Being
the
nosy.
incident involving Doris Daisy Drew.
It's the the Mario one.
Puddle?
Oh, it's not the Mario one. It's it's like Epic Adventures or something. It looks so good.
Time that Fear had been missing, it was brought up multiple times during their line of questioning, especially with the phone use
We
and
can get
Fear's
rid of
text
that.
messages. So this is kind of imperative information to have on the record that these texts were coming while they were missing and could have been incapacitated, kidnapped. It is not clear what happened during that time.
Let me consult with the panel.
A6410. I'm going to the building. 10. I don't remember what it is.
76.
That's the one.
can you also pick me up at the front? I'm about to head off duty.
Yeah, absolutely. I can turn around. I'll come get you.
There are a fuck ton of FIB on duty. We haven't seen the Mario one either since it's been years since we've gone. I'm so excited for you. That's gonna be so fun.
Me and Herschel have both
Take
been
pictures?
42, so if somebody wants to take over frisking people at the front, that would be amazing. Thank you.
I would prefer not to do that. So I'm not gonna volunteer because I want to hear this court case. Is that Sean? Is that Sean? It looks like Sean. That looks like Kiki. That's Etta. Is that for Veronica? City Hall app? No. Government. That. Yep, sure is. It's Veronica Westfield. The bright blue looks really good. That would be incredible.
All right. The
Her
panel,
eyes are fucking insane.
or rather my co-panelists, are split on whether this is within or without scope. On the one hand, yeah,
A64 1042.
we haven't heard any testimony from officers.
Have a good night. Thank you for your service. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service.
011.
However, we did hear lots of testimony about Fear being kidnapped.
Jesus.
Were this a mainland courtroom, I believe a scope objection would probably be sustained on this one, specifically because whilst the context of Fear's kidnapping would be within the scope of argument here, just merely running headfirst and asking, well, was Drew texted while she was kidnapped? Probably not going to fly. Probably would need to set up some additional foundation leading into it. In this particular case, so that I'm not here for 5 years, I'm just going to let this one slide. I could force you to ask, 2 or 3 foundational questions to build up to and kind of, open up the scope into asking about all that, but I don't want to be here for 5 years. Officer Smith doesn't want to be here for 5 years. At some point, Franklin would have to go and buy cat food for Gus. Let's not belabor the point here. So I'm gonna go ahead and overrule the scope objection.
That's completely fair.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Smith, would you like me to re-ask the question?
Yes, please.
So, according to your investigation, during the time period that Fear was declared missing, does not correlate with the time that messages were sent from Fear's phone in the Daisy Drews incident.
Let's rephrase that.
During the time period that Fear was missing, does this not fall in the timeline of where messages were sent directly from her phone to Daisy Drews, or Daisy Drews' fiance, whatever?
I don't believe Fear's phone was used to contact Daisy Drews' fiance.
Oh, I thought you said Beyonce for a second. I'm like, what the fuck?
In your investigation, the MO of the killer, they always will use the phone from the prior victim to either contact or put on the body of the next victim. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the timeline
Is
of
most of the time. There were a few exceptions.
in the timeline of events, was Spear not taken prior to the Daisy Drews incident?
Fear was taken prior to that incident, yes.
And Fear's phone being used to contact the victim would fall in the MO of the Hills Butcher, correct?
The phone that was used also fell in the MO of the Hills Butcher.
Now,
Be right back.
in
My chicken
regards
should be done.
to what you were discussing in Jilly Markovitz's death scene, find nothing else on the scene of that crime that would point to any other individual being there at the time of that death.
Markovics?
I could trim it down for you if you like. Was there any blood of any other individual found on the scene of that crime?
Not sure. Scene of Jilly's crime? I don't know.
Your Honor, would this be a situation where we would allow to reference her notes or the MDW for this particular question?
Yes. Yes. You're gonna have to tell me what the report number is, though.
Report number is... Oh, I gotta minimize.
49081.
49081.
I got my chicken.
Yes, that would be it.
Okay. And what are we referencing here?
There are 2 distinct blood samples found on the scene. One, obviously, from the victim, Jilly Markovich. And there's a second blood sample for a Sydney Martin.
Who the fuck is Sydney Martin?
Oh, that blood was on scene. That blood was found, okay, so this was down on Great Ocean Highway. Hold on.
What did he do?
Found up on...
Who is that?
Van Canyon. It was
Johan,
half a mile,
Higgs,
maybe a little bit
Odin.
more from the scene. The only
More.
reason it was deemed even slightly relevant of inclusion was because that road had a little bit of an overlook, potentially.
It's very
It was not
confused.
on the actual scene.
What was the decision to include it in the report for being on the scene?
It wasn't on the scene. It was found on Banham Canyon. It was included only because Banham Canyon is one of the next nearest roads to Great Ocean. On the scene.
And why were you investigating, like, over by that road in regards to that scene?
Because geographically it's above, and you could potentially look for cop lights and things like that on Great Ocean, but it wasn't really close enough to have an actual view of what was going on. Kind of casting a wide net.
In regards to Jilly's ID being found along with the other IDs, when was that found again?
So Jilly's ID was found, I think that was found on 420 in the trash can.
Does that correspond with the day that Fear also went missing?
Yes, that was the day that Fear went missing.
In regards to all of the scenes of the deceased individuals, in this case, were there any signs of struggle?
Some of them,
Hey,
it
Buzz,
was
if
unclear
anyone
due
needs
to
any
the
ice
degree
packs
of
or anything, there's a
mutilation.
doctor in the lobby.
There was
so
clearly
it's
a
fine,
sign of
so-
struggle in Robert Scott, but he was off pattern in a lot of other ways as well.
And with Robert Scott, Do you recollect that there was a note found on the victim's body? What that note said?
Something like fear will learn fear and a bunch of other things along that line.
In your experience as an officer, do you typically find that criminals would leave notes with their own name on them behind at the scene?
City, yes. City, they twinst 311 after they do this shit. So yeah, quite often criminals will link themselves to murders or other crimes intentionally. I mean, even just recently, we had someone directly telling us that they did a murder. So yes, in this city.
Goddamn flocks. Okay. Now, in regard to any of the scenes, was there ever an eyewitness who could place fear at the scene at any of these crimes?
Yeah.
What scene?
Sure, on scene.
Her own scene?
Yes.
I mean, in regards to the scenes of the death of any other individuals aside from Fear's own scene of being a victim.
I mean, Fear told us herself that she was at Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones's murder and that she murdered Paul Jones.
Were there ever any murder weapons discovered on Fear's possession?
There were 3 weapons with victim's blood found in her constructed possession in the same room of the house she was in.
Now, that is the case where you have documented that you believe all her wounds to be self-inflicted. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what the medical report said.
But I'm listening to the audio of my questions here. Oh, the date of the MDW messages were sent from Fear's MDW. Was that during the time period that Fear had been missing?
When the profile pictures were changed?
Yes, for the,
the same vehicle.
victims.
That was during the time that Fear was allegedly kidnapped / missing.
9 years since you personally went, so there's a lot of new things. Aww. Yeah, no, that'll be great. I'm so excited for you.
In regards to the questioning
It'll be
of
great, Brendo.
Micah Rain, was Micah questioned immediately after getting out of surgery?
No, because she was in ICU.
When Micah was questioned, they appear to have a fully clear and coherent memory of the events of her attack.
When I questioned Micah, she was clearly
Oh, that was
shook
yeah.
up and traumatized by everything that had happened.
Now you can.
A lot of details were fuzzy, as is common in cases of traumatic events. She had just got out of the hospital.
What is this lady doing?
Propofol in your system affect your coherency when being questioned.
I'm just a baby. I just a baby.
Now, in your interrogations with Fear,
I just a
Parrot
baby.
openly admitted to recently seeing her brother. Is that correct?
Jesus. People are fucking popping off.
She stated that she had been with her brother, who she conveniently could give us no identifying details or state ID or government name of.
So, if her brother was in the state and he was under an alias, as you had reported, did you have a list of aliases that you would be checking for her brother?
There were no aliases that she could provide at the time that we asked. She did not know. She stated that she did not know any names that he was going by other than potentially Sam, and despite the fact that she also stated that she saw him talking to multiple people. She also gave us his name and the spelling of his name and the special character used in his name, and we were checking that, and there is no one by that name that was registered in the state of Los Santos as of 2 days ago. I have not checked today, but I'm pretty sure that would remain the same.
You've gotten a passport under any name, essentially, that you just didn't happen to have checked. Is that correct?
I have no idea how the passport system works. Ask a passport official.
This character doesn't
During
exist.
the interrogation, did you find Fear to be cooperative?
Oh, no, she was clearly hiding things. Like, she was clearly, like, not telling us the full truth.
But she did tell you that she had been forced under duress to assist her brother in the Lucy Calloway murder. Is that correct?
She claimed that she had been with her brother for pretty much the whole time that she was gone, and that encompassed 3 different murders. She admitted under direct questioning to being involved with both Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones, also admitted to helping mutilate them and to murdering Paul Jones. So supposedly with her brother at the time that Micah Rain was attacked. So Daisy Drews was attacked, not Micah Rain. My mistake.
When questioning Micah Rain, Micah Rain had cited she had heard multiple voices.
I'm sure this brother exists. He goes to school in Canada. They've never met him.
She was
Correct.
being attacked.
And it's a little weird, kind of a little weird argument, because you're like you have to go with the they don't live here because of the heavy restrictions on passports or whatever.
Over the speakerphone. I took some notes at the time, and things were said about like how the father had died of cancer, which is something that Fear's father died of. And
so you could be like they're not there, but you could also just roleplay different circumstances. So.
During
So
interrogation,
it's a little bit of a weird argument.
During interrogation, do you recall what Fear's responses were to you inquiring?
I think what I would have done if I did that roleplay, I would have had either if it was another person playing that character, I would have had them make it. If I was playing that character for whatever reason, I would have just made it.
She seemed to have a pretty visceral reaction to some of them, but not in like a aversion way, more in a. She started talking about how she had migraines and how her head pounded sometimes. She seemed a little bit fascinated by some of the victim photos we put up. Said that if she was murdering people, it would be very artistic. That wasn't the exact quote, but it was something like she is more artistic than her brother ever was.
Recall her saying murder is not my forte?
I don't. There was a lot of conversation.
Information that Fear
Good. Have a cadet do it.
her interrogations.
Very, very good.
Yes, we
Echo,
tried
Robert.
to find this supposed brother figure. We found absolutely no evidence of him occurring. We did what we could to look into the North Carolina
Higgs,
stuff,
and
but
that's
that
still
being
Senna,
so
yeah.
far out of the state and any statute of the state. There wasn't much follow-up that was available other than, like I said previously, she told us this story, and she told it twice, about how when she was 13 years old, she had a kitten, and her brother murdered and mutilated the kitten. A little bit later, there was an article that was sent to Buzz Bros from the same newspaper that sent us an article about her family being murdered and she being the last one left alive, that said that she had never been blamed for that kitten mutilation, and that she had always been clear of guilt.
While discussing this with Fear in the interrogation room, did she ever show any signs of violent or aggravated reactions?
Yes.
Or did she remain calm?
Ooh, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions.
Multiple times throughout the
You
second
don't
interrogation.
know the
when
answer
we were being
to.
a little bit less cordial with her, she started slipping into the same pattern of speech that we have heard on the phone from Sam at multiple points. She also, like I said, told me in a very aggravated tone that her sister had not asked her permission to get pregnant.
I mean more in signs, but like, did she stay relatively still, calm the whole time, or did she get frustrated and move around and start lashing out?
She multiple times had to take a break during the second interrogation because her head was starting to hurt.
So would that be a no for agitated responses?
Call that agitated. Oh, she also got. Well, no, I don't actually want to talk about that in open court.
Good.
Never mind.
Moment to refer with my co-counsel, Your Honor.
All right.
So we need to get on to the. She's being kind of argumentative and pushbacky because I think she's been up there too long. And a lot of these questions we could ask of Pines.
How am I hearing
that?
that?
Are
How am I hearing that? Okay, that was a glitch. Okay. Because I'm like, it used to be the way, like, the old cinematic camera, you used to be able to just go, bam. You could hear them talking, whatever the range was. It was basically like your character was there. And then people started cheating, and then, to no surprise, people started cheating. Who's that? Oh, that's, I actually don't recognize those people. Member. Oh, I have no idea who they are. Being nosy, being nosy, being nosy, being nosy. Being nosy. Who is that? Being nosy. She looks familiar. Oh, that looks like an Ember. Ember Nocta character. If I were to take any sort of guess. Oh, those are the beaches. Yeah, so what I believe happened, because I assume they changed it, because you can't hear people anymore. What I assume is that they changed it so that you couldn't hear people even when they were whispering, because the whole point was like to use it for like streams and stuff. But yeah, no, they sure didn't. So that was weird. Is that Moxie? Am I hair IDing the wrong person? No, I mean, that kind of looks like...
All right, Miss Thorns, do you have some questions for Officer Smith?
Officer Smith, are you a linguistics expert?
I am very experienced with linguistics when it comes to forensics.
You combine these expertise.
Sorry.
Did you combine these expertise?
Open, Miss Ophelia.
Sorry.
I come by these expertise because I have well over 7 years as a detective, including multiple serial killer cases.
So you have no qualifications in linguistics?
I have well over 7 years as a homicide detective with a specialty in serial killers.
They are asking questions.
Do you have any linguistics qualifications?
Welcome in.
Objection. We're badgering at this point. The witness has answered the question. Ophelia feels that she does not like the answer. It does not mean it's not an answer.
Correct.
Answer the question.
Who dis? Oh, that is... That is,
I'm gonna overrule that objection. She has answered the question. Now, whether 7 years as a homicide is actually linguistic qualifications, that's for the court to decide. But as far as Officer Smith is concerned, she believes.
You reckon
that 7
she's
years
guilty?
As a homicide detective,
I actually don't know. I didn't look through it. It was a little too dark for me.
Constitutes
I think there's absolutely probable cause for the charges.
Ultimately, that's going to be a fact for me to decide. So we don't really need to belabor the point here.
Ooh. Did they fix how low this camera can go?
You
They
mentioned
did.
that
I
we
love
should
that.
ask a passport officer or official about passport law, how they work. Did you seek out a passport official to ask them whether someone
Yeah, this is a
could get a
weird.
passport?
This is a
under their
weird
names?
argument. It goes over server mechanics.
If you find me one, I'll ask him.
You seek one out.
Some new picture opportunities. You know, we could be taking pictures this whole time. Oop.
I don't think the passport officials really check their texts or emails or Twinstas very often. It's not readily available for that kind of inquiry.
Good job, Seraph.
No, you didn't reach out.
Okay.
Let's say.
I'm going to, again, object to badgering. The answers the witness has given have obviously implied that she did
Where's the
not
kitty?
reach out to whomever a passport expert may be in the city.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain that one. It's pretty self-evident the answer to that question is no.
She's trying, and
You mentioned you had interviews and interrogations with Fia.
And I appreciate that.
Interviews or
It's
interrogations
just, it's kind
with
of
other
a,
individuals?
it's a situation where it's like you get used to those kind of arguments. Why is
more specific?
Fuck, what's his
Did
name?
You have
What's their
interviews or
name? What's their name?
interrogations with other individuals.
I role played with him on Spar
Can you
or
repeat that? You
Skylar.
Missed a word there.
Did you have interrogations with other individuals?
I did a lot of people.
Name some of those people.
I'm going to object at relevance to save the court's time here. I believe what Ms. Smith is getting at here is that this question is not specific as to the murder, but it's just asking in a general sense if she has ever interrogated anybody. We ask that the counselor rephrase to be more specific.
It's kind of a good shot, actually, of beef.
Yeah, I'm not entirely. I see where you're coming at with this one. I do think you need to be a little more specific with this question. Like, are you referring to?
Be more specific.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you interview or interrogate anyone else you may have believed?
Trying to get her
been a
eyes
suspect?
right.
Suspect is a strong word. We did interrogate 2 persons of interest.
Those interrogations in evidence on the docket.
I believe one of them is. The other one, there were some corruption issues with the recording.
Twitch failed.
If there's some of that missing, are there other reports missing from the docket?
No.
Sure of that?
We did everything that we could within the window that we had to provide as much information as physically possible in this case.
Why is the eyes black? Nice.
I will pass over to my co-counsel now.
Don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move. Perfect. Still don't move. Perfect. Can I, like, how low can I go? I'm gonna send this to Dino. Heck. Heck.
Bird, I think you're struggling.
No, I
talking.
provide the meta to the streamer. Don't tell me what to do.
Tap that mic a few times. There you go. You got it.
Oh, it's Sophia. Sending that to Dino.
You lost the use of your eyes, bud. Don't lose your mouth, too. You need that to be an attorney. Sort of. You sort of need that to be an attorney. You could use, like, hand signs or something.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a
eyes not
really
looking
good shot
Voice not
for
working.
Dino. There she is.
So in your 7 years expertise with serial killers and your experience with their linguistics, would it not be uncommon for a family member or a close friend or someone associated with them to try to speak back with them in a way that would resonate with them?
Very good
in a
leading.
lingo that they would understand when pleading with them.
Very good legal question. Or sorry, very good
That's not really
leading
common.
question.
It's often, if you imitate somebody else's pattern of speech, especially when they have a deranged or unusual pattern of speech, it's usually seen as mocking rather than sympathetic.
Well, could it not also be considered mirroring for
No.
somebody as a way to resonate with them?
Usually, like, especially in the case of something in text, that mirroring is very, very uncommon. It
Sending
would
the
be more
Kari?
common kind of like
Going
a
for
verbal
Kari?
environment than a text-based environment.
Dispatch, go away. Thank you.
I think that's all you've been up
Sounds
there
pretty
long enough.
cool.
That is all I really have for you, Officer Smith.
Kari.
Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it. We're done with our questioning with this officer.
All right. Franklin, do you have a redirect based on that cross, or?
Single redirect, Your Honor. Miss Smith, you brought up in your
Occam's-
testimony against Bird and Ophelia that
Classic phone
Fear claims she had
people.
migraines with an interrogation. Is there any evidence in this investigation which would indicate the murder suspect having a similar issue?
Oh God.
Yeah, they often talked about their head pounding, beating. The only way to stop that being murder.
The
a
twin
lot of things about my head
Warriors.
hurts or head hurt. That was a very.
Oh
common
God, I wish I could
throughout
take that
this
picture in
investigation.
character. I really do.
Thank you. No further questions.
What's up, Fiend? How you doing, my dude?
And defense, do you have a recross based on that singular question?
No, Your Honor.
That's a good image.
All right, then, Officer Smith, you may.
Not bad,
finally
not
step
bad.
down.
I'm a little disappointed.
Probably the
She
longest
always
questioning we've
makes
had of a
so
singular
pretty
witness. That
characters.
was almost an hour.
I assume this is Ember. I
That's
assume
a
this
new
is Ember
record,
Nocta character because this looks like an Ember Nocta character.
You're welcome.
I love the way she looks. She's so
Speaking of
pretty.
that, Your Honor, can I ask for like maybe a 5 to 10 minute recess for anybody who might need to use the bathroom, get food, etc.?
Sure, let's all
Yeah.
take.
For that.
I'd love to stretch my legs.
Is that Wade?
Like anyone who leaves is
Yeah,
gonna
it's
have to be
Wade.
first before they return.
Let's take a nice solid 5, and we'll reconvene at.
As much as I would
Wait,
love to
getting
stretch
offended by
my
people
legs,
since
I feel like
2023?
again.
You know damn well that Gemma Knight has been getting offended by people for a long time. Ooh, yoink, 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 yoink. I love Kate. Yoink. Let me cover my characters. So, bars
There's
23.
also a ranger out there if you want to get frisked by a ranger instead. They're wearing the frisbee hat, so maybe.
DM Kate. DM.
It's here for pure vibes, man. The vibes are off today.
It's flat.
Gemma Knight has been offended by. Gemma Knight has been offended by, or sorry, offended. Wait.
I'm done.
Words since 2019. The day she was created.
Still laughing about you.
Oh, Kari messaged me. She's like, "Where the fuck are you?"
No, I'm funny, man. I'm very fucking funny sometimes.
Just checking on you guys over here.
That was like the perfect moment to say that.
Let me see if I can get a good picture of Bird.
Food, drink, anything. I'm sorry. Anyone need food, drink, or anything?
I have some food on me.
See if I can get a picture. Bars 23. Zooming.
You want to step into a room
Stop
for
stretching!
a couple seconds?
Would either of you like to take him out?
Bird, Bird, stop stretching. Bird, stop stretching. Oh fuck.
They're right there for you. We'll be right back.
I wish the DOC didn't get Kiki face, because I would love to be able to take
my
pictures of them.
That's right. Get that young man moving.
Will you use the
Rhymes, do you need any food or are you good?
jury room real quick?
I also wish
Me and
I
my
wish
folks
Van
help you.
Dorst's face was not messed
You
up.
good behind me.
I'm going outside. I'm surprised you don't have like toast with you.
There's a way to fix that, but I forgot. You have to remove articles of clothing to reset the ped's face. Basically the body. So I would have to do something like this, or the shirt. It's often the mask.
Oh. Oh, everyone here.
Stuff like that.
For you.
When am I putting her
Oh.
down?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hello.
That's it. I'm quitting.
No, I was kidding.
I wish your face wasn't messed up as one hell of look. Who this guy? What this guy doing? He's just vibing. Him's just vibing. Who's this? Oh, okay. Well, God, I can't wait to bitch slap Percy some more. What do you mean? FIB, sausage, yeah. I love this character. I'm having so much fun in this character. For 1,000 different reasons. The civil docket? Wait, hold on.
What's happening?
What's the civil docket? Wait, who do you play? I guess I don't recognize your username. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute recess.
Scheduled? Percy? Weaver 24th? What do you mean tomorrow? Paul Evans? I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's on me. Jack Miller versus Percy Weaver. Oh, fuck. I meant to submit evidence to Inga on it. Yeah. Did she use my thing?
Do we got anyone to
Oh, did you two use
kind
my
of take
thing?
over the front door of this city
My
hall?
suggested relief. There's a little less, yeah. Yeah, I suggested the Department of Justice
Do you
thing.
guys gotta leave?
No.
I am leaving.
Yeah, I
soon-ish,
did. It was a deleted report. Inga asked last night.
And Johan could use more than just himself.
It's
at the front
deleted.
door.
Sierra 33.
You'd have to look at the history. Because Sparks isn't allowed to know anything because she's just she's just security. And so she asked me to write a statement of claim, so I did. Then I wrote suggested relief. So let me see. It's a really good suit. It's a really, really good suit.
All right, the time is now 33.
Right here.
Are all the parties back? I see we don't. Okay,
This
we don't have
this
that.
paragraph was exceptionally similar to what I wrote. You wrote all that? Yeah. Having the quote is what I suggested, which was it's so indicative of a gross negligence claim. Gross negligence claim.
You know, most courthouses, some attorneys will have like little badges and things, so when they walk into the courthouse,
This may establish
searched because you know they were like an attorney.
this may establish judicial immunity, which is an unfortunate concern.
I was gonna say Skylar suggested that before she died, so.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What did I suggest? What did I suggest? What did I suggest, Marcy? What did I suggest, Marcy?
I feel like if you get killed by a homeless person, all of your suggestions get pulled out of the suggestion box and you have to start over.
Great memes, Gemma.
Hey. Good to see you out of the wheelchair.
Yeah, I'm stuck with crutches for now. But
Sure, but you got the upper body strength to do it, so
Yeah.
that's the important thing. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see.
Yeah. It's 100% about making a point. 100%. You take that man for everything that he is.
Would have been an admission of guilt.
Fair enough.
Let me know if people are having issues with being refrisked coming in, and I'll move from inside the door. Words.
Probably would have worked something together with the Samuel L. Jackson Say What Again.
I asked for. I don't think the attorney fee, and unless he paid for the attorney or you got paid for the, I don't think attorney fees are good. So my suggestion for relief, was one, you have compensatory damages of about $500 for the time spent in jail, as well as not being able to work, and then there were 26 days. There were 26 days where it was on his record, and so part of the punitive damages, my suggestion was $26,000 for the time that the charge was on his record for yeah, the charge was on his record until it was dismissed. I think it ends up being similar in price.
Yeah, he's blind now.
Yeah, it's essentially similar from different angles.
I'm glad that bitch is blind.
Wait, how do we know he?
I'm glad that bitch is blind.
Is he like walking into a wall somewhere?
Ophelia was with him. Presumably, Ophelia could, lead him like a seeing eye attorney.
Seeing eye attorney. Motions went crazy too.
Could you imagine if in the brief recess at
Jesus.
court they got kidnapped for like a store robbery? or
No,
something, and they
skip.
were sitting at a
I don't.
7-Eleven with somebody,
I don't miss shit like this. Super petty on the docket for absolutely no fucking reason. This shit pisses me off. Good on purpose for doing it, because that's absolutely in character for Percy. But responding to shit like this is fucking stupid.
Yeah, just back in that room right there.
Hi, Curly. It's great to see. Why do you not have VIP?
So you guys come here often. Vandors, do you still throw poop?
What? Ew.
This is very important.
Vandors, when am I putting a crown on your head?
Paul's 100% willing to respond to everything. It's just, I have done so much attorney and law roleplay, like courtroom roleplay.
Yeah, you needed to move a little bit closer to
It's absolutely a sign of me to continue to stay out of attorney roleplay when it comes to stuff like this.
Is everybody back? Who needs to be back now?
Because
Do you
I
still have your
would,
witnesses?
I wouldn't fucking.
Yes, all but Patrick. But Patrick said they would be back, and I don't.
Glenn, you're not
need
defense
Patrick.
anymore. You're state
Sorry,
now.
I'm defense build. My bad.
So your witness is here.
It's just so much. And if you're having fun, I love that. This is not that fun for me. But
Okay,
I believe the one's getting food.
You're on the defense of the
Getting
ultimate
food, perfect. As long as you know where they
huddling
both
place to
are.
put a
State,
council.
you have your witnesses.
Rogue operatives.
Yes.
This
except for Patrick, who will
this
be
is
defense build,
absolutely. I take away aim Brandon. I'm still in the thick of docket stuff. I would agree.
Okay. Then let's go ahead. Put this court back.
I do not have the
into
capacity
session.
to motion fight. I don't have the capacity to. It's not. It's not a
with
Percy thing.
Officer Smith.
It's
So
a.
moving
It's
on
it.
to
It
the
is.
next state's witness. Who are you putting on the stand?
I actually.
Wesley Pines to the
I will show you.
Deputy Pond.
I feel weird about doing this. But it makes sense for Madison to do it. I'll show you one of the cases. I think it was end of January. That's a good one. I just mean he's so much better. I don't think he's so much better. I think he's exceptional. I think Percy is an exceptionally pedantic attorney. And I think he is always borderline contemptuous. Always. I think it's.
Mr. Pines, could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
Is it Adam Fart?
Wesley Pines. I'm a senior ranger with the San Andreas State Parks, and I'm also a detective in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And could you describe?
I don't know if it was Adam Fart. There's a case that happened in the very beginning, and it was basically it's been a year and a half.
Mr. Pines, are
Lyric.
you aware of the murder of Stacy Recht, which we have discussed here today?
Maybe it's Jack Oswald White, which was the first murder thing that I did. No, it wasn't.
Now, during this murder,
Maybe it was a
you
civil
found that
case?
Stacy Recht had 4 deer antlers nailed to her head as per the report and as per Miss Ashley's testimony. Are these antlers consistent with any other scenes you have come across?
Yes, they
What
are.
was the result of this?
I was alerted to a scene on Zancrudo Grand Valley, about a few miles north of the road, where a deer.
Oh, it was dismissed. Doesn't really matter. We got a default judgment on this. Yeah, we got default judgment on this, but we couldn't get any money.
Were parts being used in any of the murder scenes tied to
Weston Wolf, they won't. They will never come back.
Nearly every homicide has been discussed this evening. Outside of the
Estate of Pepper Wolf.
did not include any deceased animals.
Radio
Can
check.
you do your best to describe these animals and their parts as well as their use?
10-2. You're on FBI Radio Park.
Yeah, is this for Sammy Chartbait? Are you guys still pursuing him?
There was some obvious consistencies. Animal hides, deer antlers,
In-game.
carcasses.
They might be on
definitely
night
worse
two.
compared
I'm
to
gonna
others.
swap there.
For example, the homicide of Amber Hapa, who had multiple animals inside of animals, which were stuffed into a.
Anyway, I posted. It may have been Adam Fart, where it was like this and then this.
Animals inside of animals. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I observed the autopsy that was conducted by Mercy Schilling at Eclipse Medical.
Not calf.
We kind of termed the death
David Budd, maybe.
Russian nesting doll murder.
There was one where I had like 4 or 5 paragraphs of information, and that's when they established charging like $10 a character on the docket per thing.
Now, in regards to Miss Harper's murder scene, were there any other animals found that stood out to you?
I don't want to push you off.
Yeah, there was quite a few of the poisonous frogs that were kind of stabbed into the horns that were made a crown around.
So what?
Sewed onto Miss Hoppa's neck. Well as there was a trail of animal.
Thank you, Griffin. I appreciate the hell of you for the 13 biddies. Let's go.
The road back to where we found Miss Hoppa.
Willis and I ran out of the hospital to help this guy crawls towards the door. Had Russian accent, shot from. Hello, okay. Magic Russians.
Now, could you describe?
Welcome in, Griffin. It's great to see you. Hope you're well.
Status of these various animals when in consideration of their endangerment.
Where is he?
That question.
Absolutely. Could you describe to the courts the status of these animals?
See, I wanna respond to Sparks. I wanna respond as Madison about this because she has her over here on the other side, but she wouldn't do it. They see you guarding the door and they're claiming you're on the other side. Yeah. You want to know why? Madison thinks they're gonna come in, open the doors, see there's no one on this side. If there's any terroristic action, they're gonna immediately start doing it to here. So that gives Sparks a chance to fucking hit them.
Animal-related charges, and that included numerous animals like the poisonous frog, the cormorant, the braidback. I mean, the brown back.
I fucking hate the F5E, grr. They see you, yeah. I appreciate you, Griffin. You have a great one. I'm not paying attention to this.
Can you walk us through some of the scenes in which you found animals harmed or otherwise mutilated outside of the murder scenes?
Grumble, grumble, FIB.
Objection, vagueness. Can we be more specific and not be here for 5 years?
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Or.
I don't know if Counselor is asking me to bring up specific scenes. I'm
so done with FIB
for
bad. It was
a
funny last
general
season.
summation.
Bad. Same thing as DSJ bad and Sparks bad and stuff like that.
It's vague.
People keep that meme for a while. You could tell when humor is like a fairly uninteresting.
I disagree.
Like it's
I
just
think
an
this
old
is vague,
meme.
and I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay, Cinna's still over there.
I can reword. Mr. Pines.
Not that Madison can. Wait, actually, she might be able to see. Yeah, she can see Cinna.
Is there any particular
Script writers need a
scene
new bit.
in which animals were mutilated that stood out to you?
Let me see.
Yeah, there was a.
I'll show you really quick.
There was
Hold
one
on.
incident where we found
I love my stupid character. I love this character so much. She's so stupid.
hanging from rafters. The largest building at the old nudist camp. Outlined in that report.
Oh no, it was Zoe. It wasn't Madison. It was Zoe. I obviously don't have Zoe's phone. Something about Zoe May loves the lie, or I hate Zoe May or something, and I had Zoe say specifically. I'll find it up. I'll find it on her phone really quick.
Traps in front of wolves' dens and.
Get a new. That was from Piper. I said, get a new bit. You're as old as your current one.
To the best of your knowledge,
She said, yawn, Zoe May.
Scenes of animal mutilation were there?
So I believe in that timeline, there is 72 reports, animal control reports that were kind of companion, or lab reports that were companion.
No, she said yawn Zoe said yawn motorcycles. Zoe said yawn motorcycles because there was a motorcycle chase and they immediately VCB'd because they were like vroom through a little area.
Of the victims.
Yes, there was a lot of headless parts that would then, or like organs missing, like hearts that we'd find from animals. You'd come across bunnies and or rabbits and mountain lions.
The banter
coyotes,
in Paul's Twinsa reply. Let me see
even,
this.
That their
Where is
hearts
this?
would then be found on different scenes.
I'm probably not gonna be able to find it.
And Mr. Pines, are there any specific things that you feel connect fear to the killing and mutilations of these animals?
Yes. So
That
as it was
one.
mentioned with
Second
Officer
post.
Smith, that I had contact with named Sam, which is the alias that Fia was going off of.
This one?
Communicated with me. I went by the aliases Will. I tried to gain their trust. Throughout that, they included to me that they killed Stacy, that they killed Jilly, and also about
Yeah,
the
fear
wolf snares
sounds
that
like
were
guilty.
At Mount Gordo. I actually went up there one night during a operation, and then was directed by that individual via the burner phone to go to the spot where Jilly was murdered and look into a mailbox and get a.
Is that an LEO? That is not an LEO. Which DP person is this? Bauer.
Jilly was murdered because I was trying to not let it be known that I was a law
Park.
enforcement officer, and then was directed there.
Moore's upstairs. And,
Would anyone have had knowledge of the location of Jilly's murder?
did you get pictures of people coming in after the recess?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pines. I appreciate it.
Paul and Twin Sisters to the one where Sam was fighting with Lonnie. Oh, Sam's post. Which one was that?
I would like to now turn to Sadikai's attack. Mr. Pines, are you aware of the attack and kidnapping of former District Attorney Sadikai, which occurred May 1st and extended?
I love sassy. I love sassy posts.
Present for that statewide manhunt for her rescue on May 3rd.
Stop gang violence.
Are you aware of how
all
the police
this?
were informed of Sadikai's kidnapping and location?
It's funny because they've posted the same picture of the 6 of them or 7 of them in front of the Venetian like 5 times. What? Oh.
And what was
I
the
want to be
condition
so
of
salty on
Sadikai
Twinsta all
on
the
her
time
being
because
found?
it's so funny. But there's very few characters I have that would do that. And it makes sense to do that. Madison wouldn't because social media, military, federal. Zoe doesn't Because comp, and that's not the standard that the character needs to have currently because she's rank chasing. Sam might, but probably not. Because Queens, and she doesn't. She's already nervous about not the current
Do
state
you
of
have any
the Switchy
indication
Queens.
as to any individuals who may have been inhabiting
Other?
that area of the DA's office owned by Sadi Kai?
When we had interrogated Miss Phosphorate the first time, myself and Ashley Smith brought Fear to the
You guys want some
district
tea?
attorney's office. Like,
Hold on.
Satellite office on the Sandy Shores, which is like 3 houses down from.
You guys want
Miss
some
Kai's
tea?
personal
For those who
residence.
weren't here earlier.
We watched her use her key that she was given for her employment to get into the building.
Was there any evidence within the building to suggest that Fear had indeed been sleeping
Here's this.
When we did search the
Scroll.
office, I should say, it looked like somebody had been sleeping there, and there was also bands of blonde hair that were on a chair at the back part of the office. On that chair. Where
Objection, speculation.
Scroll.
A rebuttal, Your Honor?
Sure.
He is testifying to direct
Scroll.
evidence. This is not speculation.
I'm gonna grab
Rebuttal.
a raid along, maybe.
Yep.
They're saying that this is evidence of Fear's hair having been planted there. This hair was never tested. It's just a
Scroll.
yellow hair that could have been for any number of individuals who
Have a good
gone
night, sir.
in and out of former DA Sadi Kai's office, as it was used as an office space, and they did meet with individuals there.
That's right.
Scroll.
Read rebuttal, Your Honor.
Don't need
Scroll.
rebuttal. Okay. The speculation objection is to a question that a counselor asks of a witness.
It's my OG right there. We love
to speculate as to something that they would have no knowledge of. It is not an objection to a witness's statement.
Have a good night, sir.
If you wish to counteract a witness's statement, you do
Madison,
that
you
on
do not have to
cross-examination. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please continue.
Mr. Pines, did Sadi ever
She doesn't have a.
provide you
Nah,
with
she don't have a boyfriend. She has a what? She has a bottom.
By you, I mean, yeah.
I'll show you.
absolutely. Did Sadi ever provide you or any officers with
Hold
a
on.
description?
I put this
of
in.
her
I put this in her wiki yesterday.
She said that they had the very similar shoes or the same shoes.
Go
as
down to
Fear,
relationships.
And then later, she actually did say in a conversation after that that it was Fear and did have a animal skull mask.
Did Sadi indicate whether or not she had a conversation with this individual?
Tessic. You were about to say some serious BDM shit? Keep it PG-13, Vince. Tessic, how are you doing, my love?
Asked to use Asadi's access as the district attorney to delete.
I think it's really funny. I told Contagamon, because I've been role playing with her for almost like a year and a half at this point. And I was like, it's funny because
And
what was the
did
exact
Sadi
phrase
Kai
I told
grant this
her?
access to the individual she identified as Fear?
She did not. He had told Fear no on numerous occasions from.
I'm looking.
Do you know what happened after she refused to give Fear this access?
She, Sadi was attacked.
Skylar was more of a mentor, big parent's sister, and Madison is more of a BFF college hall pass friend. Yeah, and then last night happened. I will say this, because I like metaguarding it. I don't do cheating RP. I love that for you. Yeah, I've met her crim a couple times.
Is there any evidence?
I've arrested her
found in
crim
relation
or
to
talked to her
this
crim once.
scene outside of the scene itself?
I have no idea what this is. I tuned out.
Can you repeat that one more time? sorry. It's really.
But I don't do cheating RP.
You're okay.
That's a hard pass and a
Was
couple
there
other
any
things when it comes
evidence
to
found
romance
in
RP.
relation
So
to the
that
scene
you'll never
outside
find
of
that
the
here.
scene itself?
Are you asking from when she was found?
So, the scene in which Sadi was found. Where was there any further evidence found in relation to
I
her
hard pass on
kidnapping
any relationship RP. That's That's completely fair.
in which she was
It's not for everybody. My top 3 roleplay used to be it was romance RP, political RP, and law roleplay, which was very similar to law. It's still romance RP is number 1. When you win, you trust the person on the other end. And you know it's not gonna get fucking weird. And then I love is that what I think it is? Is it Mackenzie? Yes. I hear in glass that ID her.
Any DNA on this knife?
Yeah, so the knife was a bloody knife, and it came back once tested in the crime lab as a DNA match for Miss Kai.
What's the difference?
Thank you, Mr. Pines. We are going to move on to the Daisy Drew attack. Are you aware of the attack on Doris Daisy Drew, in which it occurred May 2nd, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
So I actually responded to that scene and helped document evidence.
Do you have any indication?
But no, I love law enforcement shit, investigation shit now. It's a good breakaway from what I actually do IRL. I'm still.
That we found that
There's a reason Paul has a pool boy in the Bahamas.
Fear had been with each other, and at one point, Fear had even referred to Daisy as that redheaded bitch. And like I said, that's discoverable through subpoenas.
Did Daisy give a description of the individual who attacked her to you or other officers?
It was a female in all dark clothing and had a mask on.
Do you know if Daisy was transported at all?
Why
from
is
where she was
Pines?
discovered?
Why is Pines a Boston twink?
I believe she was last seen actually leaving this very courtroom, and then was.
Why he
found,
shaped like a
at
Dorito
Marlboro
though?
Heights area.
Why he have broad shoulders but still look small?
Transported from there to from here to there.
Thank you, Mr. Pines.
Oh, I'm very monogamous on a character level.
On to the scene in which Micah Rain was attacked. Are you aware of the?
I used to be in poly relationships and things like that. And when I got together with my current partner,
do you know where Micah Rain was preceding the attack on her life?
we were fine with still living our previous lifestyle. And then 2 weeks went by, and we both basically on the same day talked about it. We both brought it up at the same time. We're like, I kind of don't want to date anybody else.
She was spotted by a few individuals, including Decker Gon, Ren Ripley, and herself.
I don't think that's really fair because Decker will just talk to anybody, and Ren likes friends.
Is there any evidence that you have which could corroborate the claim that Fear was at the Vanilla Unicorn?
No, I love the hell out of her so much. But relationship RP is just fake. It's just fun. At least for me, I could not care less.
Transaction for around that time that she was seen at Corn, and I also do know that they were noticed her with no mask and no face, but that she did look slightly different than her twin's profile.
Your Honors, could you put the image which is in the main docket, Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night Fear transaction, up on the monitor?
Slow down. Say that one more time.
Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night. Picture on screen.
All right.
Main screen, turn on. Get signal.
It's on.
Yeah.
Mr. Pines, is this the transaction you are speaking of?
That is correct. That is the transaction.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Bank account number, which is
You're gonna leave
highlighted in
it?
green there, is that the one that belongs to Fear Phosphophyllite?
Yes, it is.
I still can't see it. You're fine.
Moving on to the attack. How were police notified that this attack on Micah Rain had occurred?
So there was an injured person call in the El Burro Heights area, and then I know that LSSD Lieutenant William Cole and Oakley Knox responded to, and then myself and a few others did find out that seeing the Twinsta post of Daisy looking injured and bloody on Twinsta.
And what was your involvement as far as Micah Rain's attack?
Sorry. Repeat that question.
Absolutely. What was the extent of your
But yeah, I
involvement
love
as
cute
far
role.
as the Micah Rain
I love
attack?
cute WLW romance. It's adorable.
Attack. So I think I answered the previous question. I'm confused, a bit nervous up here. I was answering that about a different attack. Sorry for the record on that one.
Is this Wallowa?
She was on a phone call with her. I got a phone call. I answered that with Detective Smith there with me. And it was Fear or Sam using
Big
the
fan.
voice changer.
Big fan. Big fan of Wallowa.
Were there any other individuals who witnessed this phone call?
Why he's
that
so
you had?
small?
There was another woman on the line with the suspect, and then, like I said, Detective Smith was on the phone with me.
Do you have any indication as to who this other woman was on the phone call?
Oh, I had asked Sam directly. They wouldn't tell me. They did say that something about dying in an autistic way, which kind of was like in line with like the comments of like death is beautiful that they've said to me beforehand. There was also a mention of cancer. I replied back, "Oh, so like your father died of cancer," as I was brought up in an interrogation. You also see Detective Smith's full statement in the investigative report for the brief synopsis of that conversation.
Now, these comments about the dying in an artistic way and cancer, were these made by Sam or the other woman on the phone call? Could you repeat that for me, Mr. Pines?
Sam?
And the other woman on this phone call, did they say anything?
On asking what their name was, they were threatened that if they did, they were going to get hurt. Eventually, identified herself over radio. Basically, I was getting taunted for a while, and then she identified herself. The call immediately ended after that.
Where did you find Micah Rain?
Pacific Theater.
And was there any evidence on scene where Micah was found, which might indicate who had done this?
At the theater itself, not to my knowledge. I don't recall anything.
I don't recall.
Was there anything on Micah's person
I wish
which
there was
would
a bingo
indicate who had
card.
done this?
I can know that she had multiple stab wounds.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. I am going to now move on to the mutilation of Brutus Maximus. Are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus, the dog, in which he was found mutilated on May 4th, 2025?
Reference
Yes,
reference
I'm
content warning
aware.
chat. Content warning. Content warning.
Do you have any indication as to who mutilated Brutus?
Yeah, I believe it was Fear.
Are you aware of how Fear came into custody of Brutus?
told by, I believe, a call from Sean Dean. I was given Miss McNabb's number, which then I called and confirmed with her.
Sag, what an awful thing to come back to. Yeah, it's pretty fucking
And
miserable.
what did Miss McNabb say?
It's good. It's gonna continue to be
Brutus get
miserable,
into
my
a
love.
vehicle
I'm sorry.
with Fia, near the Ramathon on the Salt Flats.
Were there any other eyewitnesses to corroborate McNabb's statement
Corroborate?
that Brutus got into a vehicle with Fear?
Wrong fake character phone.
Tino Black, I
Lot
believe is how you pronounce that. That was also with Bree at the time.
This vehicle that was identified, is there a description that was given?
Yeah. Go Lyric. Go ahead.
I was told it was similar to a habanero. Which I do know that came back in bank records that Fear had rented one at around that time from the Ramathon rentals on the Salt Flats.
Yeah, it's fine.
Are you aware of any evidence which was found on the scene of where Brutus was located, which would indicate that Fear committed these crimes?
The eyewitness testimony that we are in the statements that we had gotten, there was blood found on scene that matched Fear when it was tested in the MDW database.
Can you describe for us where this blood was found in relation to where Brutus's body lied?
I was found in the campsite, kind of near the base
There's a
of
bingo
Mount
card.
Gordo,
Hold on. There's a bingo card. There's a bingo card. There's a bingo card.
where
There's a
his
bingo
like,
card.
leg was chopped off and he was really mutilated and attacked.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. No further questions for this
Yeah,
witness.
habanero is a small car.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination of... So are you Deputy Pines or are you Ranger Pines? Pines.
Senior Ranger Pine. Yes, we have questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Here. Everyone hear me all right? Doing good? Am I connected to the mic?
Sound good to me, Bird.
Give bingo card.
Load up my audio file here for Pines. I'm doing that. How you doing today, Pines?
I'm doing all right. Could be better. Could not have to be dealing with all these animal mutilations.
Are you liking living in my house?
You stay there time to time, yes, sir. My fiance lives with you.
You're a Boston native, is that right?
Correct.
Random icebreaker question, unaffiliated. What camp are you in? Is Karen Reed innocent or guilty?
Not guilty.
Ooh, so you're of the camp of
I actually
police cover up and corruption.
I
like
love
that,
to
Pines.
not like
I like that a
Bird.
lot.
I think the player who plays James Bird
All right.
is exceptional
Now,
at being just
you were the main
like an
investigator
attorney
on
who
this case, is that
shotguns
correct?
things and like goes
Correct, yes.
balls to the wall.
Well, exactly when your investigation began.
I started investigating animal-related crimes. I believe it was Valentine's Day, but this case specifically was a couple weeks later. I don't have a specific date for you.
Were there a lot of animal mutilations around that time in February?
Like I select one or two. One where I had charged an individual that's unrelated to this case with animal cruelty major.
You had a number of leads that you followed in this time, no?
What was I saying? Oh, I love the character. I love to hate the character. I love to love the character. I love this strategy by Bird. I don't think it's going to work,
of the
but
offender of the animal crimes at
building
this time
that
you were operating
rapport
off of?
with the cop and being like, hey, you know, we have this rapport. Here's this thing. Here's this other thing. Here's another thing. I think is really important.
At this point in time, were you just out there sort of looking to catch somebody in the act, or did you have any sort of leads
compound.
or a description or a profile that you were working off of to find a suspect?
It was mostly just piecemealing, finding things on patrol. For my basic enforcement, that we come across, you know, an animal here and there that maybe just didn't look totally without foul play. Substantial.
Now, at what point did you begin to link the animal mutilations to the alleged Hills Butcher murders?
With the homicide of Stacey Recht, and then finding the mutilated, no, sorry, not the mutilated, the severed deer head down the road in San Crudo Grand Valley. I believe that's where I started to be like, that's really interesting.
I
It's
want the
very
bingo
close.
card.
It's very similar with the sawed off antlers. We'd also seen a couple of other things with deers.
Can I see her from here?
Up to that.
Okay.
And
I want the fucking bingo card.
Kind of was like at that point put something together of maybe I should
Where is it?
document about all of this and
Black Delilah. Load the profile. Goth. That is her. That is her.
Something is in the general area, you could technically consider that as evidence of.
I'm sorry to bother. I'm sorry to bother.
Close proximity to it.
Can I have a
Is that what
copy
you're
of the
saying?
bingo card, please?
with how close and within
There was one. Oh, fuck. God damn it.
the deceased body of Stacey Recht.
God damn it.
You don't normally come across a
I want a bingo card.
deer head that are sawed off that I had just seen 12 hours earlier at the homicide scene.
Would you know why it would be different when in regards to blood or DNA of an individual found within a street of a murder scene?
No, she wasn't embarrassed. She's just like, damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to big.
I can specify more. So, using
sad girl
what you had
gif.
just explained for how you were connecting these animal mutilation scenes to the Hills Butcher scene, as we had been talking about in regards to the scene for Jilly Markovich, there was blood found within a street
Copy.
of that murder scene.
Image.
Correct?
Ooh, my knowledge,
When
especially
there
when we're questioning officer
is no
sorry,
bingo
Detective
card.
Smith, I was not actually
For
present at the homicide for
A long court
Jilly.
case.
Let me see here. Did you have a
that
number
career
of different
suicide?
suspects on this case, or did you just focus in on fear?
Is that career suicide? I think it's career suicide. We're
Object
just gonna cancel.
to scope here. I'm also gonna ask at the conclusion of this objection if we can have like a 3-minute recess.
You have a rebuttal.
The recess? No, if he needs 3 minutes.
Sad bingo
to the
noises.
objection.
That's true.
It cut off a little bit, so I didn't hear
it's
what
sad
the
bingo
objection was
noises.
actually on this. Sorry, Franklin.
Franklin,
Scope.
repeat.
Franklin, a repeat.
It's your
Objection was
favorite
scope.
mouthwash. Scope.
Scope.
Is there still a food truck
Detective
outside?
Pines is the
There
lead
is.
investigator on this whole case. These scenes were brought up and mentioned in his questioning by Franklin.
Sarah 5010-7 grabbing food at the food truck. Anyone need anything?
At this point, everything's a matter of public record, right? Because it's a court case.
Ooh, casual government corruption. That's what I want to work on as Madison. Actually, no, I can't do that because Skylar did it, so I'd have to work on something else. What I wanted to do was like work on like because of the oath to the Constitution. I would want to work on that. That's just a rerun, unfortunately. Now that I think about it, I need to find a new pathway. Emissary. Emissary Marcy Mai, Sydney Martin. She would just call the top one.
Hello.
Hi, Marcy. My name is Madison. There's a sign out here on your food truck at City Hall that says to call in the directory. I was calling directory. You were the first
Yeah,
name.
I'm on my way.
Okay, I'd be here. Thank you.
Goodbye.
New bit needed. I need to figure out what I want to pursue with her because she's agent bound, but I don't think she'll ever get it. And so, like, if she ever gets the chance, I need to figure out, like, where I want to go because I can't do corruption because that's what Skylar did. I fucking hate corruption. It's also really boring. Is that the ambition? Yeah. Since day one, that was the ambition. I had to apply to every position that was available. I have her on a soft timer for being in server until like July 31st. And so July 31st, if she doesn't get like, hello, oh. Hello, you know I was just doing my job, right? Like with the first thing.
I know.
Okay. So it just is the way it is. I'm sorry.
Can I get you?
You have a menu?
We're on a more limited menu than we usually have, but we currently have.
You know what? I have no dietary restrict.
Well, let me read off some, and we'll see if you like.
IB, tackle them. They hate you can't believe what they've been saying about you.
I'm 10-7.
So there's a queso pork, our pasta larceny bake.
Okay.
Petty box popcorn.
Ooh.
Snicker and doodle, and a rolling
Okay.
pork. Those are our foods, snacks.
100% the popcorn, and then an actual meal of your choosing. Since you're cooking, I trust your judgment on what it is.
Okay. We'll go with the pasta larceny bake.
All right.
And for drinks, we have
Yes.
the emissary brew. That's coffee, and
Okay.
root cause soda.
Paul on financial crimes. Same thing. Whatever's like not gonna be super upset on my tum tum.
Balance it out with both.
All right.
What is your state ID?
19020.
19020.
Yeah.
Your fault, FIB.
Okay.
Get a new bit. Yeah, 19020.
Okay, would you like any honey with that?
What kind of honey? Like Sandra honey, or like what flowers were used?
I know I get it from the local orchard up north.
Oh, so like wildflowers? I do like wildflowers. That's true. Yeah, I'll take some wildflower honey.
Okay. How much?
Just a small jar. It's fine.
Just one jar? Okay.
Yeah. I'm stupid. Y'all think she's... Look at this. That's actually... Compared to other prices within the state of San Andreas, this is actually pretty cheap. Let me phrase. Inexpensive. Inexpensive. That's the correct word. You know what I meant, though. I bought 2 meals the other day. From another... Sorry, I thought I heard a weird noise. From another, like, restaurant, and it was like $300. And I was like, why? That's half my bank account.
Damn.
Oh, I see it. Sorry.
We're going to be pretty...
Anyway.
Pretty reasonably priced.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. R.I.P. Gothy. Who dis? That kind of looks like Osiris. But like without the cuts. Dispatch CR 50 to
FIBPD.
Yeah.
Please ignore the trash we brought into your lobby. Sammy Sharkbait ran in here.
Hey guys.
Hey.
What?
Happens at trial to a sealed witness or a sealed report. No. Answer the question. What happens?
They're unsealed.
Yep.
Arf, arf.
What did I miss?
So who
Fuck.
are some of the suspects you
Lean
referred
5.
to?
The two defendants that the defense has called today.
Not
Let's read me.
defendants.
No, just yeah, you're the defendant, Bird. It's the two witnesses that you called.
What you meant, I was just making sure to clarify for the record.
Understood.
Within the evidence you have provided to the docket.
Hey, I'm gonna need.
interviews of
Oh, me, yes. I'll
Thea,
take mine off.
Yes,
sorry.
yeah.
not the interviews of
Yep, no worries.
Alex and Ash. Why is that?
All right, can you re-say that again?
Yes, have Madison tell a victim
The interviews
to take off a small mask when she has been clearly identified.
Why
no,
are they not in the evidence for
it's
this
not.
docket?
It's not who Madison is.
At least one is in evidence.
Fuck.
Like it was also said.
Well, you know what? I'll cross the
by
bridge when I get to it.
Detective Smith, that one of them had a issue, like a technical issue, provided.
Curly.
Is there anybody available for a tow?
Curly.
Hold on, give us a second.
Curly. Are you still here? Look at her. I miss her so much. She doesn't really roleplay that much anymore. Who is that? Is that? But that's Fly. And just the face is messed up. That is Ellie Malarkey. She's a pop star. She has music. Actual music. Let me see if I can find it. Used to be Ellie Knight. Here she is. This is my favorite song by this person. I used to play League with her all the time.
Hey, it's me. This is me objecting from the bench to particularly ask you, what are you getting at here? Are you
God damn
trying
it.
to basically question the credibility of the investigation that the CID and DPS have basically done, or are you actually making a? Are you actually like flagging up a serious?
Get a good picture to send them. I love her
So you
music
made a mistake
so much.
reading this report. Continuing with the statements of Miss Kai, who was unfortunately not here to, further iterate on them. She
Call
does
them.
state 3 names and a possible 4th name that was not documented. Sam, Alex, Fear, and another name. How much further did you go to investigate the names other than Fear she gave?
The names that you mentioned, can you clarify that for me so I can properly answer?
Sam, Alex, and, as was stated, another name.
Alex is sitting right behind Bird that you as a witness. So obviously we looked into that. We believed was Fia. The indication of, yes, we looked into things further. We obviously have as well.
Okay. Now going to the situation with is it Brutus the dog?
Yes.
The witnesses that told you about Brutus getting in the car with Fear, are you aware of them having any form of gang affiliation?
Objection relevance.
So,
I 3-minute ad
rebuttal?
starting in like.
It's bringing into question
2
the
minutes.
motives of the witnesses giving the statements that they did.
Re-rebuttal if needed, Your Honors.
Sure, let's hear a re-rebuttal on this one.
There has been nothing put forward by our side or theirs or anything available within this docket or evidence to suggest that there is any motive by 2 witnesses who were at a public event and saw Fear abduct Brutus to suggest that there is any relevance to their affiliation with gangs or anybody else or otherwise.
Rebuttal to that.
Let's do one more, why not?
Things including their affiliation and the actions that we're going to go into was in fact brought up and stated in the final interrogation with Fear. In the evidence.
I'm going to go ahead and overrule this objection. This is one where... Were we in a court elsewhere using someone's, criminal history and or gang affiliation to impeach their credibility for truthfulness is a fairly common thing. That kind of gets into the weeds of trial practice and procedure, though, so I think a simplistic way of emulating that is just to allow questions of this nature.
Do you want me to go ahead and answer, or do you want to repeat the question?
If you can remember the question, feel that to answer, or I can re-ask it.
At the time...
Objection scope. Nothing involving the personal lives of the 2 witnesses of Brutus Maximus's abduction was ever brought into question. Second interrogation was never brought into question. The fact that they may or may not be gang affiliated was never brought into question. This is not within the scope of the questions I asked Wesley Pines.
Badge mute. Waiting. 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 Who dis? Who dat? Oh. 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 Madison has no idea.
All right, we've
Madison.
got a split panel. One saying yay, one saying nay. I'm going to overrule this objection on scope. And the reason why I'm going to overrule this objection on scope is because it was asked on direct questioning how Pines was aware that Brutus was kidnapped by Fear. And the answer given was because he got a call from Sean Dean and was given Bree McNabb's number and then was called by Bree McNabb and spoke to her about it. And then the immediate subsequent question was, were there any other witnesses that you were aware of?
Wildflower is a good
answer
idea.
Bumble, I love you dearly. Hello, sweetheart. How was stream? Someday we will be able to roleplay again.
Get Brutus and get him into the car.
Welcome in, guys. I hope you're well. Rest well when you do. I bet you're fucking exhausted.
Identifications through attacking their character, trustworthiness.
We got a whole other day tomorrow.
Can't ask questions about who an eyewitness was and then deny defense the ability to ask questions.
I'm just big chilling because I'm doing this. Easy. Easy.
So overruled. Go on ahead, defense.
It's no thoughts head empty.
Do I need to?
Here, hold on. Hold on. I can do this. Hold on. Let me just hold on.
Witnesses that told you about Bruce
Bars
in the car
23.
with
Hold
Fear,
on. Hold
are
on.
you aware of them having any gang affiliations?
Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on.
Basically did not know who Miss McNabb was at all.
And made aware of any gang affiliations since?
Yes.
And that affiliation is?
Dead Omen's MC.
Relevance, objection.
Rebuttal? This is building foundation of argument of the credibility and motives of the witnesses.
Rebuttal, Your Honor.
Sure.
She's established what she was trying to establish. They're gang affiliated. What gang that they're affiliated with is not relevant, pertinent to this case, or should.
That's the character. That's what I'm doing right now.
Let me ask you this, defense. Is this the last question in your line, or are you going somewhere else with this?
I'm going slightly somewhere else with this.
I'm curious what their strategy is.
Okay, if you're going somewhere else with it,
Want me to drive you home when this is done?
But I'm gonna cut it off if it seems like it's spinning your wheels.
Don't know yet.
No, that's fine.
Re-ask the question.
What gang are they affiliated with?
They're a part of the Death Owens Motorcycle Club.
This is witness 3 of 8.
Aware of any incidences of altercations between the Death Omens and Fear?
I think my
Keiko's really good, by the way. Send in Madison or roommates for those who are for those who know both those characters. Not in the lesbian way of being a roommate, but actually roommates.
It's not vague. It's a fairly direct question. I mean, look, if you don't know,
I'm going to crash out. Okay, all right. I'm gonna murder a family of 5.
And let me
being nosy, being nosy, being nosy,
refresh your
being
memory
nosy.
back to the interview,
dis?
The final interview.
Oh, that's
Fear
Shanhauser.
gave her side of the story of that situation. You recall that story?
You know, she blends in really well, even though she has the badge and the belt.
I would
love
object to the witness
They
allowing
do
the
a really good
counselor
job
to...
at doing what they do. I wonder what happened to Westfield's arm. I wonder if that's a 3.0 injury,
So we're
or
gonna
if
put
that's
the,
a
we're gonna put the answer to that question as no.
or if that's an
Please
ONX
continue
injury,
defense.
or if that ends up being something that she carried over from 4.0.
Yeah, in fact, you said you don't remember the interview. That's fine.
Yeah, platonic,
Are
not
you,
clickbait.
aware of
Actually remains.
an incident
To
where
Senator's
Fear was
chagrin,
attacked
she'll
and
never.
hospitalized in prison?
Sparks. Madison's intention is to never date a coworker, and then Inga started flirting with her. So, and it's I don't think that is going to go anywhere.
Questions, and the next question will expand upon link the two.
Rebuttal if needed, Your Honor.
Oh, as a side note, them saying FIB on their side, right, from the picture that they took. That's like saying Department of Correction.
Arrest of Fear with this question, and there has not been a single question on direct dealing with the circumstances behind the arrest of Fear or what happened afterwards. You're gonna have to give me a lot more to survive a scope objection on this one.
I can make that question more blatant. Direct.
Going to use not gang related because it was an MC in court. You should too.
The Death Omen attacking Fear in the prison and putting her in the hospital.
I'm going to object once again to scope.
Twilight.
Yeah, see, here's the problem with the scope of that question. All of the direct questioning of Pines.
I've had to prosecute my own cases for years. I won't see in court unless I got to be there.
Solely to the investigation leading up to the arrest of Fear. You're trying to ask. Now
Also, for those who do not know,
based on
because this is gonna go through lawyer pedantry. I play Madison Sparks. I play Samantha Sanders, which you guys probably know from 3.0. Skylar Sparks, R.I.P. Zoe May. I really wanted to be friends with Iridus. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna make another comp and ride with all the people that hate Zoe.
A confrontation between Fear and the Death Omens. Would it be fair to say that Death Omens may have an ulterior motive
Objection
to target
to
Fear?
scope. Objection to speculation.
Rebuttal. This was in scope because we brought up the incident in question in the evidence. This isn't speculation. This is asking his professional opinion on whether someone that's had an altercation with someone previously would have an ulterior motive for claiming someone did something.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the scope objection.
Brutus was harder than most clientele we've got missing in this state.
My panelist has a question. One moment. All right, so my co-panelist raises a good question, a good point. I'm actually going to sustain this objection on speculation, and the reason why I'm going to sustain it is because the witness here has already admitted that he doesn't remember that part of the interview at all. So if he doesn't remember that interview at all, then logically speaking, he wouldn't really be able to say whether the Death Omens may or may not have an ulterior motive because he didn't even remember that part of the interview. So he would necessarily have to speculate on that.
So if a dog brings you a ball,
as I said before, the speculation objection is for a question when you're calling upon the witness to speculate as to something that they don't have firsthand personal knowledge of. He's already denied he doesn't have firsthand personal knowledge of whatever altercation was going on with Fear and the Death Omens. So I'm going to sustain this one on speculation.
Fair enough. And I'm now going to tag him.
Oh, God.
All right, Pines. So I don't want to keep you up there much longer. I'm just going to try and get through the rest of these questions I have here for you. Okay.
It sounds good.
My audio file. Within the evidence here, are
He's
you,
very
familiar with
he's
report
pretty
number
dedicated to
52004,
the
where Beef Malarkey had spoken to Ash Nuta?
Take a look at that report.
I'm gonna object to scope.
Yeah, not objection, rebuttal.
Whereas some people have bandanas on their dogs
Sure.
because they're
He has testified that he did in fact view and or interrogate.
honestly good for them for having
Ash and Alex here.
the tenacity to be able to handle this.
Rebut to this, Your Honor?
Who's outside? Okay,
We're
Johan.
talking about a conversation involving, I believe, unless I'm misinterpreting
Echo.
this question here,
Inga.
Malarkey and Wesley. I don't believe that was ever brought up.
Food reminder
Adam
round
representing- it
2
was,
smiley
conducted
face.
by Beef Malarkey, but it isn't the evidence here in the overall case.
Okay, so
I
clarification
can't
from the
force
court.
a tiny
The
baggie of
interview
food.
of Ash, which Pines referenced in his cross-examination as occurring, Beef was the interrogator during that? Is that what's going on here?
No, all we had submitted by the state for the evidence on it in regards to this was this one conversation.
Fuck.
And I'm just looking to reference one thing about it, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the report?
52004.
Chad, do you think I could take a nap and then we can come back and then proceed to still do security?
Give me a second.
This is fucking savage. I brought up Samson. I think the real crime here is wearing full body purple fishnets with a red skirt. Holy shit, that was a choice.
Okay.
How many witnesses are you? Probably could take a nap, come back, and still be questioning witnesses. Yeah. Well, the problem is too. At the end of the day, we're also protecting the serial killer. Because at any point in time, someone could try to come through that door, bring like with a gun, come around, kill her. She could die, and there's no actual like real justice. She's dead.
Okay, so
that's it.
Both Wesley and Ashley were, I mean, they're listed on the report, I guess, for notification purposes. And it was testified to that there was some kind of questioning of Ash. I think it's...
Who are these people?
I think it's within scope, but it doesn't appear that Wesley was actually involved in this at all. He was sort of notified of it. So, like, you're going to have to be very particular with your questioning here.
Your Honor, since if he is not familiar with it, I really don't want to draw it out. I'll withdraw my question.
Ravis
Well, he
conducted.
didn't actually answer whether he was familiar with it or not. Is this a report that you've actually read?
Are you familiar with the Pines?
Sorry, no, I'm not familiar with it. There was so many reports that I was tagged for notification purposes. This is not what I'm familiar with at all.
Every single one of them, like we did, Pines? Come on. All right, I'm going to withdraw that question. There was a lot of reports on here. At what point, what evidence had you collected that had put fear specifically and directly on your radar in this case?
I have to look back to my specific notes of what kind of fully led me to there. But she had been a person of interest for a while. Regards to some of her Twinsta posts, that kind of corresponded to some of the messages that had come through my burner phone with Sam. Knowledge that really has only been known because of that.
Was Spear ever found to be in possession of any of these phones of numbers that were being communicated with by the killer? Was Spear ever to be found in direct possession of any
Sorry, I was
numbers
approving.
that were tied
I was proving a
to
subpoena
any
on my judge on
murders
another
or
server.
attacks of any of the individuals
Same
in
character.
this case today?
That's like 6 years older.
Direct possession, I don't believe so, but I know her,
Holy, oh my god, you're so hot.
found on scenes and such, including the Brutus situation, which I mentioned earlier.
Why are you so small?
Any witnesses that put fear directly at the scene of any of these murders or attacks, aside from the one base for Brutus the dog and her own attack?
Alternate universe Madison. It's in the future Madison. Depending on what happens to her with the FIB, it's either AU Madison or future Madison.
I apologize. I didn't quite understand what your response was there, Pines. Were there any eyewitnesses that put fear at the scene of any of these attacks, aside from her own attack that she was found at?
And the Brutus attack.
Brutus attack, thank you, Justice Joy.
She herself said that she was present and assisted in the murders of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. That is directly in the interrogations.
And did she explain that she was forced to participate in that scene for fear of her own life?
And that, yeah.
Any blood or DNA connected to fear at any of these murder or attack scenes aside from her own?
I said the one for Brutus.
Is the silent auction stuff up yet?
Activity ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
That. Fully hear your question.
Sandy Source Community Watch.
Remember to keep your mouth open, boys.
Department expense form imported the Fortnite.
Was gang activity ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
No, it was not.
There's no.
Did fear provide to you directly any options or leads, or even express directly who the killer was?
I believe I previously said she tried to claim her brother was the one doing it.
And you did follow up on these leads, that's correct?
Yes, things were thoroughly investigated.
What is going on in Twinsta?
It's not also was fear not also a suspected victim?
I
of the
agree
Hell's
and
Butcher
do
themselves?
Franklin.
Briefly, but was also considered a suspect even she was recovered. She was placed in police custody even at that time.
Aside from the interrogations, did fear ever call in to report any suspicious activity that was directly tied to this case?
Yeah, going back to the, I believe I'd have to look specifically, but it's either the first or the
I have
second.
to put that in the FIB somewhere.
Or roughly around there, and then my animal mutilations timeline. It's a situation where we actually encountered fear. A scene, she called one in. We had also that day, then later on, had to educate her. We had a conversation at the pancake parlor regarding proper places to hunt.
That's all I have for my questions for you, Pines. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
One moment to confer.
I don't think anyone has changed. It's still OMC adjacent. OMC not hang around. I don't know who that is.
No redirect for this witness.
But
Your
that
Honor.
is that's
Right, then Pines,
this is
you're done. Give me a step
DMV.
down.
Thank you very
Random
much.
biker lady. Senna.
Who's the next witness there, DuPont?
The next
1,
witness
2,
for the
3,
state would
4,
be
5. Death omens.
Dr. Patrick January.
People that got cheated on in text messages with their significant others and now apparently
just
are also
close your
nearby
eyes
and dating each other because
spin
that's
in
not going to become a
place and
toxic
then
issue.
Say whoever it was that you saw first.
No, I didn't close my eyes.
What was with that little twirl then, huh?
Looking for somebody with red hair, and I started.
Oh, Patrick. Oh, God.
Anyways.
Go ahead
Patrick.
and swear him in.
Patrick.
Nope. Yep. Go ahead and raise the left hand for me.
Thank you. Dear God, thank you.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, Dayashi.
I do.
This is sworn in.
Oh, Dayashi was in chat earlier. They finally. I'm going to DM her.
Hi, Patrick. Could you state your full name and occupation in its entirety for the record?
I am Dr. Patrick January. I'm a trauma surgeon and forensic psychologist.
Does he still shoot random people in the middle of the hospital?
Before we begin, how much have you familiarized yourself with this case and with the reports within, including the medical and interrogations?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. We are going to start at the beginning with the first murder victim, Stacy Recht. Can you describe the condition of Stacy Recht's body?
Oh, that's not going to be good.
On scene or when it was brought in?
Sorry, Gus.
You okay?
Gus, are you good?
Gus, you okay?
Good, all good. All right, I'm sorry, Gus.
Why he's so drunk though?
So the
The
body was
stare,
arranged
the stare
in
from the cat.
statuesque manner, looking like it was offering a heart. This was done by stitching rebar rods to the arms to hold them in place. The chest was completely cut open. The ribs were smashed apart. The heart was replaced, which later found to be a cougar's heart. Like I said, there was rebar rods stitched to the arms to fix them in place. There was 4 antlers nailed into the skull, forming a crown. The face had a sad smile stitched into
Forming
it.
a crown.
And a clean
Not
cut
Vespucci Queens. We do not affiliate with this
which
crown.
was
Your Honor,
what
can we
was
object to this? I don't mean any disrespect, but objection to the relevance on this. These things have already kind of been outlined. If we're just going to be reading from the report, we really need to like ask detailed questions about all of the scenes.
That's a
if
really
we're
good
just gonna
objection from
reiterate
Bird.
Information written down.
Happy to respond, Your Honor.
Sure. I'm also going to pretend that Bird objected to asked and answered rather than
relevance.
I did.
No, you said relevance.
No. Asked and answered.
Okay, there we go. All right, Franklin, what's
Okay.
your rebuttal?
This line of questioning has never been asked of this witness. This witness is an expert witness and has been established as an expert witness in the medical field. It is pertinent to this case to go over these details and ask the expert witness their opinion and their perspective. More than happy to break it up into the what about her face? What about her head? What about her arms? What about her torso? What about her hands? What about her feet? But for the sake of expediency, I would prefer to be able to just ask the condition of the body.
Okay,
Also with
so
expediency.
for the condition of the body, Like, are you is this a question basically just building foundation to go into something later? Is that what you're doing?
No, this is this is to establish the.
I was hoping
quite literally
that she
the
would move a
condition
little
of the
bit more.
body, the
Here we are.
scars, the damage, the decorations, in order to build foundation for the themes that are shared between all of the victims.
Okay, as long as you're using this to build some kind of foundation into later questioning, then I'll allow it. But if it's just to establish the condition of the body, you already did that with Officer Smith and the reports that were submitted as evidence. All right, go ahead and continue.
The knife wound to the neck was what was determined at the time to be the cause of death. A strangulation due to the knife wound.
Were there any apparent signs of a struggle?
There was not.
Going
And
for
was there anything
Zoe's
specific
phone.
about Stacy Reck's body that stood out to you that you had not mentioned so far?
No, I believe that's everything.
Moving on to Jilly Markovic, can you describe the condition of her body upon receiving her?
So her chest had been carved open with a blade. The heart was removed. The hands were sawed off. Needles were placed under the nails.
We're gonna start 3-minute ad in
There
like
was
a minute or
rebar,
less,
in her back.
just so we can stop the pre-rolls.
And again, an animal heart was replacing hers. Her mouth was again skillfully stitched to a sad smile.
I'm gonna go out there and check on them.
The chest was crushed. And rebar was.
Oop.
Sorry.
Apologies.
The deltoids with a coyote head mounted on each end.
That dog was the size of, like, you know, the 5-pound fucking tubes of ground beef.
The chunky sausage.
Yeah, the 5-pound tubes of ground beef. That's how round that fucking dog was.
Jesus.
Well-
Billy was scraping the fucking ground.
That answers the question I was about to ask. Make sure you gentlemen were okay out here. So that's
Yeah,
good.
we're okay.
All right.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we the only issue we had was early when Hirsch was still here, and that one guy was trying to get in with a gun.
Yeah, there was a lot of
and
other
the
people
idiot
here.
who drove
So.
up here with the taxi.
That guy, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
All right. I'm 2 doors. Well, I'm 3 doors down technically. Mid band, but
Isn't that a band?
yeah, it's a mid like
doors down.
it's a very angry like divorced
Doors
dad
down.
kind of band. Yeah, it's like my wife left me for a better person. Parentheses, I never paid attention to her or dated her after the first 3 dates. But regardless,
I'm more of a Crush 40 type of guy.
yeah, it makes sense. I am 3 doors in. Just call me. I'll run out.
All right.
Okay.
Are we all still on 9, by the way?
Affirm.
Okay. Then yeah. If
Affirm.
anything, on this radio.
All right.
The radio's just been
I'm also on. I'm also on FIB radio. So.
That's why I asked. I didn't know if everybody swapped the back or not.
Nah, we're good. There's cops in here too. I love that they're going back and forth with that though.
That's fine.
I don't mean to seem repetitive in these questions. However, the condition to which Ashley Smith spoke to was the condition which the body was in on
Lean
scene
5.
when the body was examined. This is going into a medical expert's examination of this body. And whether or not there may be themes that were missed or details that were not observed simply from peripherally Smith's perspective, we feel that this witness will be able to offer. So I ask again, once again, Dr. January, can you describe the condition of Kai Atani's body?
The body was. Well, there was an axe wound
Is Wade
to the
Wilson
head,
still up here?
a deep cut to the top of the head. There
DMV
was
crew.
cuts all over the torso.
Hair color the same. Yeah.
Large axe wound in the back. Right hand was stitched to a pitchfork.
Why are they wearing
Human heart
a
was found on a
vest?
pitchfork.
What do they think they're gonna get shot for? They must get shot a
Approximately
lot.
24 hours, 2 weeks old. The heart was. Legs bisected
I'm gonna send
from
this
the
to Occam's
body.
really quick. Hold on.
The upper organs were intact.
Madhouse,
Intestines
this is initiation.
were damaged
Oh my
when the
God.
body was bisected.
Oh my god, wait, it's a Sparks. Okay, the actual one I want to murder.
I'm sorry?
Talking about you, not to you.
Alright, good luck with that attitude, child.
Were there signs of a struggle that were apparent with Kayahan?
Nothing to cite.
The heart which was found on this pitchfork, do we know who this belonged to?
Let me check the lab list real quick. I don't believe so.
Ready to check? Amber Harper, can you describe the
And
condition of
two.
her body upon being received at the morgue?
Hey, heads up, I don't know if you guys know, but you got a gray in color hatchback circling the area. 4 times occupied vehicle, hot box, everyone blocked out inside.
Let's see.
10-4, thank you.
Decapitated with a coyote.
CR50, I'm gonna move out to the front.
A crown of thorns.
I'm out here in a UC Buffalo, so I'm keeping an eye on things.
Copy.
Charlie 21's also going to move up front just as a show of force.
I shouldn't have thought about
What's
Crush
that,
40 now.
like fast
Just
as
stuck
shit
in my
gray
head.
color hatchback called? It's like a modern one.
Sugoi?
No, not that one.
Novak.
No, not that one.
Kanjo SJ?
No, it looks like a Honda Fit if a Honda Fit was cool.
That's some shade.
Is it not the club?
Hey, club, there you go.
Oh, the Club XR.
I'm a little upset that there's a lot of vehicles that just end up being similar.
Alright.
Hello, how are you? Well, you mind turning around and facing away from me? Are you consenting to a search?
Consenting to a frisk.
Okay, so small issue. You have a gun on you.
Okay.
You need to go put that away.
Not in the state announcement?
Not allowed weapons in the courthouse.
Not today.
Was that in the state announcement? It said, please expect to be frisked.
Yeah, you're not entering the courthouse with a weapon and stop.
Courthouse with a whip.
Yeah, this isn't the first time this happened today, yeah. Maybe they should have been hyper specific about it.
We don't need to.
I know, but just for the sake of...
Thank you.
All right, at least this guy wasn't a Karen like the guy at the beginning.
Individuals in the northern alleyway between Portola and Rockford.
Yeah.
More than a few cars all blacked out.
Who was that?
Then he came back with a different officer, and he tried to go in there with the gun anyway.
You don't see any colors for any affiliation.
I don't, again, I guess people are dumb. It shouldn't have to be said that you can't take a firearm into a government building.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
I agree.
It's,
I
that
agree.
Should just be...
Sometimes you just need to lay it out extremely plain and simple for them.
I mean, unless we need a... Yeah, I mean, back home, we refer to them as 30-06 fucking signage, because it's like,
Grand
back
Color
home it's
Sultan.
in the
One
penal
time's
code
occupied.
30.06
Yeah,
something
don't worry about that.
something.
I don't think they're wearing a mask. They're on
So
the
we just
phone
call
now.
it a 30.6.
Which is an individual with
basically
a white
saying
and
that,
color cut, saying
you're not
prospect, with
authorized to
pink
bring a weapon
hoodie,
onto
trying to enter the
premises,
city hall
even
with
if
a
you have, like,
gun, being a
concealed handgun
Karen.
license and shit like that. Unless you're
That
law enforcement or
individual
something.
over on Las Lagunas, they're on their bike
You
in the middle
know,
of the road on their
Idiocracy is
phone,
starting to become more and more of a documentary than
Copy.
just a
I
movie.
mean, let's be real. They have do not swallow fucking.
I was gonna say
warnings on
that.
silica packets.
I was
so-
gonna say that. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, like I think at this point you just have to lay it out. Like if we're 5 years old.
No.
you gotta just
I mean, if you want to de-escalate the situation, sure, but end stop. It's state grounds, if not federal grounds, at this point, so they can leave.
Oh, no, I agree.
think
But,
for the it's a hard line cut there, right? You're trying to de-escalate situations. Yeah, you can try and level with them and be like, hey, yeah, you know, blah blah blah. I understand what you're saying, but you know, this is what it is. End of the day, and you know, if you're not gonna follow that, then well, you have to leave.
no, you know, if they want to continue to argue in front of me. I'm so patient. I'll just continue to waste their time and tell them, no, you can.
I am more than capable of sitting here acting like a brick wall and arguing with somebody about it.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think
doing that sometimes. It's funny.
A big thing, at least from my line of work, that I've learned is that trying to humanize the person and level with them is way more effective than just being a complete hard ass.
Yeah,
obviously
I've
each
tried
has
to,
their
yeah.
place, but
Gray Sultan, one time's occupied, left the area. Unsure if they're still on the phone.
You're not coming in with a weapon. Simple as that.
yeah, exactly.
Like I don't know how to be more frank than that. Just you're not coming in with a weapon.
I mean, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? But at the end of the day, if if it's a mosquito that's just a pest that's going to sit there and suck the blood from the life force of the American people, then here we are.
Yeah.
And the fucking
Give you
militia was that Granger
whatever
that just
disease
drove
it has. But
He's missing the door for speed.
The guy earlier, I tried to reason with him and be like, no, I understand where you're coming from, and like try to be friendly, but he just kept going and going, and my partner was not having a good day. So.
That was the type of person that you weren't going to be able to reason with. That was someone that was just basically trying to push your buttons.
Correct.
As long as they could.
No, he admitted to it. He's like, oh, we're just rate baiting you.
Yeah, exactly.
For the 30th time.
Risking. I can help you out if you want to call.
I'll check you.
Ma'am, have you been frisked?
You are good to go.
No, you want to see the weapon I have? Yeah.
Fuck.
Whoa.
Pink hoodie, white cut
Alright,
gentleman walking back up to the front door.
Whoa, that's my comrade. Hold on.
It's fine. She's stinky.
She's stinky. She's stinky.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, how are you doing? Good. You consent to me frisking you? Okay, you're good.
He knows that you don't have to consent, right?
Good one.
Remember, no mask inside.
To be honest, I don't understand why we can't just search people.
Which you don't have to ask for consent to frisk. You can just frisk them. You can ask for consent to search.
I heard the opposite.
You need consent to frisk. What the fuck?
Yeah,
are
you
talking
do.
about?
You do.
I mean, the announcement literally states before you go inside the fucking city hall, you are being frisked. No ands, no ifs, no buts about it. So
That's-
there's no asking, you just do.
Yeah,
Well,
they can.
I'm asking for,
Well,
I'm
you
asking
need
for the
consent
search.
to frisk as a base line.
And if
You
they
need
refuse, you just don't let
They
them in.
refuse, you turn them away.
Yeah, you turn them away.
It's better safe than sorry. I'm not gonna. I don't need any HR complaints.
That's how that works. If you ask permission to frisk, if they refuse, you turn them away. You need to ask permission to put your hands on anyone as a peace officer. So.
No.
Tell
What?
that to half of the fucking police department, my dude.
Yeah, well,
No.
I operate on different standards than a lot of other people.
No.
Or
That's. That's incorrect. It is a polite thing to do, but you don't. That is very incorrect.
For IAA.
No,
I
she's
don't-
gonna throw this shit at me.
Yeah,
There's
I
an
can.
officer right here that could actually give me a littering charge, so I'm not going to. I'm just squaring
Yeah,
up.
actually, if she throws that, can you please charge her?
Ma'am, if you throw the cup, do you have intent to pick said cup up?
If she throws it at me, can you charge her for assault?
If you want charges, yes.
That counts, yeah.
Oh.
That actually is.
Sarah 50, I'm gonna return inside.
Try me, Chad.
We have agent, 2 security guards, and there's a DSC officer outside.
Although this one was less deep and did not require stitches.
Were there any signs of permanent damage?
The scarring from the blade wounds will be permanent. Later on, there was a test result done through the labs on her kidney injury. There is evidence of reduced kidney function.
Do we have
further
a
diagnostic
potential
evaluations.
update on any of the circling vehicles, or is that more or less code 4?
And
More or less
finally,
code 4. I'm
and
going to do
lastly,
another
Can
loop
you
around
describe the
in a
condition of
second.
Micah Rain upon arriving at the hospital?
Let me know what you find. If that ends up being code 4, I'll go back to the bathroom.
What standard is he talking about?
She had 6 stab wounds to the abdomen. Both her lungs were punctured by this, and her throat was slit. She had fluid in her lungs from the punctures.
I guess I kind of understand what he's like talking about. It's like if you enter, you're gonna
One of
frisk.
the
If
stab
not, then you
wounds
leave.
had made a small laceration to the kidney.
Which, yeah, okay, I can see that. I'm operating from a law enforcement standpoint, and Sparks is not an officer.
She
was
woke up.
Corbin.
Days
Corbin. Okay.
Vitals were better. She was in a lot of pain from her torso. There was no infection.
She's just chilling up there. She's like, I'm going to dome the next person who pisses me off.
Was healing at that point. She had a CT scan.
Ollie did not need consent to frisk.
And there's a high probability that the lung will not fully recover to the state it was prior to being pierced twice.
What's the state witness list on this?
There's also a higher result or a higher increase of risk to the lung collapsing because of the injury sustained.
Oh, it's parole hearing. Jesus Christ.
There are any
Wesley Pines, Axley Smith, Patrick January, Doris Drews. So we still have Micah, Bree, Dakota, Anna, Ren, Decker.
Heavy use of animals and stitching of the mouth.
Love that for them, the doming somebody.
Also taking victims' hearts and heads.
That is dark.
Sparks, if you want to go back out front, you can.
No further questions for this witness.
I prefer to stay inside unless that's an order more.
No, it's not an order.
Copy.
Speaking of that, how are we looking on that that perimeter check?
Dr. January, you were brought into this case to be the forensic psychologist, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell me, in your practice, are forensic psychologists typically brought in to observe interrogations along with PD and prosecutors?
Yes.
Yes. Can you describe the primary role of a forensic psychologist in an investigation?
Before a suspect is caught, is to make a psychological profile of
looks like a highway person. Never mind.
who that suspect may be, using evidence already found. After the suspect is caught, it is my job to find if they're fit to stand trial and whether or not they are able to be reintegrated into society.
So forensic psychologists are typically not supposed to assess until later down the line in the process, so as to help avoid a bias from the party employing their services?
I don't understand the question.
So my question is, you're saying that forensic psychologists are brought in to assess to see if they're fit to stand trial.
Yes.
You were brought in during the interrogation, and that is not common with...
Oh, I meant to tell him out of character during Academy today that for some reason he absolutely is like emphatic with like Zoe. Like Zoe is his OG if they were in a gang. And I find it super adorable.
It's very common.
At what date did you first assess fear?
Oh, that would have been... Let's see. May 4th.
And at what date did you write the profile for the Hills Butcher?
That I'm unsure of because I had that off of the MDW as I did not want to put it into the basic psychiatry portion where all the psychs could see it. Unsure when I started that. I keep a watchful eye on Twinsta and try to parse what's going on with certain individuals.
If the court would allow, could Dr. January reference the MDW to see when he wrote his profile on the Hills Butcher?
Sure, but from what Dr. January is saying, he started that off the MDW and then put it onto the MDW later. So the date at which it was entered into the MDW would be different than the date upon which that profile was started.
So when you were writing this profile, Dr. January, did you already have fear in mind as the suspect according to the investigation?
When I first started it, no.
Now, aside from being
some weeks later that I had fear as one of the people I thought it may be.
Now, aside from being the forensic psychologist, you're also the medical expert witness on this case, correct?
Correct.
Just for the record, how long have you been a medical practitioner?
Geez, coming up on 7 years? So 6 years.
Are you familiar with rocuronium bromide and its use?
It's a paralytic.
Are you aware of how long rocuronium bromide typically stays in a person's system?
That depends on the individual.
Does it depend on the dosage used?
Yes, it also heavily depends on that.
Was it documented or able to be documented the amount of the rocuronium bromide found inside fear?
I'm unsure.
Past the front, just keep an eye.
Would it be safe to say that rocuronium bromide would hinder a person's ability to function in terms of committing any of these acts?
If there was no other medication given after the recurmium bromide, the person would have died.
What if the recronium bromide was paired with a number of knife wounds to their body? Specifically 15.
With medication and trauma surgery intervention, they could live.
Say that they had this in their system. They have these injuries. They have not been taken to a hospital or seen by EMS yet. What is the likelihood that an individual under these circumstances would be able to climb through a construction site, cutting and stabbing themselves, and sprinkling incriminating evidence against themselves all around their unconscious body?
I'm gonna object so hard to this on speculation.
That's not speculatory. He's an
calling
expert.
for a conclusion that this witness is not an expert of. This is a doctor.
That's
I
fair.
might remind you.
This is
Improper
the medical
expert
expert
witness.
that he has motioned onto this case, and this is a medical related question.
Ooh, okay. So, this question does call for speculation. However, bring experts onto the stand literally to ask them to speculate about stuff. That is the whole point in having an expert witness, is to ask them what ifs and hypothetical scenarios about what could have possibly happened or whatnot. That is the whole point to an expert witness. That's why they're
Correct.
there. It's overruled.
Depending on the dosage and severity of the stab wounds, well, even so, I'm going to say no, because they would be recurmium bromide paralyzes you. It stops your lungs from working. They would cease to breathe.
You've learned a very fun lesson today. Your snapshot didn't save.
January. Let me confer with my co-counsel to see if I have any further questions.
Classic mistake. She's never saved a snapshot. I have no idea what a snapshot is, but I got your back. She's talking about VR. Okay, they are whispering. Not like Maddie could hear him anyway.
For your patience, Dr. January, I just had one more question for you.
Who
before my
dis?
co-counsel asked you something quick.
It's a medical mask. Okay.
In your
That's fine.
experience and your
I'm not gonna bother joining you
forensic
because
psychologist
it's hard to
expertise,
explain.
when a friend, a family member,
Just give me a
or
Oh,
even
there
a
it is.
victim is trying to reason or speak with a serial killer that they are faced with, is it not a common tactic to mirror them, to get them to adhere to you and like you?
I just watched them get in the same. That was so cool. Watching the blips, like that was neat. I love that.
Fight. Fawn is one of them.
The kidding lady there is
And
the
that would
best
be
part.
mirroring
That's
to
true.
Get the person to like you.
I'm trying real hard, chat, to pay attention to
Thanks,
this. I'm
Dr.
sorry.
January. I'll hand it over to my co-counsel.
A couple of quick ones for you, Doctor. With the significant level of injury that was Fia suffered, would it be a reasonable thing to say that she could have been psychologically traumatized by that ordeal?
Her basis, personally, I can't say, but as a general consensus, yes.
Someone who has been so recently psychologically traumatized, would reactions of panic, PTSD, distress be a potential response to being aggressively questioned in an interrogation?
Again, general consensus, yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'll pass to my co-counsel if they have any more. No further questions.
All right, Franklin, you got a redirect based on that cross exam?
So many redirects, Your Honor. Good Lord, we will never leave this place.
No. Let's go home.
Dr. January.
Drop the charges.
Yes.
Reflecting back on that question in which James had you speculate on whether or not a person would be able to do a bunch of physically demanding chores while dosed with recronium bromide, would an individual be able to do these physical feats before dosing themselves with recronium bromide?
Yes.
You're saying that dosing yourself with recronium bromide has no effect on the past, as if this is some Back to the Future-esque sitcom.
Yes.
Classic. Now, it was touched upon that you had created...
Objection. Back to the Future wasn't a sitcom. It was a movie.
Anyways, it had been touched on that you had made some...
Bird is correct. It was a movie.
He's right. I was hoping you should say that. Sorry, go ahead, Franklin.
Have a good night. Thank you for your service.
Jesus Christ. It was referenced that you had made psychological evaluations based on the interrogation as well as the investigation itself. So I would like to touch on these. I'm going to bring up a psych profile using reports from the Hills Butcher case, number 52745, due to it being the less meaty of the two. Can you describe to the court your thought process when creating this psych profile?
At the time of starting to notice very odd posts on Twinsta, I followed the account and started to pay attention to the way that they type their Twinsta posts, the different pictures that they had put on there. There was a lot of similarities to where the pictures were taken on the hill, like what the account that I was following that matched up to areas that I noticed that Fear was posting while hunting. I had noticed that there was autopsies coming in where animals were involved, and that sparked the connection to actually start writing things down. And I just basically kept following that Twinsta account, looking at things that they were saying, how they were saying it, and the pictures that they were posting.
Now, can you speak to the behavioral patterns by which you observed during this investigation or these series of events?
There is a pattern of talking about loudness and noise and wanting it to stop.
Hey, Lima 2's breaking off the courthouse for a moment. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
That was also
copy. Thank you.
By me in the
Enjoy your pup.
interrogation.
No, I have to go save a cop from a moldy building.
Oh, oops.
There was a lot of...
What is this? Oh, it's the karaoke night. It's park. Oh, Dusty's back on duty. He didn't 41 yet. Oh.
Which then
Nah.
pretty much that Twinsta account went kind of barren.
Lots of rangers.
The person was then using the phone.
It's over here.
And the same.
Oh, Kira.
Type
Kira
of
and
text
Liam.
patterns. The same. I want
Kira
to
up
make
there.
it stop.
Oh yeah, there she is.
Things of
Who's
that
Liam?
nature were appearing.
You have a section here, which is
Where the
entitled
fuck is Liam?
Psychological Traits. Could you speak to that?
Oh. He's in his
So
mustache. I
a
need
lot of
him.
this was before I sat in and got more insight to
did have a bias.
the interrogation. What I saw there, I saw it more of
Actually, who's coming in and out?
sadistic game, more so than what it seems to turned out to be. That is art in the eyes of the defendant. Definitely a desire to control narratives. There's many posts from the original burner account and the ones from the victims that were apologetic and almost, they're the suffering victim in all of this. The disregard for societal norms I noticed from a lot of animal killing, but a lot of very isolated pictures on that account out in the middle of nowhere where no one really is. The possible identity confusion again was
Thank you for service.
me knowing what I knew after the interrogation, and I thought that the use of the victims' phones was basically maybe the perpetrator taking on the traits of that person.
Ooh, that's a good. That's actually really interesting.
Time before I knew the whole picture and got more evidence.
Now, moving on to interrogation notes for Fear Phosphophilite 52353. You walk us through your thought process when creating these interrogation notes.
I basically just, what I do is I sit and I just write notes while I listen. I had 4 full pages of notes that I compiled down into this easier to digest, but still quite long, bullet pointed report. So when I first started to observe Fear in the interrogation room, very, well maintained, relaxed. I had not known that she had been brought in before. I thought this was the first interrogation, so I made note of that. She instantly was scanning the room as she walked in. She made sure to check every corner and I just saw her spatial assessment of where and what was going on. She then made verbal references to the objects in the room, starting her situational awareness. And this is all things that I'm trying to note down, that whether or not she is fit to stand trial. There was art that was displayed for a while that Fear was fixated on for a little while. Later on, rejecting it. And when she rejected it, she went so far as to physically step away from the screen that it was on. She definitely did not like the term butcher. Every time that came up, it got her more and more angry. When she was talking to the detectives about scenes, it almost seemed like a disgruntled artist telling off art critics more than someone trying to plead their innocence. There were some key quotes that I had remembered that I wanted to bring up. One of the notable quotes is, murdering people is not my forte, and I believe that is because Fear doesn't see this as a murder. Fear sees this as a transformation into a living art piece. Another one that she brought up, or when her brother was brought up, she said, "I'm more creative than he ever was." Again, trying to argue to those art critics that she is a good artist. There's triggers that were referenced, which caused the same type of psychological response I saw in the text. The noises make it stop. The word butcher, I said, definitely provoked emotional destabilization, but also the subject's brother, and the word pregnancy also elicited high emotional responses. From the little time that I had, I noticed a high functioning control over verbal and nonverbal cues. There's definitely narcissistic tendencies. I put possible schizotypal because, again, I don't like to diagnose with such little time. Another quote that I would like to bring up is there's a picture of an animal put on the screen at one point, and with no emotion whatsoever, Fear looked at it and referred to it as a dead animal.
Who does? Oh, more.
She has a skewed worldview of what she is doing is meaningful art while rejecting the moral responsibility and embracing a creative self-identity.
You, Dr. January, and for my final question, after your evaluation of this interrogation and of Fear, do you believe that she is fit to stand trial?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
Good pick, good pick, good pick.
All right, last but not least, does the defense have a recross based on that line of redirect questioning?
We're good, Your Honor.
All right. Then, Dr. January, you may step down.
Let me put this down. Okay. Don't go
All
flying
right,
again.
State, bring on thy last witness.
We bring up
Oh,
the
that's right, they
person who
deposed
was very
people.
apologetic for holding hostage here for many, many hours, Dr. Anapita.
I'm gonna make you do a formal apology if you put Anna Peta on the stand and then only ask her like 4 or 5 questions.
Okay, don't set me up for failure, please.
Come on up here, Miss Peta.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to stand or sit. I'm sorry. All right. Can you go ahead and raise your left hand for me? Or right hand, whichever you prefer. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, IDK Sean?
Yes.
I'm labored about.
Yeah, okay, hold on a minute. Why do you sound so sad about that one?
TBH valid.
You know what? I agree with what Piper said. Valid. Let's move on.
All right, your witness defense. Wait, you're not defense, you're state.
The turns have tabled. Dr. Peta, can you give your full name and your occupation for the record?
My name is Anna Peta. I am the veterinary director for San Andreas Animal Care and Control.
And could you describe to us how long you have been a veterinarian?
Oh God, quite a few years now.
Okay, Miss Peta, are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus, the dog, in which he was found mutilated on May 4th, 2025?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe to us the extent of the injuries that Brutus received?
Brutus was brought in with multiple injuries. First was a severed front left leg. There was also 2 injuries to both back legs where the tendons were severed. And then he also had a large gash in his stomach wall and his stomach lining where his intestines had fallen out.
And what sort of medical interventions needed to be made on behalf of Brutus?
As far as the severed leg, obviously we couldn't do anything about that, so it's just a matter of making sure that there would be no infection that would occur while it was healing. As far as the tendons, they were both repaired. And then the stomach was repaired, the stomach wall was repaired. Luckily, there were no other injuries to the intestines. He's also been put on a high dosage of antibiotics and pain medication while he's recovering.
Was there any further treatment that was required after this first medical intervention?
Yes, like I said, he's going to be on a long-term schedule of prescription for antibiotics and pain medications. He's also going to be on a long-term physical therapy plan.
And what sort of assistance, if any, would Brutus require in order to live a semi-normal life?
I mean, he's going to have to learn how to walk again with one less leg now.
These injuries and this experience, could they have an effect on an animal's personality?
100%.
What sort of effect can they have?
It could be
Lima 2, I'm going to
fear,
be back in the area of the courthouse.
aggression that could come out
Copy,
of it.
thank you.
We worked really hard to work on his behaviors that he's had in the past.
Also, to answer your
And,
question,
now
Beef,
this
yes, I
just
did.
might be a reset for that now.
Good job, dude.
No, I saved the people in Del Perro. I didn't take a poop.
It's okay if you
Other
it's a private
instances
channel.
Revolving this
I
case
will
in which
gladly
animals were
explain
harmed.
when I poop.
Thank you, Lima too.
Your professional perspective on these instances as a whole?
It's heartbreaking and also very disgusting that somebody would do something like that to animals that don't have a voice and can't.
I'm going to be
defend
breaking
themselves.
off the court case. I'm fucking tired.
Have a good night, more.
Thank you, Dr. Pita. We appreciate you for holding out for this long trial and
Good night.
speaking for us today. No further questions for this witness.
He did the thing.
That's it.
I knew it.
All right, okay, all right. Listen.
Apologize.
He did the
Apologize
thing.
to Anna Peter right now.
I did. I'm very sorry.
That's not book worthy, but
it needs more.
Hey, Sparks, you
tried to
might
hold
want
the
to
medical
make
experts
people
for
aware,
later,
at least
but
on the
I should've
inside, that
called you
a
up
Ranger
first.
illusion is parked very illegally now.
Hey, firm. I'll handle.
Okay. Defense, do you have a cross-examination for Dr. Pina?
No, we did not.
And the tow truck drivers are fucking adamant tonight.
Okay. There you are, Pina. That's what you waited several hours for.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being here.
Senior Ranger Pines.
Wow.
You have a Ranger Illusion parked outside that's technically parked illegally, and there's tow trucks circling the area. Just wanted to advise you before it gets towed.
They are.
It is ridiculous. They towed 2 of our cars. At least
Norman, I even took a photo of it.
Yeah, I'm just advising, man.
Is that correct?
That's correct. The state rests, Your Honor.
I'll go outside and repocket.
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Potentially cross-examining, the defense witnesses, but
well,
you
the state would like to rest, but I guess we'll be
Also,
crossed.
you're
Senna,
done
if you
with
want
your
to harass
case in
Chad
chief.
Hauser, he has 2 overdue fines.
For the witnesses to call at this time.
God bless you more, never change.
No, Your Honor.
Say it.
More from Sparks. The Rangers have been advised.
No further witnesses to call.
No further
Say
witnesses from the state.
There you go. All
Also,
right.
my entire job
Bud,
is
you
snitching.
got some witnesses for me?
We do. Before we get
God,
don't
if you
worry
bring these
about
witnesses
snitches.
up and you also only ask like 8 questions.
She's so cool, guys.
gonna add a handful of them. Well, I was gonna say for motion, because it's been a long trial. It behooves everybody, and the last 2 witnesses are able to. Could we do a continuance of this until tomorrow?
Oh my
If not, we can
God.
anything right now. It's
I
just
do
a
not
suggestion
work
from
on
the court.
Saturdays. I do not work on the weekend. I'm up way past my bedtime already.
I would strongly prefer to not do a continuance. Even your
Alright.
witnesses are saying no.
All right, let's get through this here. We do have some questions. We'll start calling them up.
Wait, hold on.
Call your first witness.
She's also wearing the. Oh, God damn it! Those are the same colors,
Right.
similar. The top is
Just a
different.
moment.
But that's the dress that I got for Sparks to. Oh, God damn it!
Trying to save my
First
cap.
witness is going to be Alex Rigby.
They towed 2 of our vehicles. One of them without any reason, and the second one said illegal parking. It was in one space.
Who gave you that permission?
Literally, like, I even took a photo of it because I don't trust them when I come to like. go
Oh,
on
100%. The reason I'm joining you, the courthouse has been circled numerous times by 4 different vehicles. I don't know if you're on 9 or not.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
So,
Alright.
buddy system, senior ranger.
We can from that court. Honestly, I can't complain. It's been a long one.
This is a hell of a case.
Yeah. Oh, this one for months.
This is also illegal.
Hey, we try to park it not here because this happens.
Yeah, this is awful. More from Sparks. Where's that ranger vehicle parked? Was that the west side? All right, good chat.
It might be in the back where we were parked because it was behind us.
Copy.
Yeah.
I think that's where it's. Yeah, no. Senior ranger, you can't park there.
But I parked it here.
Senior ranger, you know what would be? You know, it'd be really fucking useful if you guys could park here. Just get a big sign.
Oh my god, it's broken.
I mean, honestly, I just turn on your lights. I mean, you could double check it, but like, that's technically in an active situation. It's a dangerous area. Blah blah blah. Something case law. Something.
Yeah.
Oh, not actually case law. It's legislation. Motor vehicle code.
Hey, how are ya? My name is Senior Ranger What's Pets. I'm in the middle of a court case, but my car's completely fucked up and got moved. Are you able to do a mobile repair? Okay, it's really directly behind City Hall. It's the Ranger vehicle. If you're able to come do that, so that I can move said vehicle to properly parked. Good, thank you. I hate parking here.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Even I didn't have to because I have an exempt.
CR 5010-6.
I even paid in the meter.
Yeah, well, you don't have to. Don't you have a?
No, I didn't. But I just didn't. I don't want these togoons to take my goddamn.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah. You have an exempt plate.
They steal my exempt plates one time. Before we got the better bolts on them.
Latest reference to Riley's post on Twinsto.
Me, am I taking a picture of you? Listen, did not look like this when I parked it 5 hours ago.
Someone
You sure?
in here.
God, it really has been like 5 hours that I've been in that fucking court.
Wait, has it really been? Oh fuck.
Court, that's one thing I don't miss about my former job.
12601.
How long has it been in there? Was it 5 hours? You said?
Alright, we reparked all the cars on the western
not even
side.
done yet.
See how that's smashed.
We're not even.
Yeah, no, we've been here for like 5 hours. Oh, thank you. I think I'm only missing. I need to call my pharmacy. They gave me half my medication for one med. I'm missing 2 weeks on one.
It's running no time, at least it's running condition.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I want to be able to drive this home later, and I know if I didn't do this now, I'm never gonna be able to get somebody later on.
Discord at all.
Nice.
I don't envy you at all.
Yeah, it's a big one. So, very much for coming down here. I'm just gonna move this real quick.
Of course.
I'm not even sure if that's gonna be a better location. At least you have a good affirmative defense.
Seems if any vehicles that have been routinely in the area have fucked off for the most
Oh, you
part.
talking about the court case?
No.
Oh, okay.
Ain't no way this bitch got an affirmative defense for all this shit.
Real dumb to have vehicle up on the stand. I'll say that.
Are they trying to? I missed which 2 witnesses they were gonna call. Is it already posted on the docket?
Yeah, it's 2 other people. I doubt they call fear, to be honest.
I don't know. If any Netflix specials on serial killers has taught me anything, they like talking about themselves a lot.
True. That is very true.
And if they think they're going to be found guilty for any specific reason, or even non-specific reason,
I don't know if you saw the interrogation days, but she
No.
snapped.
no, I haven't really bothered looking at any of it. I saw the amount of reports and went, well, I'll just be here. I can only imagine the level of effort that this went to. So
Yeah, I think animal-related stuff. Obviously, there's like 207
Yeah.
charges.
Yeah.
But, like it was like 70-something reports, and it's so much.
Aitley Lima 2, I'm gonna drop off of this.
Initially, no. You'd have
Copy
to get
that.
a
Thank you for
canine or
joining.
somebody.
If y'all need me, just go over to channel 1.
Thank you.
Sarah 50 10 8 resuming position side courtroom.
No. The hell?
The escort.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it wasn't really okay. Yeah, I'm tempted to bring you guys over to bring you over to Franklin because I'm fucking tired. To be utterly and completely honest, but I'm kind of vibing. I'm chilling, enjoying just like the chat, having
We'll
someone to
begin
talk to while
as
this
soon
happens.
as Van Dorst gets over her panic attack from microdosing on some experimental
this?
Dutch THC. Those crazy
Alex
Dutch.
Rigby and
Oh, she's
Kira
back.
Nuta.
Let's move on.
Oh, they're a
Yeah,
felon.
how's the Dutch delight trip?
Violent felon.
I am not high. I wish I was. God.
That's what a high person would say.
Very violent felon.
Defense. Oh wait, she hasn't even been
Super
sworn in.
lice.
Sharp.
I am unfortunately completely sober.
All right, go ahead. Raise your hand of choice for me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to provide today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of
Probably will dip piercing to combat nap ready for shift 3 boot camp. Yeah, I'm not part of that, fortunately.
I do, yeah.
I might do comp stuff in that time. I don't know yet. Nah, probably not, to be completely honest.
Miss Rigby, thank you for your patience with
That's
this
fair.
trial today. Just have a couple of questions for you. One, have you ever met the defendant via photo frame? Sorry, that's my AI shit. Phospholite. Her name is hard to read in Braille.
Can I talk now?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I have not, no.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
The two over there, I have... Wait, what was the question again? Today?
No, have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Which one? Or which ones?
Wesley and Ashley when they interrogated me.
What's their relation?
You said the name Will. Are you referring to Pines?
Rigby. Oh!
Yes, it's something I haven't broken yet. It's yeah.
I don't understand what what
Can you explain your relationship with Will/Pines?
Ah, bang.
I met him while I was trying to find a quiet place to grieve a friend of mine I lost. And I saw he was in hiking
Susie
gear, and
counting.
he was hiking near Mount Gordo, and I thought ever since I lost my friend I would like to reconnect with nature and stuff like that. I'd like to go hiking and stuff. So I gave him my contact details, and we spoke for a little bit before I left, and he gave me his number as Will.
Being nosy.
And that's all he really gave me. It's still in my phone.
Oh God!
The first ever message
It's John
he
from
sent
accounting.
me was Will hiking buddy.
Because I could, and I enjoy your presence.
That wasn't true, so.
I can ban you if you want.
How long did your relationship with Will carry on before you realized he was misrepresenting himself?
Will? About a week. 6-7 days.
You described the moment that you discovered that he was an undercover officer.
I was in interrogation, and I didn't realize it was him at first for like the first
Pines.
20 minutes, I think. Or it was probably a lot longer. I don't fully remember, but they gave me my phone back and they asked me to read out Will's phone number. And as I was reading it, I looked at the profile picture you usually have in your contacts, and it was a man in a green shirt that looked like a green uniform, like kind of like what he's wearing now, but it had like stripes on the side, I think. And that's kind of like when I realized that Will was the person interrogating me across the table was Wesley, so.
She's doing
Detective
the album
Pines,
cover.
Master of the Skies. Let it be noted. Did Detective Will Pines advise you what you were being questioned for that day?
I was arrested on a warrant I knew I didn't have 40 minutes before. I was actually I was setting up an RV van near Stab City, up near the trails, and I was on my own. So I was trying to call a taxi and run back to Stab City when Will pulled up next to me in the beanie, scruffy beard, the hiking pack on his back. And he still said, "Oh, it's me, Will," when we were driving because he recognized my voice. And we got pulled over one time and he was given a field sobriety test. And then we got pulled over 30 seconds later. And I offered to drive and I showed I don't remember who it was. I showed someone my license and they walked away to go run it. And they came back and they said I had a warrant, which I knew I didn't because I'm paranoid like that. And so they handcuffed me, they drove me to Sandy police station, and yeah. They left me in a cell for half an hour while I was freaking out, not knowing what was happening.
Did they eventually explain what you were being brought in to be questioned on?
A lawyer explained that to me. They said not being charged, but arrested or detained for 3 times homicide or 4 times homicide, and that's when I really started to freak out.
Understandable.
I was just setting up my RV so me and my partner could go there to the next day.
Now, did the police ever eventually elaborate as to why they were questioning you on these very severe crimes?
They said I was in the area where they were supposed to find this person. And since it was in the dark and I was running away, I guess they kind of thought I looked a bit suspicious. I mean, I don't know their full mindset of why they picked me up, but...
Did you ever witness anything in relation to the attacks that we're all here for today?
I had no idea there was even a anything happening until they put me into the interrogation and saying 4 times homicide, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what do you mean that's happening? Because I didn't see that stuff on Twinstar. I don't check it that much.
In your hikes with Will or on your own, did you see... Did you see anything in regards to...
I could use a snack. That'd be great, actually.
Did you come upon any scenes
Yeah, no
like
problem.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
There you go. Do you prefer pie or a brisket sandwich?
Pie or brisket? I'll take pie.
Good. All right, that was my next question.
Wait, what kind of pie?
And a drink?
Now, have you ever
I'll
been
take the sweet tea.
contacted
Yeah.
by anyone
Thank you.
who
I
may
appreciate
be
that, Ranger.
related to these attacks that have been outlined here today?
Free food?
I think so.
Any other FIB in here, or was it just you? I was told FIB were getting hungry, so I was just checking.
We have another security guard out front, and then we have a skip tracer upstairs.
Okay, I'll check with the one upstairs. The one out front said they're good.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Going up.
The fucking issues that caused me.
That I never got reached out to again. I had to reach out to them to talk about it, so they're not reading it from words on a tablet.
Did this individual or individuals ever identify themselves by name or a moniker? to you?
No, but they knew my name. They had something distorting their voice, but it sounded a lot like a man. It sounded a lot like a man that had something distorting their voice, and he just kept saying, Sam, he kept saying Samio, something like that.
Yeah.
And he said, you fit the perfect description because I have a scar on the right side of my face. I have dark hair and green eyes. That's basically what they said, and that I was going to be the scapegoat. So that really freaked me out. And they said that
Absolutely.
no one was going to believe me.
When was the last time that you received any contact from this individual or individuals?
It was just the one time. It was just like within an hour, and they never contacted me again.
Luckily, it one stayed pretty confined. No one knows who the fuck Will is anyway. I think it's one of the lovely things I have with Madison when it comes to FIV and having her interact with people. I'm interacting with an entire section of the server I have never, even on Skylar, ever interacted with, really.
Was at the animal sanctuary. I don't know what it's called, but I was showing someone around there, and I got into my car and I was going to go to a police station, and I drove about 200 meters, and then there were some troopers there already talking to someone, getting some stuff sorted for their dogs, I think. So I just pulled over and told them, and they did a report and everything.
I'm a dumb American.
While
How
the
much is
report-
200 meters? Roughly?
Like, gosh.
You tell us that in Pantos.
No,
We measure it. What? I don't understand them. It's not important.
say maybe from, okay, maybe not 200 meters. I'm thinking about maybe like
90% of the server has no idea Will exists. I didn't know Will exist until, thank you, Race, I appreciate it. Until I made Madison apply.
Were you ever questioned by police following that initial interrogation?
Was I what? Sorry.
Sorry. Were you ever interrogated or questioned by the police about this case again, following the initial investigation? Interrogation, rather.
I was contacted by Wesley. That they
I don't remember.
but I refused to go
I'm serious. I mean this so lovingly. I don't remember. I used my stretch break as an excuse to take the trash out and almost twisted my honey.
Felt safe.
At least you're okay. So, when did you interact with Zoe?
Thank you, Alex. Let me just.
Yeah, spoke off the record and stuff.
Right. Thank you. Let me just confer with my co-counsel real quick.
Oh, about scenes and shit? Yeah. I don't understand, like, at the end of the day, agents aren't cops, but they are still law enforcement officers. Why would you not want more law enforcement officers on the fucking thing? On your scenes? I think that meme has gone, like, way too far sometimes. Jeff is still up front.
All right. Well, then you're good to step down.
Characters be characters, man.
All right, defense.
Do be
give
that
us
way.
Your well, I guess not your last witness, your potential last witness. I don't know if you want to put your client on the stand, but you do got another witness to call.
Yes. We'd like to call Kira Ash Nuta to the stand.
Kira Nuda is mute? Question mark. And so a translator is probably necessary, but to facilitate the role play, she's probably just going to use what she normally does.
How you please.
If you only knew the depth of the conversations going on right now, yeah.
And go raise your left hand for me or right hand, whichever.
Which is why I was kind of like, I'm not going to say that I'm like exceptionally charismatic. I will say that there's a weight behind, where I place my characters. Yes, mute. It is essentially she is essentially a mute character.
All right. I believe witness is sworn in.
I've known the role player for like almost 3 years. And this is the first character I've interacted with. I try to stay away from hers just because it has some themes that I don't want to interact with.
Your Honor, if she is.
My apartment has these really fucking long dark hallways. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
She requires translation services.
That would have been wonderful to know, like 3 days ago.
Sure.
Does anyone know sign language?
I can help, Joy.
All right.
See, I do know sign language, but that's useless right now.
Yeah, you're kind of blind, unfortunately.
Yeah. Kind of.
Oh my god.
Well, you're the same guy who said 100 meters.
So part of it was like, I want to explore a different area, see where I can bring a character, what happens. Worst case, I put a time limit on it.
All right.
And then I just go back to my normal little setup program. I was not expecting to enjoy FIB this much. Not that I had a negative opinion, I just didn't know anything, so there was no expectation. I had played Madison more in the last week than I've played my cop. No, she's not a one-lifer. I like making the joke she's not a one-lifer.
Okay, let me show you. Okay, let me show you how to swear in an interpreter. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Miss Pendragon, do you solemnly swear and affirm that you will faithfully translate the American Sign Language into English
discharge the duties of a translator and
into
translate the
American Sign
information?
Language
Yes.
to the best of your ability? All right. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think you really need. I mean, she's not deaf. You don't have to. Well, that's just how they always swear in interpreters. All right, let's get the show on the road.
All right. All right, Ash. With a good.
I was I was 100% gonna level your ass with a beanbag if we had one already bought.
Aren't you yourself?
I wasn't gonna perma her though. I'm just gonna shelve her. Like I'd probably put her in ICU and then have her like retire for like health reasons or whatever.
Do you fancy yourself an artist?
Not traditionally. As a doctor, I took pride in prosthetics work.
I've never seen her without
you're a
her
doctor.
fucking mask.
Did you hold any other professions aside from doctor?
I'm gonna crash out.
I spent multiple years as a prosthetist and then moved on to detective work.
The character looks really unique. I have one on Zoe for the. I need to buy one again for boot camp tomorrow.
You might have to repeat that one, James.
Rather than.
Not like it matters. It's boot camp VR free shotgun. So.
Seen a situation to the degree of this one in your time as a detective?
What?
This intends close, but not to the same frequency.
Have you ever met the defendant, Fear, that's on trial here today?
Not once outside of now in the courtroom.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with the case here today?
If you get to the point, if you ever get to the point on Madison to see our budget versus the PD, you will have your mind blown. We had infinite.
Can you name what officers you met with?
You hear something funny?
Sierra 69 is gonna be going 1042 outside. So.
Wilson, Malarkey, and
Copy that. Thank you for your service. Do you have a ride back? All our cars got towed.
Were you ever questioned in
I commandeered a vehicle.
To this case.
Unless you want to give me a ride.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, what? What do you mean commandeered a vehicle? You're not a cop. You dork, it's a bicycle.
It still counts.
Yeah, technically.
Be advised, at least last I checked, there were only 2 cop vehicles in the vicinity. I don't know how many were moved, but I do want some presence for the transport back, so if we can get some
Did they
taken
ever
care of
elaborate
to get
why
them back
you
here,
were
that'd be perfect.
being questioned in regards to these attacks?
I hope so. I hope
Do you have any
that.
idea how much longer it's gonna be?
At this point, no fucking clue. It's a long court case.
It was limited to
it could
being
be
told it was an active investigation.
another hour or 2, realistically.
To your knowledge, did you ever witness anything in relation to the attacks that we're here today for?
We'll see. Just kind of letting the RP guide me.
No.
Slash me runs hand together.
Were you
Good.
ever
I hope that goes well.
present on scene or anywhere near any of the attacks
It will
that
be
took place
nice.
in relation to this case that we're here for today?
No.
Were you ever contacted by anyone who may be related to these attacks outlined today?
Contacted by someone who went by the name of Sam via text message.
When was the last time that you can recollect that you had received any contact from this individual or individuals?
May 2nd.
And one final question for you, Ash. How is it that you came to the state of having your mouth sewn shut?
I don't. Okay.
Her brother stitched her mouth shut when she was young.
All right, well.
And the scar on your hand? How did you come to have that scar?
She's asking which one.
I believe it's documented on your right hand? I could be wrong about that. It could be the left. Again, blind.
I woke up next to my dead brother with it carved into my hand.
Sierra 33.
That's a horrific thing to wake up to. Has this
A 9.
been difficult trauma?
Well, I have to go 40.
It's a 10-1.
Sierra 69 going 1042.
Have a good night. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
All right. Well, this is where we
I
are.
made it safe back with my feet. Totally. I didn't steal a bike.
He stole a bike.
You can't prove it.
I saw you.
What? We're breaking up. What?
Thank God I didn't want to date you anyway.
You're breaking my heart. All right, I'm out of
Ricky,
here.
what you
Good.
were saying, do you need to go 42?
10-4. I have to go 42. There's nobody in the front door now.
CR50, I'm at front door. Oh, hi, Lyric. After rentals were put in is crazy, yeah. Yeah. I wish they despawned after a couple of days.
Give me assistance with that. Just make a known over radio.
Hey, firm, will do.
Be happy to assist.
Well, this is our life now, chat. This be it. We gonna chill out here. We're gonna big chill. I really want to play Roblox. Lex, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. How you doing? Just walk a block? We're not gonna be able to... I'm gonna go in for closings. I really wish I could watch closings. It's okay. Tired, been a lot going on, be juggling through characters. Who do you play? You know how I got these scars. I don't know usernames, man. I'm asking nicely. I'm saying, hey.
Sparks. How's it been?
Hey, Park. Yeah, I'm alright, man. How are you?
Feeling alright. What's going on?
It is okay to ask someone who they play when you don't know their username. I don't know usernames. Oh! I know you. I love that. Sophia's so great. I love bullying her and Sam, even if I'm taking a break from fucking Criminal for a while. I love you so dearly. I love interacting with your characters. Okay, that's not fair. I purposefully go out of my way every time I see Mackenzie Blake. If my character knows knows Blake, I will always say hi. Because I don't get to roleplay with you anymore because I murdered my fucking main character. Let me rephrase, I murdered my fucking main character. Heck Mackenzie. I like Mackenzie.
Do not get kidnapped. Do not. You're not allowed to. Tell them you're not allowed to get kidnapped. Deputy Dallas.
Somebody chooses this human, not me. Who'd you play again? True. Honestly, on God, fuck Skylar Sparks. He really is. He absolutely 100% is. It's hilarious. Wait until you find out who else they play. Well, plays. He's tried to scam Will on multiple characters. Yeah, as it works, Sophie. Well, it is great to see you, Lex. Kenzie is killed for something. Oh yeah, I can only imagine, especially if someone hurts a dog. Zoe would do the same thing. She got full means I can perma her now. I gotta get in on this perma action. Oh, thank you for follow, Lex. I appreciate you. Perma is someone for hurting a dog? Deserved. Yeah. Yeah. I have a backup cop just in case Zoe gets hella fired for some reason. Zoe fired? Why I never... My dude, Fish gave her ketamine. I knew out of character it was ketamine. Bundy dared her. I took the ketamine. And so I just had... Oh, she's at pictures. Nice. No. Sparks, don't text first. Don't text first. You know better. Sonny, can you let me know when closing is happening so I can listen?
Yes.
Alright, bet. Thank you. Zoe's not super smart, though. So she's like, oh, this is the ibuprofen shaped exactly... these are the pills shaped exactly and look like the same pills that I received from the pharmacy. We back to crimp? Nah, I'd probably just shelve her. I'd probably shelve her for like a couple months, explore something else. It'd be fun to have her as a goofy crim, but... Zoe would probably think a dog would never make her do anything illegal. Well, she has canine now. So I don't personally see her being fired because that's going to keep her from making dumbass decisions. She's just very, very... She's just very, very lonely. Hold on. Hold on. Oh.
I'm leaving in half an hour.
Hello, officer. Did anyone enter with you? Sorry, I zoned out for like 2 seconds.
No, that's a great idea.
Second.
Did anyone enter with you?
No.
All right. I got distracted. Bad security guard. Very bad. We're just gonna stand right here. There we go.
Sierra 50, they're doing closing.
Hey, firm. Aussie. I think Aussie would match her energy.
Voices of the victims who died and suffered at the hands of defendant Veer. The core argument, which has been made by the defendant and their counsel, is that they are not the individual who is responsible for these horrific acts. Veer claiming it was her brother who is attempting to frame her, as he did so many years ago when he killed the defendant's beloved kitten. And yet, the defendant and their counsel have offered nothing which is substantial enough to corroborate this claim. There is no physical evidence that Veer's brother was on any of the litany of scenes which are littered with the defendant's DNA and other physical evidence which would indicate her involvement. There are no witnesses who can attest to having seen anyone matching the description of Veer's brother, despite her own statements within interrogation that he has spoken with multiple individuals. There's not even evidence which can be presented that Veer's brother, Orion Phosphophylite, is a citizen in this city. The only evidence which the defense counsel has put forward are twinstas from an obvious copycat who is attempting to claim responsibilities for these murders and mutilations. Not only does this person not fit the description of Veer's brother, which she so kindly provided within her first interrogation, which she claimed he had no obvious scars to identify him by, unlike this twinsta user. Nothing which has been provided or put forward by this individual preceded the posting of this docket, which made these crimes and the details surrounding them public for anyone to observe and use. So let us focus on the evidence which we, the state, have provided in spades, indicating Veer sole's responsibility in these sins. I'm so tired. Please forgive me.
6-hour trial.
On the 19th of April, 2025, Jilly Markovic's possessions were found outside the Infinity apartment, which Veer claimed within interrogation that she lived.
There.
In a trash can, which was decorated with the blood of defendant Veer. Veer claims that her brother is attempting to frame her. However, within her own statement in interrogation, Veer openly admits that the first time she had run into her brother was April 20th, 2025, when he kidnapped her outside of the apartments on the same phone call she was on with Elias Winchester. This comes an entire day after Jilly's possessions were found with Veer's DNA. So we ask, how is it that Veer's blood was used by her brother to frame her if she had no interactions with him until a day later? But moving on, within report number 52221, in which Micah Rain was attacked and left for dead at the Sisyphus Theater, 3 different witnesses, Decker Gahn, Ren Ripley, and Micah Rain, the victim, identified Veer that night at the Vanilla Unicorn, all of which stated she had orange hair. Her presence at the Vanilla Unicorn is further corroborated